Hurry up and buy it, the innate treasure. If you come late, it will be gone. Shui Yao Ling Jing, 1,000 high-level spirit stones, sold at a low price. Secret map, first come, first served. All kinds of cries came together, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Su Haoyan found that almost all the cultivators who came and went were above the Great Luo realm, and there were even quite a few of them who had reached the Saint realm. Is this the famous inner star universe? Such a small city has such a high standard, even comparable to the first class forces in the outer universe. The highest part of this mountain is guarded by a semi-sage, Kong Xian said suddenly. His words were extremely casual. They were a group of saints. How could they be afraid of a half-saint? First find an inn to stay in, and then find out where the ancient Buddhist world is. Because he had just experienced a battle, he was a little tired and needed a good rest. Moreover, he still needs to interrogate the ancient Buddha. He can't do it in public, right? Kong Xian, you are more reliable in your work. You go and inquire about the situation in the ancient Buddha and the inner star universe. Su Haoyan turned to Kong Xian and said. Kong Xian smiled slightly, naturally. He would not have any opinion on this. Immediately go in another direction. Not long after, Su Haoyan and his group found an inn to stay temporarily. Immediately, Su Haoyan sat in the inn and asked Empress Nuwa to release Guangzhen from his demon refining pot. The two wanted to intervene to gain some benefits, but they were smashed by Li Yuanba. Guangzhen has not woken up until now. Li Yuanba and Lei Zhenzi stood beside Su Haoyan on the left and right, while Wang Mabai and prison Taoist walked away shoulder to shoulder. I don't know what to do. Make him wake up. It has to be said that the inner universe is definitely a holy place for cultivation, and the aura here is extremely rich, which made Su Haoyan have the urge to practice. Empress Nuwa pointed at Guangzhen, and Guangzhen opened his eyes slowly as if in a dream, gasping for breath, because the sacred bones all over his body had been shattered, and his injuries were serious. And spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. You guys are, Guangzhen said tremblingly. Especially when he saw Li Yuanba behind Su Haoyan, it was like seeing a ghost, which made him tremble in fright, and he still had the demeanor of a saint. Yang Jian stepped on his chest and stared at him maliciously. Although a little panicked, Guangzhen is not stupid. If he dares to resist at this time, he will definitely end up in ashes. He quickly scanned around, and found that only Su Haoyan was sitting, drinking tea leisurely. Who are you? Guangzhen asked, tremblingly. He didn't dare to look at Li Yuanba. He could only stare at Su Haoyan, who had a handsome face. I, Emperor Haoyan. Are you an ancient Buddha? Su Haoyan had a calm face. There were no waves on his face. Holy ruins, ancient Buddha, inner universe. How much power is hidden here? I am indeed a Buddhist cultivator in the ancient Buddhist world. Brother, Guangfa has been killed by you now. Aren't you afraid of the Buddha's wrath? Guangzhen tried his best to restrain his fear, and gritted his teeth at this time and said. He only has one feeling now, that he is already outside the holy ruins, which means that Su Haoyan and others have left the holy ruins, or the holy ruins have been destroyed by them. But no matter what the reason, these people are absolutely terrifyingly strong. But what surprised him was that among these people, the one who was talking to him was a big Luo Luanqian, who was no different from an ant, but was able to control these saints? Could it be from some superpower? Thinking of this, Guangzhen became even more frightened. In the inner starry sky universe, there can be such a huge power, but they are all frightening existences. It is rumored that there are existences beyond the saints. Have you ever captured a monk with a hairy face in the outer space? Xuanhuan looked up at Guangjin and asked. A big Luo is interrogating a saint. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. But at this moment, Guangjin really felt a huge sense of oppression. He deeply knew that if he didn't cooperate, he would be wiped out immediately. It seems that as long as this young man speaks up, he will follow in the footsteps of Guanfa. Yes, there is such a thing, Guangjin said honestly. Dare he say no? Do you still want to live? Tomorrow, you will take me to the ancient Buddhist world. Xuanhuan thought for a while, then decided. This ancient Buddha really didn't lie, which made Xuanhuan's hatred for him less. How could Guangjin object? He could only silently agree. Immediately, Xuanhuan took Yang Jian and Empress Nuwa away. This room was reserved for Lei Zhenzi and Li Yuanba. Yang Jian protected Xuanhuan and lived in a room, and Empress Nuwa lived in a room by herself. Humph, you bald donkey, you'd better be honest, otherwise. Lei Zhenzi sat on the chair, raised Erlang's legs, and threatened Guangjin. While speaking, he slowly opened the wind and thunder wings on his back. Seeing this, Guangjin's eyes widened immediately, and he said tremblingly. Are you from Yuqi's family? Yuqi's family? When Lei Zhenzi heard this, his eyes flickered continuously. Half a day later, Kong Xian returned to the inn and reported to Xuanhuan what he had heard. I have to say that although Kong Xian's appearance is a bit cold, he is very reliable. In just half a day, he has clearly inquired about the major forces and the general situation of the inner star universe. The inner star universe is actually divided into countless fairylands, and the fairyland we are in now is Tianwu. This fairyland is headed by Juquanzong. It is said that a saint came out of Juquanzong a long time ago. So the fairyland Yucai is named after Jiuchen. Jiuchen immortal realm is the weakest existence among countless immortal realms sandwiched between Xingshu and Nalanzong. And Nalanzong is rumored to be the power left by a human supreme named Nalan Rongrua. It is also a first-class power in today's inner star universe. It is precisely because of the dominance of Nalanzong and Xingshu, so the fairyland around them is very weak. And the entire inner star universe is led by the supreme immortal palace, the ancient demon clan, the Yuqi family, Misty Peak, and the human race ancestral hall, which are above countless forces. According to my inquiries along the way, the inner starry universe is much larger than the outer universe. It is said that every first-class force has the ability to control one of the outer universes. Kong Xian whispered the news he had heard. It made Xuanhuan's brows tightly knit together. Xuanhuan found that he seemed to have underestimated the inner star universe. The power distribution here is not only intricate, but also the first-class power can control one outer universe. It can be seen that there are simply too many outer universes. Much more than the various forces in the inner star universe. It is said that there are countless outer universes, and the outer universe we are in is called the Xuanhu universe, because Xuanhu, the leader who created the human race, came out of the Xuanhu universe, so later generations called it that. Kong Xian spoke again and sighed. Inferred in this way, there are quite countless prehistoric worlds. When Xuanhuan heard this, he narrowed his eyes immediately. Could it be that The inner starry universe is the most central existence in the billions of outer universes. If you think this way, then the place where you were born is one of the outer universes. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan immediately went to find the outer universe where his hometown Earth is located. Ding. Trigger a side mission, find the Earth. Mission details, because the host still can't let go of his hometown. If the host can find the Earth, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to be summoned by a strong man, and a chance to be summoned by a strong man. A chance for a dungeon. A chance for a strong man to reach his peak. The system's notification tone suddenly sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan's heart suddenly happy. In this way, my deduction is not wrong. The solar galaxy where the Earth is located does exist in some outer universe. Otherwise, the task will not be triggered. But if so, what role does the system play? Where is the outer universe where the powerhouses of the vast heavenly court are located? If Xuanhuan doesn't think about it, let it go, but just thinking about it, he feels an incomparable headache. By the way, I also learned that in the inner star universe, a saint can only be regarded as a first-rate powerhouse, and a power with a saint can only be regarded as a second-rate power. It is said that there are transcendent saints in this world, but because of the relationship between cultivation, I can only inquire about these news. After all, Jiochan immortal territory is too small and too remote. Kong Xian shook his head and smiled wryly. Xuanhuan nodded. The news had already shocked him. The road to the strong in the world really has no end. In the following time, Kong Xian continued to tell Xuanhuan what he had found out. After talking for a full 2 hours, he finally finished all the news. He really deserves to be a saint. If he were a mortal, he would have been unable to hold on for a long time. After Xuanhuan finished everything, he actually burst out laughing. This is where he really fights for hegemony. Any fairy palace, any demon clan, Yuchi's family, etc., will be trampled by him sooner or later. Xuanhuan said in high spirits. And his subordinates now have more than one saint, and Yang Jian is even more complete in the realm of saints, and he may be able to challenge the existence above the realm of saints. This is not counting the Tai Daoist who is awakening. His current plan to fight for hegemony in the inner universe is no longer empty talk, nor is it a daydream. Kong Xian was really excited when he heard it. Although he had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, he had a strong heart. He once yearned for a saint, but now he yearns to surpass a saint. Yang Jian didn't open his mouth all the time, but the light in his eyes showed that he thought the same way. Your Majesty, Yang Jian will accompany you and take down this inner starry universe for you. Yang Jian said firmly. Xuanhuan firmly believed in this. Immediately, Xuanhuan placed Kong Xian in this room to rest. After waiting for Daoist Tai to awaken beyond the limit, he went to the ancient Buddha world. The time came to the early morning of the second day. Ding! Daoist Tai has successfully awakened beyond the limit. In the early morning, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, causing him to open his eyes and take a deep breath. He has always been worried that if there is not much difference between the superlimit awakening of Tai Daoist and Yang Jian, it means that the upper limit of the superlimit awakening of the strong will only reach the saint level. But it stands to reason that even if the aptitude of Daoist Tai is not as good as that of Yang Jian, it should be almost the same. So with this question in mind, he called up the attribute list of Tai Daoist. Tai real person, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun. Lucky level, Dou Yuan to mid-sacred realm. Cultivation technique, Xuanhuan divine technique. Supernatural powers, move mountains and fill seas, 3 heads and 8 arms. Golden lotus clone. Ancient Kunlun Taoism. Magic weapons, 9 dragons, divine fire cover, Tai Yinyang sword, silver. Silk whisk. Loyalty, 60/100. Dou Yuan, to the middle of the holy realm. Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed, gasped, new realm? And it's still midterm. As expected of Yang Jian's uncle, his nephew has reached the great perfection of the Saint realm, and his level is even stronger, and he can reach the middle stage of the Dou Yuan Supreme Saint realm through cultivation to the extreme. Xuanhuan thought happily, and Kong Xian and Li Yuanba, who came to see him early in the morning, were puzzled. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? Kong Xian asked with concern, seeing the joy and shock on Xuanhuan's face. For a while, he thought Xuanhuan had lost his temper. Before Xuanhuan answered his question, a black hole suddenly appeared next to Xuanhuan, and then the figure of Tai Daoist came out of it. This scene made Kong Xian and Li Yuanba frown tightly. Real Tai? It turned out that this was the case, they had never seen Daoist Tai before. It turned out that His Majesty used the supreme supernatural power on him. Meet Your Majesty. Master Tai smiled and clasped his hands, his whole person seemed illusory, like the posture of a great master of a generation. Well, you are very good, you did not disappoint me, Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. I just feel a little unhappy. This guy's loyalty has dropped by nearly half. It seems that his strength has shaken the system's suppression of him. As for the change in his heart, he still understands it quite well. Whoever it was, would turn into a superior existence and treat the former master with contempt. Changes in the hearts of human beings change with changes in the environment and strength. Of course, Daoist Tai has no tendency to betray him now, because his loyalty is still at 60, which shows that he is only slightly inflated. Don't worry, Your Majesty, in the future, the old man will go through fire and water for His Majesty, Master Tai said with a smile. But it caused Kong Xian and Li Yuanba to set off a huge wave in their hearts. Because now the two of them can't see through the cultivation realm of Daoist Tai. What does this mean? It means that Daoist Tai has surpassed them. Tai, go ask Yang Jian and others to come out, we should be on our way. Daoist Tai was taken aback, went to call Yang Jian? Could it be that the war is over? With doubts in his heart, Master Tai handed over to Xuanhuan, then turned and walked away. Li Yuanba muttered, what's wrong with this old guy, such a stinky fart? Could it be that he has become stronger? When Xuanhuan heard this, he shook his head and smiled, has it changed? But how to change, I'm still my subordinate. Master Tai, who had just walked out of the door, froze slightly when he heard this, and then walked into Yang Jian's room. Xuanhuan purposely said it to Master Tai. What he meant was that if I can make you strong, I can also make you lose everything. Daoist Tai also knows very well that if there is a single round talent, Xuanhuan has too many people who are stronger than him. What Xuanhuan said was right, he could surpass him by promoting anyone casually, so although he was a little swollen in his heart, he didn't show even the slightest bit of disrespect to Xuanhuan. He was even a little grateful to Xuanhuan. Because without Xuanhuan, he would not be where he is today. Boom. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from downstairs, shaking the entire inn violently. Seeing this, Li Yuanba wanted to go downstairs to find someone to reason with. But Xuanhuan stopped him. "Don't act rashly," Xuanhuan said softly. "They are newcomers now, so it's better not to cause trouble. At the same time, release your spiritual consciousness and probe down." At this time, there were two figures standing at the door of the hall on the first floor, a burly old man and a young girl. The old man was more than 2 meters tall, and he was as strong as an old cow. He was wearing coarse clothes, with a wrinkled face, white eyebrows, white beard, and white hair, but his eyes were a little cloudy. And the girl next to him was dressed in ordinary clothes, but she still couldn't hide her beautiful face. The combination is weird. Now, all the customers who ate on the first floor stopped their chopsticks and stared at the group of young and old unkindly. "Grandpa, do you need any help?" At this moment, the waiter came over with a smile on his face and asked. All the guests who can come to this fairy mountain are not simple people. Although the two people's dresses are not very outstanding, but the old man's fist is absolutely shocking. "Give me 5 million-year-old Baihualu on 10 altars," the old man said in a low voice. The sound was so loud that the whole inn was buzzing. "There is no consideration for the guests here. Can you please stop?" A big man with a tiger head shouted angrily. Immediately, he exploded his cultivation in the late stage of the holy realm, making the others gasp. The waiter over there was trembling even more. The girl frowned and looked at the inn, not caring about the situation here at all. The old man turned his head to look at the tiger-headed man, his eyes met, and all the tables, chairs, and benches began to float up slowly. The tiger-headed man began to sweat all over his body, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the tiger-headed man bowed his head in admiration, turned around and left in a staggered manner. Let everyone on the scene go into an uproar. Can you scare away a manifestation with just his eyes? Hey, this old man actually has a mid-sage cultivation base? Li Yuanba stared and said curiously. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Is this the status quo of the inner star universe? Saints walk everywhere, how many saints appear like dogs? My lord, there is only one pot of 5 million-year-old Baihualu in the shop. And it's for Nalanzong. The shop clerk said with a look of embarrassment at this time. Don't look at him being so difficult, but his cultivation is not weak, Delul Wan's Fairyland Dzogchen realm. This kind of cultivation is definitely a strong person in the outer universe. But here he is a shop boy doing odd jobs? Bring it to me, I happen to be going to Nalanzong too. The old man ordered directly. But it made the waiter hesitate. However, at this moment, Taoist Wang Mabai walked in from the outside. Good dogs out of the way. Get out of the way. Wang Mabai shouted impatiently. The Taoist prisoner next to him also had an unsightly expression, and he didn't know what the two of them were doing. Before. When the old man turned his head, he stared bull-eyed, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. I'll go. It's exciting to watch. Xuanhuan suddenly became interested. This old man has a bad temper, and Wang Mabai's temper is also very hot, the needle point is against the wheat on. What do you look at? Be careful that I will hammer you. Wang Mabai said viciously. He was extremely upset and wanted to vent it. The girl turned her head to look at Wang Mabai, her face turned pale, and she wanted to pull the old man away, but it was in vain. The hall on the first floor fell silent for an instant. Everyone stared at Wang Mabai fiercely. They didn't expect that another person with a more violent temper came here. And they couldn't see through Wang Mabai's cultivation at all, just like that old man. They are all unfathomable people. What's the matter? Prison Taoist snorted coldly at this moment, and stepped out from behind Wang Mabai. He also looked at the burly old man with an unkind look on his face. The momentum of the two superimposed in an instant, overshadowing the old man. And the old man's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You two are a bit domineering, aren't you? Isn't there a road next to it?" For the old man's words, the spectators were speechless. I don't know who was equally overbearing just now. Wang Mabai snorted coldly and said, "It's none of your business." While Wang Mabai was speaking, he took a step forward, hit the old man's shoulder with a bang, and the old man suddenly thumped and took a few steps back. This, so powerful? The old man was shocked, but he didn't know that Wang Mabai was also cursing. In his heart, what? Why is it so hard? At this moment, his shoulder was aching. Prison Taoist stood behind and saw all this in his eyes. Unexpectedly, just after arriving in the inner starry sky universe, he encountered an existence comparable to Wang Mabai in the physical body. The girl saw that her small mouth was opened wide, and an unbelievable look appeared in her clear eyes. It looks so cute. Can you tell me what is your name? The old man looked a little solemn and asked. The aura of the three of them made everyone in the hall breathless. Wang Mabai didn't look back, and the voice came lazily, "Wang Mabai." Wang Mabai? There was doubt in the old man's eyes. He had never heard the name before. Could it be a newly emerged powerhouse? My name is Jin Zhan. If I can come back from Nalanzong alive, how about we fight? The old man asked excitedly. If he hadn't considered what he was going to do later, he really wanted to fight Wang Mabai right now. No problem. Wang Mabai waved his hand and said. As he spoke, he walked up the stairs. When Jin Zhan came back, he would have left here long ago. Watching Wang Mabai and prisoner Taoist go upstairs, the old man stared at the waiter and said, "Bastard, don't bring the wine yet." The girl next to him muttered suspiciously, "This breath, a bit like the ancient demon god?" But immediately, she burst out laughing, feeling that she was thinking too much. How long has it been since the ancient demon god disappeared, and the ancient demon god she knew was indeed restricted too much and would not leave any descendants. At the same time, on the second floor of the inn, Xuanhuan said with interest, "It seems that the old and the young are going to trouble Nalanzong people in the arena involuntarily. As long as there are fights, there will be grievances." Xuanhuan was just feeling a little bit emotional about this, but he didn't want to interfere in this matter. He still has a task to complete. Soon Wang Mabai and the two pushed the door open and walked in. "The two of you came back just right. I plan to let you two go back to Haoyan Court and take care of Haoyan Court for me," Xuanhuan said with a smile. "Although no one in the outer universe can threaten Hao Tianting, the existence of Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Holy Emperor still makes him a little worried." Prison Taoist shook his head and said, "Originally we could return to the outer universe through the passage of the holy ruins, but now it is somewhat impossible. If we go back now, we can only go through the land of the ancient sacred. The time is more than 10 years to the last. Hundreds of years. Dozens of hundreds of years?" The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched violently. By then, all the dishes would be cold. You can't go back yet, you will accompany me to find someone. Wang Mabai interrupted at this moment. It made Xuanhuan's eyes widen olive. A sudden, as did Kong Xian and everyone else. What do you mean? Does the ancient demon god still have clansmen in the world? Wang Mabai is already ridiculously strong, and Xuanhuan's talent is also extremely terrifying. If you add an ancient demon god. What do you mean? You still have people wandering outside? Can he still wander from the outer universe to the inner starry universe? Xuanhuan had a puzzled look on his face. The ancient sage's land was extremely dangerous. Even prisoner Taoist had said that without the cultivation base of the later stage of the Holy Spirit, it is impossible to enter the ancient sage's land. Wang Mabai spread his hands and said, "This matter is not what you said. I just inquired outside just now and heard that someone in the southern wilderness had seen the traces of the ancient demon god. Maybe it has something to do with us. When I was very young, my father, your grandfather, once said that our ancient demon god did not come from the Xianxian universe, but from a higher interface. Where is the center of chaos? After the chaos was shattered and the law of heaven was newly established, the rules were changed. Our ancient demon gods could not tolerate the law of heaven, and ended up living in the mysterious universe." Xuanhuan opened his mouth unconsciously. "Nima. I just found my father, this is great, but I still want to find my ancestors?" Xuanhuan was seriously speechless. Seemingly seeing Xuanhuan's reluctance, Wang Mabai went on to say, "The ancient demon god is the supreme race. If you want to be stronger, you must obtain more pure blood power. It is said that the ancestor is the strongest existence in the southern wilderness. If we find him and inherit it, wouldn't it also become stronger?" When it comes to getting stronger, Wang Mabai has a look of fanaticism. Because he had a faint feeling that at his level, the ancient demon god might still become stronger. Now that he heard that the ancestors of the ancient demon god appeared, how could he not be happy? However, I heard that the southern wilderness is extremely dangerous. Even if a saint breaks in, he will be close to death. Ding. Trigger the main mission, go to the southern wilderness to find the mysterious people. Mission details: it is said that there is an ancient demon god in the southern wilderness. This person is related to the secret of the ancient demon god. If the host can find it, he will get a chance to awaken beyond the limit. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to be a strong man, a copy of a strong man, a chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to inherit the Tao. The system's notification tone sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan immediately in a dilemma. This reward is extremely generous, and maybe you can find a strong backer. Should you go or not? Prison Taoist also said, it is said that Nanhuang has teleportation circles to various outer universes. Seeing this, Xuanhuan sighed. The two of them definitely had an agreement. So how could he refuse? You didn't lie to me? Xuanhuan asked doubtfully. There is indeed such a legend. Kong Xian said. It is very likely that the ancient demon god's family migrated to the Xuanhu universe through the southern wilderness. Prison Taoist guessed. Wang Mabai stared at Xuanhuan excitedly. Okay, let's go. Xuanhuan waved his hand helplessly and said. Hurry up and go back early, and he will be able to relax after the Xuanhu universe is unified. Okay, let's say hello, let's go. Xuanhuan waved his hand and said. Xuanhuan has decided to save Monkey King. first, and then go to the southern wilderness. Gufwa forcibly took Monkey King away, which made him very angry. He would not just save Monkey King. Those who step on me will definitely die miserably. Your order. Yang Jian and others replied excitedly. Everyone had no objections, so all the saints escorted Xuanhuan down the stairs. Yang Jian, Taoist Master Tai, Kong Xian, Lei Zhenzi, Li Yuanba, Wang Mabai. Prisoner Taoist, Nuwa Empress 7 Saints, and 1 Dou Yuan Supreme Saint. How powerful these people are when they walk together, it makes the people on the first floor, everyone is breathless. Jin Zhan and the girl turned their heads to see it, and their expressions changed simultaneously. I can't see through. The girl muttered to herself, and Jin Zhan looked even more solemn. Wang Mabai glanced at Jin Zhan, sneered, walked straight past without saying a word. Xuanhuan glanced at them lightly, nodded slightly to the girl who was looking at him, and left the inn with great strides. The girl was confused by Xuanhuan's nod, and she didn't know why Xuanhuan nodded at her. After they left, the whole inn suddenly exploded. Who are these people? Why is the momentum so huge? Who knows? Didn't you realize that all of them are protecting the young man? In the middle? The holy market was in turmoil before, and I heard that many saints died. Could it be that they came here because of this? Aren't you joking? Saints are immortal, how could they die? All of a sudden, everyone was whispering to each other, and there was a lot of discussion, and the news of the destruction of the holy ruins had spread. Through this discussion, which would definitely cause an uproar in the future, the saints of the holy market were destroyed, and the holy market that had stood for millions of years was destroyed. The Bailey Saint of Nalanzong only fled back to the fairy baby. Even the Buddhist monks in the ancient Buddhist world lost 2 statues. This matter is too big to hide. After leaving the inn, Xuanhuan and others immediately turned into rainbows and left, and disappeared in the starry universe in an instant. Under the guidance of Guanzhen, the crowd moved forward at full speed and went straight to the ancient Buddhist world. The saint's speed is so fast, but there is still no way to cross the entire Jiuchen immortal domain in one breath. Half an hour later, Xuanhuan's group traversed dozens of fairy realms, and finally came to the ancient Buddha world. In front of everyone, there is a star field shrouded in colorful rays of light, and this generation's aura is quite strong. A month of cultivation here is equivalent to a year in the Haotian court, or even longer. Your Majesty, do you need me to call the door? Guanzhen said cautiously. But he was interrupted by Xuanhuan before he finished speaking. That's so troublesome, Yuanba. Xuanhuan raised his hand and said. They were standing on the clouds at this moment, looking at the ancient Buddhist world from a distance, all with a look of contempt. The ancient Buddhist world is the same as the holy market, in fact they are very close, so they really have nothing to fear. Seeing this, Li Yuanba grinned grimly, took out the newly obtained double hammers, straightened his body, and suddenly rose hundreds of thousands of feet high. The red double hammers in his hand swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they became huge by millions of feet. Immediately, with an aura of destroying heaven and earth, he smashed towards the colorful glow. Boom! The gigantic double hammers of 1,000,000 feet smashed hard on the colorful glow, and the entire space collapsed instantly, creating countless dark cracks around it, and a huge vortex was formed amidst the crazy surge of spiritual energy. Incomparably brutal. Guanzhen closed his eyes slowly, and said in his heart, "It's over, I hope." The brothers inside will not stop me. When Sun Wukong was caught, he felt terrified. I think something will happen. Although their ancient Buddhist world also sent people to the Xuanhu universe to spread the Dharma, but because of some conflicts with the holy ruins, the Dharma could not develop in the Xuanhu universe at all. And also get ostracized. Because all the living beings in the Xianxian universe reject the Buddha Dharma, so is there a Holy Spirit who can cultivate to the state of manifesting the holy? Everyone immediately got into the colorful vortex. After taking a breath, Xuanhuan felt his eyes light up. When he opened his eyes for the first time, what he saw was a dark world, forming a world of his own. In front of everyone, there is an unknown continent suspended, surrounded by golden light, with undulating mountains, and palaces of different sizes are located in it. Even if they are far apart, they can still feel the breath of Buddha. No, someone broke into the boundary. There are enemies. Who has such courage? Hurry up, tell the saint to come. At this time, following the entry of Xuanhuan and others, Taoist figures flew out of those palaces one after another. All of them were monks, and in addition to the human monks, there were also big monsters with transformed forms, and other holy spirits of various races. Dense crowds covered the sky and covered the earth, gathering towards the place where Xuanhuan and others were. At the same time, the powerful Xingwei suddenly came over the mainland. Where is the strong man breaking into my ancient Buddha world? An extremely majestic and angry voice suddenly sounded, and Li Yuanba smashed the space barrier of the ancient Buddhist world with a hammer, which obviously came from bad sources. But this Buddhist cultivator is still very smooth in doing things. He was not so angry that he yelled, but was polite in his anger. If these people existed like Yuchi's family, they wouldn't dare to fight at all, so this sentence that doesn't hurt or itchy is obviously asking for directions. I am Emperor Haoyan, you have captured my subordinate, Sun Wukong, let him out now, otherwise I will destroy your ancient Buddhist world. Xuanhuan yelled angrily, with enough mana. Although his voice was not as loud as that of a saint, it could still be heard by everyone in the ancient Buddhist world. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the mainland. In the depths of one of the palaces, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in a circle, surrounded by oil lamps. He was the only one in the whole hall, looking extremely lonely. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice came out, Monkey King suddenly opened his eyes and became excited. Your Majesty, it is your Majesty who came to save me. Sun Wukong burst into tears. There was a touch of emotion on the monkey's face. From the moment he was caught in the outer universe, his heart was icy cold. He thought he would never go back in this life, but he never imagined how long it had passed. Xuanhuan will come to him. It's not good, Your Majesty, please run away. Are the strong men here too terrifying? When Sun Wukong thought of the saints in the ancient Buddhist world, he immediately became worried. He tried to stand up, but couldn't. Invisibly, something seemed to be suppressing him. Your Majesty has gone through untold hardships and traveled through countless universes to come to the ancient Buddha world to save him. How can he wait here honestly? Sun Wukong's eyes were bloodshot, and the endless coercion outside the palace made him feel as if he was being pointed and received, but he was not afraid. However, just as Sun Wukong was trying to break free from the shackles, all the saints in the ancient Buddhist world were dispatched. There are as many as 4 saints, plus the fallen Guangfa and Guangzhen, who was captured alive. It is equivalent to 6 saints. The four bald monks sat cross-legged on the golden lotus pedestal, looking sacred and majestic. At this moment, they all frowned at Xuanhuan and his party. Apart from Tai Daoist, who couldn't see through his cultivation, and the extremely weak Xuanhuan, there were 7 saints. Especially Yang Jian's aura made the 4 of them feel like they were looking up at the mountains. Besides, Wang Mabai, prisoner Daoist, and Empress Niwa all had incomparably domineering auras. Let them have a feeling of fright. Emperor Haoyan? Which faction are you from? An ancient Buddha with golden light all over his body frowned and asked. His eyes fell on Guangzhen, and there was a murderous killing intent in his eyes. How could Guangzhen get involved with them? Did he betray? Don't talk nonsense, hand it over to my subordinates, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, a bald donkey. Xuanhuan said with a blank face. On the left and right of him stood Yang Jian and Wang Mabai, their aura bursting out. Daoist Tai stood at the back of the team like a transparent person, smiling and not saying a word. Facing Xuanhuan, who had a strong aura, the 4 saints were both shocked and angry. Senior brother Guangfa has fallen, hurry up and hand over that Buddha cultivator. With our strength, we can't afford to offend them at all. Guangzhen spoke hastily. In his heart, Xuanhuan and the others are full-fledged demons, and they are no match for them. The faces of the 4 ancient Buddha saints froze for a moment. The opponent now has 7 saints, and they really can't take advantage of the number of saints. They are really hard to resist. But people have knocked on the door and snatched away people like this. Where will they put the face of the ancient Buddha? Otherwise, Buddha Xiao, who was glowing all over his body, was about to say something just now, but his original intention was to sit down with Xuanhuan and have a good discussion, so as to save them some face. But before he could finish his words, a gust of wind blew up, and it was Yang Jian who moved. I saw him holding the primal chaos purple gold saber aloft, and at the same time setting off a gale, he slashed down at a speed that none of the 4 saints could react to. Boom! The golden light ancient Buddha's body was chopped off directly, without flesh and blood, but with gold stars splashing all over the sky, and his golden fairy baby was also spared, looking at Yang Jian in horror. The other 3 ancient Buddhas backed away in fright, while the Buddhist monks behind and further away were dumbfounded. The holy Buddha was smashed with one move? My God! Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? Emperor Haoyan? There doesn't seem to be such a number 1 person in our inner universe? These 3 eyes? Could it be the one who tortured and killed the saint in the Holy Land? This is bad. Are we going to become the second holy market in the ancient Buddhist world? All of a sudden, all Buddhist cultivators became extremely panicked. Yang Jian alone is so powerful, so how can those people behind him be any better? Hand it over, we'll hand it over right away. The golden nascent soul ancient Buddha screamed in shock. He was completely scared when only the nascent soul was left. He also has the perfect cultivation of the saint realm, but he is so vulnerable in front of Yang Jian. Could it be that Yang Jian is an existence beyond the saint? Thinking of this, the golden nascent soul ancient Buddha hurriedly teleported to bring Sun Wukong out in person. The other 3 Buddha cultivators looked at Yang Jian with sweaty faces, trembling. Xuanhuan smiled and said, sure enough, they are a bunch of bald donkeys. You need to suffer to realize how small you are. Everyone laughed, since the holy ruins were flattened, everyone in Haoyan Court looked down on such forces as the holy ruins. Humph, this is such a disappointment, a bunch of cowards. I still want to have a big fight. Li Yuanba snorted secretly. But Guangzhen trembled in fright. Kong Xuanzi turned around and scolded. Humph, if you have a good one, you can kill it in a day. Your Majesty is here. How can you be presumptuous? As soon as this remark came out, everyone burst into laughter. Li Yuanba didn't think he was disobedient, scratched his head self-consciously, and smirked. Seeing this, Kong Xian could only shake his head and smile wryly. Su Haoyan gave Li Yuanba a thumbs up, which made Li Yuanba very happy. Soon, the golden Yuanying brought Sun Wukong to Su Haoyan. He put Sun Wukong down respectfully, and said to Su Haoyan, "This person was not captured by our ancient Buddhist world at all." Guangfa himself fell in love with his talent, so he was captured. Now that Guangfa is dead, he will return it to you. Our grievances are over. Sun Wukong was unscathed, Guangfa had fallen, and he paid the price of the destruction of his body. It stands to reason that they should suffer from the ancient Buddhist world. But facing the extremely powerful Yang Jian, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. Great sage, what's the matter? I didn't expect there to be Erlang God Yang Jian, save your day. Yang Jian said jokingly. It made Sun Wukong quite embarrassed. However, after being cleansed by Buddhism, the once tyrannical Monkey King is no longer what it used to be. He quickly calmed down, knelt down on the ground with a plop, and bowed deeply to Su Haoyan. Thank you for your Majesty's rescue, and thank you Erlang God for your help. The old grandson is speechless, and will swear allegiance to His Majesty in the future. Seeing this, Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Monkey King to change his temper, so low-browed and pleasing to the eye. So much so that his sarcasm was blocked back, which made him a little depressed, but his face had returned to normal. Wukong, get back down quickly. You are my subordinate, a courtier of the Haotian court. At this time, not only you, but anyone else, I will also rescue you. So you don't have to take it to heart. Seeing this, Monkey King smiled sassily. Although Su Haoyan said it easily, he couldn't let it go, and secretly swore that he would be loyal to Su Haoyan to the death. Thank you for saving your life today. Wukong, tell me how to deal with the ancient Buddhist world. Su Haoyan said to Monkey King. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong asked hesitantly, Your Majesty is lucky to be able to rescue me. What else can I do? He didn't know what happened before. He thought that Su Haoyan took out a huge bargaining chip in exchange for his freedom, and he didn't know the shock of Yang Jian's knife before. So I feel that there is no need to anger the ancient Buddhist world so much now. Humph, you stinky monkey, where did your previous arrogance go? You are not convinced, and you are angry. I will smash the ancient Buddha world for you. Where is there so much nonsense? Yang Jian said indifferently. A powerful force that makes the mysterious universe tremble is as easy as crushing an ant in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Monkey King quickly looked at Su Haoyan. It seemed that he wanted to see something from Su Haoyan's face. Yang Jian is talking about my confidence. If you want to vent your anger, I will definitely satisfy you. Su Haoyan's words once again confirmed Yang Jian's rhetoric, which made Sun Wukong's breathing suddenly quicken. But the four ancient Buddhas over there were trembling with fright, their faces were pale, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. You The golden nascent soul ancient Buddha was so angry that his whole body trembled, and the golden light on the cover became scattered. The dignified ancient Buddhist world has been reduced to such a miserable state. Sun Wukong's mind was roaring at this time. He stared at Yang Jian, Li Yuanba, Kong Xian, Wang Mabai, Prison Taoist, Nuwa Empress, Lei Zhenzi, and Tai Daoist with wide eyes in disbelief, feeling horrified in his heart. The breaths of these people around Xuanhuan were so deep that he couldn't see through any of them. Could it be? He seemed to have guessed something instantly, and looked at Xuanhuan with infinite awe. These people are saints. Empress Nuwa, he knew this. He knew Kong Xian even more. As for Li Yuanba, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian, they were all strong men he had dealt with in his previous life. He even had a fight with Yang Jian when he was causing trouble in the heavenly palace. Adding all these people together, it's no wonder that Xuanhuan dared to say words that destroyed the ancient Buddhist world. How powerful is Huayan court now? He didn't dare to think about it anymore, took a deep breath and said, "We are both of the Buddhist lineage, let's forget it this time, and they didn't make things difficult for me, so there is no need to kill them all." As soon as Sun Wukong's words came out, the ancient Buddhist saints breathed a sigh of relief. They had a feeling of surviving a catastrophe, and they all had a feeling of gratitude to Sun Wukong. Instead, they hated Guangfa in their hearts. "You're really blind, you dare to offend such a force, there's no redemption for death." Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded with a smile and said, "Get out of here." Everyone smiled and there was no disagreement. With a wave of Kong Xian's hand, the seven-colored glow carried everyone away from the ancient Buddhist world. Only Guangzhen was left in place. In the ancient Buddhist world, it was extremely quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. The golden nascent soul ancient Buddha looked at Guangzhen and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, who are they?" Ding. Complete the side mission, Rescue Monkey King. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to copy the strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of the strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, but this little reward was out of his sight. He looked at Sun Wukong and asked, "Do you know that Guangfa caught Xuanming's resentful fetus in the outer universe? Why didn't he find it in the ancient Buddhist world?" At that time, just when Xuanhuan was about to destroy Xuanming's resentful fetus, he was rescued by someone suspected of being an ancient Buddha, so the task of finding the ancient Buddha was triggered. But Daoist Tai searched the ancient Buddhist world just now, but found nothing. This matter is really weird. Well, he did capture Xuanming's resentment, but he was snatched away by a more powerful existence on the way back to the ancient Buddha world. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled wryly. "This matter is also funny to say. This Guangfa Buddhist cultivator actually fetched water from a bamboo basket. In vain. A more powerful existence?" Xuanhuan frowned and thought. He immediately realized that the thousands of bloodlines of Xuanming's resentful fetus must have aroused the prying eyes of many people. But within a period of time, Xuanming's resentment was not enough of a threat to him. Even if Xuanming's resentful fetus devouring supernatural power is strong, there is no system superior to it. The opponent didn't even show his real body, so he easily snatched Xuanming's resentful fetus away. Guangfa thought it was a shame for him, so he didn't say a word when he went back. Sun Wukong said, "At the same time, I also feel that there are too many capable people in the inner starry universe." Interesting. Su Haoyan said with a smile. He always felt that Xian Ming's resentment would seek revenge on him in the future, but he didn't care. Next, shall we go directly to Nanhuang? If we go, we have to turn around now. Because Nanhuang is on the other side of Jiuchen immortal territory. Kong Xian asked. Su Haoyan nodded without hesitation. He is not in a hurry to rush to the southern wilderness now. The southern wilderness is extremely dangerous, and he has to wait for the system to be upgraded successfully. He still has many rewards and used. Both Kong Xian and Empress Nuwa can awaken beyond the limit. So can Sun Wukong. Just like that, a group of people turned around and rushed towards Jiuchen immortal territory. At the same time, news about the destruction of the saint ruins and the destruction of many saints suddenly broke out in many fairylands. This news quickly spread to other fairylands at a speed beyond the storm. Impossible? Is the holy ruins a first-class force in the inner universe? Emperor Haoyan? This name is somewhat familiar, and I have often heard it in recent days. The holy ruins have been destroyed. Could it be that Qin Shaoyun, one of the 9 sacred patriarchs, can't make up for it? I heard that the ancient Buddhist world was forcibly broken into by Emperor Haoyan, and the holy Buddha was hacked and exploded by Yang Jian, leaving only nascent soul to escape. It's Emperor Haoyan again. Who the hell is he? For a while, many fairylands were discussing this matter, so that in a short period of time, Emperor Haoyan's name quickly spread to more than 100 fairylands. Jiuchen immortal territory, inside a rather grand inn. Ding. The system upgrade was successful. Ding. A new function has been opened, the function of inheritance of Taoism. Also called the inheritance of the Tao. Once the host obtains the inheritance of the Tao, it can immediately inherit a supernatural power of the Tao. This supernatural power of the Tao can be directly passed on to the host, or it can be bestowed on the strong. Ding. Open a new function, System Favor. Once the host gets the opportunity of System Favor, he can choose any product he likes in the Lucky Mall without paying the price of fame. Ding. The function of entering the dojo of strong men has been expanded. The host can lead strong men whose cultivation level is lower than his own to enter the dojo. The upper limit is 3 each time. Ding. Since the host's control over the other side's world is speeding up, the time for future superlimit awakenings, or the peak of diehard loyalty, etc., will be shortened by half. Su Haoyan, who was meditating in the inn, was shocked by the sudden system notification and quickly ended his practice. Inheritance of Taoism. System Favor. Needless to say, the second function, the things in the Lucky Mall, are updated every day, making you salivate. So this function is no less than a designated summoning opportunity. Some rare treasures can make the strength of the strong go beyond the limit. Powerful skills, magic weapons, chaotic spiritual treasures. When Su Haoyan thought of this, he immediately became excited. Inheritance of Taoism. What kind of Taoism is it? Is it a practice or a supernatural power? Su Haoyan quickly asked in his heart. Sure enough, once the system is upgraded, it will always bring you a huge surprise. The so-called Taoism is the original power that surpasses the way of heaven. After the creation of the world and the opening of chaos, all Taoism gradually retreats. After the new Tao of heaven is established, anyone who has reached the realm of a saint, if he wants to go further, must comprehend the original Tao law between heaven and earth. And as the host becomes the master of the mysterious universe, after stepping Into the central universe, the system also opens up new functions, inspiring to help the host conquer the central universe. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan excited instantly. A Taoism that even saints would pursue? The central universe mentioned by the system should be the current inner universe. Okay, let's take advantage of the east wind and start summoning. Xuanhuan ordered immediately. He now has 2 chances to summon the strong. And 1 chance to be designated to summon, which is enough to spend money like dirt. In addition, the opportunity to awaken beyond the limit has been accumulated. Twice, 7 times for the strong peak, 1 time for the diehard peak, 3 chances to enter the dojo, and various other rewards. Up. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan was free and had nothing to do, and called out the lucky mall. Li Yuanba and Monkey King sat cross-legged in front of him, practicing quietly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Daoist Yuding. From Fengshenyeni, do you want to summon again? Hey. It's this old way again. How to say, I have to give Yang Jian a thin face, well, it's up to him, and restore the memory of the previous life. Call out the attribute list of Jade Cauldron. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Now he won't be fussy about a summon. Jade Cauldron Real Man, from the Romance of the Gods. Status, one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun. Lucky level, entering the Holy Realm, Dzogchen. Cultivation method, Zhou Tian Xiangong. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of Earth Fiend. 36. Changes in Tiangang. Faxiang Xiandi. Magic weapon, Yukuan Fan. Tong Tian Ding. Loyalty, 90/100. Great consummation in the Holy Realm. Okay. After all, they are only the 12 immortals of Kunlun. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened because he saw an incredible thing. 8564327896665. 1,100,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. More than 800 billion reputation points. He squandered it all before entering the holy ruins. Why? He suddenly thought of a possibility, and instantly felt the blood boil all over his body, and he became excited immediately. It must be the result of the battle of the holy ruins. Now this battle must have been famous in the outer universe, and at the same time, it should have spread in the inner universe. Seeing that the number of fame is still rising, Xuanhuan is not usually happy. Oh, hey, let's call. Xuanhuan then ordered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Weaver Girl. From ancient myths and legends, will the host summon again? Vega? Nima? Am I short of clothes? Resummon. Xuanhuan made a quick decision. He doesn't like Xinu very much, this woman is too unwilling to be lonely. It doesn't make much sense to call. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Jinwu. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Hardware Wu? Dijun's son? What's the matter? Dijun had just surrendered, so his mentality must be unstable. Wouldn't it be more troublesome to recruit his son? Resummon. Xuanhuan is a little irritable. Today should be good. Why is it so hard? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Qiongqi, from ancient myths and legends. Strange? Xuanhuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qiongqi is a beast, he is not an ordinary beast. What's more, he has already recruited Wu Wu, and Qiongqi has already recruited 2 of the 4 evil spirits. If you wake up beyond the limit. I can't. Imagine it. Although Xianmi resentment is delicious, so is Qiongqi. If 2 fierce beasts collide together, what kind of collision will happen? For a while, Xuanhuan faintly looked forward to it. Immediately, the system called up a list of Qiongqi attributes. Qiongqi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 4 murderers. Lucky level, late stage of Saint Realm. Supernatural powers, devour heaven and earth. In a class of its own. Loyalty, 99/100. In the late stage of the Holy Realm, hey, you can be a pet. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation level is that of Daluo Luanxian, he is surrounded by saints, and suppressing Qiongqi is not a trivial matter. And Qiongqi doesn't necessarily rebel, it has almost full loyalty. After the system is upgraded, can you specify to summon a saint? Xuanhuan asked expectantly. It's a pity that the system poured a basin of cold water on him again. No. Although a little depressed, he also thought clearly. If the sage in the prehistoric period is summoned, it will have no effect on himself at all, but if he awakens beyond the limit, it will be different. System, designate me to summon the ancestor witch of the wind at its peak. Tianwu. With 8 human faces and a tiger body and 10 tails, it is the ancestor witch of the wind. This is the wind attribute ancestor witch in the 12 ancestor witches. Aside from Hutu, Dijiang, and Zhujian, the ancestral witch of the wind is definitely a strong one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Tianwu, which comes from ancient myths and legends. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan called up Tianwu's attribute list. Tianwu, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ancestral witch of the wind of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, the real body of the ancestral witch. The hurricane is all over the sky. Loyalty, 71/100. I go. It is really an unexpected surprise that Tianwu actually has the cultivation base of the great perfection of the Holy Realm. After the summoning is over, who should I give the transcendent awakening to? Xuanhuan began to think. Kongxian's aptitude was no less than that of Daoist Tai, and even stronger, and Liu and Ba was here again. If these 2 brothers were plotting to empty themselves, they would be dead. Not to mention Empress Nuwa, her loyalty has not yet increased. As for the peak of loyalty, Xuanhuan learned from the system that even so, his loyalty will still drop after the overlimit awakening. He glanced at Monkey King sitting in front of him, thought for a while, and shook his head. Although this monkey is now enlightened by Buddhism, who can guarantee that the hostility in his bones is gone and that he has not hidden it? Let's wait and see. Bar. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan stood up, ready to go for a walk on the street. After coming to the inner universe for such a long time, he has yet to take a look at the customs and customs here. Your Majesty, do you want to go out and play? Li Yuanba rubbed his hands and said with a grin. How do you know? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Seeing this, Li Yuanba and Monkey King laughed and became excited. Your Majesty, will you take us with you? Sun Wukong said with a smile. Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. However, Yang Jian also appeared in the room at this time. The 4 of them tacitly agreed and left the inn together. Although the others noticed that Xuanhuan and the others had left the inn, they did not bother Xuanhuan and the others because Yang Jian was protecting Xuanhuan. and Wang Mabai didn't know where he went. Now Xuanhuan and his group are in a certain city in a super-large world. Therefore, the creatures in the city are not as powerful as they encountered in the starry sky, and they are generally under the Dou Yu realm. However, the streets are quite lively, and most of the creatures that come and go are human faces. But there are still a few creatures with beast heads and human bodies mixed in. So Sun Wukong's thunderous face did not cause panic. They walked slowly along a street, sometimes eating some delicious food, sometimes watching the excitement. Along the way, what they heard the most was the deeds of Emperor Haoyan, leading his subordinates to destroy the Saint ruins and destroy Qin Shaoyun. Among them, the name of Erlang god Yang Jian appeared the most. These guys have no eyes. I killed 2 saints anyway. Why is no one mentioning me? Li Yuanba muttered depressingly. Yang Jian put his arms around Li Yuanba and said in a shy voice, I can't help it, who will make me stronger than you? Seeing this, Xuanhuan secretly called up his attribute list and found that his fame value was infinitely close to more than 890 billion, which is really beautiful. At this speed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to exchange a chaos spirit treasure for both Li Yuanba and Lei Zhenzi. Hey, have you heard? The Sun family of Juquanzong is going to hold a contest to recruit relatives. Really? The Ninchan sect has ruled the Ninchan immortal territory for hundreds of millions of years, and there hasn't been a single saint yet. Is it unreasonable? I think the ancestor son of Juquanzong is afraid to recruit talents, and they still have a chance to become a saint. It is said that the young lady of the Sun family is as beautiful as a flower, and can be called a beauty that is rare in millions of years. I don't know if it is true. At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly noticed that the people around him began to rush forward, and finally stood on a huge plaque hanging on the city wall, pointing and discussing. This plaque is shining brightly, and the words on it are constantly changing, all of which are the most popular news at the moment. Among them, Emperor Haoyan's name ranked first, far ahead. And the second place is Juquanzong, the Sun family's martial arts contest, to recruit relatives. Hey, Your Majesty, why don't you try it? They say that Miss Sun is as beautiful as a flower. It's time for you to add a concubine to our subjects. At this time, Li Yuanba's big eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together and saying, let Xuanhuan sweat profusely. Go away, I still want to go to the southern wilderness, that's so leisurely. Xuanhuan kicked Li Yuanba's ass with one kick, making Li Yuanba laugh. At this time, Sun Wukong scratched his ears and said, Your Majesty, hey. Xiaozi is right. Everyone has a love for beauty, let alone you are the emperor. I think of the female monkey who wanted to sleep with me when my grandson was in Huagua Mountain. There are too many to count. What gibberish. Xuanhuan almost pulled Monkey King's monkey hair off. This coquettish monkey, how can he still have the majesty of fighting against Buddha? Let's go to the fairy mountain where Juquanzong is located. It is said that the martial arts competition and recruiting relatives have already started. Pull it down, just you de luo Tianxian? Still going to watch the fun? You have to know that it will take you several years to reach the fairy mountain with your cultivation base. By then, everything will be cold. It's a pity that one beauty will be cheaper than others. Is there any way who made our Jiochan immortal territory have no geniuses for hundreds of thousands of years? Listening to the discussions around them, Li Yuanba and Monkey King stomped their feet in excitement. Even Yang Jian, who had been silent behind him, was a little moved. "How about we go for a stroll?" Yang Jian said. It made the two of them even more impatient. Immediately, Li Yuanba put his hand on Su Haoyan's shoulder. Yang Jian took Monkey King with him, and the four disappeared out of thin air. Their departure was silent and did not cause any fluctuations at all. After a while, Su Haoyan opened his eyes and found that he had come to the bright starry sky. At this moment, there were countless flying instruments and spaceships coming and going in all directions. Moreover, the goals of these figures are surprisingly consistent. They are all rushing towards a majestic fairy mountain in front of them. This fairy mountain stands on a huge island, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. There are 4 smaller peaks on it, and the aura rushes towards them, making the eyes of the 4 people shine. "Hey, let's go, this must be the location of Jukenzong," Li Yuanba said shrilly. Su Haoyan was speechless for a while. This black boy is really a master who fears the world will not be chaotic. "Let's go, since we're here, let's take a look." Just like that, Su Haoyan was half pushed and half pushed by the 3 subordinates, like a little daughter-in-law, and flew towards Jukenzong. There was an endless stream of living beings coming and going, including Da Luo Luanxian, becoming a saint, and even manifesting a saint. Like locusts, they flocked to the fairy mountain where Jukenzong was located. The closer they were to the Jukenzong Immortal Mountain, the more Su Haoyan and others could hear the roar and explosion from the mountain. It was obvious that a grand contest to recruit relatives was in progress. Soon, the 4 of Su Haoyan entered the Jukenzong Immortal Mountain. Because of today's special day, the disciples of the Jukenzong did not check too much on the disciples who entered the mountain, but only checked with their spiritual sense. Along the spacious mountain road, the 4 of Su Haoyan walked towards the back mountain. TSK, I didn't expect that the Jukenzong who controls the Jiuchen star field is just a half-sage. Yang Jian sighed. They had met a saint in an ordinary fairy mountain before, and it could be seen that Jukenzong was just a paper tiger. It's just an empty shell. If the half-saint of Jukenzong knew that there were many saints in his fairyland, he would definitely be scared to pee. At this moment, behind the Jiuchen Zhongshan mountain, there is a flat-topped mountain surrounded by undulating peaks. This flat-topped mountain seems to have been deliberately flattened. There is a palace loft on it, and there is a huge square in front of the loft, which is now covered by a layer of translucent cyan mask, and there are 2 figures fighting in a crisscross pattern inside. Their speed is extremely fast, and it is obvious that their cultivation is extraordinary. When the 4 of Su Haoyan came to the scene, what they saw was such a scene. At this time, the 4 of Su Haoyan stood on a mountain top, looking around. The mountains and plains were full of creatures, densely packed, crowded with people, and it seemed extremely lively. On the tall attic in the center, the senior officials of Jukenzong and the elders of the Sun family are located here. The supreme elder of Jukenzong, Sun Wujiu, is supreme. He looked at the venue of the competition with a majestic expression. Sun Wuji is the supreme elder of Jukenzong, the patriarch of the Sun family, and the great-grandfather of Sun Jinhua, the current helm of the Sun family. And beside him sat a masked woman in white. Her beautiful hair was draped behind her head, the white clothes on her body fluttered with the wind, her skin was as white as snow, and under her long eyelashes, there seemed to be a sense of resentment and helplessness. Even though she was wearing a veil, she still moved all the young men's hearts. That's right. Before long live, you already have a Dou Yu realm cultivation base. There's really nothing to say about your aptitude. Sun Wuji, beside the woman in white, said with a smile on his face. Sun Wuji's cultivation base is the highest existence in the entire Jukanzong, and he is only one step away from entering the realm of saints. But this step has blocked him for 50 million years. More than 10 years ago, his great-grandson gave birth to a daughter. This daughter was the best choice in terms of aptitude and appearance, and was immediately regarded by Sun Wuji. Caring like a pearl in the palm of your hand. Now that his granddaughter has grown up, he wants to take this opportunity to find a peerless Tianjiao to be his grandson-in-law, and a Tianjiao who has the potential to become a saint. Ze, how do you feel? Sun Wuji looked at the woman in white beside him lovingly and asked. Sun Zi's face was indifferent, her big beautiful eyes flickering. And a soul-stirring voice opened, not good. After finishing speaking, Sun Zi sighed, embarrassing Sun Wuji who was sitting next to him. He still values his great-granddaughter very much. However, if a sect and aristocratic family want to develop, they must recruit talents widely, and women are the link for recruiting talents. At this time, a middle-aged man next to the woman in white said in a timely manner, Z is too demanding. If I were Z, I would definitely choose Zhao Zhenan. Sun Zi rolled his eyes and said, that guy is too stinky, and he can't get into my eyes. At the same time, the four of Xuanhuan standing on the top of the hill were also looking at Sun Zi. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Do you want to think about it? If you don't say anything else, she definitely meets the standards of a holy concubine in terms of beauty. Li Yuanba said with a playful smile. Xuanhuan nodded and said, well, it's really beautiful, but I'm not interested, just watch the excitement. When he chooses the concubine, appearance is only one of them. Soon, the victory and defeat in the field were divided, but immediately someone jumped into the ring again. Only after hearing the discussion around him did Xuanhuan know that there are still rules in choosing a son-in-law. One must be under 10,000 years old. Sun Wuji has a semi-holy cultivation base, and to judge the bone age of a monk, he only needs to scan his mind. Therefore, it is obviously impossible to fool around on this. At this moment, all the monks fighting on stage are Deluo Luanxian. Deluo Luanxian, who is below 10,000 years old, is not well known in the inner universe, but if placed in the outer universe, he will definitely dominate. About half an hour later, a young man who entered the holy realm stepped onto the ring. Hey, isn't that Li Yu? A peerless genius from the Qinling immortal realm. I heard that he is only over 9,000 years old. Hee, I really didn't expect Li Yu to have such a taste and come to join in the fun. By the way, Li Yu should have the possibility of becoming a saint, right? Sacredness? Sun Wuji, the first genius in Jiuquan immortal territory, is still half sacred. The creatures talked a lot, and they all had a lot of hope for Li Yu who had just come to power. He was fighting against a great Luo Luanxian Dzogchen master, but after much deliberation, he decided to admit defeat with an ugly face. How is this person? Sun Wuji asked. Not bad. Sun Zi said lightly with her white teeth. Li Yu scanned the scene and said with a smile, who else is not convinced? How about coming down and fighting? It's a pity that no one answered, and the scene became silent for a while. Seeing this, Li Yu's face suddenly became frantic, and he turned around and was about to cup his fists at Sun Zi and speak. But, at this moment, Suddenly there was a sky-shattering roar from the sky, and at the same time a huge breath came suddenly. It caused everyone to turn their heads to look. I saw that 3 white wolves came pulling a cart, and the whole body of the carriage was made of beautiful jade, which looked extremely noble and gorgeous. Who dares to rob this woman with me, Xuanhuan? Suddenly there was a loud shout in the carriage. With a long laugh, the 3 white wolves suddenly approached pulling the cart. Seeing this, Li Yu's handsome face instantly became extremely ugly. Xuanhuan from the demon tiger sect. My God! Why is he here? The devil tiger sect is on the same level as the Xingshu sect and the Nalan sect. It is said that Xuanhuan is unparalleled in talent and has reached the late stage of the holy realm, but it is a pity that he is already over 10,000 years old. Hee, this son is famous for having a lot of wives and concubines. It's best to have sex in the house. If Sun Zi becomes her life will be over. Devil Tiger Sect. Xuanhuan has heard of this sect before. Nalanzong, Xingshu, and Demon Tiger Sect are 3 big powers adjacent to each other, and when the holy market ended last time, among the later saints was the saint of Demon Tiger Sect. Coincidentally, the first person Yang Jian hacked and exploded was the saint of this sect. Isn't this guy too good at pretending? Li Yuanba snorted. Xuanhuan had already attracted everyone's attention before he appeared on the stage. At this time, the curtain behind the speeding car moved, and a figure flew out of it. It was Xuanhuan. He was wearing a purple brocade robe, with a blue dagger hanging from his waist, with his hands casually placed behind his back. He walked through the void, passed through the magic circle, and came to the field. Li Yu's face is gloomy. Under long live, he is not afraid of anyone. Because of his outstanding talent, he has been the focus of attention since he was a child. He is very confident. Within long live, he is the number 1. But once it exceeds long live, it is still very talented. Xuanhuan, who was on a par with him, instantly lost his confidence. Although Jukanzong is only a third-rate power, but because it is located in an important traffic route and its trade is developing rapidly, its wealth is comparable to that of the 3 surrounding powers. That's why he was selected by the higher authorities and came with a purpose. Beauty has already ranked second in his eyes. As for Xuanhuan, his purpose is very simple. He only covets Sun Zi's beauty. You don't just make up for it, go by yourself. Walking up to Li Yu, Xuanhuan squinted at Li Yu with his nostrils upturned and said in an orderly tone. As soon as the words fell, he set his eyes on Sun Zi. His eyes were full of greed and passion. Sun Wuji frowned. Xuanhuan was notorious, he felt extremely disdainful. But the Devil Tiger sect is an existence that their Jiuchen sect can't afford to mess with. Let him instantly be in a dilemma. Speaking of which, you are already over 10,000 years old, right? Li Yu said bravely. The plan was about to succeed, and he didn't want to give up halfway. Xuanhuan glanced at him and said with a sneer, you are looking for death. You have to know that if you don't retreat, your Qinling region will be mercilessly bloodbathed. As soon as these words came out, Li Yu's face changed drastically, and he looked at Xuanhuan angrily. But in the end, he admitted his cowardice and left. This scene suddenly made the surroundings boil. How is it? When will your majesty appear? Li Yuanba said with a dark smile. If your majesty plays, I will secretly kill that kid. Li Yuanba stared at Xuanhuan maliciously, with inexplicable excitement in his eyes. If he made a move, only Yang Jian would know the scene. Because there are only 2 saints here. Xuanhuan was speechless. Why should I make a move? I'm not interested in her. Having said that, the way he stared at Sun Zi betrayed his thoughts. Haha, old man, son, I'm taking the beauty away. There was no trace of respect in Tianyuli's words. Following his words, the 3 tigers standing in the void suddenly roared wildly. Shake the mountains. It's worth mentioning that those 3 white tigers were in the middle stage of the holy realm. The momentum is naturally not small. Sun Wuji's face was ugly, and he felt as if he was lifting a rock to shoot himself in the foot. If he had known this, he would not have engaged in this contest to recruit relatives, but can he still come if he regrets it? Although it was a good result to attach to the demon tiger sect, he was not a fool. Not only did Tianyuli's words lack a trace of respect, but he looked at Sun Zi with lustful eyes. If Sun Zi were married to Tianyuli, not only would their Jukanzong not be able to make a big splash, but they would harm their granddaughter instead. At that time, he can't imagine. Tianyuli, have you gone too far? Sun Wuji said in a deep voice. At the same time, he suddenly released his aura, but Tianyuli had even seen a saint, so how could he be afraid of a semi-sage? Why did it pass? You must know that my grandfather is a saint, and you, Jukanzong, should be honored to be able to climb up to me. Tianyuli's eyes were fixed on Sun Zi all the time, without concealing his purpose in his eyes. But Sun Zi was extremely calm, as if what was happening in front of her had nothing to do with her at all. Haha, isn't your Jukanzong grandson's family looking for a son-in-law who can become a saint? I am. Why are you trying to resist? Tianyuli smiled wildly. The unscrupulous and playful appearance made the surrounding creatures shake their heads. Being targeted by this thing, Jiuchenzong's immortal sect, is already very good. Those geniuses who were so enamored of Sun Zi shrank in the crowd at this time, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. For them, the demon tiger sect was a mountain they couldn't look up to, and they couldn't afford to mess with it. Relying on his grandfather being a saint, Tianyuli bullied the weak and robbed countless women. It is said that any woman who enters his hands will undoubtedly die within 3 years. Countless female cultivators fear him like a snake and a scorpion. How about it, old man's son, do you still have a choice? You should follow me today. Tianyuli laughed unscrupulously. Sun Wuji's heart was burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. In front of a saint, he is nothing like a half-saint. Although he loves his little granddaughter, but compared with Jukanzong, it becomes insignificant. Sun Zi sat there quietly, looking at everyone in the surroundings with a pair of big eyes. She is not a person who accepts fate, so she hopes that someone will come out. Now, even if he is ugly, she will admit it. As long as you don't let yourself marry Tianyuli. At critical moments, the family is also unreliable. Suddenly, her eyes swept over a mountain, and a group of people caught her attention. The head of the person looked extremely extraordinary, and seeing his face gave her a feeling of familiarity. The other 3 were a lay gongzui wearing cassock and a consumptive ghost. When her eyes fell on the last one, she immediately trembled. This is Erlang Xianqing Zhenjuan Yangjian? Could it be that this group of people is Emperor Haoyan? Sun Zi suddenly became excited for some reason. But she didn't say anything. but immersed her mind in the storage bracelet and rummaged through it. Sun Zi's guess is correct. This group of people is Xuanhuan and 4 people. However, at this time Xuanhuan was not in the mood to watch the excitement. The reason was that he had just received a message from Wang Mabai saying that his plan to return to Haoyan court by Ananhuang was cancelled. The reason is that a strange thing happened in the southern wilderness. Recently, the ancient demon race was revived and occupied the southern wilderness. At this moment, they are fighting with the ancestor of the ancient demon god. Wang Mabai said it when he met a creature who escaped from the southern wilderness when he was playing in Fengshi. Because of this incident, many saints who were undergoing trials in the southern wilderness escaped one after another. He asked, what should Xuanhuan do about this matter? Seeing this, Xuanhuan felt his ass hurt. How could someone mess up a good plan? Are they really going to detour to the land of the old sages and return to the heavenly court? However, just as he was about to go back home and gather everyone to find a way, a voice rang in his ears. Emperor Haoyan, how about we make a deal? Sun Zi said. She also has no choice. After searching just now, she finally knew the real origin of Xuanhuan and his group. Unlike other families, the proud daughter of the sect does nothing but attract attention. However, Sun Zi is in control of a secret intelligence agency, which even her great-grandfather didn't know about. It was her mother, a secret weapon left to her by a mysterious woman before she disappeared. I hope that at the critical moment, he can save his life. Unlike the guesses of the creatures in Jiochin Immortal Domain and dozens of surrounding domains, Sun Zi knows the true background of Xuanhuan and the others. After careful consideration, he secretly spoke out and contacted Xuanhuan. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan was shocked by another voice. Ding! Trigger a side mission, receive Sun Zi. Mission details, because Sun Zi controls the intelligence agencies of the entire inner and outer star universe. If the host holds it in his own hands, it will greatly promote the host's control of this world. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to call a super strong man, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a chance to copy a strong man. This woman is not simple. When Xuanhuan was muttering in his heart, he quickly asked, Miss Sun, what deal do you want to make with me? Your Majesty Emperor Haoyan, you have just destroyed the holy ruins and suppressed the ancient Buddha world, so you should be eager to return to the Xuanhu universe now, right? Sun Zi asked unhurriedly. So what? Xuanhuan remained calm. I hold a teleportation array directly leading to the mysterious universe in my hand. Although it is also located in the southern wilderness, it is not in the depths, and it is absolutely safe. Sun Zi's words made Xuanhuan narrow his eyes instantly. Just state your purpose. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly. Now that the system has issued a task, he can't just ignore it. My purpose is very simple. I hope Emperor Haoyan can take me away and become one of your concubines. Sun Zi's words made Xuanhuan stunned on the spot. Are he sure he heard right? Is this woman out of her mind? Can such a request to self-destruct the Great Wall be raised? You mean to be my woman? Yes, although this is a deal between us, I know the character of Emperor Haoyan very well. I am very pleased to be your woman. Therefore, you and I will not suffer from this deal. In addition, you can also get unexpected benefits. Sun Zi's words made Xuanhuan roll his eyes secretly, knowing the intelligence agencies in the entire starry universe. This gift is really unexpected. Okay, deal. Xuanhuan didn't twitch, he didn't take advantage of such a big advantage. After unknowingly reaching an agreement here, Tianwu has already strode towards the high platform above. Grandpa, you just watched your descendants being taken away by this beast? Sun Zi stood up, looked at the lofty Sun Wuji calmly, and said, Well, Zi, although Tianwu is a bit stubborn, but his aptitude is still good. It should be good for you. I think you should agree. Before Sun Wuji could speak, an elder of the Sun family licked his face and persuaded him. Regarding this, Sun Wuji lowered his head and did not say a word. Although he likes this granddaughter very much, in front of the family and Zhongmen's righteousness, he chose the latter. Humph, what kind of family righteousness and happiness for children? I think it's because you're afraid of death. Sun Zi kept looking at Sun Wuji with his head down, and the cold voice made Sun Wuji shiver. After struggling for a while, he still didn't make a sound. In that case, Emperor Haoyan, little girl, Sun Zi, declare here that I will be your woman, and I will have nothing to do with the Sun family or the Jukanzong from now on. As soon as Sun Zi said this, not only the people of Jukanzong on the high platform, but also the millions of creatures around them were instantly blown up. What, Emperor Haoyan? Is there something wrong with my ears? How can a mysterious powerhouse like Emperor Haoyan come here? Has Erlang Xianxing Zhenjuan Yangjian come? All of a sudden, all kinds of discussions came one after another, which shocked the senior officials of Jukanzong, and at the same time made Qian Yuli very angry. Beauty, aren't you kidding me? Emperor Haoyan, that bastard, he's here? If he really comes, I'll have to skin him. Qian Yuli is used to rampant within the range of the demon tiger sect. Although he was a little surprised at this moment, he did not stop. He didn't believe that Emperor Haoyan could have trouble with him. Hee, boy, you really dared to pluck the skin of my majesty? At this moment, a laughing voice suddenly sounded, resounding through the sky, attracting everyone's attention. I saw Love You, Xuanhuan was walking towards you on a mountain top. This girl is mine now. Xuanhuan smiled, with his hands behind his back, and strolled in the courtyard. His appearance was as chic as he wanted. Boy, you are Emperor Haoyan, are you fooling a ghost? Get out of here. Quickly, a little big Luo Luanqian dares to speak wild words, just say it if you want to die. When Qian Yuli saw Xuanhuan approaching in the void, he immediately laughed and said he didn't take Xuanhuan seriously. Humph, you brat, how dare you hinder my majesty from picking up girls, let's see if I don't smash you to death. As the sound of fury sounded, Li Yuanba came to Qian Yuli in an instant, and before Li Yuanba could make a move, Qian Yuli was instantly collapsed by the strong wind that Li Yuanba plucked, and then turned into flying ash. You're so cowardly, I haven't hit you yet. Seeing this, the scene was instantly silent. Everyone looked at Li Yuanba, who was standing in the field, and Xuanhuan, who was strolling in the court and was stunned. What's the situation? Is that Emperor Haoyan? Qian Yuli, who was in the late stage of the holy realm, was blown to pieces by the strong wind outside the body of the consumptive ghost. Do you want to be so scary? See, isn't the three-eyed man standing over there the same as Yongjian? My God, it really is Emperor Haoyan and his party. Everyone craned their necks with excitement and surprise on their faces. Emperor Haoyan, I agree to marry Zi to you, but you must protect our Jukanzong. At this time, Sun Wuji stood up and said with a majestic look. Roll. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he came to Sun Zi and hugged him into his arms. Sun Zi didn't care about Su Haoyan's words at all, because at that moment, just now, she had severed her family relationship with the Sun family. Jukanzong. Are you sure you won't regret it? Su Haoyan stroked Sun Zi's pretty cheek and asked gently. Why should I regret it? My mother said that my true son is a real hero in the world. Sun Zi's eyes blurred for a moment. To be honest, she really likes Su Haoyan now. Emperor Haoyan, are you a bit too domineering? At this time, an elder of Jukanzong couldn't help asking. It's just that as soon as his words fell, he was blasted by Li Yuanba's palm, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky and drifting away, making everyone on the high platform tremble. One palm exploded to show the great consummation of the holy realm. Could this person be a saint? When they thought that their Jukanzong had offended a power with a saint, everyone panicked instantly. Although you are unrighteous, I can't be unkind. Yang Jian, you take Sun Wuji and destroy the demon tiger sect. As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, everyone at the scene gasped. I'm afraid Emperor Haoyan is talking big, right? The demon tiger sect has several saints. Can it be said that it can be destroyed if it is destroyed? Just when everyone was extremely suspicious, Yang Jian grabbed the terrified Sun Wuji and left suddenly. Ze, can the intelligence agency in your hand help me investigate the distribution of all the forces in the inner star universe? At this time, Su Haoyan hugged Sun Zi and said through voice transmission. As soon as this remark came out, Sun Zi, who was originally extremely shy, widened his eyes instantly. A look of disbelief. Who is he? How can you know the real cards in your hand? In this world, except for the mother, even the dead father does not know. There was already a storm in Sun Zi's heart. For some reason, she felt stripped naked in front of Su Haoyan. How did you know? After a long time, Sun Zi stammered and asked. I can support a heaven with one hand and unify the mysterious universe. How easy it is. Su Haoyan's nonsense made Sun Zi stunned. Husband, don't worry, you have already plundered my heart, so I dare not disobey your orders. Sun Zi is a decisive person. Now that he has made a choice, he is not hesitating. In the blink of an eye, the world of a stick of incense has passed. While everyone was still discussing, Yang Jian returned to the scene with Sun Wuji, who looked terrified. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Did Yang Jian destroy the demon tiger sect? Impossible? A first-class force was wiped out so quickly? Everyone looked at Yang Jian and Sun Wuji, who was paralyzed on the ground, and talked a lot. Ding. Complete the side mission, subdue Sun Zi. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to reach the peak of the strong man, and a chance to copy the strong man. The system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan, who was hugging Sun Zi, very happy. When I went out for a walk this time, I not only solved the way to return to Heotianting as soon as possible, but also got an intelligence agency. And a beautiful woman. How lucky! Sun Wuji, I have already wiped out the Devil Tiger sect, and I have repaid your kindness for raising Z over the years. If you could have said a word for Z just now, I would not be so ruthless. Therefore, from now on, I will not protect Z. You, do it yourself. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he jumped into the air with Sun Zi in his arms and left Jiuchen Xianshan. Everyone below was stunned on the spot. The people of Juquanzong and Sun Wuji, who had been relieved, looked ashamed. A day later, several pieces of explosive news suddenly exploded in the inner star universe. The demon tiger sect that was rampant in Jiuchen immortal territory was exterminated by Erlang Xianxing, Xinjiu and Yangjian. When Yangjian arrived, the entire devil tiger sect was ordered to disband immediately, and if it was delayed, they would be killed immediately. And the four saints of devil tiger sect were blown away by Yangjian's time hammer. The demon tiger sect was destroyed immediately. It is said that Sun Wuji, the supreme elder of Juquanzong, was present at the time and witnessed this incident with his own eyes. In addition, the reason why Yangjian destroyed the devil tiger sect was because Emperor Haoyan became a beauty in anger and killed Qian Yuli. However, the beginning of this matter was the martial arts competition held by Sun Wuji of Juquanzong to recruit relatives. In the end, instead of recruiting talented people, the Sun family of Juquanzong lost their wives and lost their soldiers. Emperor Haoyan just wiped out the devil tiger sect, which is considered to be repaying the kindness of the Sun family for nurturing Sun Zi. As soon as this matter came out, it immediately caused a shock in the Jiuchen immortal domain and dozens of surrounding domains. However, the instigator of this matter, half a month later, sat on the dragon chair in Haotian court. Haotian immortal domain, Haotian immortal city. At this time, an official with a name of rank 6 or above stood respectfully in the main meeting hall, and all of them looked at Su Haotian, who was sitting at the head with fiery faces. After half a month of hard work, Su Haotian finally sneaked into the largest forbidden place in the central universe, Nanhuang, under the guidance of Sun Zi. After killing several Saint Realm powerhouses along the way, in a cave, he saw a teleportation array leading to various outer universes. However, at this time, Wang Mabai was taken away by the ancestors of the Gai demon god clan, who came for questioning. Ding. After completing the main task, going to the southern wilderness, you will get a chance to awaken beyond the limit. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to be a strong man, a copy of a strong man, and a loyal peak a chance. A chance to inherit the Tao. This was the system prompt sound in Su Haotian's mind when he disappeared in the teleportation array. Back in Haotian court, Empress Nuwa met with the 3 emperors and other strong men. Tianwu also met Di Jiang and other brothers. The scene was very lively. As soon as he returned to Haotian court, Su Haotian carried out a series of reforms in a drastic manner. Where is Yangjian? Su Haotian looked at the more than 10,000 courtiers of Haotian court below, and said with a smile, "The minister is here." Yangjian came out of the crowd and replied respectfully, "You go and destroy the withered demon lord and the Star Alliance for me." Su Haotian ordered. Immediately, Yangjian took the order and left. Immediately, Su Haotian promulgated several resolutions. Discuss with Liu Bowen and others. During the period, Yangjian returned with the head of the withered demon king, and everyone became excited when they saw this. 3 hours later, Su Haotian announced the end of the court meeting, but he kept Monkey King and Fushi behind. "Do you want to become stronger?" Su Haotian took the 2 of them back to the imperial garden of Haotian court and asked. The 2 became excited immediately when they heard it, and said quickly, "I am willing." Su Haotian smiled slightly, and said in his heart, "System, let Monkey King And Fuxi awakened beyond the limit. Immediately, the black hole that appeared above Su Haoyan's head sucked the two of them in. In the following time, Su Haoyan recruited Li Kuei, Guan Yu, and other strong men one after another, and Xingxiu and his party. He won a lot of rewards, and he was going to give them a lot of rewards. At the same time, he also wanted to marry a concubine. He was going to choose an auspicious day and canonize Sun Zi as his concubine. In fact, Sun Zi's role is too great. It's too scary that her intelligence agencies don't know. Basically all over the starry universe. Just like the information he is holding in his hand now, it is the division of various forces in the inner starry universe that Sun Zi collected in just 10 days. It pointed out the direction for Su Haoyan's upcoming march into the inner universe. On this day, Su Haoyan was playing with Shaoling Tian, with Linghu Xuanhuan and Sun Zi beside him. Ding! Sun Wukong's superlimit awakening is complete. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Su Haoyan slightly stunned, and quickly asked the system to call out his attribute list. Sun Wukong, from Identity, Patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha said, Namo Great Sage Relic King Buddha. Cultivation Method, Wanfa Golden Body Ju. Supernatural Powers, 72 Transformations of Earth Fiend. Magic Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Lucky Level, Dou Yuan Ji Xing Dzogchen Realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Do you want to be so scary? Su Haoyan. Standing up abruptly, he startled Linghu Xuanhuan and Sun Zi, who were accompanying him. Well, you two play first, I have to do something. Su Haoyan threw down the astonished second daughter and left in a hurry. He didn't expect Sun Wukong's aptitude to be so heaven-defying. Doesn't that mean that his master Bodhi Patriarch is even more terrifying? When thinking this way in my heart, the person has already appeared in the Imperial Garden. Ding! Fuxi's superlimit awakening is complete. At this time, the system notification sounded again, making Su Haoyan smile brighter. Call out Fuxi's attribute list. Su Haoyan opened his mouth and ordered. Fuxi, from Ancient Myths and Legends. Status, one of the 3 emperors, Human Emperor. Luck level, Dao Yuan to Mid-Sacred Realm. Cultivation technique, Shantian Changhua Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, Shantian Fortune Telling. Heaven's Luck. Shantian Gossip. Array. Magic Weapon, Phoenix Gene. Gossip Flag. Loyalty, 95/100. It's against the sky, it's really going against the sky. While Su Haoyan muttered to himself, he ordered the system to release the 2 of them. A flash of light flashed, and Fuxi and Sun Wukong appeared in the Imperial Garden almost at the same time. Boom! The monstrous coercion caused all the strong men in the fairy city to turn pale with fright, and they all rose into the sky and flew towards Tiandi Peak. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed since Su Haoyan returned to Haoyan Court from the inner universe. After more than a month of training, Su Haoyan finally ushered in the opportunity to break through. On this day, in the starry sky where the Haoyan Court belongs, Su Haoyan transformed into the ancient demon god and successfully crossed the tribulation. Formally achieved as a late-stage monk in the Holy Realm. From the great consummation of Dalulwan Wonderland to the later stage of entering the Holy Realm, Haoyan has completely raised a big realm, which shocked the powerhouses of Haoyan Court who were watching. The most painful thing is Dijun ever since he followed his younger brother Dong Huangtai, although his cultivation base has not improved, it has not regressed either. Now, Su Haoyan's progress is so rapid that he feels ashamed. The feeling of meeting people. 3 days later, after Su Haoyan stabilized his realm, he unexpectedly summoned Dijuan and Dong Huangtai brothers in the imperial garden. Half a day later, only Dong Huangtai quietly left Tiandu Peak, but when he left, his face was full of excitement. Afterwards, Patriarch Hongyun, who had returned to Haoyan court, was also recruited into the palace, and never came out again. A day passed like this. 2 powerful auras erupted from Tiandu Peak one after another. Immediately afterwards, Yao Dijun and Hongyun Patriarch left Tiandu Peak one after another. And the cultivation of the two has reached the pinnacle of their lives. The great consummation of the Holy Realm. This is the cultivation base of the two at this time. That's right, Su Haoyan divided his 3 die-hard pinnacle peaks among the Hongyun Patriarch and the Demon Emperor Dijuan. Let the two not only improve their cultivation, but even their loyalty has reached the full value. At the same time, Inner Universe, Nalanzong Inner, including Sun Wuji of the Nianchen sect, Nalan Rongrua, the new Nalan sect, Lord, Jin Zhan and others knelt in the hall. At this time a group of strong men from the Yuqi family stood in front of them, looking at them indifferently. Dear friends of Yuqi's family, Emperor Haoyan and others have disappeared. In the inner universe, we really can't find them. At this moment, Sun Wuji felt that a huge mountain was pressing on his shoulders, making him unable to lift his head. Humph, it's said that the daughter of your Sun family married Emperor Haoyan. Aren't you lying? At this time, a woman in a white robe with snow-white wings shouted coldly. The snow-white wings on her back are as transparent as crystal, and there is heat in the snow-white. It was Yuqi Tianlan who belonged to Yuqi's family. One of the great elders of the Yuqi family. Yuqi Tianlan, whose cultivation base has reached the great perfection of Saint Realm, is the leader of the team chasing the judges. As one of the few top forces in the inner starry sky, how could the Yuqi family take the mere half-sage of the Nianchen sect seriously? Humph, if you don't say anything, Yu Jikanzong and Nalanzong will be slaughtered. He thought that Su Haoyan had gone to Nalanzong before leaving the inner universe, and left after killing several saint-level powerhouses. So they were also approached by Yuqi's family. Elder Yuqi, although I can't get in touch with Emperor Haoyan, but Sun Zi is a direct member of our Sun family, and she has our family token on her body. I can give it a try. At this time, Sun Wuji finally couldn't stand Yuqi Tianlan's coercion, and had to betray his granddaughter again. From his standpoint, he is righteous and considerate of the sect and his family, but in fact it is not the case. If this matter does not involve his life, can he still do this? Very well, we will stay at Nalanzong. Sun Wuji, you go to contact Sun Zi. To be honest, we at Yuqi's house are waiting for Emperor Haoyan to come from the inner universe. After Yuqi Tianlan finished speaking, she turned and left the hall. At this time, Su Haoyan certainly didn't know what happened in the inner universe. He was sitting in the hall and listening to Lu Bowen's report on the conquest of the entire Haoyan immortal territory. Your Majesty, the yapping great world has just sent a surrender form, and the owner of the Angelica domain personally. Lu Bowen talked for half an hour before finishing reporting all the battle reports. Your Majesty, according to this speed, within half a month, the entire Xuanhuan universe will be ruled by the Haoyan court. Lu Bowen said excitedly. Even though they had the ambition to control a universe, they knew that with Xuanhuan's power, they would be able to hold this universe in their hands sooner or later. But they didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Make them feel like they are in a dream. Haha, I not only want to unify the entire Xianxian universe, but also conquer the inner universe and all the universes in this world. Xuanhuan's bold words instantly made everyone in the hall short of breath. In addition, let me know that 10 days later, I will host a banquet for the domain masters in Xianqing, and you must deliver the news. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The sky-shaking voice resounded on Tianwu Peak, which could be heard throughout Haotian Immortal City. Your Majesty is really generous. Hey, our Haotian court will be famous in the starry sky universe in the future. Who would dare to offend us? You said, is it possible for His Majesty to enter the inner universe after taking down the entire outer universe? That's necessary. When did His Majesty stop the conquest? TSK, I heard that there are outstanding people in the inner universe, and there are countless masters, but if Your Majesty goes, the strong will submit. For a time, the entire fairy city was full of discussions. Let the whole Haotian court become extremely lively. It wasn't just that Haotian Immortal City became lively when the news that Haotian wanted to entertain the domain masters of the world and Haotian Immortal City was released. It stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and immediately caused the Xuanhu universe to explode. What does Emperor Haotian want to do? Hongmen banquet? TSK, Emperor Haotian is a drunkard who doesn't care about drinking. That's all. Under the circumstances of the big event, is there any possibility for us to struggle? Now Haotian court basically controls 99% of the regions of the Xuanhu universe. There are only a few regions that are still resisting, but it's just a mantis arm. All domains, starry sky islands, fairy mountains of various forces, and places where there are living creatures in Fengshe are discussing this matter. Not long after, the banquet was held as scheduled amidst the discussions of the entire Xianxian universe. On this day, the square in the sky created by Haotian court with supreme mana for the banquet was crowded with people. Various auras of different heights are intertwined, heralding that a new chapter of the mysterious universe is about to begin. When the time came to noon, Xuanhuan walked in the void under the protection of the Tianwu army. Behind him, Xuanhuan has been awakened by Xuanhuan beyond the limit. The Empress by Suzhen, Zixia, Lei Yao, Feng Huang, Linghu Shanlan, Shenzhener, Sun Zi, and the concubines in the middle stage of the Saint Realm, all of them covered their faces with clouds and sand, and their demeanor dignified, showing the majesty of the queen and concubine. When he came to the highest point of the banquet square, Xuanhuan turned around slowly and looked down at everyone below. Below, there are people standing there at this moment, and these people are all domain masters of various domains in the Xianxian universe. There are also senior figures such as the heads of various forces, the Great Elder, etc. At this moment, Chi gathered in the huge air square, forming a great momentum. There are countless immortal soldiers and generals around, and the aura released by them is absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Xuanhuan looked at everyone below with a smile on his face. The reason why he prepared this banquet was actually the Hongmen banquet too. Put it bluntly, he wanted to establish his position above all major forces in the Xuanhu universe at the banquet. In fact, even without this banquet, Ding Tian will be able to fulfill his wish in 100 years. However, he couldn't wait any longer, because his eyes have been set on the inner universe. the sooner the mysterious universe in front of him is unified, the sooner it will be for him to enter the inner universe. He wants to publicly announce his hegemony over the Xianxian universe at this banquet. I, Emperor Haoyan, today I invite the minds of all the powers of the Xuanchu universe to a banquet. The first is to congratulate Haoyan court for unifying the Xuanchu universe. The second is the plan I will draw up for Haoyan court. Su Haoyan still had a smile on his face, looking at everyone below. As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, the leaders of the various forces below immediately became nervous. Especially those envoys of forces who have not yet resisted in the corner and have not surrendered, their foreheads are already covered with beads of sweat. I want all the forces in the Xuanchu universe to only respect the Haoyan court, and the Xuanchu universe will only have one voice in the future, and that is me, and that is the Haoyan court. You must obey. From now on, anyone who voluntarily surrenders can immediately become a general of the Haoyan court. However, if he resists, he will be deprived of the qualification to enter the court even if he surrenders in the future. Haoyan court will take permanent measures against such people. No higher policy. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell everyone about Hao Tiantian's combat power. My subordinates now have 8 saints, hundreds of saints, and saints can be seen everywhere. I don't know what to do next. Su Haoyan's series of words made the scene instantly silent. Those forces that have already surrendered to Haoyan court are fine, and they are all calmly dealing with it at this time. But for those forces that have not yet surrendered, the domain owners are already sweating on their foreheads. Because as soon as Su Haoyan's voice fell, the 8 saints Kong Xian, Lei Xunzi, Li Yuanba, Bai Suzhen, Yang Jian, Guan Yu, Di Jiang, and Neza erupted with the aura of saints in an instant, so that everyone on the scene did not have the surrendered domain master and other bodies shaking uncontrollably. As for Daoist Tai, Sun Wukong, Fuxi, and Patriarch Bodhi standing there like ordinary people, none of them released their aura. When mentioning Patriarch Bodhi, Su Haoyan couldn't help but jump out of the list of attributes of Patriarch Bodhi after awakening beyond the limit. Patriarch Bodhi, from ancient myths and legends. Status, Vice-Rector of Western Buddhism. Lucky level, Taoism Supreme Realm Triple. Supernatural powers, proficient in the 3 religions. 72. Transformations of Earth Fiend. The power is boundless. Dojo, Ling Tai Fangsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon Samsung Cave. Magic weapon, the Lotus Throne. Floating dust. Loyalty, 85/100. After seeing the attribute list of Patriarch Bodhi, Su Haoyan stood there and breathed for half a stick of incense. Although he had a deep understanding of the aptitude of Patriarch Bodhi, he did not expect that Patriarch Bodhi was so heaven-defying, and Sun Wukong was the most holy and perfect Taoist. As a master, he was even more terrifying. It directly refreshed Haoyan Court's strength ranking. As a result, his heart swelled in an instant. At this time, facing the coercion of Su Haoyan and his subordinate saints, the minds of the domain masters below who were still swaying from side to side began to shake. Your Majesty is getting more and more powerful. Di Jun, who was loyal to the peak, no longer has the hostility of the past. And now he only obeys Su Haoyan in his heart. It's not just him, Patriarch Hong Yun, and those powerhouses with less loyalty at this time are also incomparably admired in their hearts. However, I understand your difficulties, so I take this opportunity to give you a chance to voluntarily surrender. What do you think? Xuanhuan said with a smile. There is a kind of compassionate wish expressed in the words. Let the mouth corners of everyone below twitch. Emperor Haoyan's words are better than his singing, and it's not because of his kindness and power. However, when Xuanhuan forced them on such an occasion, everyone's face changed drastically, and at the same time, they felt more in a dilemma. Surrender, I feel a little unwilling. Most of them are immortals, some of them are only half a step away from reaching the semi-holy realm, have their own power, and are used to domineering. This surrender, wouldn't it be driven by others? However, if they say no, I am afraid that today will be the day of their downfall. Under the dilemma, the scene instantly became extremely strange. Some of the weaker domain owners trembled even more. Humph, my majesty is willing to give you a chance. How could it be your blessing? Why are you so ignorant? Li Yuanba snorted coldly. Accompanied by what Xuanhuan saw and heard all the way from the battle of the holy ruins to the inner universe, his vision has already changed. Compared with the inner universe, the forces in the mysterious universe are like children's play, and he no longer takes them seriously. Behind Xuanhuan, those strong men who have been to the inner universe with Xuanhuan are like mirrors in their hearts. The reason why Xuanhuan is so urgent is that he does not want to waste time on the mysterious universe. Facing the vast world of the inner star universe, even they will so urgent. However, the Xuanchu universe is the birthplace of the Haoyan court after all. If you want to conquer the inner universe, you must first settle down your home. This is the real reason for Xuanhuan's banquet. His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, on behalf of Yuan immortal territory, I surrender to Haoyan court. Faced with the great coercion of the saints, some creatures finally couldn't bear it and chose to surrender. This person couldn't bear the coercion, and he had already sat on the ground. As soon as his words fell, the coercion that had been placed on him disappeared without a trace, and he was able to stand up tremblingly from the ground. Things in the world are like this. Obviously everyone has made a decision in their hearts, but if no one takes the lead, it cannot be said that this stalemate will continue for a while. No, with Yuan immortal territory taking the lead, those domain owners who were weak in their hearts expressed their surrender. And some other forces did the same after weighing it up. Creatures who can cultivate to the realm of manifesting their holiness are not fools. Facing the aggressive Haoyan court, if they don't want to die, they have no choice but to surrender. Without Xuanhuan's instructions, Lu Bowen and others have already dispatched officials to register the names of those domain owners who chose to surrender and the heads of various forces. Emperor Haoyan, if you are fighting on the battlefield, if you lose, you should be convinced. But what you are doing now is out of style, right? Regarding this matter, a big man with beards came out more and more, and said, with a gloomy face. However, just as he spoke, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shot out two gloomy lights, which immediately exploded this person, and even the fairy baby in his body failed to escape, and his body and spirit were all destroyed. Sun Wukong's move immediately silenced the scene. The entire square in the air was so quiet that a needle could be heard. A grand banquet turned into a meeting to force the palace to surrender in the end. Sun Wukong's thunder shot received a deterrent effect. No one dared to speak wild words anymore. In the face of face, life has the upper hand. An hour later, all the participants chose to surrender. Immediately, the vigorous feast officially began amidst the different thoughts of everyone. It's just that everyone has a forced smile on their faces. The banquet lasted for a full day before everyone left with humiliation. After the banquet was over and the minds of all parties left, all the things that happened at the banquet, under the deliberate promotion of someone with a heart, swept the entire Xuanhuan universe like a storm. What the hell? All the great worlds and fairylands in the Xuanhuan universe have chosen to surrender to the Haotian court. Oh my god, is the Xuanhu universe going to change? Emperor Haotian is too crazy, right? TSK, at this moment, who else in the Xuanhuan universe is Hao Tianting's opponent? Hey, fortunately, the master of this domain has the foresight and has long known about His Majesty Haotian's great talents. Even if he surrendered, wouldn't this day be a pleasant one? As all the living beings in the Xuanhuan universe were discussing, Hao Tianting also officially dispatched magic soldiers from all big worlds, fairylands, and all directions. During this period, the strength of the saints was displayed in front of all living beings for the first time. Facing the diehards and the unsurrendered blue sky world, Lei Zhenzi spread his wings and destroyed the tens of thousands of legions in the blue sky world. In an instant, it even tore Li Qingfeng, the world lord, into pieces in front of the living beings all over the world. Outside the Tianwu immortal territory, Li Yuanba held up the heaven-breaking hammer that Su Haotian exchanged for him and smashed the entire Tianwu immortal city to death. Countless creatures were destroyed, and the domain Lord Tianwu was completely destroyed. Yang Jian entered the dark sky world alone among the millions of troops, wielding a chaotic purple gold knife, invincible, so stupid that the millions of troops were crying for their fathers and mothers, and the power of a saint made everyone terrified. As a result, more and more big worlds and fairylands gave up resistance and surrendered one after another. Half a month later, Haotian court forcefully captured all areas in the Xuanhuan universe. All 3,000 great worlds surrendered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Controlling this universe. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 1 chance to designate and summon a superpower, 1 chance to be favored by the system, and 1 chance to inherit Taoism. On this day, Su Haotian was sitting in the imperial garden and browsing the Lucky Mall. After half a month of fighting, his fame has exceeded trillions. Basically all of which come from the mysterious universe. This is not counting the chaos spirit treasure he exchanged for Li Yuanba and Lei Zhenzi. If counted, he now has 2 trillion fame points. This is definitely a scary number. At this time, the system prompt sounded, which made him look happy. The Xuanhuan universe finally fell into his hands. Next, he will fight in the inner universe. 9 has no worries. Since returning from the inner universe, he has exhausted all the rewards in his hand. This time there are 2 more chances to awaken beyond the limit, 1 designated call, 1 system favor, and 1 Taoism inheritance. Let him once again have a feeling of spending money like water. Immediately, he ordered the system, first assign me to summon Taoist Luya, who is in the peak state. Restore the memory of the previous life. Taoist Luya is also a strong man in the world of conferred gods that Su Haotian likes very much. Especially, the immortal slashing flying knife in his hand. That is a veritable chaos spirit treasure. Absolutely powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Taoist Luya, who comes from ancient myths and legends. Call up his attribute list. As Su Haotian's voice sounded in his mind, a light curtain suddenly appeared. Taoist Luya, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, between heaven and earth, the most powerful and yang fire essence. Lucky level, half saint. Cultivation method, Lihua Ju. Divine ability, Nanming Lihua. Grade 5 elements escape technique. Magic weapon, immortal slashing flying knife. Loyalty, 89/100. Half holy. That's right, he is worthy of being the strongest person who has successfully cultivated the first cluster of flames in the world. Holding the immortal slaying flying knife, maybe he can compete with Kong Xian in the early days of the saint. In the following time, Su Haoyan recruited Han Xian and Jiuling Yuanxing into the imperial garden after much thought. Looking at these two subordinates who are loyal to him, Su Haoyan said, "Slightly, I called you here today because I want you to continue to become stronger." When the two heard it, they immediately beamed with joy. Although they had already guessed something in their hearts on the way here, but when Su Haoyan really said this, the two of them were instantly excited. System, let Jiuling Yuanxing, Han Xian awaken beyond the limit. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, the familiar black hole above Su Haoyan's head appeared. Instantly, sucking the two of them into it. In the gazebo in the imperial garden, calm was restored. And Su Haoyan was thinking while drinking tea, and now he is studying what to do with the inheritance of Taoism. Because it was the first time to use this reward, he was a little confused. System, how to use this function of Taoism inheritance. This function is the same as a lottery draw. The host only needs to draw what kind of Taoism, and then decide who to distribute it to. In addition, because the host is the owner of the system, this reward cannot be used. It can only be given to other strong people. The system's answer was not what Su Haoyan expected. In that case, let's start extracting the inheritance of Taoism. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. Now he is looking forward to the reward of this Taoism inheritance. In other words, all the functions of the system have not let me down. Ding. The system is extracting the inheritance of Taoism for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the inheritance of fighting. Methods. The system prompt sounded, but Su Haoyan was stunned for a moment. This fighting method seems to be related to fighting. The name sounds ordinary, and I don't know what's wrong with it. The so-called inheritance of Taoism means that after inheriting this Taoism, the strong person will have the qualification to aspire to the top and stand shoulder to shoulder with the way of heaven. The introduction of the system made Su Haoyan call directly. Do you want to be so tired? Shoulder to heaven? It sounds awesome. What's so heaven-defying about this fighting method? Su Haoyan couldn't help asking in his heart. If a strong man inherits the fighting method, he will become the god of war in this world, and he will be invincible when fighting against the enemy. Who should I give such a powerful inheritance? Su Haoyan was confused for a moment. He is now eager to increase the combat power of Hao Tian, because the more combat power he needs to conquer the inner universe, the better. Feng Huang, call Xing Tian here. After a while, Su Haoyan finally made a decision. He opened his mouth and ordered. The god of war, Xingtian, exists in all versions of ancient myths. Moreover, he is the most famous god of war, and his prestige is not inferior to that of Yang Jian. Although the inheritance of Taoism is even more against the sky than the awakening beyond the limit, Xing Tian is already at full value, and he has a heart for him. He believes that Xing Tian will never betray him. In addition to Xing Tian, Sun Wukong, Guan Yu, Xiang Yu, Li Yu and Ba, etc. are all suitable for inheritance. But Su Haoyan needs Xing Tian, who is like a god of war, to deter the enemy. Not long after, Xing Tian came to the imperial garden. Now Haoyan court is full of talents, and Xing Tian's strength has been reduced to below the fourth step of the entire imperial court. He usually keeps a low profile. Entering the gazebo, Xing Tian bowed deeply to Su Haoyan respectfully and said, "I don't know what your majesty called the minister to come?" His face was calm, and he didn't think about other things at all, let alone that Su Haoyan would promote him at this moment. "Xing Tian, have you ever complained to me in your heart?" Su Haoyan said casually while drinking tea. In fact, seeing Xing Tian's attribute list secretly, he knew that Xing Tian had no complaints against him, because Xing Tian's loyalty was still at full value. The reason why he said this seemed casual, but he was actually testing Xing Tian. When Xing Tian heard this, he was stunned immediately. But immediately his expression changed drastically, and he knelt on the ground. His face changed greatly and he said, "Your Majesty, I have always been devoted to your Majesty, so what complaints will there be? Your Majesty, please don't send Xing Tian away." Xing Tian swears to defend the Haoyan court to the death. Xing Tian thought that Su Haoyan was going to give up on him, so he became anxious immediately. Seeing this, Su Haoyan touched his nose indiscriminately, and said in his heart, "Damn it. It's over. Xing Tian, where are you thinking? How could I give up on you? What I mean is to promote you." Su Haoyan personally helped Xing Tian up, and at the same time pretended to be angry, and said. These words made Xing Tian excited instantly. "Your Majesty, do you mean to make me stronger?" "Of course, otherwise, why did I call you here? Can't I find a beautiful woman for chatting?" With a thud, Xing Tian knelt down in front of Su Haoyan straight, cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I am the god of war of Haoyan court. Even if I die, I must protect Haoyan court." Seeing this, Su Haoyan waved his hands, and then ordered in his heart, "System, pass on the fighting method to Xing Tian." Now he is very much looking forward to what height Xing Tian can reach. Will it surpass the saint? If it really surpasses the saint, then he is too beautiful. As soon as his words fell, Xing Tian instantly turned into a purple light and escaped into his mind. Let him be taken aback suddenly. This inheritance of the law seems to be different from the peak of the strong. Immediately, he began to think about how to distribute the peaks of the strong and the dungeons of the strong. Although he no longer looked down on these rewards, he still needed to use them. System, combine 5 strong dungeon opportunities into summoning opportunities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging the copy of the strong man and becoming a designated chance to summon a super strong man. Seeing this, Su Haoyan laughed happily. He was lucky, and as for whom to summon, he already had a plan in mind. System, I have designated Zhu Jiuyin, one of the 12 ancestor witches, to be summoned. Zhu Jiuyin, as the existence second only to Di Jiang among the 12 ancestor witches, his supernatural power of time can make the enemy stand still instantly, and his strength is unquestionable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Zhu Jiuyin, which comes from ancient myths and legends. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up his attribute list. Zhu Jiuyin, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, time ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, the real body of the ancestral witch. Time stands still. Loyalty, 87/100. Worthy of being the ancestor witch of time, he actually has the cultivation. Base of the great perfection of the Holy Realm. Satisfied, Xuanhuan turned off Zhu Jiuwen's attribute list. As for the peak powerhouses, he decided to give them to those who followed him first, those who were mediocre but still loyal to him. Ding! Jiuling Yuanxing's overlimit awakening is complete. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, attracting Xuanhuan's attention. Call out the attribute list of Jiuling Yuanxing. Xuanhuan calmly ordered. Jiuling Yuanxing, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the first lion in the world. Another identity, lion ancestor. Luck level, Dou Yuan to the holy late period. Kung Fu, lion ancestor divine Kung Fu. Magic weapon, lion roar. 9 spirits appear holy. Shocking double hammers. Supernatural powers, manifesting the Holy Spirit and swallowing the Spirit. Loyalty, 100/100. Dou Yuan to the late stage of the Holy Land. With 100% loyalty, Jiuling is still so strong. Ding! Han Xian's overlimit awakening is complete. Immediately afterwards, another system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan quickly called up Han Xian's attribute list. Han Xian, from race, Terran. Multiple races, the reincarnation of Kirin. Occupation, military strategist. Cultivation method, golden elixir. Magic weapon, three-edged sword. Level, middle saint realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Middle saint realm. Not bad. Sure enough, it is the reincarnation of Qilin. This talent is extraordinary. Xuanhuan is quite satisfied with Han Xian and Jiuling Yuanxing. It is full of praise. At this time a black hole suddenly appeared above Xuanhuan's head, and Jiuling Yuanxing and Han Xian stepped out of it. This time it did not attract other attention. First, because neither of them had a flamboyant personality, get used to it. After chatting with the two of them for a while, Xuanhuan asked the system. In his heart, system, how long will it take to pass on Xingtian Taoism? Not necessarily. The aptitude of each strong person is different, and the time required is also different. However, no matter how long it takes, it must be longer than the awakening time, beyond the limit. Xuanhuan's answer made Xuanhuan's eyes brighter. The longer the time, it means that the inheritance of Taoism is even more against the sky than the awakening beyond the limit. Inner universe, inside Jukanzong. Yuqi Tianlan sat on the main seat and frowned, looking down at a retainer of Yuqi's family and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Elder Yuqi. Lei Tang suddenly attacked the clan ancestral hall, snatched the ancestors Qianku and Wing and defected? How is this possible? Are you sure you're not lying to me? This matter is absolutely true, and Yuqi Lei Tang didn't know what kind of magical power he used to deceive the investigation of the elder Yuqi Xianxing, who guarded the clan. He took the Qiankuan wings left by the ancestor out of the clan, and now his whereabouts are unknown. The man said with a look of indignation. Yuqi Qianlan's pink face became more and more gloomy. Sun Wuji, why is there no news about Emperor Haoyan? After a long time, Yuqi Tianlan asked Sun Wuji, who was standing beside him. There is a sense of irritability in the tone. I really don't know. Sun Wuji had a bitter look on his face. Let him go to Emperor Haoyan? How? could it be found? People don't care about him at all. In his heart, he didn't know whether he was lucky that he didn't have much to do with Emperor Haoyan, or regretted that he didn't have a good relationship with Su Haoyan. In short, his whole heart was in conflict. Even if this elder rushes back now, it won't help. It's better to stay here, Yuqi Tianlan said to himself. Then he raised his head and said to the vassal, "You go back, as soon as there is news about Yuqi Leitang, report it to me." Immediately. On this day, Su Haoyan was reviewing memorials in the imperial study when Sun Zi came suddenly. Su Haoyan looked up, saw that it was Sun Zi, and asked with a smile, "My concubine, you look so sad, is it possible that someone bullied you?" Although Sun Zi has just arrived, Su Haoyan's harem is peaceful. Under the leadership of Bai Suzhen, the sisters did not have the phenomenon of rivalry and jealousy in the harem of those mortal capitals. "Where is your majesty thinking? Why are my concubines being bullied? You don't know, Sister Tianhu and Sister Zixia have treated me very well." Sun Zi paused for a moment, then sighed, and said, "It's the spies from the concubine grazing in the starry sky who reported the news that Yuqi's family from the inner universe is staying at Jukanzong. The reason is for his majesty. Specifically, they are here for General Lei Zhenzi." Yuqi's family? Lei Zhenzi? Su Haoyan frowned and asked, "Why are they looking for Lei Zhenzi?" "Because of General Lei Zhenzi's wind and thunder wings, the Yuqi family has family rules, and all the blood of the Yuqi family must not seek refuge with any other forces, otherwise they will be killed without mercy." Lei Zhenzi's wind and thunder wings? Su Haoyan's face sank in an instant. It seems that Yuqi's family wants to kill Lei Zhenzi. Su Haoyan stood up slowly and began to think. "Your Majesty, according to my concubine's information, there has been a major riot in the southern wilderness of the inner universe recently. A saint from Yuqi's family has come to the mysterious universe through a teleportation array somewhere in the southern wilderness, but he is not in the starry sky universe. I went to some mortal country." At this moment, Sun Zi said suddenly. It immediately attracted Su Haoyan's thoughts. Yuqi Thunder? Su Haoyan remembered that he had heard this person's name in the inner universe. Not a good reputation though. Moreover, through Sun Zi, he also learned a little-known secret. A long time ago, a huge change took place in Yuqi's family. Taking advantage of the time when the patriarch was practicing in seclusion, the collateral lineage launched a rebellion. That battle almost exhausted all the high-end strength of the Yuqi family, and finally ended with the victory of the side branch led by Yuqi Xianqing. At that time, Patriarch Yuqi was disturbed at a critical moment in his cultivation, and his cultivation was wasted. He was imprisoned permanently in the depths of Yuqi's home. And this Yuqi Leitang, as the ninth successor of the direct line, was just a child at that time, and he was also known for his stupidity. He escaped unharmed for nothing more than two reasons. One reason was that Yuqi Xianqing had just won the position of patriarch, so it was inappropriate to kill innocent people indiscriminately. The second is because Yuqi Leitang has always been known as the fool of Yuqi's family. Although his aptitude is good, he is not valued by his direct lineage. It even became the laughing stock of the whole family. Because of all these, Yuqi Leitang survived the riot. After so many years, Yuqi Leitang at that time became the seventh saint of Yuqi's family by virtue of his outstanding aptitude. But even so, Yuqi Xianqing didn't take it seriously, let alone listed him as a clan elder, but gave him the title of elder, told him to guard Yuqi's family cemetery, and never take a step for life. Yuqi's family is breeding tigers. Xuanhuan went through the secret of Yuqi's family in his mind, and fell into deep thought. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Let Lei Zhenzi fuse with the wings of Xuanhuan. Task details, because the wings of Xuanhuan are the strongest blood inheritance left by the ancestors of Yuqi's family, which is no less than the inheritance of Taoism. If the host gets the wings of Xuanhuan and let Lei Zhen, the host will get a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to be loyal to the peak, a chance to call the strong, and trigger the task of overthrowing Yuqi's family. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to brighten up. Come here, bring Kong Xian, Jiuling Yuanqing, and Lei Zhenzi. Your order. A voice suddenly sounded, but there was no sign of anyone. Your Majesty, if not, let's not bother with Zhikenzong. The concubine does not want His Majesty to take risks. Sun Zi is very satisfied with her current life, and he doesn't want a ruthless family to ruin her life. It's okay, I don't have to worry about my beloved concubine. Now that the Xuanhu universe has settled down, I should look further away. Soon, Kong Xian arrived first. Your Majesty, I don't know what Your Majesty's order is for recruiting ministers? Kong Xian respectfully saluted Xuanhuan and said. Xuanhuan said directly, how is the construction of the teleportation array leading to the inner universe? If you want to go to the inner universe, you must build a teleportation array. Now, because all the teleportation arrays sent back from Nanhuang are one-way. So far, no force has been able to construct a two-way teleportation circle. And the teleportation array from the mysterious universe to the inner universe is also one way. What is the reason is unknown, but through system analysis, it may be related to space constraints. However, just because others can't do it doesn't mean Xuanhuan can't do it. Don't forget that he is the emperor with systems. Kong Xian thought for a while and said. Then he said with some doubts, Your Majesty, you want to go back to the inner universe? Well, you go, hurry up and build the teleportation array, and it's time to enter the inner universe. Kong Xian left with excitement. After witnessing the prosperity of the inner universe, he and the sages of the vast heavenly court looked down on the mysterious universe. Its eyes have long been aimed at the inner universe. Now there are 10 saints in Haoyan court, Kong Xian, Lei Zhenzi, Li Yuanba, Yang Jian, Bai Suzhen, Han Xian, Neza, Guan Yu, Di Jiang, Xiang Yu, and Nuwa. Empress. This is not counting Wang Mabai, who stayed in Nanhuang, and the prisoner Taoist in the prison area. Dou Yuan to the Holy Land are Sun Wukong, Tai Zhenren, Fuxi, Jiling Yuanqing 4. Now there is only one Bodhi patriarch who is in the supreme realm of Taoism. Such a lineup, if placed in the inner universe, would definitely be a super first-class force, even if it competed with a family that had been passed down for a long time like the Yuqi family. There would be absolutely no problem. After a while, Jiuling Yuanqing and Lei Zhenzi came together. After that, it never appeared again. This matter did not attract the attention of others. At the same time, a piece of heavy news exploded in the Xianxian universe. All forces were alarmed. The Holy Emperor and his holy palace disappeared overnight. It was rumored that the Holy Emperor led the forces of the Holy Palace to escape from the inner universe in order to avoid an unfriendly conflict with Emperor Haoyan. As soon as this news came out, it not only shook the Xuanhu universe, but also accelerated the process of the entire universe condensing into the Haoyan. court. Because the power that can make the holy emperor afraid, and even dare not contend with it, has only been Hao Tianting since ancient times. It is not difficult for people to imagine how big the power behind Haoshanting is. Soon, the starry sky arrogance list of the Xianxian universe was updated. Emperor Haoyan strongly ranked first in the Tianjiao list. Let the second and lower Tianjiao be overshadowed. 3 days later, Xing Tian has completed the inheritance of fighting methods. May I ask if the host will be released? The system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, waking him up from his cultivation. Can it still be hidden? This is not bad. Thinking about this, Su Haoyan smiled and ordered, call out Xing Tian's attribute list. Xing Tian, from ancient myths and legends. Race, Wu clan. Identity, god of war, which god? Magic weapon, relatives. Taoism, fighting Taoism. Lucky level, 7th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. Special attribute, god of war roars to the sky. After the host inherits Taoism, he will go through fire and water for the host until he dies in battle. Loyalty, 100/100. It's so amazing, it's even more heaven-defying than Awakening Beyond. The limit. This time I've done it. The inheritance of Taoism is really terrifying. How could Xing Tian, who was only in Luolan's fairyland, be promoted to 4 great realms in a row? The blood in Su Haoyan's body boiled instantly. It seems that the inheritance of Taoism is really more against the sky than the awakening beyond the limit. Xingtian of the supreme realm of Taoism and Xingtian of the 7th level directly surpassed Patriarch Bodhi. Su Haoyan walked back and forth in the imperial garden. Then he ordered the system to release Xing Tian. Just when Su Haoyan was extremely happy, he was in the mortal kingdom of a small world to which the Xianxian universe belonged. A scruffy, beggar-like old man was walking aimlessly on the busy street. He was wearing a tattered robe, with a pale face, cloudy eyes, and a full beard. The body is thin and thin, as if a gust of wind can blow it away. As he walked, he muttered. It is said that Emperor Haoyan is smart and capable. I have been lurking here for a long time. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that the rumors are wrong, that young man with the blood of the Yuchi family is not a subordinate of Emperor Haoyan? If that is the case, it will be troublesome. The old man is none other than Yuchi Leitang, who fled here from the inner universe. And the reason why he escaped to the Xuanhu universe was the same as Yuchi Tianlan's, to look for Lei Zhenzi. However, his and Yuchi Tianlan's goals are indeed completely opposite. Fellow Taoist, why do you want to humiliate yourself like this? It's really unbelievable that a dignified sage pretends to be a beggar and wanders in the mortal country. At this time, in front of the old man, 2 figures gradually turned from virtual to real, appearing in an instant. It didn't attract the attention of mortals passing by at all. It seems that the 2 of them are as transparent. One of these 2 was tall, blonde and blue-eyed, wearing a white robe, standing there gave off an ethereal feeling. The other person was a handsome young man with long purple hair floating behind his shoulders and a pair of black and white wings growing on his back. Exudes a horrible breath. Although Jiuling Yuanxing has the cultivation base of Dou Yuan, Supreme Saint realm, his spiritual consciousness cannot search the entire universe. The 2 of them searched for 3 full days before they found their target in such a small mortal country that couldn't be found in such a small country. Your Majesty's actions are too slow, right? The old man has been waiting here for half a month, how did you find me? Yuchi Leitang said calmly. But the excitement deep in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts at the moment. If you observe carefully, it is not difficult to see that his eyes never left Lei Zhenzi. You old man is quite strange, and you don't know why His Majesty is looking for you. Lei Zhenzi scratched his head, feeling a little uncomfortable with the old man's fiery gaze. At this time, he muttered, "Okay, let's go back to see the master." As soon as Jiuling Yuanqing's voice fell, he waved his sleeves, and the three of them disappeared in place in an instant, without a trace. The mortals around still went their own way, and did not notice that there were three people missing on this street. Your Majesty, General Lei Zhenzi of Jiuling has something to report. In Haotian Court, in the Imperial Garden, following the sound of this voice, Su Haotian, who was practicing cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and said, "Let them in. I found his trace in 3 days, it seems that the guy came prepared." Su Haotian figured it out in an instant, Yuchi Leitang's purpose in coming to the mysterious universe. Because the system has already released the task. Master, luckily, Jiuling has brought Yuchi Leitang here. After a while, Jiuling Yuanqing and Lei Zhenzi came to Su Haotian with Yuchi Leitang, who looked like a beggar. "You are Yuchi Leitang? Tell me, what do you want?" Su Haotian spoke while drinking tea. Yuchi Leitang was taken aback for a moment. But immediately he laughed and said, "It is said that Emperor Haotian is wise and powerful. I only found out when I saw him today. The legend is wrong." He paused for a moment and continued, "His Majesty Emperor Haotian is not only wise and mighty, but also wise and terrifying." "That's right, I came here for you, Emperor Haotian." "No, I should have come here for this young saint. The purpose is to make him stronger, to become extremely powerful, and then to make Yuchi Xianqing and other members of the Yuchi family, the upper echelons, were slaughtered. Of course, the advantage is that he directly becomes the head of the Yuchi family. As for what to do after the Yuchi family, that's not my business." Yuchi Leitang's words made Jiuling Yuanqing and Lei Zhenzi feel as if they had fallen into the clouds and mist, not knowing why. To make a saint stronger, who else in this world has such ability except Su Haotian in front of him? Could this old man be bragging? Why do you ask? As long as Lei Zhenzi fuses the supreme wings in your hand, wouldn't that be enough? Su Haotian said casually. It shocked Yuchi Leitang again, but made Lei Zhenzi's eyes widen. "Your Majesty, do you mean that I can still become stronger?" Lei Zhenzi asked, out of breath. "Since you, Emperor Haotian, have this confidence, then I will give this treasure to him, but how do I know that you will not turn your back on others? At that time, if you don't follow me to destroy Yuchi Xianqing and others, wouldn't I be a bamboo basket? Is the water empty?" "No, because even without you, I still want to go to the inner star universe and destroy Yuchi's family. It's just a question of who will take action," Su Haotian said calmly, as if talking about a trivial matter. Yuchi Xianqing hesitated a little. Logically speaking, that was his purpose. But seeing that Su Haotian was so calm, he became a little suspicious. However, immediately, he gritted his teeth and flicked his wrist, a colorful light cluster appeared on his hand. In an instant, an ancient and vast aura from the wilderness overflowed from this light group. Lei Zhenzi, who was standing beside him, suddenly became short of breath. Looking at this ball of light, he has a desire to merge it. This kind of will is extremely strong. If it wasn't for Su Haotian's face, he would have looted it long ago. This is the bloodline and wings left by the first patriarch of our Yuchi family. It is said that any member of the Yuchi family who can integrate the wings of this universe will return to their ancestors and be able to open the secret realm of the underground palace under the Yuchi family's fairy mountain. However, since the second generation of patriarchs, none of the clansmen have been able to successfully fuse this wing. All clansmen who tried to fuse this universe's wings either exploded and died or disappeared for no reason. Millions of years have passed, and no clansman has tried to integrate this wing. The secret realm of Yuchi's family has never been opened. Today, I give this wing to you. Whether you choose to inherit it or not is up to you to decide, but I uglify it first. If you fail, you will disappear in smoke. Don't you blame me? After Yuchi Leitang finished speaking, he stood aside and said nothing. Your Majesty, Lei Zhenzi was obviously in a hurry. At this moment, looking at the wings in Yuchi Leitang's hands, he felt his blood boil. Follow your heart, I believe in your choice. Xuanhuan opened his mouth lightly, making Lei Zhenzi instantly firm. In the following time, Lei Zhenzi left Haoyan Immortal City under the protection of Jiuling Yuansheng and Yuchi Leitang. They needed to find a place far away from Haoyan Immortal Realm. The celestial phenomenon, caused by the fusion of the supreme seven-colored wings, can easily trample Haoyan Immortal Realm, so find a remote place. Unexpectedly, someone will give you a pillow when you are dozing off. If Lei Zhenzi fuses with the supreme colorful wings, what kind of realm will his cultivation reach? For a while, Xuanhuan looked forward to it. Afterwards, he began to practice. After practicing hard, Xuanhuan faintly felt that he seemed to have a breakthrough again. In this way, another 7 days passed. My God! What the hell happened? This kind of heavenly power, could it be that it has the power to overcome tribulations? Who has the guts to survive the tribulation in the Xuanxu universe? Isn't he afraid of Emperor Haoyan's anger? Do you think this strong man who has overcome the tribulation is not the general of the Haoyan court? TSK, Emperor Haoyan has achieved great power, so there is a second voice in Xuanxu universe? All of a sudden, the entire Xianxian universe was discussing this matter. Wherever there were living beings. On Tianwu Peak, in the Imperial Garden. Ding. Complete the side quest. Let Lei Zhenzi fuse with the supreme wings. The host has a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to die loyal to the peak, and a chance to call the strong. Ding. Trigger the main mission, destroy Yuchi's family. Mission details. Because Lei Zhenzi fused with the supreme colorful wings of Yuchi's family, causing the Yuchi's family to be furious. If the host destroys Yuchi's family, the system will reward the host with an overlimit awakening opportunity, a chance to designate a super strong man, a chance to pass on Taoism, a chance to die loyal to the peak, a chance to be a strong man at the peak, and a chance to copy the strong man. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded, causing Xuanhuan to suddenly open his eyes. Looks like Lei Zhenzi succeeded. Call out the attribute list of Lei Zhenzi. Lei Zhenzi, from race, Protoss. Kung Fu, Wind and Thunder Ju. Magic weapon, Golden Stick. Supreme colorful wings. Crazy thunder change. Thunder hammer. Identity, Lei Zhu. Special attribute, Wrath of Thunder Ancestor. In battle, if you are provoked by the enemy, you will immediately burst out with strength, beyond a small realm, and it is not a problem to challenge beyond the level. Lucky level, Taoism Supreme Realm Level 1. Loyalty, 100/100. Dao Dharma Supreme Realm Dzogchen. Lei Zhu. As expected, Lei Jinzi did not disappoint me. There is no problem in sweeping Yuchi's house in such a state. It seems that going to the inner universe has to be put on the agenda. Half a day later, Lei Jinzi, Jiuling Yuanxing, and the excited Yuchi Lei Tang returned to Haoyan court. Your Majesty, the subject has lived up to expectations, and the wings have successfully fused. At this time, Lei Jinzi knelt in front of Su Haoyan and said excitedly. I saw that at this time, Lei Jinzi's whole body was introverted, and the wings on his back were colorful, exuding an aura of destruction. Well, get up, my thunder god. Su Haoyan helped Lei Jinzi up himself. His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, when do you plan to go to the inner universe? Reluctantly suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked. I am building an ultra-long-distance teleportation array leading to the inner universe. We will be able to set off in 3 days at most. At that time I will surprise the inner universe. Su Haoyan said with a smile. The breathing of the 3 people present became rapid in an instant. The southern wilderness has no boundaries and is surrounded by layers of thunder and lightning. If there are creatures standing at the highest point and looking down, they will find that the southern wilderness is like an independent universe. There is no other way except to go back and forth from where. No one knows how big the southern wilderness is, but it is rumored that a certain edge of the southern wilderness is nothingness, because it was dug away by a powerful person, and its whereabouts are still unknown. The aura is terrifying, like a giant wild beast, exciting. This is actually a half-holy vulture. The black vulture jumped out from above and was about to fly to the depths of the southern desolation. But at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared, and a bright golden light suddenly appeared in midair, extending to hundreds of kilometers. Almost as soon as it appeared, under the roaring sound, streaks of golden thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the void, and instantly condensed into a large thunder and lightning formation. Immediately, dozens of figures emerged out of thin air. The light from the thunder and lightning dissipated quickly, revealing the figure inside. The leading young man was wearing white clothes, facing the wind from a jade tree, suave, with a strong aura, especially the flame graphic between his eyebrows, which gave people a great pressure. This person is none other than Su Haoyan and the others who were sent from Haoyan court. On the same day, Kong Xian reported back to Su Haoyan, saying that the teleportation circle had been constructed. Seeing this, Su Haoyan didn't waste any time. He left Daoist Tai, Empress Niwa, Kong Xian, and Guan Yu to stay in Haoyan court to guard the rear. And with Bai Suzhen, a saint, sitting in Tiandi Peak, Su Haoyan felt more at ease. And he led the rest of the saints, Dao Yuan, Ji Sheng, Dao Fa Ji Zun, and some semi-sages, a total of more than 20 people who showed their saints, came to the inner universe through the transmission array. Because they don't know much about the various forces in the inner universe, they finally teleported into the southern wilderness. Jie. The vulture was out for food. Flying here, he was taken aback by Su Haoyan's group's lightning teleportation circle. At this moment, seeing so many creatures appearing out of thin air, Hawkeye showed doubts. But he roared immediately, with a fierce look, and threw himself at Su Haoyan. And the others? Humph, how dare a little flat-haired bastard do something wrong? When Dijun's icy voice sounded, he condensed a sun god fire the size of 10,000 zhang, and threw it at the vulture with a flick of his hand. Boom. Although the vulture had a semi-holy cultivation level, Dijun's sun divine fire was Dijun's natal divine fire. How could he resist it? And it was instantly annihilated. With Dijun's current cultivation base of the great consummation of the holy realm, it is not easy to deal with a half-holy realm vulture. The southern wilderness is still so dangerous, but I am not what it used to be now. Let's go, leave the southern wilderness, let's go straight to Yuqi's house, Xuanhuan said calmly. Immediately, a group of people galloped away in a certain direction. Somewhere in the southern wilderness. Boom. Haha, I finally made a breakthrough, the ancestor is thanks to you. In the sky, Wang Mabai, who turned into a billions of feet high, shook the 9 heavens, shocking all the creatures in the hundreds of millions of miles. On the top of a towering giant peak, an old man stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at the distance with a calm face. Wang Mabai, who was laughing wildly, had a look of relief in his eyes. Dou Yuan, to the Holy Land Dzogchen. As expected of being the father of this generation of heavenly emperors, this aptitude is really not ordinary against the sky. Now that the heavenly emperor has emerged, the robbery of heaven and earth is coming. Everything will disappear, only the heavenly emperor will last forever. In the endless starry sky, hundreds of millions of stars are shining brightly. And a blue crystal door shining with golden light is quietly suspended. This giant gate is so tall, surrounded by crystal light and full of runes, exuding a barbaric atmosphere. Is that the entrance to the small world of Yuqi's house? In the colorful light, Xuanhuan looked at the light gate coldly and asked. Yuqi Leitang nodded and said, yes, shall we go in directly, or shall I call the door? Lei Zhenzi, what do you think? Xuanhuan handed over the decision to Lei Zhenzi. Lei Zhenzi was moved for a while. Your Majesty, even if Yuqi's family is destroyed, I will not be the head of this Lashizi family. I will always be with your Majesty. Lei Zhenzi said calmly. Fuck off, it's enough for me to be accompanied by a beautiful woman, who wants you to be accompanied by a young and a half. Haha. Everyone laughed. Let Lei Zhenzi scratch his head. Okay, I know you are loyal, so, Yuqi Leitang, how about you, the patriarch? When Yuqi Leitang heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately said, since your Majesty said so, then I will not be hypocritical. Your Majesty will help me take down Yuqi's family. Afterwards, I will pass on the entire inner universe. By Hao Tian Tian. Well, Lei Zhenzi, this old man still wants you to be the elder of Yuqi's family, so that I can straighten my body, little old man. Yuqi Leitang said with a playful smile. Let Lei Zhenzi secretly roll his eyes, but still agree to come down. A group of people overturned Yuqi's house while talking like this. It is really easy to win a small Yuqi family with their strength. Xuanhuan nodded. After he left Nanhuang, he divided the team into 2 groups. Xing Tian led Dong Tai, Dijun, Neza, and other 10 powerhouses to go straight to Jiuchen Immortal Realm. Another purpose of Yuqi Tianlan and others is to unify the entire Jiuchen Immortal territory. Xuanhuan wants to take a 2-pronged approach to unify the Jiuchen Immortal territory and take down Yuqi's family. Then he will have a base, build a teleportation circle in the Jiuchen Immortal territory, dispatch troops from the Xuanchu universe, and officially kick off the prelude to conquer the inner universe. In fact, Xuanhuan didn't have to take Yuqi's house for surgery. According to his plan, he first took the Jiuqian immortal realm as a base and then slowly mapped it to the entire inner universe. But since Yuqi's family came to his door, why not do it? Hearing this, Yang Jian quickly came to the gate of light, held up the chaotic purple gold knife, and was tearing apart the void space, and directly blasted at the gate of light. Boom! The incomparably stalwart light gate was violently shaken by the chaotic purple gold knife, and the strong light suddenly burst out in all directions, as if it was about to explode. At the same time, waves of incomparably angry and tyrannical aura poured out from behind the light gate. A majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Where are you bastards, dare to come to Yuqi's house, to play wild?" The sound of rumbling anger rolled out, filling the entire starry sky in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the giant door burst open, and a burly figure escaped from the door. He held a Zhangba snake spear in his hand, and was wearing a large animal skin coat. His long hair like flames fluttered in the wind, like a monstrous giant beast. Breathtaking. Behind him, a pair of flaming wings were slowly flapping, and a force of the law of fire spilled out, wrinkling the starry sky within 100 miles. Middle Saint Realm. Yang Jian smiled contemptuously, and raised the Chaos CG knife again. A purple sword light that was billions of feet long pierced the sky, and appeared on the head of the burly man in an instant, which made him choose to avoid it in a hurry. At this time, a figure flew out of the Guanmen again. He glanced at the red fairy baby floating in the starry sky in horror, then waved his hand, put the fairy baby into his big sleeve, and then raised his head to look across. "Who am I?" It turns out to be Yuqi Leitang, the traitor who stole the ancestors' treasure. "Are you here to find a rescuer and come back for revenge?" The man's words were full of sarcasm. It seems that Yuqi Leitang's cultivation in the middle stage of the Saint Realm has not been taken seriously by him at all. However, when his eyes fell on Lei Zhenzi in front of the crowd, he immediately exclaimed, "Are you Lei Zhenzi?" While his voice was full of disbelief, there was also a flash of surprise. It made the disciples of the Yuqi family, who flew out afterwards, all look in amazement. Since Lei Zhenzi became a saint in the Battle of the Holy Market, he has been known by most people in the inner universe, not because of his strength. The only reason people remember him is because he has the unique blood of the Yuqi family. According to the unique family rules of the Yuqi family, all living beings believe that Lei Zhenzi may join the Yuqi family, or die. There is no other way. In fact, Yuqi's family did the same. This is how Yuqi Tianlan Jikanzong squatted and guarded. "Boy, there are two ways for you now, one is to join us, and the other is to die." The new one appeared was a middle-aged man in a blue shirt, whose cultivation was at the initial stage of Saint Realm. He looked at Lei Zhenzi as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Humph, I still have a third way to go, and that is to destroy your Yuqi family." After Lei Zhenzi finished speaking, the supreme seven-colored wing suddenly flapped behind him, and he disappeared instantly. When he appeared, he was already in front of this person, and then he was blown away by Lei Zhenzi's supreme wings, while his eyes were about to split. Even the immortal infant, a burly man in the lead, was not spared. In the blink of an eye, two saints from Yuqi's family fell, and the disciples of Yuqi's family behind were stunned instantly. "What's the situation? You lost two saints in the blink of an eye at the beginning of the battle? Who the hell are they? There is Lei Zhenzi?" Could it be Emperor Haoyan? Suddenly, an aura of incomparable panic spread among these hundreds of disciples. Humph, Emperor Haoyan, is Yuqi's house where you ran wild? At this time an indistinct voice suddenly sounded, and then an old man with white beard and hair appeared out of thin air in front of the disciples of Yuqi's family. Yuqi Xianqing? Seeing this, Yuqi Leitang glared angrily. Dou Yuan to the Holy Land Dzogchen? So the patriarch of the Yuqi family only has this level of cultivation? I don't know who gave you the courage to send someone to hunt and kill me? At this time, Lei Junzi strolled over with his thunder hammer in hand. It made Yuqi Xuanqing's eyes widen immediately. At the same time, there was a storm in my heart. You are Lei Junzi? There was already a look of horror in Yuqi Xuanqing's eyes. Because with his Daoyuan Jisheng Dzogchen cultivation base, he couldn't see through Lei Junzi's cultivation base. And at this time, Lei Junzi, in front of him, actually had the feeling of facing a prehistoric giant beast. You should be a member of my Yuqi family, why do you need to work for others? Yuqi Xianqing persuaded. Pfft, Su Haoyan couldn't help laughing. This Yuqi Xianqing turned out to be a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. It was really disappointing. Okay, a reptile, what are you doing with him? Kill it. Su Haoyan said. Let Lei Junzi slowly raise the thunder hammer. Yuqi Xianqing, starting today, your Yuqi family has passed away. As soon as the words fell, the billions of meters tall thunder hammer directly fell on Yuqi Xianqing and all the disciples of Yuqi's family. In an instant, everyone in the Yuqi family, including the patriarch Yuqi Xianqing, was instantly wiped out. The starry sky fell into silence for an instant. In the distance, many creatures passing by here witnessed this scene with their own eyes. As a superclass force in the inner universe, the Yuqi family will naturally be followed by all forces, so there will naturally be many spies wandering outside its small world. But they didn't expect that the aloof Yuqi's family would be wiped out by more than a dozen people in an instant. Is it Lei Junzi who incited the colorful wings? Then the one standing among the crowd should be Emperor Haoyan. It's over, the mighty Yuqi family is over like this. It's not that Yuqi's family is weak, but Emperor Haoyan is too strong. For a moment, all the living beings who witnessed this matter talked a lot. And they all watched in horror as Emperor Haoyan and his party got into the light gate. With a flash of light, Su Haoyan and the others opened their eyes. What greets the eyes is a fresh and refined world. TSK, Yuqi's family is really big, they actually control a part of the universe? It's just a trivial matter. Compared with Haoyan's court, Yuqi's house is just a children's playhouse. Everyone is looking at this world curiously, and in front of everyone there is a continent floating in the void, a continent surrounded by aura. Your Majesty, there is another universe under that continent. At this moment, Lei Junzi spoke. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. With his cultivation base, he couldn't see through the mystery there. But where the restriction actually gave him a familiar feeling. It seems to have the same origin as his supreme wing. Yuqi Leitang, you go and return to Yuqi's house, Yangjian, Neza, Xiang. You all follow there, and anyone who refuses to accept will be killed without mercy. Lei Junzi, let's go to the secret place. Su Haoyan spoke quickly. Seeing this, Yuqi Leitang grinned and fled in the same direction as Yang Jian and the others. The rest of the people followed Su Haoyan Lei Junzi and flew to the deepest part of the mainland. Ding! Complete the main task, destroy Yuchi's family. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a superpower, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to be loyal to the peak, and a chance to be a strong man. A chance at the pinnacle, a chance for a strong dungeon. However, before Xuanhuan Lei Zhenzi arrived at the secret place, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It made Xuanhuan feel better. An opportunity to awaken beyond the limit. An opportunity to inherit Taoism. It seems that I can squander again. At this time, Yuchi Leitang and a group of people appeared in front of everyone as if teleported. Your Majesty, I, Yuchi Leitang, have decided to dedicate all of this place to Your Majesty. And our Yuchi family will be integrated into Haotian court. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. Yuchi Leitang's words were extremely sincere, and it could be seen that he was speaking the truth. It turned out that when he entered the prison of Yuchi's family, he found that the old patriarch had been imprisoned for an unknown number of years. Immediately became disheartened. Then, in a rage, he killed all the last 7 saints of Yuchi's family. Only some family members of low-level disciples and hundreds of millions of servants remained. Yuchi Leitang gave these, the servants, and all the wealth of Yuchi's family to Xuanhuan to repay his kindness. Okay, from now on you will be the second-ranked general of Haotian court, and your Yuchi family will officially integrate into Haotian court. From now on, this world will belong to Haotian court. After saying that, Xuanhuan and the others came to the entrance of the secret place. Hey, why is there a sense of confusion in here? I saw a huge hole in front of everyone, which was thousands of feet in size. There is a colored light gate on it, and the slightest spatial fluctuations overflow from it. Let everyone show a look of surprise. Do you know what's hidden inside? Xuanhuan looked at the space barrier in front of him and frowned. He didn't know why he felt a rather familiar atmosphere in it. I don't know. It is recorded in Yuchi's family tree that since the first ancestor of Yuchi's family disappeared for no reason, no one has entered here. However, there is always a saying in the family, only the Emperor of Heaven will last forever in the central years. As for this sentence, no one knows what happened, or even where it came from. Yuchi Leitang's words made Xuanhuan even more confused. In the central years, only the Emperor of Heaven will last forever. That sounds too stinky, doesn't it? Standing beside Xuanhuan, Li Yuanba curled his lips and said, Lei Zhenzi blasts it away. Xuanhuan gave the order decisively. No matter what's inside, you'll know when you open it. Lei Zhenzi smiled slightly, and the supreme colorful wings on his back opened. Instantly, and in a blink of an eye, bursts of colorful rays of light shot out, blasting on the opposite space barrier in the blink of an eye. There was no roaring and explosive sound as imagined, no flying corpses flying everywhere, and no flash of bright light. I saw that when the colorful rays of light behind Lei Zhenzi touched the space barrier, the space barrier melted like snowflakes in spring, and in a blink of an eye, the colorful light door disappeared. In its place was a pitch-black hole. Streams of strong spiritual energy overflowed from it, spreading across 1,000,000 miles of space in an instant. Haha, which clansman has penetrated the supreme wings of this old man? What a genius! At this moment, a hearty and wild laughter suddenly came from the dark hole. Then there was a whistling wind. Just when everyone was shocked, a stalwart figure stepped out of the darkness. Step by step. Isn't this too crazy? There is a person hiding in the forbidden area of the majestic Yuqi's house. Could this be an old demon with millions of years? Xuanhuan couldn't help slandering himself secretly. Could it be that this was a conspiracy by the ancestor of the Yuqi family who established this forbidden area in the first place? Just when Xuanhuan was thinking secretly, a light flashed at the entrance of the black hole, and in an instant there was an extra tall man with a beard. He is more than 3 feet tall, 3 points taller than Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, and Chang Liang, standing behind Xuanhuan. His face was full of beards, his face was pale, but his eyes were red and purple. The breath of the whole person is extremely ethereal, standing there like a transparent person. Lei Zhenzi's eyes widened immediately. Hey, the supreme realm of Taoism is complete? It's incredible that the cultivation base is so weak that it successfully merged with the supreme wings of the old man. But it's not from the Yuqi family, or the blood of the current clan has been so dim that it can't be ignored? Also, what year is it now? Did someone tell me that the Emperor of Heaven can return to his old age? As soon as this strange person came out, he muttered to himself in an instant. And what he said instantly shocked everyone, including Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, this person's cultivation base is terrifying, I can't see through it. Lei Zhenzi said via voice transmission. You could actually call him Your Majesty? Could it be that he is? You are His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven? How is this possible? Why? Are you here? Are you really? Emperor, you don't know me anymore? I'm Yuqi Gong. Yuqi Gong? Xuanhuan was struck by lightning. This guy is not. And many more. Could it be the strong man I summoned at a certain point in time? But when will it be? At this time, a virtual light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan's eyes, and only he knew about this light curtain. Yuqi Gong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Race, human race. Lucky level, unknown. Magic weapon, unknown. Cultivation method, unknown. Loyalty, unknown. Unknown. Here we go again. Although this information made him very depressed, at least it made him prove one thing. That is, the sloppy man in front of him was indeed a strong man summoned by him at a certain point in time. Moreover, for some unknown reason, this guy founded the Yuqi family after he left. But he hid in the forbidden area he created. The whole matter was constantly evolving in Xuanhuan's mind. It made Xuanhuan extremely painful. Until now, he still doesn't understand that he has indeed traveled to a certain point in time, and where he left the legend of the Emperor of Heaven. And the pretense that only the Emperor of Heaven lasts forever in the central years should be left by him. Are you? Could it be that you are the first ancestor of the Yuqi family? At this moment, Yuqi Leitang pointed at the strange man and asked in horror. Because the more he looked at the strange man, the more he felt that he was similar to the bearded man with a long whip at the highest level in the family tree. What are you? Hey, you actually have my bloodline. Although it is extremely weak, it is indeed my seed. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven was welcomed by you? The weirdo looked at Yuqi Leitang for a few times, then lost interest. Your Majesty, you once said that when the Battle of Shantian starts, it will be the time for you to return. Now, although you have not recovered your reincarnation memory, familiarity will still guard you by your side. However, because I have an appointment with the other 9 people, I want to protect something for His Majesty, so I can't leave the ancestral land within 1,000 miles, so please forgive me. The strange man, that is, Yuchi said respectfully to Su Haoyan. This made Su Haoyan even more irritable. The ancestor of the ancient demon god also said the same thing back then. The reason why he couldn't leave Nanhuang was because he was protecting it for the Emperor of Heaven. Now another one came, and he was also protecting something for him. At what point in time does he seem to have left too much? What's the matter? As long as they were in the light, he was left alone, to live in a dream. Everyone looked at Yu Qigong, then at Su Haoyan, with shocked expressions on their faces. Could it be that His Majesty is really the reincarnation of a powerful person from ancient times? Then what kind of cultivation was this great power back then? And Su Haoyan played another huge game of chess in ancient times? For a moment, the hearts of all the strong men were extremely shocked. Your Majesty, how do you feel about this universe? To tell you the truth, this place was specially built for Your Majesty, and it is your palace after His Majesty's return. Although I don't know where the other 9 guys are, I think they should be the same. You must know that they are all the sons and daughters of His Majesty. As soon as Yu Qigong's words came out, everyone showed strange expressions. Again in an instant, Su Haoyan's old face turned dark immediately. Su Haoyan felt a little guilty, and he didn't know what happened to him at a certain point in time. How do you have children now? However, Su Haoyan wanted to inquire about something, but Yu Qigong kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Your Majesty, we have been guarding you for hundreds of millions of years in our respective territories, until one day you really come back, but now your God is back, but your soul is still wandering. But wait until the battle of Shantian opening will be the day I really come back. After Yu Qigong finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the cave. Since the return of the Emperor of Heaven is imminent, the old minister has decided to give you a big gift. When Yu Qigong's voice rolled out, the entire small universe of Yuchi's house shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a boundless and huge continent slowly transformed out of the place where the black hole was originally. Looking around, I can see that this new continent is boundless, almost occupying 1/3 of the entire Yuchi family's small universe. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, this is the meeting gift I gave you. This island is called the Supreme Heavenly Emperor Island. In the future, the old minister will sit on this island and protect Your Majesty's home. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, due to various reasons, the veteran is not allowed to leave this island, so please forgive me. Yu Qigong's voice came to an abrupt end here, causing everyone below to open their mouths wide, staring blankly at the incomparably vast island in front of them. Who can tell me, what is the Shantian tribulation, the Shantian war? Su Haoyan's face did not soften because of the appearance of this giant island. On the contrary, it became more gloomy. First, the ancestor of the ancient demon god in the southern wilderness, and now there is Yu Qigong, who regards himself as some kind of heavenly emperor. But I don't know anything? Su Haoyan felt his ass hurt. Your Majesty, the tribulation of Shantian and the battle of Shantian are a contest of martial arts held every hundreds of millions of years between the inner universe, the land of the ancient sages, and high-end forces. It is rumored that all the powerhouses in the inner universe, including the Old Sacred Land, will gather in the Old Sacred Land to compete. However, any forces that can participate in the Battle of Shantian will be the forces that dominate one universe at the end. Moreover, it is said that there are still less than a few decades before the next Shantian battle. At that time, whether it is the demon race, the human race, or the 9 holy ancestors of the inner universe, they will all go to the ancient holy place to participate Battle of Shantian. Yuchi Leitang's words made everyone's blood boil with excitement. This Battle of Shantian is a good battlefield to pretend to show your face. How can such a grand event not have my presence? Su Haoyan thought about it, and said, "Speak out, I want to participate in the Battle of Shantian." Su Haoyan's words came from the condensed power of mana, and his cultivation, before coming to the inner universe, strongly broke through the holy realm. At this time, the sound came out, and the entire universe of Yuchi's family could hear it. Haha, His Majesty should be like this. What kind of Shantian battle, without His Majesty participating? It is a fart. Li Yuanba was gearing up with excitement on his face. This guy is born to be a fighter. Your Majesty, it is said that this Battle of Shantian was specially set up by some mysterious powers to welcome the return of the Emperor of Heaven. Yuchi's thunderous voice rang weakly beside everyone's ears at this moment, suppressing all voices in an instant. The scene fell silent for an instant. What the hell, is it the Emperor of Heaven again? After a long time, Su Haoyan's face twitched violently a few times, and he almost shouted in a roar. Even so, Su Haoyan quickly suppressed the irritability in his heart, and ordered, "Yang Jian, this heavenly Emperor's supreme island will be the new address of the Haoyan court's inner universe in the future. You are responsible for establishing a teleportation circle, connecting the Shantian universe here." Su Haoyan looked at the land in front of him, which was extremely rich in aura, and said with a smile, "The aura in the entire Yuchi family's universe is not as rich as the aura in this continent. There are countless islands above, and they are all flying islands. Moreover, there are all kinds of pavilions, towers, and pavilions, and all of them are full of ancient and boundless atmosphere. TSK, I don't know how the senior Yukigong built such a magnificent and huge continent. Moreover, such a continent full of aura has not been used by the Yuchi family, and has been hidden until now. Maybe it was really left by Senior Yukigong to His Majesty one's gift." Patriarch Bodhi said with a smile. Approved by everyone on the scene. Take a few days here and plan where to start. After Su Haoyan gave an order, he landed on the supreme island of the Emperor of Heaven. At the same time, he ordered in his heart, "First give me the inheritance of Taoism." His plan is to first draw out the inheritance of the Taoism, and then give it to his subordinates according to the characteristics of the Taoism. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the lightning. Dao. The system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's ears, causing Su Haoyan to squint his eyes and look at Qianliang behind him. This tough guy should be lucky. If the lightning Dao is given to him, how strong will he be? With anticipation, Su Haoyan is going to find a place and give Qianliang a chance. Mysterious universe. The location of the prison. The starry sky, which was originally peaceful, suddenly roared and exploded. Immediately afterwards, a monstrous roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came out of the prison. As soon as the roar came out, it seemed to symbolize some kind of signal, and the roars of wild beasts rang out one after another, causing the creatures passing by the nearby starry sky to turn pale with fright. What happened to the prison? Not good, there seems to be a big riot in the prison area. But why did this happen? Look, the prison seems to be glowing, my God. Is it really glowing? Is this? Could it be space turbulence? A riot broke out in the prison area, and finally disappeared suddenly in a Burst of strong light. As soon as this news came out, it instantly caused a big shock in the entire Xuanhuan universe. Although the forces of all parties surrendered to the Haodian court, they still retain their own spheres of influence. Especially those forces that are closer to the prison area came here first. However, when they arrived here, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. I saw that the original minefield had disappeared, and the prison had also disappeared, leaving behind a boundless black hole. When did this happen? At this time, a majestic voice resounded in the entire starry sky, making the creatures onlookers here excited. Immediately afterwards, Jiuling Yuanxing tore apart the starry sky and stepped out of it. He was followed by thousands of third-rank generals in Hao Tian, and the formation was extremely huge. Meet General Nine Spirits. At this time, the number of living beings here has reached hundreds of thousands, and there are still living beings flying here. Everyone saluted Jiuling Yuanxing together, and the scene was quite shocking. General Qi, based on the description of the creatures on the scene at that time, the riot occurred in the prison area until it turned into a strong light and disappeared. It took no more than a dozen breaths before and after. It is impossible to go in and investigate. This is a Dzogchen monk from Luolan Wonderland. At this time, standing beside Jiuling is extremely respectful. Jiuling Yuanxing frowned and walked to the deep pit, his consciousness scattered, and he explored the nothingness of the deep pit. Except for feeling the weak power of space inside, I didn't find anything. However, at the interface of the time-space dangerous land, a half-shattered communication jade slip was found. Jiuling Yuanxing's expression moved slightly. Put it away without a trace. In the inner universe, in the small universe of Yuqi's family, on the supreme island of the Emperor of Heaven, Su Haoyan was sitting in a palace, with Chongliang standing in front of him. There are only their monarchs and ministers in the whole palace. Your Majesty, what do you want to order from the recruiter? A strong and respectful arch. The current Chongliang heart is extremely emotional. Once upon a time, he stood in front of Su Haoyan, sheltered Su Haoyan from the wind and rain, and smashed the barrier that had sealed the mysterious world for 170,000 years. With one punch, Shen Xingming's Dharma boat tens of thousands of meters high. How high-spirited he was at that time. But now, Hao Tianting is not what it used to be, not to mention a late-stage powerhouse like him. Even saints have become second and third-rate powerhouses. He has already sunk into the ranks of strong men in Haoyan court. However, he was still extremely loyal to Su Haoyan and never complained. Chongliang, I came to you today to ask you a question. Do you want to become stronger? As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, Chongliang's face showed a look of shock. Then he became ecstatic. Your Majesty, the subject, can you still become stronger? Chongliang couldn't believe it. He never expected that Su Haoyan could promote him. System, pass on the thunder and lightning way to Chongliang. Following Su Haoyan's instructions in his heart, a golden light suddenly shot out between his brows, sucking Chongliang in instantly. The whole hall fell into silence. A day later, a piece of news came out that shook the inner universe. Emperor Haoyan led his powerful subordinates into Yuqi's house. The whole battle lasted only half an hour, and the prestigious Yuqi's house was destroyed. As soon as this news came out, all sect forces in the inner universe were shocked. Even the old superpowers such as the Supreme Immortal Palace, the Ancient Demon Clan, Misty Peak, and the Human Ancestral Hall couldn't sit still. Yuqi's family was destroyed? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? What does Emperor Haoyan want to do? You don't know yet. I heard that Yuqi Tianlan, who sits in the Jukanzong, was also torn to pieces by a big man named Xing Tian, and even the fairy baby was wiped out. They are with Emperor Haoyan. That is to say, now in the inner universe, Emperor Haoyan can wrestle with superpowers? The starry sky of the entire inner universe is discussing this matter. Emperor Haoyan entered the inner universe forcefully, causing all forces to call wolf. However, after one wave of ups and downs, another wave of ups and downs followed, and then there was news that Emperor Haoyan was going to participate in the Battle of Shantian. And he personally led the team to participate. As soon as this news came out, countless monks were shocked and excited at the same time. Because judging from the current trend, if Emperor Haoyan is trampled under his feet, his reputation will definitely increase greatly. Although Emperor Haoyan is strong, his own combat power is not that strong. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. All of a sudden, countless creatures who were sure of themselves came out one after another, threatening to challenge Emperor Haoyan. In the universe of Yuqi's family, Su Haoyan had just awakened Zhao Yun and Lu Bu beyond the limit when Kong Xian walked in. Your Majesty, an unimaginable event happened in the Xuanhuan universe. There was a riot in the prison area, and it was teleported away. General Nine Spirits asked me to give this thing to Your Majesty. Kong Xian came up to Su Haoyan and said hastily. After speaking, he handed a broken jade slip to Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan didn't wrinkle tightly together, and the prisoner disappeared for no reason, which made him extremely worried. Among other things, Taoist prisoner is still on it, and it is still unknown whether he will be shattered by the turbulent flow of space. Feeling extremely worried, he invaded the jade slips to check his consciousness. However, the next moment, his expression became extremely strange. When Kong Xian saw it, a puzzled look appeared on his face. He is very familiar with Su Haoyan's eyes, because he has also seen it on the face of Jiuling Yuansheng. What is recorded down there? Kong Xian thought suspiciously. Hurry up, recruit Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Bodhi Patriarch, Neza, and others. And let's rush to Nanhuang as soon as possible. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, the person disappeared. Seeing this, Kong Xian left as quickly as possible. In the years of the Yongyang, the ancient roads in the wasteland, only the Emperor of Heaven will last forever. Sitting on Lei Zhenzi's colorful wings, Su Haoyan's ears still echoed the records in the jade slips. Except for a topographic map, the entire jade slip has only one sentence, without beginning and end. But what makes Su Haoyan extremely weird is that he is very familiar with this topographic map. It should be said that he is familiar with one of the areas. The area of nothingness in the southern wilderness. Once they were teleported not far away. It is said that since the southern desolation appeared in the inner universe, there has been nothingness everywhere, as if a piece has been ripped away. Therefore, Su Haoyan concluded that the prison area escaped into nothingness. And when it reappeared, it might be the land of nothingness in the southern wilderness. Because he suspected that the prison area was the continent that Nanhuang had lost. Ding. Trigger the main mission, explore the prison. Mission details: the continent divided by the ancient power will soon coincide with the southern wilderness. If the host boards the prison to explore the mysteries, the system will reward the host once for exceeding the limit, a chance to awaken, a chance to extract the inheritance of Taoism, a chance to designate and summon a super Strong man, a chance to die loyal to the peak, a chance to be a strong man at the peak, and a chance to copy the strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Su Haoyan's mind, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to narrow instantly. It seems that my analysis is correct. The prison area is a part of the southern wilderness, and it was separated by someone. This matter will not have anything to do with me, will it? Su Haoyan had to think this way. In fact, since he came to the inner universe, all the things that happened were linked to him, which made him very annoying. I don't know when I will be able to trigger the Wheel of Fortune. Now he especially hopes that he can go back to the time when he rose. Let's see what happened. Boom. Just when Su Haoyan fell into deep thought, they had already arrived at the periphery of Nanhuang. But at this moment, the whole southern wilderness shook. For no reason. Immediately afterwards, the mist that spread around the southern wilderness rolled away and dissipated quickly, revealing the southern wilderness inside. Prisoner Emperor! You must die! A burst of shouting suddenly resounded, causing the entire southern wilderness to tremble even more violently. Search, search, search. At this time, with the loud sound, countless lights appeared from all over the southern wilderness, and flew in all directions without their lives. What happened? That voice, could it be that one who came back? Oh my God, look, that is actually a continent? Just when everyone was shocked, a gigantic phantom floated out of the void and gradually solidified. Su Haoyan and others came here at this time. Witnessed the shock firsthand. Heartfelt scenes. Prison. This continent is the prison that disappeared strangely in the mysterious universe. At this time, the prison area has basically been combined with the southern wilderness, and everything seems to be settled, but at this moment, a figure shot out from the depths of the prison. It's a Taoist prisoner. Seeing this, Su Haoyan quickly asked Lei Zhenzi to take it into his hands. Boy, why are you here? Hey, where is this place? Prison riot, why did you appear here? Prisoner Daoist was stunned when he saw this. Prisoner Emperor, I curse you to die. Before Su Haoyan could answer Prisoner Daoist's question, that boundless roar sounded again in the prison area. Prison Taoist's body shook, his face changed suddenly, and he quickly looked into the depths of the prison area. What's going on? Is the ancient legend true? There is an ancient troll hiding in the prison? Prison Taoist couldn't believe it. However, what is even more incredible is that a super strong suction suddenly appeared from the depths of the prison, sucking all the unprepared people outside the prison into it. Has it been a long time? Is the new battle of Shantian about to start? That voice sounded again, although it was still incomparably confused, but it didn't have the previous hatred. How did this happen? Why is there suction? Su Haoyan's face was full of horror, because he found that even the strongest Lei Zhenzi couldn't resist this suction. System, hurry up and think of a way, otherwise I'll die and you won't be able to live either? Su Hao's celestial eyes were about to burst, and he saw himself, all the strong men, and the creatures in the southern wilderness being torn from all directions. Like the end of the world. The system can't do anything about this suction right now. This suction has already surpassed the supreme realm of Taoism and has touched the level of primordial spirit. Because the host's cultivation level has not yet reached that level, the system has nothing to do. However, because the host has the wheel of destiny, the system allows the host to travel away. When the host's cultivation level improves, when he returns to this point in time, he will be able to counteract this section. The system's answer made Xuanhuan call, beyond this section, even Lei. Xunzi can't do it, how can I do it? After systematic investigation, an ancient power is waking up in the depths of the prison. If the host is really sucked in, it will be beyond redemption. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and turn the wheel of fortune. Hope is better than no hope. In exchange, the host must complete a mandatory task of the system after returning to this point in time. Okay, hurry up. Xuanhuan couldn't wait any longer. He still has a family and a country, so he cannot die. Ding. The system forcibly opens the wheel of fortune and teleports the host 10,000 years ago. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's teeth itch with hatred. 1. Nian, what a fart he can do. However, before he could protest, his spirit sank into chaos. Boom. A burst of severe pain spread throughout his body, making him sober for a short time. What happened? Xuanhuan asked, with difficulty. The ancient power in the depths of the prison disrupted the time-space transmission and disrupted the planned plan. Next, it is uncertain where the wheel of fortune will send the host. The system's answer made the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitch violently. If people want to catch up with bad luck, drinking cold water will stuff their teeth. This time, he fell directly into a coma. I don't know how long it has passed, maybe in an instant, maybe 10,000 years, or even longer. Woohoo! Roar. Xuanhuan gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, and before he could see the situation around him clearly, he heard the roar of a wild beast one step ahead. He hurriedly searched for his reputation. He is now on a cliff, and there are thousands of strange-looking beasts below, roaring up to the sky. Where have I come here? Xuanhuan endured the pain all over his body, and began to think. However, even though he knew that he had come to a strange place, he didn't know where it was. After a while, he woke up. After checking his injuries a little, he smiled wryly in his heart. What the hell, why do you get hurt every time you cross? Xuanhuan was a little depressed, but apart from his injuries, he did not lose his power of consciousness. He slowly swept around and found that apart from the beast below, there were no other creatures in the world. System, can you detect where you are now? Now he can only apply to the education system. In fact, the longer he has the future, the better. It would be best for him to cultivate to the extreme and then return to the original point in time. At that time everything can be easily solved. The system can't detect it either. The system's answer made Xuanhuan's heart sink violently. Afterwards, he shook his head, and exchanged the healing elixir from the lucky mall. Now he must recover from his injury first, before he can think about anything else. However, it seems that I still have 2 chances to summon. Now that I am alone, someone must protect me. Thinking in his heart, he opened his mouth and said, the system summons a super strong man. But he can leave power here as before, and then return to the original point in time to help Hao Tianting make contributions. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 7 fairies from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Resummon. What time is it, and this thing is still summoned, can it be eaten as a meal? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Han Fizi from ancient legends. Will the host summon again? Han Fei? Grandma Bear. What is this all about? Is my luck all gone? Summon again. Ding. The system summons superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Qin Qiong from Qin Qiong, Qin Shubao? If you can't do it, you have to do it. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up Qin Qiong's attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Qin Qiong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, Erlang reincarnated. Kung Fu, golden body Ju. Magic weapon, four-edged golden mace, golden scorpion and spear. Mount, Hule refutes. Lucky level, mid-golden wonderland. Loyalty, 95/100. What? Erlang reincarnated? Xuanhuan was stunned. He would never have thought that Qin Qiong, who was called the door god, was actually the reincarnation of Erlang. He doesn't care how high his subordinate's cultivation base is now, as long as his aptitude is good. After his super-limit awakening, he must be a super strong man. Erlang is one of the ancient mythical beasts, and coupled with Qin Qiong's status as the door god, if he is awakened beyond the limit, how high his cultivation will be. He was looking forward to it. Continue to summon. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Yuqi Gong from Sui and Tang dynasties. Did the host choose to summon again? Yuqi Gong. Yuqi Jingda? How do you talk to Sui and Tang today? And many more. Yuqi Gong? The ancestor of the Yuqi family? God. Could it be that I have come to the time to summon Yuqi Gong? Where is Xuanhuan in a daze? Only now did he know that Yuqi Gong was really summoned by him. It's him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Call up his attribute list. Yuqi Gong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Race, human race. Identity, white tiger reincarnated. Magic weapon, iron double whip. Mount, Wuzhui horse. Cultivation method, heavenly profound kung fu. Lucky level, mid-golden wonderland. Loyalty 96/100. The reincarnation of the white tiger? Isn't this too scary? First Erlang, then by who, these two brothers are. Both ancient beasts? Xuanhuan stared blankly at Yuqi Gong's attribute list. My heart was beyond shocked. The sound was so loud that it shocked all the monsters below in an instant. Xuanhuan looked along the voice. Seeing that it was a tall man with a beard of 3 feet, holding a factory whip in his hand, before the sound came, the whip came first. The huge monster was directly blasted out. It was Yuqi Gong. Yuqi Gong's face was as black as charcoal, ugly, wearing a dark armor. Wearing an iron helmet, standing there with undue courage. Soon, after knocking down the monster, Yuqi Gong came to Xuanhuan. Respectfully greeted him and said, Your Majesty, Yuqi respectfully. Haha, old Heighton, he walked quite fast. At this time, there was a voice, and a burly man with silver armor and silver armor galloped from a certain direction. This person has a fair skin and a dignified appearance. He must have been a handsome young man when he was young. It is the complete opposite of Yuqi Gong. This person is none other than Qin Qiong, Qin Shubao. Your Majesty, a certain Qin Qiong has come to pay homage to His Majesty. And I hope His Majesty will take him in. Qin Qiong came to Xuanhuan and paid respectful respect to Tao. I am very relieved that the two of you can come to pay homage to me. In the future, I will definitely let the two of you become high-level students. Reaching a level that you can't believe. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although the two of them disagreed in their hearts, they and Ben couldn't see. Through Xuanhuan's cultivation, they were in awe in their hearts, a little indifferent, and didn't show it on their faces, and said respectfully at this time, "What exactly is this place?" After that, Xuanhuan looked around and asked, strangely. The two ministers don't know much about it, but these monsters in front of them have no wisdom at all, and there are many varieties, and there are even species that will become extinct in later generations. Juchen observes that this place seems to be the beginning of chaos. Qin Qiong thought for a while, and said not sure. The beginning of chaos? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, suddenly. Nima. Is it hard to beat that I have really come to the Xuanhuan period? Immediately his heart became active. If he starts to make arrangements for the future generations now, doesn't that mean that going back to the original point in time, how Tiantian's unification of the universe is just a matter of flipping hands? Moreover, he is cultivated here for hundreds of millions of years, and when he returns to the later generations, don't all monsters and monsters have to look at my face? After a while, Xuanhuan tried his best to calm down and said, in that case, let's find a safe place here and start practicing. But before that, he should promote the cultivation of the two people in front of him. Although he now has the state of great consummation of the holy manifestation realm, it is impossible to guarantee that there are existences beyond saints in this land. He had to make himself safe before he could cultivate with peace of mind. After making up his mind, Xuanhuan drove away with the two of them. Hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, they finally found a place with beautiful mountains and rivers where the spiritual energy had reached a terrifying level. Looking around, Xuanhuan ordered the two to dig a huge cave on the mountain wall. One day later, Xuanhuan summoned Yu Qigong and Qin Shubao to the cave and said, "Now, I ask you, do you want to become stronger?" When Yu Qigong and the others heard this, puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. Who asked this question? Who in this world doesn't want to become stronger? Could His Majesty really make the two of them stronger? Your Majesty, of course we want to become stronger, but the system makes Qin Qiong, Yu Qigong, the strongest peak. However, before Qin Qiong finished speaking, he was sucked in by the black hole that appeared above Xuanhuan's head. He had to let the two of them reach the peak first, and wait for a period of time to awaken beyond the limit, so that the two could truly discover where the limit of the two was. After reaching the peak of the two powerhouses, Xuanhuan sat in the cave and began to think. Now he is really not afraid of those ignorant monsters coming in to harass him, because he has exchanged a set of cave protection restrictions in the Lucky Mall, which cannot be broken by non-Dou Yuan Supreme Saint Realm. Now that he has come to the period of the beginning of chaos, that is, the period of Xuanhuan, then he has to make a good arrangement. First of all, he wants to break through his cultivation to the realm of a saint, and then educate all living beings. Build your own power. But this step is easy to say, and it will take a long time to actually implement it. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan searched in the Lucky Mall. If he wants to enter the saint realm strongly, he must integrate some kind of supernatural power, otherwise time will be very slow. Kueishui Avenue? In addition to extracting the inheritance of Taoism, can the system Mall also be exchanged for Taoism? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Of course, the inheritance of Taoism is a shortcut opened up by the system. for the host to obtain Taoism. In addition, the host can also use the fame value to exchange for the magic power of the Tao. Moreover, the inheritance of Taoism obtained through the fame value has no usage restrictions. That is to say, the host can also use this kind of Taoist inheritance. Xuanhuan was stunned by the systematic explanation. Also happy at the same time. I might be able to improve my cultivation by integrating the inheritance of Taoism. But when he saw the fame value, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Nima. 500 billion worth of fame points can be exchanged for the inheritance of Kuishui Taoism. But now he has 1 trillion to 10 million reputation points, although a mere 500 billion is not a lot, but for the sake of cultivation, Xuanhuan resolutely exchanged this inheritance of Taoism. Ding. Yu Qigong's powerhouse peak is over, may I ask the host to release it? Ding. The peak of Qin Qiong's powerhouse is over, may I ask the host to release it? At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in succession, causing Xuanhuan to check the attribute lists of the two with a slight smile. Qin Qiong, in the early stages of the Holy Realm. Yu Qigong, the early stages of the Holy Realm. Seeing the realm of the two of them, even the calm Xuanhuan was shocked. The aptitude of these two guys is really not ordinary. And after passing the peak of the strong, the loyalty of the two reached full value. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan still shook his head, and decided to awaken the two of them beyond the limit after a while. Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong were released by Xuanhuan excitedly, but found that they still couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation, which made them even more awed by Xuanhuan. In the following time, he asked the two of them to guard the entrance of the cave, while he began to pass on the Kuishui Taoism and practice. Before that, he spread his divine consciousness again, and he was still worried that there would be species that surpassed saints here. However, what he saw were some holy spirits with low strength and undeveloped spiritual intelligence, and they were full of strange things. In addition, this world is incomparably vast, and the power of his spiritual consciousness in the great consummation of the Holy Realm is extremely powerful, and it is indeed impossible to cover this world. This place reveals the breath of Yuanchi everywhere, and I don't know when I will be able to return to the original point. System, when can I return to the original point? The system can't help the host now, only the host will solve everything when it encounters a chance. In addition, the host will return to the original point no matter when, so the host does not have to worry about the vicissitudes of life. There is no way, Xuanhuan can only cultivate patiently and wait for the opportunity. In the following time, Xuanhuan exchanged a large amount of holy medicine for cultivation in the Lucky Mall, and began to practice in the cave. In the period of the beginning of chaos, there is no time in the world, and there is no time for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise from the cave where Xuanhuan was, and then Xuanhuan penetrated out of the cave surrounded by a blue light curtain, and appeared on the top of the mountain in an instant. At this time, Xuanhuan's cultivation has already broken through the great perfection of manifestation of saints and entered the half-saint, and the Kuai Shui Taoism has just begun to be passed on. Ding. Begin to pass on the Kuai Shui Dao method to the host. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan began to officially pass on the Kuai Shui Dao method. Suddenly gusts of spiritual energy blew up from all directions, and they swarmed towards the place where Xuanhuan was. At the same time, on the top of the mountain, Xuanhuan's mind was instantly filled with a huge strange memory. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan fell into a mysterious chaos. The flames of cleansing karma in the body overflowed uncontrollably. But the strange thing is that it actually merged with the water waves outside the body. Water and fire blend together, yin and yang help each other, and Xuanhuan's whole body suddenly undergoes tremendous changes. "Hey, what kind of supernatural power is this, Your Majesty? How can you make water and fire blend together?" Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong, who sat cross-legged in front of the cave, stared wide-eyed, and couldn't believe what happened on the top of the mountain. Boom! There was a clicking sound in Xuanhuan's body, as if something was broken. The world tree shook violently in its body. There were bursts of terrifying breath. Today's world tree has grown into a towering tree in Xuanhuan's body. Not only the branches and leaves are luxuriant, but its roots are all over every corner of Xuanhuan's body. And his yin and yang twin babies are extremely tall, almost as huge as himself. At this time, with the skyrocketing spiritual energy in Xuanhuan's body, his dantian was still expanding. Especially on one of the branches of the world tree, a little light appeared. And with Xuanhuan's understanding of the Kuai Shui Dao method, the radio and television grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the east of Xuanhuan's cave, thousands of miles away, there was a strange-looking beast with blue light shining all over its body. Suddenly stopped and looked up in the direction of Xuanhuan's cave. This beast looks like a huge turtle, but its neck is surprisingly long and its mouth is as big as a house. He blinked his eyes suspiciously, looked at Xuanhuan where the thunder was rolling, tilted his head and thought for a while. The next second it moved. And within a step, it rushed towards the place where Xuanhuan was. In the north, an earth-shattering roar sounded, followed by a fiery red shadow emerging from a volcano. He was like a dragon, galloping in the void like the wind, and rushed towards Xuanhuan. In addition, this world began to become lively, and at this time, strange beasts began to rush towards Xuanhuan from all directions. These strange-looking beasts are much smarter than those ferocious beasts, and their intelligence is slightly opened, just like a newborn baby. In the induction, Xuanhuan had no opportunity for them, so they rushed to rush. Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong felt the shaking of the ground, and after releasing their consciousness, their eyes suddenly widened, completely unbelievable. Why do these usually docile beasts come to them? At this time, there were countless strange beasts rushing from all directions. Spectacular. Old Hey, have you noticed? These strange beasts have a little intelligence. Just like babies. It is said that all alien beasts with spiritual intelligence have been bred for countless thousands of years, and they have a good cultivation level from birth. I feel that they are those unique beasts, that is to say, they are called chaotic creatures by later generations. Qin Qiong looked at the galloping alien beast, and said to Yu Qigong, who was also shocked beside him, "By the way, why did these chaotic creatures come here? Could it be that they were attracted by His Majesty's cultivation vision?" Yu Qigong nodded in agreement, then said in doubt, "Maybe, after all, His Majesty's cultivation vision is too amazing, and it is quite normal to be able to attract these strange beasts." While the two were talking in low voices, the strange beasts they called chaos creatures came to the foot of the mountain where Xuanhuan was. But they didn't make any noise, they fought, and crawled on the ground within. A few miles centered on Xuanhuan, looking up at Xuanhuan, who was passing On the Kuaishui Taoism on the top of the mountain. This strange scene surprised the two of them again. They didn't expect these strange beasts to worship Xuanhuan. In fact, this is a very easy to understand thing. These chaotic creatures are all in the early stage of enlightenment, and the coercion they radiate makes them extremely odd, so they all come to pay homage to the saint. Could it be that His Majesty is about to break through the legendary saint realm? There was already a storm in the hearts of the two of them. The aura swarming from all directions rushed into Xuanhuan's body, further increasing his aura. As time passed slowly, more and more chaotic beasts continued to gather here, stretching for millions of miles as far as the eye could see. There are countless black ones. And as Xuanhuan's understanding of Kuaishui became more and more profound, the beasts who came to pay their respects to Xuanhuan were not limited to chaotic beasts, even ordinary beasts came here. A few days later, more than 1 million beasts came here. Another half-month passed, and Xuanhuan's comprehension was finally completed, and the system prompt sounded in his mind at this moment. Boom. Just after he succeeded in inheriting the Kuaishui Taoism, his cultivation also broke through at this moment. There are no billowing thunderclouds, no visions of heaven and earth. Everything becomes so natural. The karmic cleansing flames and blue water waves on his body have completely merged together. The yin-yang harmony is at its peak at this moment. Xuanhuan's appearance has not changed much, but in his body, the dantian has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, his dantian has been expanded infinitely, forming a world of its own. Just like the starry sky universe, although this world is only decorated with very few stars at this time, the aura filling it is extremely rich. Pulling the camera in, what is surprising is that the few stars turned out to be the epitome of the mysterious universe. Among them, the Xuanhu Great World is in the center of this starry sky, like thousands of stars holding the moon. Brilliant. Other than that, nothing else. Only the tree of the world stands in the center of the entire nothingness. At this time, on top of the world tree, a blue fruit the size of a fist is growing on a branch, which looks magnificent. And Xuanhuan's yin and yang babies are sitting under the tree of the world. One on the left and the other on the right, cross-legged peacefully. The breath is restrained like a mortal. Fruits were born from the tree of the world, and a small world was born in the body. Although all these are just prototypes, Xuanhuan has finally come to this step. This is a text that appeared in his mind when he inherited the world tree. Although it was only his first step towards becoming a strong man, he was still excited. Early Saint Realm. Inheriting the Kuaishui Taoism has finally allowed me to break through to the Saint Realm as I wished. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the soaring cultivation in his body and the astonishing changes in his body. At the same time, all the bones in his body turned into golden holy bones. Xuanhuan had a satisfied look on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Saint Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Saint Realm, and I will reward the host with a chance to summon a strong man. A chance to be blessed by the system. The continuous system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan feel as if he had passed away. Mimi thought for a while, then looked down, only to realize that the whole world is full of strange beasts, all of them staring at him intently. What's the situation? What are these guys doing? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. These chaotic beasts regard the host as a celestial being. They respect the Host very much. Don't you feel a mysterious power in your body now? The system suddenly spoke. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. This is fame value? No, it doesn't seem like a reputation value. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a word, the power of faith. Because only creatures with spiritual wisdom can have fame, and when spiritual wisdom is not developed, it is the power of faith in legends. The power of faith? If that's the case, then why don't I? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, I am the ancient Emperor of Heaven, who has existed forever since ancient times. If you are destined to meet me today, I will give you a chance. Xuanhuan's words rolled out, and instantly resounded throughout the world. His calculation is good, anyway, these creatures do not have intelligence, he can slowly induce them to have admiration for him, and they will be used by him in the future. Heaven. Heavenly Emperor. At this time a faint voice sounded, like a baby learning to speak. Xuanhuan was overjoyed immediately, and hurriedly looked for the sound. I saw, in the east, there was a monstrous giant beast, prostrate on the ground, looking at him with eyes full of childlike innocence. The intermittent sound made Xuanhuan feel weird. Emperor. The flame dragon beast on the other side also babbled. Immediately afterwards, the other strange beasts also began to speak. With the addition of more and more chaotic beasts, the sound instantly shook the world. Emperor. At this time, Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong, who were deeply in chaos, also woke up, watching the shocking shouts in the wilderness in horror. The incomparably huge momentum shocked the entire sky. Xuanhuan felt extremely refreshed when he heard it in his ears. From now on, the ancient Emperor of Heaven will be passed down forever. Ding. Trigger the supreme level mission. Inherit the legend of the Emperor of Heaven for hundreds of millions of years. Mission details: if the host spreads the name of the ancient emperor throughout the primordial period of chaos, the system will reward the host with 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 1 Taoism, a chance to inherit, a chance to summon a superpower, and the system will be upgraded at the same time. At this time, the system prompt sounded, immediately making Xuanhuan happy. The legend of the ancient emperor. It sounds exciting. Immediately, Xuanhuan glanced at the chaotic beast below, and said, next, I will teach you the method of absorbing qi and help you on the road of cultivation. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he began to practice the method of breathing and breathing that was simplified from his major practice, the longevity Ju. He sat on the top of the mountain, looked at everyone and said, you wait to breathe according to my rhythm. As soon as these words came out, all the strange beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, looking up at Xuanhuan. The world quickly fell silent. Most of the living beings have no spiritual intelligence and can't understand what Xuanhuan is saying at all, and they are still staring blankly, with a blank expression on their faces. In this way, 10 years passed in silence between heaven and earth. On this day, a creature finally caught up with Xuanhuan's breathing rhythm by chance, and began to really breathe. This is a bird-shaped beast with wings on its back, its whole body is purple, and its skin shone with a metallic luster in the sun. At this time, he was suspended in the void, a few meters above the ground, absorbed the surrounding aura into his stomach, and then exhaled the miscellaneous air through a cycle, breathing, and so on. Rumbling. In the Xuanhuan period, that is, when the chaos first opened, the first chaotic creature embarked on the road of cultivation. Attracted thunder calamity to come. In an instant, this bird-shaped creature stood out on the vast land. Xuanhuan discovered him at the first time, when the aura of heaven and earth was abnormal. He discovered that this creature actually had the cultivation base of Dou Yu fairyland. God. Could it be that the aptitude of chaos creatures is so heaven-defying? One must know that he has just started to cultivate now. How far will he develop in the future? Cannot imagine. Xuanhuan's heart was replaced by shock. Since you are creatures of chaos, this is the first time I have preached in the world, and the merits gained from this will be very huge. When thinking like this in his heart, Xuanhuan suddenly became excited. This kind of merit seems to be more profound than the preaching of the ancestor Hongjun in the prehistoric period. At this time, the bird-shaped beast seemed to feel the magical effect of exhaling and entraining qi. Although it felt a little uncomfortable at first, he gradually entered into a state of concentration. The method of absorbing qi that Xuanhuan is teaching now was evolved from his life and death contest, and it is very mysterious. In this way, 10 days are fleeting. Booming. The bird-shaped beast finally attracted the first-time practitioner of thunder tribulation, and a series of blue lightning bombarded him, making him neigh in pain. At this time, there were no other strange beasts within 10 miles where he was standing. They all gave up the place to let him survive the robbery. As he crossed the catastrophe and practiced with qi, his aura became stronger and stronger. In a blink of an eye, another strange beast caught up with Xuanhuan's breath. Frequency. This strange beast was the one in the shape of a tortoise, and when the thunder calamity arrived, it declared that he had also embarked on the road of cultivation. 10 days later, the flaming dragon-shaped beast also successfully entered the practice. On the second day, a snake-shaped beast with 9 heads on its head also ushered in the thunder disaster. In this way, time passed quickly as the strange beast ushered in the thunder disaster. As time went by, more and more creatures began to practice formally. And Xuanhuan's cultivation didn't stop either. After merging the Kuai-Shui Dao method, his cultivation speed became even faster in the harmony of yin and yang. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong have successfully entered the middle stage of manifesting sages. Although Xuanhuan is still in the early stage of Saint Realm, his aura is quite different. Tens of thousands of the strange beasts below had already caught up with the rhythm. Even some strange beasts were born with intelligence. In a blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed, 10,000 years passed, 20,000 years passed. Xuanhuan has never stopped the frequency of the method of absorbing qi. On this day, the bird-shaped beast broke through Dou Yu's fairyland, and the thunder disaster came again. This time, he began to transform into a form during the thunder calamity. Seeing the transformation of this strange beast, Xuanhuan thought for a while, and exchanged for a set of high-level body training secrets in the Lucky Mall. Then he began to teach the beasts how to refine their bodies. In a blink of an eye, 100 years passed again, and the bird-shaped beast successfully transformed. Under the bombardment of the thunder calamity, instead of being buried in the thunder calamity, the bird-shaped beast successfully took shape. He turned into a burly man with a height of 2 feet. He was tall and thick, but his appearance was extremely handsome. After he had perfected his form, he hung in the void and shouted loudly, "Today, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven helped me to transform into form, just like my father, and I will worship him forever. That's why I am named Xuanhuan." His voice rolled out, resounding through the entire universe here. As if the world recognized him, it rained nectar to temper his body, and even brought other strange beasts to obtain great benefits. Xuanhuan? Why is this name so familiar? Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Emperor Xuanhuan. Also known as Xuanhuan Jizuan, he was one of the great figures in ancient times. In the inner and outer star universes, the name of Emperor Xuanhuan is extremely resounding. Although there are true and false legends, his legend is indeed older than prisoner Emperor Zun. He is the oldest powerhouse in this world. So, this burly man transformed from a bird-shaped beast is Xuanhuan Emperor? Xuanhuan couldn't help being dumbfounded. If this is the case, then among these chaotic creatures in front of him, what kind of behemoth can evolve? The ancestor of Gui demon god? Which one is Nalan Qing, the originator of Nalanzong? Which one is the prisoner emperor of the later generations? Which one is Xuanqiu? Xuanhuan blinked his eyes, and suddenly felt something in his heart. Everyone said that the system is better than the competition, but in fact the best competition is indeed the Wheel of Fortune. Now it's all right, he traveled to ancient times, and immediately put his identity above all living beings. Become an eternal existence. Soon Xuanhuan succeeded in crossing the catastrophe. He is still in a state of ignorance, with a big face full of innocence, looking at Xuanhuan with an urge to adore him, as if he saw his father in that way. Seeing his naked appearance, Xuanhuan hurriedly dispatched a clone to put clothes on Xuanhuan. In the future, Xuanhuan will be the eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. However, Xuanhuan still looked ignorant. There was no way. Xuanhuan asked the avatar to teach him the knowledge of writing. Boom. The tortoise-shaped monster also broke through Delual Luanqian at this time and began the catastrophe of transformation. Seeing this, Xuanhuan looked forward to it even more. This guy is huge. After transforming, is he the great power of the future? Boom. The giant flame dragon then broke through and began the catastrophe of transformation. Boom. At this moment, a snow-white leopard-shaped beast also began to cross the tribulation. In just one day, 3 strange beasts broke through and took shape. Xuanhuan was very happy. After tens of thousands of years of getting along with each other, these ignorant and chaotic creatures are like his children, and he is extremely happy every time they transform into one. Under the guidance of Xuanhuan's avatar, Xuanhuan gradually became agile. He always tilted his head and said to himself, eldest disciple. He would say it several times every day, and his bright eyes gradually became brighter. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. After the transformation of the turtle-shaped giant beast, Xuanhuan was surprised. Such a huge figure, after transformation, turned out to be a handsome Mr. Pinjia, very similar to Xuanhuan in appearance. Born by the grace of the Emperor of Heaven, my name is under your hegemony. However, Mr. Jia's name made Xuanhuan roll his eyes secretly. You, a young Mr., are called by a big man's name, you are really stinking. However, this thing turned out to be Tyrant, he is a famous figure in later generations. Its prestige is no less than Tianyuan. And a flame dragon turned into a flaming man about 3 feet tall, mighty and extraordinary, surrounded by purple flames. My name is Lai Yang. In the future, I will follow the Emperor of Heaven. The flame dragon roared. Overlord. Venerable Lai Yang. These are all well-known powerhouses in later generations. Although there are not many legends, they are indeed one of the few chaotic creatures who survived from ancient times. And when these three dominated the chaotic land, Xuanhuan, the ancestor of the human race, and Nalan Qing, the originator of the Nalanzong, had not yet been born. It seems that these old guys belonged to the first echelon of ancient creatures, while Nalan Qing, Prison Emperor Zun, Xuanhuan, etc. all belong to the second or third echelon. You two will be my second and third disciples in the future. As Xuanhuan said, he threw the two sets of clothes to Ba Xia and Lai Yang. Because both of them had the wisdom of about 10 years old, so they had a feeling of admiration for Xuanhuan, like a child looking at his father. The two put on their clothes excitedly, then knelt on the ground with a plop and greeted Xuanhuan very happily. This action made the rest of the chaotic creatures envious, and they worked harder to cultivate, and they all wanted to become Xuanhuan's disciples in the world. Boom. Half a month later, the petite snow-white leopard-shaped beast broke through and began to transform. 8 years later, after transforming into a leopard-shaped monster, it turned out to be a voluptuous woman. Xuanhuan had already prepared a white palace dress for her. After the transformation, the white leopard beast became a beautiful woman with long black hair, curvaceous curves, and skin as white and tender as snow. The first thing White Leopard did after transforming was to give himself a name. Under the guidance of the Emperor of Heaven, I succeeded in transforming into Qingling. Her voice is as clear and refreshing as her name. Qingling? Could it be that she is the ancient creature who was honored as the Qingling Mzu by later generations? Xuanhuan is happy. He did not expect that Emperor Kaiyuan, Venerable Lai Yang, Overlord Emperor, and Qingling Nuzu turned out to be the first batch of chaotic creatures in the world. Well, in the future, you will follow me and practice. Xuanhuan smiled. Qingling Nuzu looked at her close left and right, smiled tactfully, and said crisply, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan never stopped talking about his exercises, and another 100 years passed like this. A mountain-like giant ape was successfully transformed. However, after his transformation, he still maintains the appearance of monkey hair, which is very similar to Monkey King, but even more handsome than Monkey King. And his name also shocked future generations. Regret the demon ancestor. The first person of the ancient demon race. The originator of the Mozu. However, this guy is not a demon now. Could it be that he got some chance in the future and then went the wrong way? How could Xuanhuan miss such a future generation's great power and accept him as the fourth disciple? In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed, although there are still many chaotic creatures that have successfully formed. He only found 4 living beings who had achieved great fame in later generations. In this way, after more than 20,000 years of preaching, Xuanhuan had a total of 9 disciples, including the Qingling female ancestor. This is the end of my preaching. In the future, how far you can go depends on yourselves. Finally, I am giving you a chance. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he waved his big hand, and countless colorful lights scattered, almost covering the entire world. The creatures in confusion felt that many strange things suddenly appeared in their minds. Some creatures with relatively high spiritual intelligence immediately closed their eyes and became enlightened. Some souls without intelligence are still in confusion. Boom. At this moment, a thick golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Cover Xuanhuan in it. This is. Xuanhuan immediately understood that this thing should be the same existence as the head of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Xuanhuan's cultivation began to increase. He had already reached the peak of the saint's early stage, under the blessing of merit. Middle Saint Realm. Late Saint Realm. The first sermon of Chaos Chu Kai, and he also spread thousands of skills and secrets in the world. It has made immortal contributions to promote the development of the chaotic era. Looking at Xuanhuan, who was covered by merit, all the creatures in the world knelt on the ground. At this moment, Xuanhuan was a high god in their eyes. Kaiyuan looked at the golden light, his eyes were full of surprise. Kaiyuan now has his own ideas. The chaotic merit gave him the feeling of the aura between heaven and earth, which made him extremely longing for it. Not only him, but the other 8 have the same expression. But Xuanhuan is just like their father, he respects Xuanhuan in his heart. And he doesn't have the slightest thought of surpassing him. It should be said that in the chaotic period of time, the thoughts of creatures are still very simple. Their incarnation is equivalent to their birth, because Xuanhuan's preaching prompted their birth, so they couldn't feel even the slightest bit of indifference to Xuanhuan anyway. Soon, Xuanhuan stopped at the late stage of Saint Realm. After the brilliance dissipated, he looked at the chaotic creatures that could not be seen below, and shouted loudly, "After you dissipate, you can practice the exercises in your mind. In the future, whoever can break through the transformation will be rewarded." As soon as his words fell, many creatures chose to follow Xuanhuan, but there were also creatures who had their own thoughts and left when they saw that they had nothing to miss. "Master, what realm are you in first?" Kaiyuan, as Xuanhuan's great Kaishan disciple, asked in awe at this moment. As soon as his words fell, the 8 disciples, including Lai Yang and Qing Ling, all showed longing expressions. "I am now, Saint." The Saint Realm is not a first-rate powerhouse in later generations, not even a third-rate one. But when the chaos first opened, it was a transcendent existence. The 9 people were shocked, beyond measure. They gazed towards Xuanhuan was full of excitement and longing. In the following time, Kaiyuan took the lead and began to build within this radius of 10,000 miles. Of course, these are magic circles and other things that Xuanhuan exchanged in the Lucky Mall to teach them how to build caves. At this time, many chaotic creatures who had already taken human form decided to practice with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said a word to them, which excited the dozens of chaotic creatures. "I will let you all be above all living beings in the future." But he found that many unformed creatures did not leave, and looked up, like a child hoping that his father would not abandon him. Xuanhuan's heart softened in an instant. Seeing this, Xuanhuan simply accepted these ignorant creatures. At the same time, he also developed a greater ambition. He wanted to let the reputation of Emperor Haoyan spread everywhere in this land. Immediately, Xuanhuan used his supernatural powers to instantly build a magnificent palace in an empty place. Behind him, the chaotic creatures who were still building their own cave were shocked when they saw this. Afterwards, Xuanhuan named the 18 souls who followed him as the 18 venerables under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven to lead those unformed souls. Excited these 18 creatures. Seeing this, Kaiyuan and other 9 people looked at Xuanhuan eagerly. That means I also want a part-time job. As the first disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, this is already the highest position in the world. What else do you want? What Xuanhuan said made Kaiyuan and other disciples giggle endlessly. Let the 18 venerables envy Heavenly Emperor Palace. This is the name Xuanhuan chose for this palace. At the same time, he assigned Xuanhuan and the other 8 major disciples to the side hall, but after everyone had left, the Qingling female ancestor stayed behind. She looked at Xuanhuan with attachment for a long time before saying weakly, "Emperor, I don't want to be with them." Seeing the expectant look on the face of Qingling Nuzu, Xuanhuan softened his heart and said, "In that case, you should live in the heavenly emperor palace." The patriarch Qingling immediately became excited, then disappeared in the hall. Immediately, Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong appeared in Xuanhuan's hall. The two were both surprised and envious that Xuanhuan was able to break through to the late stage of Saint Realm. However, Xuanhuan said that he could help the two of them go to the highest place, so they had been looking forward to it. In the past 20,000 years, the two also made breakthroughs one after another, achieving the great consummation of the Holy Realm. Xuanhuan looked at the two of them, thought for a while and said, "In the era of chaos, there are great opportunities everywhere. You two go to travel around the world. If you encounter anything that you can't solve, come back and tell me." When the two heard it, they immediately became excited. "I have been here for more than 20,000 years, and I have long since suffocated." Immediately, the two bid farewell and left Xuanhuan. They both wanted to find opportunities, so they didn't stay together, but walked east and west. When only Xuanhuan was left in the main hall, he thought about it and decided to start summoning the super strong. When he broke through to the Saint Realm, the system rewarded him with a chance to summon a superpower. Before crossing here, he still has one more chance to designate and summon a superpower. He decided to use it all here. System, summon a superpower for me. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan look forward to it. He no longer cares about the level of cultivation when he summons the strong, but the premise is that his aptitude must be outstanding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan. It comes from unofficial legends. Will the host summon again? Damn it, Xuanhuan. Did you make a mistake? Call me again. What can Ko Laoshi do in this chaotic period? Ding. The system is rushing and resummoning the superpower for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Yuan Xuanhuan. History of the Ming Dynasty. Will the host summon again? Yuan Xuanhuan? The hero who fought against the Qing dynasty in the late Ming dynasty. Although he was a civil servant, he was a veritable god of war. He once commanded the Battle of Liaodong and the Battle of Ningyuan. Do you want to summon him? You must know that this guy is a famous general. If he is summoned, it will be of great help to his layout. Forget it, if that's the case, let's summon him. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the list of attributes. Xuanhuan was also very curious, and wondered if this guy was the reincarnation of some heaven-defying existence. Yuan Xuanhuan, from Ming history. Identity, the #1 monkey in the world. Lucky level, late stage of Delual Luan Wonderland. Cultivation method, Kunling Xiangong. Supernatural powers, Chao Tianjia. The world is shaking. Magic weapon, Shocking Whip. Loyalty 98/100. The first beast in the world? No wonder, so he has such a life experience? Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. As the #1 beast in the world, his strength must be extraordinary. System, assign me to summon the Gonggong in peak state. As the god of water, Gongong's cultivation level will naturally not be lower than that of the god of fire, Zhu Rong. Summoning him may help him build a vast heaven in the chaotic era. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Gongong, which comes from ancient myths and legends. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan in a very cheerful mood ordered the system to call out the attribute list of Gongong. Gongong, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, god of water, the ancestor of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, holy realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, tear the sky and the earth. Water filled the world. Loyalty, 87/100. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was very satisfied, and immediately started to practice. Here he wants to surpass the strong man who influenced his time. Travel in later generations. So he doesn't want to delay every moment. A day later, Xuanhuan came. Appointed by Xuanhuan as the first general in the world, he is responsible for training the souls who defected to him. On the second day, Gongong arrived and became the guardian of Tianwu Palace. In this way, 5,000 years have passed in the cultivation of sentient beings. On this day, Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong returned to Tianwu Palace and brought Xuanhuan unexpected news. They met 2,000 years ago and traveled around together. Just 100 years ago, a place suspected to be haunted by treasures was discovered. Your Majesty, it's a dangerous place. The aura is cleansed inside, and it seems that there are treasures haunting it. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan originally planned to ignore it, but when he saw his disciples and several subordinates around him, he waved his hand and decided to go and have a look. He has cultivated alone for 5,000 years, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the late saint, but he can no longer make any progress. Just take advantage of this opportunity to go out and relax. 10 years later, Xuanhuan, accompanied by 9 disciples and 4 subordinates, arrived at this place that Yu Qigong and his wife considered a dangerous place. In 5,000 years, 9 of his disciples and 4 subordinates had breakthroughs. The disciples have all reached the middle stage of the holy realm, and the 4 disciples have all progressed to a small realm. The other changeling creatures are extremely envious. Not only them, but more than half of those untransformed beasts have successfully transformed in 5,000 years. Those who are not embodied have already produced intelligence. Regarding this, those strange beasts who did not follow Xuanhuan regretted it. But the opportunity was lost, and they could only stare blankly. Xuanhuan stood in the void and looked down, and saw that this was a basin. At this moment, the basin was full of colorful lights, and it looked like a dream. At this time, a group of chaotic creatures flew over from the other side of the basin, and they were all transformed creatures. Although their strength is low, being able to change form already shows that their aptitude is extraordinary. But when they saw Xuanhuan, who was so high above, they were shocked and flew away one after another. For 30,000 years, the tall image of the Emperor of Heaven has been deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. At this time, how dare you stay here when you see the Emperor of Heaven again? In the blink of an eye, all of them disappeared without a trace except for a chaotic creature whose cultivation base was in the late stage of the holy realm. Seeing that this guy was so ignorant of current affairs, Yu Qigong wanted to blow him to death. And many more. Xuanhuan hurriedly stopped Yu Qigong's actions. This creature's cultivation base is higher than Kaiyuan's and the others, so it's obvious that he has high aptitude. It would be a pity to kill it. The creature was so frightened by Yu Qigong's aura that his face turned pale. And he squatted on the ground trembling. Su Haoyan ignored the creature. Instead, he punched at the center of the basin, and only heard a bang. Like a major earthquake, the entire basin was directly shattered and lifted, exposing the contents inside. The creature was shocked to see it. According to legend, the Emperor of Heaven has great supernatural powers and is the master of all things, that is, the exercises he practiced are all evolved from the exercises that the Emperor of Heaven spread to the world. Seeing it today really lived up to its reputation. At this time, Su Haoyan's fist suddenly changed into a claw, and with a downward grab, dozens of light groups of various colors flew out of the basin. Looking at the scattered spots of light, Su Haoyan said with a smile, "Go ahead, everyone can grab one treasure. As for what you grab, it depends on your own chance." As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, his 9 disciples and 4 subordinates immediately became excited. They flew towards those treasures and started chasing them. The trembling creature also wanted to grab it, but Su Haoyan controlled it. You, please be honest for a while." At this time, dozens of light clusters scattered and fled in all directions. As if possessing spiritual wisdom, they were about to escape into nothingness. Yu Qigong directly ran towards the longest and largest light cluster. This light cluster was glowing with purple light, and its diameter had already reached 1 zhang. Yu Qigong laughed loudly, and stretched out his hand to grab it, but it was a pity that he was sent flying by the thrust of the light ball before touching it. Yu Qigong grinned and became even more excited. "Grab it again." Su Haoyan's disciples such as Kaiyuan and Liang are all in pursuit. Su Haoyan didn't help them. As the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, if he can't even subdue mere treasures, is he worthy of being his disciple? Su Haoyan had nothing to do, so he drew the creature closer and began to size it up. Seeing Su Haoyan looking at him, this guy was so frightened that he shook his head and shivered. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled and asked, "Can you tell me the name of your family?" While trembling, the creature looked at Su Haoyan through the gaps between its fingers, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I just broke through the transformation, and I don't have a name yet." "No name? Huh, the aura on this guy? This is the aura of the ancient demon god? Could it be that this guy was influenced by his own aura by chance and became the ancestor of the ancient demon god? Do you want to talk like this?" Su Haoyan's expression was very strange. "I think things are not that simple." After thinking about it, he decided to keep this creature by his side. Immediately, he said to this creature, "From now on, you will follow me by my side. I will call you Wang Lin." Su Haoyan is very strange. All creatures born with wisdom in the chaotic period and successfully transformed should have their own names, because this is the gift of the chaotic heaven. Hearing this, the creature immediately became happy, knelt down in front of Su Haoyan, and cowed out unceasingly. Immediately, Su Haoyan looked at the 13 Yu Qigongs. Many of them have already obtained their own treasures. Is watching. Yu Qigong finally caught up with the huge ball of light, and when he took it in his hand, it turned out to be a purple spear, a chaotic treasure. It made him very happy. What Qing Qiong got was also a long spear, a dark long spear, and it was also a chaotic spirit treasure. What Gonggong caught was a big axe, which was also a chaos spirit treasure. Yuan Chongwan's is an innate treasure, long sword. The 9 people including Xuanhuan all had their own treasures, and it was no surprise that it was an innate treasure. Afterwards, as soon as Xuanhuan's supernatural power came out, he immediately collected the light clusters flying around into the lucky space. Although the treasures were divided among 13 people, more than 30 light groups were collected by Xuanhuan. On the way back, Xuanhuan, curiously, hid his consciousness into the lucky space to have a look. More than 20 innate treasures, 5 chaotic spiritual treasures, and 5 chaotic treasures. This is simply a sudden wealth. In the beginning of chaos, opportunities are really everywhere. He suddenly had an urge to visit the chaos period. There must be many opportunities. Even he has an urge to act immediately. But when I think about it, how can I do such a thing with my dignified identity as the Emperor of Heaven? Of course, you have to send your subordinates to do it. Back at Tianwu Palace, Xuanhuan did not go out. He sent out his avatar on weekdays to teach Xuanhuan, Liang, Baxia, Qinglingzu and other 9 disciples, but stayed in Tianwu Palace. He still had another chance of the system's favor, and decided to exchange it for a treasure for himself. What he lacks, now, are defensive treasures. At this time, his eyes saw a treasure called Hongmeng Taishan robe, which no one in the world can break. Worth 5 trillion fame. Xuanhuan naturally couldn't afford to exchange it, but now that he has the opportunity of the system's favor, it will be much easier. Immediately, following his choice, he put on a blue robe full of mysterious atmosphere. Xuanhuan instantly felt that his defense had become stronger. He believed that with this Hongmeng Taishan robe on his body, even Nailan Qing of later generations could do nothing to him. Just when Xuanhuan was secretly intoxicated here, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Tianwu Palace, on a hillside, as a purple mysterious thunder fell, a black tiger standing on the hillside instantly transformed into a form. After transforming, the black tiger turned into a slender middle-aged man with a dark complexion and long black hair fluttering. His upper body was bare and his lower body was wrapped in black animal skin. Today, my name is Nailan Qing. If Xuanhuan was here, he would definitely be surprised. This guy is Nailan Qing, the founder of Nalanzong. He has earned a great reputation in the starry universe. At the same time, a young man with a gloomy aura also survived the catastrophe of transformation, not knowing how many miles away from him. He glanced at everything around him and said, "From now on, my name is gone." With the development of time on the chaotic land, more and more creatures successfully formed. They all picked up the secret art of Xuanhuan sprinkled in the world by chance and coincidence, and they succeeded in transforming it by relying on the unique opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years have passed. On this day, Xuanhuan's true self appeared at the end of heaven and earth in a teleportation. He looked at the bottomless nothingness in front of him, and his eyes showed thoughtfulness. At this time, a figure also appeared, not far away. It was the creature named Gon, the great consummation of the Holy Realm. This creature's cultivation base is so tyrannical, it is actually higher than Xuanhuan's cultivation base. Could it be the creature who heard the sermon at the beginning? Who are you? Qian also found Xuanhuan, and he also felt Xuanhuan's terrifying cultivation base. In his eyes, Xuanhuan was a bottomless pit. Can't see through it at all. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is, what's your name? Xuanhuan asked, with interest. Unexpectedly, when I came out to play casually, I met such an interesting guy. I call dry. Open your mouth. But as soon as his voice fell, he raised his palm and blasted towards Xuanhuan. Dog Days palm? Are you Emperor Qian? Xuanhuan exclaimed, making the eyes of the creature on the opposite side light up. Emperor Qian? That's a good name. Although he was talking, he didn't stop. Instead, he slapped Xuanhuan firmly with his palm. However, such a domineering palm was completely blocked by the Hongmeng Taishan robe on Xuanhuan's body. I didn't expect your cultivation to be so terrifying. Who are you? Emperor Qian didn't stop, and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, he had already struck more than 3,000 palms, all of which were easily blocked by Hongmeng Taishan robe. That's right, your Fu Tian palm has begun to take shape, Xuanhuan said. Emperor Qian turned pale with fright. This is a set of palm techniques that he had studied for 10,000 years to comprehend, and this young man saw him through at a glance. Is he? At this time, Emperor Qian's face changed suddenly. He suddenly thought of a legend, and at the same time a vague shadow gradually became clear from blur. That's right, the supreme existence in this world, the heavenly emperor who preaches to all living beings. At that time I was still hundreds of millions of souls without intelligence. If I hadn't been resting next to a big rock all night, if it hadn't been for that big rock glowing at night, reflecting a piece of exercise, which he obtained through inheritance, he wouldn't have it will turn into success so quickly. In the final analysis, everything he had was given by the heavenly emperor. Thank you, your majesty. After Emperor Qian finished speaking, he chose to leave. He didn't stay to follow Xuanhuan back then, and he won't choose to stay now either. This is what he thinks in his heart, and he also does so. Seeing the direction where Emperor Qian left, Xuanhuan showed a strange expression on his face. What the hell, Emperor Qian, the founder of Futian Palm, so his name was given by me. Moreover, it seems that Futian Palm was also given by me. When he was still Wang Xiaofeng, he learned Futian Palm from Emperor Yan. And Fu Tianzhong was indeed given to him by Emperor Qian by coincidence. This world is really small. After Xuanhuan muttered to himself, he turned and left. After meeting Emperor Qian, he had no interest in traveling and decided to go back to practice in seclusion. In this way, 50,000 years have passed in the cultivation of all beings. In these 50,000 years, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the land of chaos. As more and more chaotic creatures take shape. With the rapid development of language and mind, the chaotic land is no longer peaceful. Selfishness, greed, domineering, and the difference between high and low have emerged. At the same time, the earliest sects appeared. Among them, the most famous one is Mo Yantian, who did not practice with Xuanhuan and got a chance by himself. As the first creature in the world to comprehend the magic art, he formed gangs everywhere, intending to form a demon clan. In addition to him, there are many transformed creatures who have gradually risen and become famous for a while, but Xuanhuan has never heard of their names when he was in the later generations. There may be countless powers in the chaotic period, but few people can truly survive the erosion of the years and live for countless years. And everything on the chaotic land is under Xuanhuan's control. His goal is very clear. In the future, those who are beneficial to Haotian court should be supported, and those that are harmful to Haotian court should be suppressed. On this day, Xuanhuan finally broke through to the great perfection of Saint realm. In a happy mood, Xuanhuan walked out of the hall where he had retreated for 50,000 years, and decided to preach for sentient beings again. At this time, half of the hundreds of millions of creatures crawling around the Tianwu palace have successfully transformed. Gathered by Yuan Xuanhuan, the Heavenly Emperor army was formed, which has begun to take shape. At the same time, the name of the Emperor of Heaven also spread in the land of chaos, and was considered by everyone to be the strongest in the land of chaos. And the creatures who once heard about the Heavenly Emperor have now become one of the top powerhouses in the world other than the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, as soon as the news came out that Xuanhuan was going to preach again on the chaotic land, it immediately attracted the attention of all the creatures on the chaotic land. All of a sudden, both the unformed creatures and the transformed creatures all went to Tianwu Palace to listen to the sermon. On the chaotic land, Emperor Qian walked aimlessly, with creatures constantly flying by. Let's go quickly, the Emperor of Heaven is preaching in the Emperor's palace. This time we can't miss this opportunity again. As the supreme being of the chaotic land, we cannot miss his sermons. Hearing the discussions of the living beings beside him, Emperor Qian's eyes gradually revealed firmness. On the other side, Nalan also went to Tianwu Palace among thousands of creatures. Powerhouses, including Moyentian. They all went to Tianwu Palace to listen to the sermon. Outside the emperor's palace, Xuanhuan began to preach, and 3,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Xuanhuan ended the sermon amidst the praises. At this time, Qin Qiong came to Xuanhuan and said, "Your Majesty, Gong is in trouble." Xuanhuan frowned. No wonder Gong did not return after traveling for thousands of years. It turned out to be in trouble. What is the problem? Xuanhuan asked. Whoever dared to attack his subordinates would have to pay a heavy price for it, no matter what power it was. It's not very clear now. This news was reported by a changeling being, supported by Gong. Although Qin Qiong has reached half-holy now, Gong is no worse than him. And the existence that can trap him is definitely not something he can deal with. That's why I came to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan thought for a moment, and said, "Go and bring that creature in." Xuanhuan intends to learn more about it. Those who can suppress Gong must have a semi-holy cultivation base, and even could it be that a saint appeared on the chaotic land? Impossible? Soon, the little demon was brought in. Although this little demon has not completely transformed, it still maintains a half-human, half-demon image, but it already has the cultivation base of the Deluogene fairyland. What is your relationship with Gong? This little demon knelt in front of Xuanhuan. He didn't dare to look at Xuanhuan. He was extremely reserved in front of Xuanhuan. Yes, Lord Gong was trapped in a valley and couldn't go out. At that time, I was still a little demon who had not transformed. It was Lord Gong who helped me transform. To thank Lord Gong, after I came out, come here and report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, and hope that His Majesty will go and rescue Lord Gong. Did he tell you who trapped him where? Could it be Emperor Qian? Or that guy Nalan Qing? Xuanhuan guessed in his heart, but he had just finished preaching. And both Nalan and Emperor Qian had just left. It can't be them. Who could it be? I don't know, but Master Gong said that the man claimed to be Mia Hun. Destroyer? Malar Gobi. Could it be the child of a certain destiny? Because when he was inheriting the Wheel of Fortune, he had heard the theory of destroying the soul. This Maihun is the first generation of Destiny child. Between heaven and earth, could it be that he ran into him? Immediately, Xuanhuan took the little demon and disappeared in the Tianwu palace in an instant. At the same time, on the other side of the chaotic land, a shape-shifting creature successfully survived the thunder tribulation of semi-holy cultivation. A stern look flashed in his eyes, and his voice rolled out, "Heavenly Emperor. The strongest existence in the world, I want to challenge you." As soon as the creature finished speaking, it flew towards the heavenly Emperor Palace. Xuanhuan brought the little demon to a valley in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan looked around and saw a valley covered by lightning appeared in front of him. Gong Gong, who was sitting cross-legged in the valley, suddenly opened his eyes and was extremely excited. "The Emperor of Heaven is here. He has been waiting for this day for a long time." If he hadn't cultivated a little demon in the valley and asked him to report the news, he must still be suppressed here. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, he slammed forward with a palm, directly smashing the thunder and lightning above the valley, making the little demon beside him tremble. "There has been a storm in my heart. The mighty power of the Emperor of Heaven really lives up to its reputation." At this time, a figure jumped out of the valley. It was Gong Gong. "Your Majesty, I am ashamed." Kneeling halfway in front of Xuanhuan, Gong Gong sighed endlessly. "Feel ashamed to see Xuanhuan? Don't blame yourself. Do you know who is the guy who trapped you here? Where is it? Take me there. This person claims to be my hun, and he is practicing in a mountain hundreds of millions of miles away." When Gong Gong thought of that man, he became very angry. But Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, he is the first child of destiny, the first holder of the wheel of destiny. If so, then let Xuanhuan meet you. Xuanhuan thought to himself, and took Gong Gong to the high mountain. And that little demon, with Xuanhuan's permission, went to Tianwu Palace alone to follow Xuanhuan. Half an hour later, the two of Xuanhuan came to the high mountain. "Where is the place where he retreats?" Gong Gong pointed to the side of the mountain where there was a stone gate and said. Seeing this, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and directly slammed his palm over. And the stone gate instantly turned into dust. "Bold, who dares to harass the seat's cultivation?" A roar sounded from behind the stone gate, and then a burly figure appeared in front of Xuanhuan in a blink of an eye. "Humph, you actually escaped. You really don't know how to live or die. This person has a fierce face, his upper body is bare, and a piece of animal skin is casually wrapped around his waist." At this time, he waved a palm at Gong Gong. "Snort." Xuanhuan snorted coldly, not only knocked him flying in an instant, but also raised the huge mountain behind him to the ground. My hun felt a majestic force that could destroy the sky and destroy the earth. And he had no time to resist, and was directly thrown out, and all the bones in his body were broken inch by inch. Seeing this, Gong Gong's eyes showed shock. Xuanhuan repelled the mighty my hun with just one voice. What kind of stalwart power is this? At this time, Xuanhuan flicked his wrist, grabbed the collapsed mountain, and directly took my hun into his hand. Without thinking about it, he threw it into the treasure of purgatory. There was still Xuanhuan inside, and the two happened to be companions. Until he was caught, Mia Hun didn't know who Xuanhuan was. Immediately, Xuanhuan released his spiritual sense to sense, and found that there was another universe at the bottom of this mountain, and tens of thousands of transformed and unformed creatures were trapped inside. Make him even angrier. Immediately, with a flick of the sleeve robe, the mountain was pulled up directly, revealing the hundreds of millions of creatures crouching below. We actually came out. My God, we're saved. Who saved us? That's His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Some souls who had attended Xuanhuan's preaching saw Xuanhuan in an instant, and immediately bowed down. Seeing this, the other holy spirits also fell to their knees. All over the mountains and plains. You are already free, you must pay attention next time, otherwise you will be lost forever. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan wanted to leave with Gong Gong. At this time, a voice sounded, His Majesty, wait a moment. A creature flew over here. This is a fully transformed creature, and Dou Yu's cultivation in the early stage of the fairyland is also one of the best among these creatures. What do you need from me? Xuanhuan asked. To be honest, this creature is not in his eyes. Your Majesty, I want to follow you. The creature said cautiously. Okay, but I won't open the back door for you. 10,000 years later, I will preach. If you can have an epiphany during my preaching, I don't mind keeping you. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan took Gong Gong and left here. Looking at the place where Xuanhuan disappeared, this creature showed a firm expression on his face. He murmured, I will follow you one day. From now on, I will be called Prisoner Emperor, and I will fight against fate. For life and life. On the other side, Xuanhuan returned to Tianwu Palace, appeased Gong Gong, and sent him back to rest. Afterwards, only the little demon who sent the message was left in the hall. Xuanhuan turned around and glanced at him and said, Tell me, what do you want? You have made a great contribution this time, and I plan to reward you. Without this little demon, he might lose a capable subordinate. So he is very grateful to this little demon. Your Majesty, I plan to follow the Heavenly Emperor. This little demon is shy, he thinks relatively simple, his aptitude is not good, and he can't go far to practice alone, he might as well follow Xuanhuan sighed. Follow me? What's your name? Surprise flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, he didn't expect this little demon to be so scheming and found it interesting. The little one doesn't have a name yet, so I implore His Majesty to give it a name. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't drive him away, Xiaoyao immediately became happy and said quickly. Since that's the case, you can call Xuanhuan Xiaotian from now on. The reason why he gave this name was that Xuanhuan Yunfeng suddenly sounded. And he wanted to discuss that guy. No matter what period Xuanhuan is in, he will inevitably have some bad tastes. Xuanhuan Xiaotian? When Xiaoyao heard this, he immediately became excited. He thought the name was quite domineering, and felt that Xuanhuan was too kind to him. Well, you go down, and you will pass the message for me in the Emperor's palace in the future. Your order. Xuanhuan Xiaotian bowed and left happily. From then on, he was the person next to the Emperor of Heaven, and he felt excited just thinking about it. Immediately, Xuanhuan thought for a while, and decided to start a closed door practice. He didn't know when he would be able to go back, and the completion of the Saint Realm could not relieve the crisis. He needed a stronger force. Time flies, in a blink of an eye, 200,000 years are fleeting. The powerhouses on the chaotic land became more and more lively. The strong are everywhere, and the era has entered the era of the Holy Land. 4 of Xuanhuan's 9 disciples have successfully advanced to the Holy Realm, and Yu Qigong, Qin Qiong, Yuan Xuanhuan, and Gong Gong have even become semi-saints. In addition, the Heavenly Emperor Palace founded by Xuanhuan already has hundreds of millions of disciples, more than 50 million beings above the Dou Yu realm and hundreds of thousands of saints. In a short period of 200,000 years, the land of chaos has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is worth mentioning that Mo Yantian came to challenge Xuanhuan when Xuanhuan was in retreat for 3,000 years. But before he even saw Xuanhuan's face, he was bombarded by Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan's first disciple, and all the bones in his body were smashed. Almost died. Immediately, there was no interest. For 200,000 years, battles have emerged on the chaotic land, and the word interest has occupied people's hearts. The whole earth is full of the smell of blood. On this day, after Xuanhuan left the customs, the first sermon ended. He stood in the void, overlooking the hundreds of millions of creatures on the earth, and said, "This sermon is over, you can leave on your own, and within 500,000 years in the future, I will not preach again. I hope you can have a chance of your own. Thank God for your kindness." Trillions of living beings shouted in unison, so that the entire chaotic land could hear it. Looking at Xuanhuan, who was like a god, all the creatures showed fanatic expressions. With the development of the times, there is no strong man who can be as generous as the Emperor of Heaven. Although the rest of the powerhouses also followed Xuanhuan's preaching, they would all treasure themselves and would not give the truth to other living beings at all. After each sermon, Xuanhuan would not ask for it, which made all living beings very grateful. Immediately, Xuanhuan disappeared into the void and returned to Tianwu Palace. Then, he ordered Xuanhuan Shaotian to call Xuanhuan, Liang and Baxia to Tianwu Palace. An hour later, the three disciples left the heavenly emperor palace with Xuanhuan's consent, and began their traveling career in the entire chaotic land. Afterwards, Xuanhuan went into seclusion again, and he had a feeling that when he exited the seclusion again, it would be the time for him to break through the saint realm. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, time has come to 50,000 years after the three lovers left. On this day, Mo Yantian, who had retreated for hundreds of thousands of years, left the customs. His cultivation has reached the great perfection of the holy realm. At this moment, he was standing at the highest end of the heavenly demon palace, looking in the direction of the heavenly emperor palace with gloomy eyes, his face full of madness. This deity, Mo Yantian, founded the demon clan today, setting an example for future generations. Boom. As his voice came out, the sky thundered, and then a golden light descended from the void and landed on him. Let his cultivation skyrocket instantly. Semi-holy realm Dzogchen. In the end, Mo Yantian stopped below the saint realm, only half a step away from entering the saint realm. Mo Yantian froze for a moment, then became excited. Mo Yantian defeated Lingshur demon saint. Mo Yantian defeated the ancient tree demon spirit. In just over 1,000 years, Mo Yantian defeated more than a dozen strong men who manifested their sages. For a moment, Mo Yantian's arrogance was indistinguishable. The majestic magic power spread to every corner of the chaotic land. On this day, Mo Yantian finally did something he always wanted to do. Heavenly Emperor, my demon ancestor is already on top, and I want you to give up the title of Supreme under heaven. As soon as the words fell, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. Around the Tianwu Palace, after 50,000 years of construction, the prototype of the city has been established here. Looking from a distance, a huge city rises from the ground with the Tianwu Palace as the center. Magnificent, very shocking. With Yuan Xuanhuan around, when other forces were still living in caves, he had already built a huge city using the precious ore on the chaotic land. This city is called Tianwu City, and after 50,000 years of further construction, it has begun to take shape. On this day, Mo Yantian came to the Tianwu City. He looked at Tianwu City, his eyes were full of shock, and then he showed greed. Defeat the Emperor of Heaven, and this city will be mine. However, before he could call for formation, suddenly a golden light curtain descended from the void, directly penetrated the heavenly emperor palace, and landed on Su Haoyan, who was cultivating in the main hall. Then, Su Haoyan disappeared into the main hall, and when he appeared, he was already standing in the sky above Tianwu City. Looking at the huge city below, Su Haoyan was stunned. No wonder the merits from heaven, the first city appeared when the chaos first opened. Then, let me use this merit and golden light to break through the Dou Yu on Supreme Saint Realm. As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, billowing thunder clouds gathered over the sky of Tianwu Palace. At the same time, Su Haoyan's aura suddenly rose sharply. The endless coercion suddenly spread, filling the entire chaotic land in an instant. Mo Yantian, who was in mid-air, smashed directly into the ground with a bang. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his 5 bodies fell to the ground, lying on the ground, unable to move an inch. Hateful. Mo Yantian couldn't understand why Su Haoyan was still so powerful. Before he could make a move, he was suppressed by the ore released by the opponent, and he couldn't deal with it at all. He was not reconciled, and was about to struggle with a grim face, but everything was in vain. He watched Su Haoyan's aura become more and more unfathomable. The thunderclouds over the Tianwu Palace lasted for hundreds of years before gradually spreading away. Su Haoyan made a strong breakthrough to Dao Yuan, to the early stage of the Holy Realm. And the nectar from the sky has benefited hundreds of millions of living beings, and some of them have directly cultivated and made breakthroughs under the watering of this nectar. Mo Yantian was lying in the deep pit, his bones were shattered. At this time, he tried his best to raise his head, looking at the figure of Su Haoyan in the sky. His heart was already filled with huge waves. Just relying on the momentum when he broke through, he defeated him, which filled Mo Yantian with a sense of frustration. He thought that once he broke through, he would defeat the Emperor of Heaven, thereby replacing the Emperor of Heaven and becoming the supreme existence on the chaotic land. But now it seems that this is just his wishful thinking. After breaking through the Dao Yuan Supreme Saint Realm, Su Haoyan's aura became even more ethereal. Let all the creatures within thousands of miles centered on Tianwu City prostrate on the ground, with fanaticism on their faces. Immediately, Su Haoyan returned to Tianwu Palace. He wanted to stabilize his newly broken realm. And Mo Yantian left silently. After returning to the demon race, he chose to retreat again. Without Mo Yantian's activities, the chaotic land fell into peace. And Kaiyuan and other disciples of the Emperor of Heaven gradually became known to all living beings in this peaceful atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years are fleeting. On this day, Su Haoyan finally left after breaking through the Dao Yuan Supreme Saint Realm. And Mo Yantian also broke through the Saint Realm almost at the same time. However, even if he broke through to the Saint Realm, he didn't bother Su Haoyan. Ever since he was defeated before a battle, Mo Yantian had grown afraid of Su Haoyan. Without absolute certainty, he didn't want to trouble Su Haoyan. Although he wasn't going to challenge Su Haoyan anymore, he was ferocious by nature, and The 2 consecutive retreats had already driven him almost crazy. So this time when he left the customs, he immediately led the demons to prepare to attack the city and seize the territory, and started the road of the demons to fight for hegemony. Xuanhuan, who was in the Tianwu palace, suddenly frowned, and then a look of understanding appeared on his face. It turned out to be like this. No wonder the demon race was able to flourish for a while. It turns out that all of this is due to Mo Yantian's nature. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, with an intriguing smile on his face. Even though Mo Yantian was against the sky and spread the power of the demons all over the chaotic land, all his actions were under Xuanhuan's control. Although Mo Yantian has been sanctified now, he is still an ant in Xuanhuan's eyes. Now Xuanhuan is a well-deserved power on the chaotic land, the only Dou Yu to the Holy Realm powerhouse. All saints are ants. But on this day, something happened that made Xuanhuan extremely worried. His second apprentice, Xia, finally met Mo Yantian, and he was no match for Mo Yantian even though he was a semi-saint. But Mo Yantian was afraid that he was the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. So he just defeated him and didn't take his life. However, under Mo Yantian's instigation, Xia fell into the arms of the demons, and began the process of transforming the demons from his human race. Although Xuanhuan witnessed the whole process of the incident, he did not stop Xia, but allowed the development of the incident. He wants to change destiny, but he cannot change the course of history. At this time, the creatures on the chaotic land and those who have not transformed are okay, but the minds of those who have transformed are already adults, so everyone's choice is different. Even if he is the strongest existence in the world, his disciples will still practice magic. This is his fate. For a moment, Xuanhuan had a deeper understanding of fate. Immediately, Xuanhuan didn't care about this matter anymore, and prepared to continue practicing. At this moment, Xuanhuan Shaotian walked in. Emperor of Heaven, Lord Qin. Xiong and Master Yuqi have discovered a treasure land, which is suspected to be the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, but this matter has already been discovered by other strong men, and the two of them cannot solve it. I hope your majesty will go forward. When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately became interested. The treasure from last time made him gain a lot. 3 Chaos Supreme treasures and 10 Chaos Spirit treasures. One of the primal Chaos treasures was in the shape of a palace, and it took him thousands of years to figure out the purpose of this treasure. This treasure has only one purpose, that is, it can be used as a cave. A day of practicing here is equivalent to a year outside. Don't underestimate this year, it's a world of difference. Finally, he fused this treasure with the Tianwu palace. It completely became his cultivation cave. The strength of the Tianwu palace is so strong that even the most powerful Taoists cannot break through it. I have to say that Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong are really good at treasure hunting. Well, let's go, there is nothing left and right, let's go and have a look. Immediately, Xuanhuan's consciousness spread out, and quickly locked on the location of Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong. In the next second, he disappeared into the Tianwu palace. Xuanhuan Shaotian was no longer surprised by this, so he turned and left. At the same time, under a huge peak, Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong stood under the peak, looking at the small lake surrounded by the mountain with incomparable solemnity. This Tan Xiaohu has no rippling blue waves, nor the fragrance of birds and flowers, it is like a pool of stagnant water, but the strange thing is that it is blue and sparkling. At this time, there were 2 figures suspended above the lake, facing each other. One of them was Emperor Qian, and it was indeed Nailan Qing who was confronting him. The aura of the two of them is extremely huge, and they have already reached the realm of saints. The treasure inside is mine. Emperor Qian's voice was extremely cold, and he clenched his fists tightly, bursting out with a terrifying aura, shaking the void with crackling sounds. As soon as his words fell, the 5 yin and yang wheels of life and death emerged from behind him. The difference from Su Haoyan's yin and yang wheels of life and death was that his was dark green. With the appearance of the yin and yang wheel of life and death, the calm lake below suddenly tumbling violently. Facing the mighty Emperor Qian, Nailan Qing snorted, "What qualifications do you have to occupy this treasure?" As soon as the words fell, there was a smell of gunpowder between the two of them in an instant. Once two superpowers collide, who is stronger and who is weaker? Yu Qigong wiped off his cold sweat. Qin Qiong was not much better. Their faces were extremely tense, because the aura of these two guys is similar to that of Su Haoyan. The breath released by the saint is completely different from that of ordinary strong men, and it is more majestic. In addition to these two strong men and Yu Qigong Qin Qiong, there are quite a few other saints, and even Delual Wanxian has become a saint. They all looked at Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing curiously. No one knows who these two are. At this time, Gandhi Nalanking finally moved. In an instant, there was a strong gust of wind, flying sand and rocks, and in an instant, the surrounding creatures watching the battle were blown away. Among them were Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong. The two semi-holy cultivators are not the combined power of saints at all. It was thrown thousands of miles away. On the other side, Mo Yantian led Baxia and a group of devils to this place, just in time for the outbreak of the battle between the two. Boom. The two go to heaven and earth omnipotent. The battle of saints stirred up the entire chaotic land and shook it endlessly. At this time, the void behind Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong moved, and Su Haoyan's figure gradually solidified from the void. "Hey, are you here, Your Majesty?" The two felt something, and when they turned their heads and saw Su Haoyan, they were immediately happy. In the hearts of the two of them, Su Haoyan is omnipotent. As long as Su Haoyan came, everything would be solved. "Hey, it's Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing. They have broken through to the saint realm?" Su Haoyan muttered to himself. The last time he saw these two people, they were still semi-holy cultivation bases. He never thought that they had become saints now. But so what if these two became saints, even if he didn't achieve Dou Yu to be the most holy? He was not afraid of them. On the other hand, this kid, Baxia, has made rapid progress, and has reached the peak of the semi-sacred realm. It feels like he may advance to the saint realm at any time. It seems that this kid is suitable for the identity of the demon race. Su Haoyan didn't pay attention to Chandi and Nalanking, but focused on Baxia, who was following behind Mo Yantian. The battle over there is still going on, and the battle between the two saints is not something that those who show their saints or half-saints can get their hands on. Mo Yantian's face was gloomy. He thought that besides the Emperor of Heaven, he was the strongest in this land, but he didn't expect that there were only two saints appearing. His ambition to dominate the entire world was threatened. "No matter what you say, get rid of these two guys." Mo Yantian gritted his teeth and said. There was already a stern look in his eyes. Another half an hour has passed, and the two are still tied. However, at this moment, the quiet small lake suddenly burst out with bright Colorful lights, and then countless light clusters rushed out of it, fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing immediately gave up the fight and wanted to fight for the treasure. But Su Haoyan had already prepared, and immediately separated more than 1,000 clones to snatch the treasure. Seeing this, Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing finally felt relieved. In fact, the two of them had already sensed Su Haoyan's appearance, so they fought passively because they were afraid that Su Haoyan would fish in troubled waters. Love you in an instant, Su Haoyan's avatar snatched more than 30 light clusters. Emperor Qian also got a red light group during the search. Nailan Qing also got a blue light ball. At this time, Su Haoyan's true self flew to Nailan Qing, without saying a word. The sixth palm of Fu Tian's palm, regretful, came out, and Nailan Qing was directly thrown out. Because he didn't want to kill Nailan Qing, Su Haoyan only used less than 30% of his strength, but even so, Nailan Hong's spurt of blood was reversed. That is. Emperor Qian widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this the Fu Tian palm he created? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven will also? At this time, Su Haoyan's 1,000 clones came back with a bang, and brought back more than 50 treasures of various ranks at the same time. Come on, the treasure has been robbed. Next, let me test the two of you. Su Haoyan put his hands behind his back, looked at the two people opposite, and said calmly, Dou Yuan, who is in the Holy Realm, is not afraid of the two people in the Saint Realm. Even adding 10 saints would not change the result. Seeing this, the two of them immediately became extremely ugly. In the previous battle, with their eyesight, they could clearly feel that Su Haoyan was extremely powerful, and it was not at all a match for the two of them. Emperor, next time we meet again, I will definitely defeat you. After Emperor Qian finished speaking, he turned around and left here. And Nailan Qing held his chest, took a firm look at Su Haoyan, bowed and bowed. Thank you for not killing me, but when we meet next time, I will definitely defeat you. After speaking, he also turned and left. Wow. Although the three of them only met for a short time, it made all the surrounding creatures see it clearly. My God, the old man, the Emperor of Heaven, is here too? With just one move, the two saints were defeated. You really deserve to be the Emperor of Heaven. TSK, the Emperor of Heaven, is the well-deserved powerhouse on the land of chaos. Whatever Chandi, Nailan Qing, or Moyanshan, you must stand back. All of a sudden, everyone was discussing and looking at Su Haoyan with incomparable reverence. Immediately, Su Haoyan looked at Ba Xia. Seeing his master looking at him, Ba Xia was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground, shivering. Ding. Trigger a mandatory task. Be the master of destiny. Task details, due to the development of the chaotic land, the Tao was derived, and then the way of heaven. This is all due to fate. If the host can become the master of destiny, control the fate. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a chance to copy a strong man. At the same time, the host will have a better grasp of the wheel of fortune. Close. The system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan's eyes light up. Before crossing, he promised the system to complete a mandatory task. Could this be a mandatory task? To be the master of destiny is to let me control my destiny. Control fate? Su Haoyan's breathing suddenly became rapid. You must know that the current destiny has just taken shape and is still Extremely fragile. If you take advantage of it and grasp it, it is not impossible. System, if I control my destiny, can I travel back to the origin at any time? Correct. Controlling the fate is extremely important to the system, and then it can play a very important role in allowing the host to fully control the wheel of fate. If the host controls the destiny, then the heavens and the world will let the host go or stay. The words of the system made Xuanhuan's eyes flicker. If that's the case, wouldn't I be invincible in the world? Thinking of this in his heart, he felt his blood boil. At this time, Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong flew over, and said excitedly, "Your Majesty is really the Emperor of Heaven, the number one person in the world. And he deserves it. Well, the two of you are able to find the treasure for me this time, and I have contributed a lot. After returning, I will reward you." While speaking, Xuanhuan didn't even look at Ba Xia, and left the place with the two of them. Looking at Xuanhuan's leaving back, Ba Xia slowly got up with a look of loneliness on his face. Is the master disappointed in me? Or doesn't care about me at all? Ba Xia muttered to himself. But Mo Yantian gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with Ba Xia. Now the Emperor of Heaven is extremely powerful. If Ba Xia gets angry and he leaves, he will lose a general. Now Ba Xia is the number one person under him in the demon race. Follow your own path, I will always stand behind you, because you are my apprentice. Just when Ba Xia was extremely flustered, Xuanhuan's voice came into his mind. Get him excited in an instant. Xuanhuan returned to Tianwu Palace and took out 4 Chaos Spirit treasures. And 4 innate supreme treasures. Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong had no 2, this was a reward for the 2. Let the 2 excited. The impact of the First World War on the lake was enormous. The name of the Emperor of Heaven spread throughout the chaotic land in the next few days. Ding. Complete the supreme task. The system rewards the host with 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 1 chance to inherit Taoism, and 1 chance to summon a superpower, and the system will be upgraded at the same time. Ding. The system is starting to upgrade. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, waking up Xuanhuan, who was in a deep trance. The legend of the immortal emperor. 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit. An opportunity to inherit Taoism. Now he has accumulated 4 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit, and when he returns to the original point, he will definitely make Haoshanting take off. In that case, let's start summoning. Xuanhuan was extremely happy. His 4 subordinates, Gong Gong, are at the critical moment of breaking through the sage. Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong have also started to retreat, and Xuanhuan's cultivation has also entered the stage of manifesting the saint. Everything is going in a good direction. Friendly reminder from the system will be upgraded. During this period, the host should wait patiently. The system explained at this time. Xuanhuan shook his head and didn't care, and he didn't care about the time either. The time was when Xuanhuan was practicing in seclusion again, and 100,000 years had passed. In the past 100,000 years, Gong Gong, Yu Qigong, and Qin Qiong have all broken through the saint realm one after another, allowing 3 more saints to be added to the Tianwu Palace. For a time, the prestige of Tianwu Palace was the same for a while, and even the demons who were in the limelight were overshadowed. And at this time, Mo Yantian's offspring was finally born after being conceived for thousands of years. Swallow the god of resentment. This is the name Mo Yantian gave to this baby, who was born with the Dou Yu Jinxian cultivation level. And the god of swallowing resentment was entangled with demon energy from birth, and he will definitely become a super demon in the future. When the entire chaotic land was engulfed by the god of resentment and made restless, the Tianwu palace with 3 saints and a super strong man was indeed peaceful. Although Xuanhuan has not preached for 200,000 years, there are still hundreds of millions of souls who continue to join Tianwu City. Because of this, Tianwu City is rich and powerful. Although it is not as powerful as the demons, it is also the #1 force in the world. Because the God of Heaven is the Supreme Being. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. In the Tianwu Palace, Xuanhuan, who was practicing, was awakened by the system notification sound. Ding! After the system has been upgraded, the function of awakening loyalists has been added. This function allows the strong to awaken beyond the limit, and the loyalty can be maintained at 100%. This function can be obtained as long as the host completes the task. Ding! The system has added an arbitrary reward fusion function. No matter what kind of reward, it only needs to be collected 10 times to be fused into a system reward. This includes inheritance of Taoism, awakening beyond limits, awakening of diehards, summoning chapters of the strong, designated summoning system. Grace, these few items. Ding! The system has newly added a simulation of the primordial chaos universe, which is a training place opened up for the host and his subordinates. Because this function is still under development, please wait patiently for the host. Ding! The new function of the system is the fusion magic weapon upgrade function. Put 5 magic weapons of the same rank and attributes together, and you can fuse them into a magic weapon that surpasses the rank. The system prompts kept ringing in Xuanhuan's mind, which made Xuanhuan stunned on the spot. Loyalty awakening function. System reward fusion function. Magic weapon fusion function. There is also a practice site that replicates the beginning of chaos under development. Xuanhuan's breathing gradually became rapid. These features sound awesome. In addition to being happy, Xuanhuan decided to start summoning super strong men. The system summons superpowers. Ding! Start summoning superpowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Mencius from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Mencius? There are 3 immortal saints who stand up for morality, speech, and meritorious service. They are Confucius, Mencius, and later Laozi. Mencius, a famous philosopher, educator, and thinker in the Warring States was second only to Confucius in status, and he was called the Way of Confucius and Mencius together with Confucius. This is a scholar. Xuanhuan's eyes widened suddenly. Although this is not Confucius, Mencius is not bad. Leaving aside the strong men in the mythical world, Mencius and Confucius are the orthodox saints. With the talent of Mencius, if he taught and educated people in the chaotic period, he would definitely become a generation of powerful people. Okay, if that's the case, call him. Restore the memory of the previous life. The reason why he restored Mencius' past life memories is to let him put people first and teach and educate people. Then he called up Mencius' attribute list. Mencius, from ancient myths and legends. Status, representative of Confucianism, Yaxing. Lucky level, late stage of the Holy Realm. Cultivation method, Meng Xianqian method. Supernatural powers, spring and autumn battle pen. Yixingwei. Magic weapon, Yaxing book voucher. Loyalty, 98/100. A student who is studying has the cultivation base of the late stage of the Holy Realm. It's really not an ordinary comparison. Xuanhuan couldn't believe that Mencius was able to have the cultivation level of the later stage of the Holy Spirit. But after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. How can a person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Confucius be a mediocre person? He has already decided that after Mencius comes, let him establish a religion in the land of chaos. Immediately, Xuanhuan clicked on the lucky mall and started searching in the mall. On the chaotic land, many tribes and early cities had already been established. At this time, and in a barren place, a figure was galloping, followed by a group of demons. In the Holy Realm. Swallow the god of resentment. At this time, he has grown into a 10-year-old child. He grows by devouring the flesh and blood of other living beings every day. No matter what kind of creature it is, he can devour it. And the higher the cultivation level, the more he likes it. Moreover, he didn't even spare the devils inside the demon clan, and sometimes devoured them wantonly inside the demon clan. Let all the demons hate it. But Mo Yantian is very indulgent in devouring the god of resentment, allowing him to devour him wantonly. In order to protect his only flesh and blood, he specially dispatched 20 sages to follow. Haha, this kid is very talented, I want it. At this time a voice sounded, and immediately after that, the strong men who protected him were all irradiated by a strong light, and they all fell to the ground. When they woke up, there was no trace of devouring wraith god anymore. No one knows who robbed the god of swallowing resentment. Mo Yantian was furious and killed all the bodyguards. Tell the genius to find the son of the devil ancestor. When the news reached Tianwu Palace, Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Slandered in his heart. Swallowing the resentful god, isn't this the complete body of the Shenming resentful embryo? It seems that it is right that the devouring resentment god is the son of the demon ancestor. Well, I already know, but your wishes will come to nothing, because nothing will happen if you swallow the resentful god. In fact, everyone wants to devour the god of resentment and die, because that guy is too terrifying. At this time, Yu Qigong and Qing Qiong, Gonggong Yuan Chonghuan, Qingling, Nuzu, and Mencius in white robes stood on the main hall of Tianwu Palace. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting on the chair of the Emperor of 9 Dragons, which was also a treasure of chaos, which he got in the lake last time. Now he is basically full of chaos treasures, and he is extremely rich. His apprentices, confidants, and subordinates are also innate treasures, and each has a chaos spirit treasure. Basically, it was all given by Xuanhuan. Mencius, go to the land of chaos, go home to the Confucian sect, and instill your Confucian ideas into the minds of the creatures of the land of chaos. This move can help you achieve the holy position and make you admired by all ages. When Mencius heard this, his eyes lit up. Ever since he came to Tianwu Palace, he had the intention of establishing a sect. Because he found that there is no education system in the chaotic land, and people are still in a state of ignorance. At this time, establishing a sect and creating a religion will surely gain great merit. Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling it. Others looked confused. What is Confucianism? Can one be sanctified by founding a denomination? They really wanted to know, but they didn't dare to ask Xuanhuan. I had to give up. Well, then you can do it now. You don't need my teaching on how to start a sect? Your order. Mencius left with a smile on his face. On the top of a mountain, Mencius stood with his hands down, his robe fluttering with the wind, and holding the spring and autumn war brush in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and screamed. I am Mencius, and today I use the spring and autumn wars as a medium to swear an oath to establish Confucianism, teach the rules of etiquette, impart morality and benevolence, and testify to all living beings in the world. This ambition will remain unchanged forever. The sonorous and powerful words shook the world. Boom! Thunderbolts resounded in the sky, and then a thick golden brilliance fell from the sky, covering Mencius's body, and the radiance shocked the world. Merit descended from heaven, the Tao allowed Mencius to teach. Seeing this, Mencius had a look of shock and surprise on his face. Because the cultivation base is skyrocketing rapidly. The great consummation of the holy realm. Half-holy Saint realm. As the second strong man in the world who is surrounded by merit, he still has no thunder calamity. And as the first person in the world to establish a religion, he made great wishes under the Tao, and under the merits of the Tao, Mencius's cultivation has grown crazily all the way. At this time, in order to publicize Mencius' great wish, Taoists' previous words resounded again. This time it resounded throughout the chaotic land, shocking all living beings. In an instant. Mencius? Where did this guy come from, and why did he exude such a shocking coercion? Is this man sanctified? Is this matter related to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven? For a time, all the holy spirits were discussing this matter in every corner of the chaotic land. Haha, Mencius is so good that he became a saint. Finally, a saint was born in my heavenly emperor palace. You have to work hard. Xuanhuan sat on the dragon chair and laughed heartily. The disciples and subordinates standing in the main hall congratulated each other one after another. Their hearts were full of envy and mixed feelings, because they also wanted to become saints. Seeing everyone's expressions, Xuanhuan smiled and said, Don't envy Mencius, because you will all be sanctified in the future, and even surpass the realm of saints. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, everyone was shocked on the spot. The other side. Because of the disappearance of the devouring resentment god, Emoyentian's aura became disordered, and his cultivation almost went mad. At this moment, he was sitting in the magic palace, looking at the sky, with mixed feelings in his heart. How could someone be sanctified at this time? This hit him deeply. Although he also achieved the holy way, he was stuck in the saint realm for a long time, and his son disappeared, which made him sleepless. And just when the Tianwu palace congratulated Mencius on his sanctification, Lai Yang, the second disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, was finally in danger. On this day, he met a strange man. A creature with a breath similar to his. It seems that it will be sanctified soon. Boy, I see that your aptitude is excellent, and your aura is strong and sometimes weak. It seems that you are about to become a saint. The reason why you can't break through now is only one opportunity away. How can you join this seat? This seat will help you become a saint. This person had 2 horns on his head and 2 wings on his back, slowly floating in the void, looking at Lai Yang approvingly. You are only as good as me, why should you make me a saint? Lai Yang's heart is extremely firm, he is a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. And the Emperor of Heaven is supreme in this world, how can he rely on others? Even if he dies, he will not violate his heart. Haha, good boy, with your aptitude, I have the confidence to sanctify you. Moreover, after sanctification I will never enslave you. I will also give you a chance. After this person saw Lai Yang, he already had a decision in his heart. Because he was not for himself, but for thousands of people. Yes, he wants to imitate Mencius to become a saint, Mo Yentian's road to sanctification. He wants to create a religion and establish a sect. It's just that his character is too detached and unsuitable for this identity. But Lai Yang is different. Lai Yang, I know that you are a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, and I don't want to, and it is impossible to worship other people's disciples. I don't force you either, but don't you want to impress the Emperor of Heaven? The weirdo induced. You know my identity? Although Lai Yang asked like this, he was not too surprised, because the first time the Emperor of Heaven preached, Lai Yang, Xuanhuan, and others were also extremely dazzling. Master is supreme, how can I impress him? Lai Yang smiled wryly. Establish a supreme clan on the chaotic land, establish a clan, just like the demon clan. The Emperor of Heaven will not only not stop you, but will also strongly support you. The world was just opened, and 1,000 wastes are waiting for prosperity. It is a good time for you to wait for these blessed creatures to make contributions. Lai Yang's eyes gradually lit up at the weird man's words. Why don't you do this? Why should I do it? Lai Yang was a little puzzled. Now the creatures of the chaotic land no longer have the innocence they had at the beginning. Now the interest is the highest. No interest, who will do things? Me? There is no such opportunity at all. In short, do you want to do it or not? Lai Yang fell into the battle between heaven and man, hesitating. Okay, I promise you, but after the establishment of the ethnic group, the entire ethnic group must respect me. Lai Yang said firmly. Okay, even if you don't say it, I will make you the first person in the group. Time passed slowly, and 100 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, somewhere on the chaotic land, the scorching sun was suspended in the void, and there were endless creatures below. They all have one thing in common, they all have wings on their backs. Today, I, Lai Yang, a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, once again swear that I will establish the Yi clan. Lead the clansmen to prosper and live forever. As soon as Lai Yang's voice fell, there was a sudden roar and explosion in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden light fell from the sky, passed through the clouds, and landed on Lai Yang. In an instant, Lai Yang's aura began to surge. Lai Yang wanted to establish a family, Dou agreed, and made meritorious deeds. And Lai Yang soon broke through the realm of saints. And the cultivation base is still exploding all the way. This kid. Too stubborn. The weirdo muttered to himself in a corner, and then disappeared. Lai Yang felt something in his heart, and turned his head to look. His eyes were already filled with tears. Master, is this what you did for your disciples? Lai Yang was very excited. He has been wandering on the chaotic land for tens of thousands of years, and has been spent in confusion. It wasn't until he met a weirdo that his fate changed. Later, he faintly felt that strange man was somewhat familiar. It wasn't until he became a saint that he suddenly woke up. It turned out that all of this was caused by his master, the Heavenly Emperor, who guided him to establish the Yi clan and become a saint. At the same time, in Tianwu Palace, Xuanhuan woke up from his trance. His eyes were full of gratification. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Your Majesty, the minister returned to his command. It took hundreds of years to make the elm lump open. At this time, the strange man recovered his real appearance, and it was indeed Qin Qiong. Well, thank you for your hard work, but your task has not been completed yet. Xuanhuan is still confused, right? Xuanhuan asked. That kid is more stubborn than Lai Yang, but the opportunity seems to be coming soon. You mean the invasion of the demons? Maybe this is really an opportunity. Qin Qiong then left. Xuanhuan sat for a long time, and began to practice again. Lai Yang founded the Wing clan, and in the following years, news spread throughout the land of chaos, and all the holy spirits began to discuss it. For a time, Lai Yang's name spread throughout the north and south of the river, becoming another hot figure after the demons. 500 years later, under Qin Qiong's secret guidance, Xuanhuan established the Fire Spirit clan and achieved the realm of saints. The Fire Spirit clan is another big clan following Liuyang's Wing clan. In the next 500 years, they will fight against the demon race without falling behind, and together with the E-race, they will become one of the largest groups on the land of chaos. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's disciples seemed to have seen an opportunity, and they walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace one after another, and went to various places in the chaotic land, looking for their own opportunities. Then the chaotic land began to become extremely lively. Thousands of years later, the demon ancestor of Regret Heaven established the Azura clan in the far west of the chaotic land. It wasn't until this time that Xuanhuan realized that the demon ancestor was not the ancestor of the demon clan at all, but the ancestor of the Azura clan, but he was a demon cultivator and was misidentified by later generations. Another 1,000 years later, Qinglong, an apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven, established the Dragon clan and quickly became one of the strongest clans. Afterwards, for 10,000 years, disciples of the Emperor of Heaven successively established the Tianlong clan, Tyrant Tiger clan, Shangue clan, Phoenix clan, Qilin clan, Huling clan, Wing clan, Azura clan, and later on, the Land of Chaos. The early human race established by the Qingling female ancestors has a total of 9 major ethnic groups. Soon, Moyanshan's demon clan became the 10 most powerful ethnic groups on the chaotic land. As a result, in the following 100,000 years, the chaotic land entered the era of clan establishment. In a short period of 100,000 years, thousands of races appeared in the chaotic land. However, apart from the top 10 ethnic groups established by the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor, no living beings have ever obtained the merits of the Great Tao. If you want to establish a religion, the establishment of a clan is of epic making significance, and only those who have an influence on future generations can obtain great merit. But even so, the Wanzu has opened a new era, and the creatures have benefited from it. Inside the Tiandi palace, Xuanhuan pinched his fingers and finally said, with a slight smile, there are thousands of races, and the early chaotic creatures finally got on the right track. Moreover, the ancient demon god clan has also appeared. However, although there are many races, the great struggle will also begin. So, who will start this new era? Xuanhuan muttered to himself, and finally smiled and practiced again. On the land of chaos, no one can escape his detection. He is like fate, controlling all creatures on the chaotic land. On this day, Mo Yantian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Over the past 100,000 years, thousands of races have sprung up like mushrooms. After a spring rain adding to his pressure, the territory of his demon clan is shrinking, and after all the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven are sanctified, his ambition of being the number one in The chaotic land is about to come to naught. On this day, Mo Yantian finally couldn't bear it anymore, and led his subordinates to the Confucianism where Mencius was, and he wanted to challenge Mencius. Then challenge the ancestor of the top 10 races to take back his era. However, when he was about to fight Mencius, the breath of devouring the god of resentment suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth. Let him give up the battle with Mencius halfway. At the same time, somewhere in the chaotic land, Su Haoyan was looking down at Nailan Qing with a gloomy expression. Heavenly Emperor, what are you doing? I want to accept this son as a disciple. Why do you want to stop me? Na Lanqing's head was covered with cold sweat. He was training to devour the god of resentment, but accidentally found Wang Lin, who came to hunt for treasure. He instantly saw Wang Lin's blood talent and wanted to take him as his disciple. However, the devouring resentment god is very interested in Wang Lin and wants to devour him. After weighing again and again, Nailan Qing remained silent. Compared with devouring the resentful god, Wang Lin's blood has not yet awakened, so he decided to sacrifice him. Unexpectedly, at this time, the Emperor of Heaven appeared and rescued Wang Lin. Don't you think I don't know if I caught the god of swallowing resentment? If you don't move my people, I will turn a blind eye. But you are too greedy. Nailan Qing froze for a moment, terrified in his heart. He never thought that Wang Lin would be Su Haoyan's person. But thinking of Wang Lin's unawakened talent, Na Lanqing's heart was filled with chills. Could it be that he is Su Haoyan's disciple? For a while, he regretted in his heart why he offended the Emperor of Heaven. If Nailan Qing didn't see you as a saint, I would have killed you today. Go away. When you lead the monster clan to compete in the chaotic land in the future, you will know how lucky you are today. Su Haoyan's nonsensical words made Na Lanqing completely confused. Could it be that my future will become the overlord of the chaotic land? With doubts, Nailan Qing left in embarrassment. At this moment, Mo Yantian and Mencius came here one after the other. Just saw Nailan Qing leave. Let him instantly understand that the devouring resentment god was robbed by Nailan Qing. Your Majesty, what happened? Mencius clasped his fists and said. Seeing this, Mo Yantian was shocked. It turned out that Mencius and the Emperor of Heaven were really related. Emperor. What? You still want to challenge me? Su Haoyan rested his eyes and said. No, how dare I challenge His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven? I just want to return my son. Mo Yantian looked terrified. He can't see through Su Haoyan's cultivation at all now. Swallowing resentment god, take it away. I know you want to unify the chaotic land. I will not stop you, but the 9 races in the world, plus Confucianism, you are not allowed to move, otherwise I will take action. When Mo Yantian heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Su Haoyan would tacitly allow him to unify the chaotic land. Immediately, excitedly agreed. Afterwards, Mo Yantian left with devouring resentment god. A few days later, Wang Lin also awakened the blood of the ancient demon god, and he called himself the ancient demon god. He wants to establish the ancient demon god clan, and got the consent of Su Haoyan. Your Majesty, Mo Yantian's demons have lost their lives. Why did you let the tiger go back to the mountain? Mencius looked puzzled. It's okay, the Mozu can only flourish for a while, and the Moyanshan will not last long. What Su Haoyan was referring to was naturally that Nailan Qing led the demon clan to replace the demon clan to rule the chaotic land. However, he now has a question. According to the legend of later generations, he later teamed up with Nail and Qing to expel the demons, so why does he let the demons grow now? Could it be that something unexpected happened later? Xuanhuan has a headache, he is from the future, and he will leave one day. He only wants to develop power now, not change history. Otherwise, he doesn't know what will happen in the future. In the following time, the demons began to compete in the chaotic land, and many of the 10,000 tribes were annexed by the demons. Only the 9 races in the world, Confucianism, stay out of the matter. 100,000 years later, the demons finally dominated the chaotic land, and the chaotic land entered a period of demon domination. This is also the first substantive unity since the land of chaos, which has epoch-making significance. But the 9 clans of the world, together with the ancient demon god clan, founded by Wang Lin, Confucianism, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace, all stayed out of the matter. And because Mo Yantian has the merit of unifying the chaotic land, he broke through the middle stage of the saint in one fell swoop, and for a while, the magic power was mighty and fierce. Time flies. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After arduous training, Xuanhuan successfully advanced to the middle stage of Dou Yuan, to the Holy Realm. Let the world astonished. And for millions of years, despite the demon clan's despotic power, many powerful people have emerged from the 10 clans in the world. Among them, Kaiyuan Emperor, Liang Emperor, Overlord Demon Lord, Ancient Demon God, and other disciples of the Heavenly Emperor all broke through their cultivation and advanced to the middle stage of Saint Realm. In this piece of heaven and earth, although the Mozu family dominates, most of the first-class powerhouses are from the Emperor of Heaven. Mo Yantian was very depressed. On this day, Xuanhuan was chatting with Qingling Nuzu in the Tiandi Palace. The Qingling female ancestor is the only creature who can live in the Tiandi Palace. Let Kaiyuan and other disciples of the Emperor of Heaven envy. At this time, Shangguan Xiaotian walked into the Tiandi Palace. Although this guy's talent was not very good, under Xuanhuan's guidance, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Saint Realm. Your Majesty, with investigation, a mysterious giant city appeared on the chaotic land. It is said that this city emits colorful rays of light, and there are countless treasures in it, which has attracted many strong people to go. Among them, some of His Majesty's apprentices have also gone. Lord Yuqi, Lord Qin, and Lord Gong Gong have all gone. However, no one seems to be able to understand the secrets of this city, and cannot enter at all. Shangguan Xiaotian knelt on the Tiandi Palace and said, "When did this happen?" Xuanhuan frowned and said, "He just came out of retreat, so it shouldn't be such a coincidence." Emperor of Heaven, Fate City appears. As long as you master Fate City, you will not be at the mercy of fate, and you can even control fate. You must get this city. When you get Fate City, I will sacrifice. The method of refining this city, leave it to you. At this time, the faint voice of Destiny's Child appeared in Xuanhuan's mind. Fate City? Xuanhuan's eyes widened in an instant. You must know that his Ping Tian Palace is the city of destiny. Could it be that the opportunity to influence fate lies in this city? What do you want? Xuanhuan didn't believe that this guy was so kind. In exchange, I need His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, to give me a pleasure. My vitality is slowly dissipating because of the city of fate. But I have to endure 10,000 years of suffering. In order to get rid of the punishment of fate as soon as possible, I made this deal. How? Can His Majesty agree? Seeing this, Xuanhuan had a strange look on his face. Such a good thing. It's an idiot who refuses. Okay, then I will give you a happy one. I said so in my heart. Okay, I'll go take a look right away. Then he waved Xuanhuan Xiaotian away. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and searched for the place where Qiming City appeared. On the vast land, there is a flat river, but there is a huge city standing on the land. Under the rolling thunder, the city was extremely tall, almost as tall as the sky. The entire city is surrounded by tall and majestic walls, with pavilions inside, and in the center of the city sits this huge tower, which is tens of thousands of feet tall, and there is a statue on it. If Xuanhuan came here again, he would definitely find that this city was very similar to Pingtian Palace, that is, Xuanhuan City. At this time, around the city, there were densely packed creatures who came to inquire. This city has been around for 300 years, but it still can't be opened. Mo Yantian stood on a huge peak, frowned and looked at the giant city, muttering to himself. Father, I'm hungry. The god of devouring resentment standing next to him said with a bloody grin. Seeing this, Xia on the other side snorted in disgust. If it wasn't for Mo Yantian's face, he would have killed devouring resentment god long ago. If you know how to eat in one day, what else do you want? This voice came from a young man in purple clothes behind Mo Yantian. He is the second son of Mo Yantian, who was born with a Mozu woman, so he is very disgusted with the devouring resentment god. In fact, all the people of the demon race resent the god of swallowing resentment. If it wasn't for Mo Yantian's cover, he would have died long ago. Hey, Emperor Kaiyuan is here. At this time, a creature under the mountain suddenly spoke. Following his gaze, he saw Emperor Kaiyuan coming from the sky, surrounded by the powerful members of the fire spirit tribe. This guy has become stronger again. Xia looked at the Kaiyuan great emperor who was strolling towards him, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Soon, Kaiyuan came to Mingqing, his eyes met Xia. Kaiyuan's eyes were full of indifference. Xia joined the demon clan, which made Kaiyuan Liang and other disciples of the Emperor of Heaven very angry. They thought Xia had betrayed their master. When I reach the late stage of Saint Realm, I will kill demons. Although Kaiyuan is now the great emperor, he never forgot Xuanhuan's teachings, felt Kaiyuan's gaze, and Xia's face was dim. Meet the big brother. Although Xia felt bitter in his heart, he still couldn't lack the proper etiquette. Kaiyuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Mo Yantian's face was ugly. My subordinate saluted Kaiyuan, didn't this slap him in the face? Look, Emperor Liang is here. I saw that beside Kaiyuan, Emperor Liang suddenly appeared at an unknown time, attracting the attention of all living beings. Fire Yang pays homage to elder brother. Xia pays homage to second senior brother. Mo Yantian's face became even more ugly. Kaiyuan, Liang, Xia, meet Yuqi, Qin Qiong, Lord Gonggong. In fact, the three of them had already known about the arrival of Yu Qigong. And the other three, at this time, of course, they couldn't lose their courtesy. Seeing this, the three of them did not put on airs and returned the salute one after another. Let all living beings see the harmony under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Mo Yantian was already trembling with anger. About half an hour later, a monstrous coercion descended suddenly, causing all creatures to raise their heads suddenly. Even Mo Yentian's body trembled, and he said, "The Emperor of Heaven is here." The person who came was naturally Xuanhuan. I saw Xuanhuan sitting on the supreme dragon chair, slowly floating towards him, followed by Qingling Zhou and Xuanhuan Xiaotian. So many strong people? The patriarch of Qingling was surprised. A mysterious giant city has attracted so many strong people. Really incredible. But Xuanhuan Xiaotian was very excited. Being by Xuanhuan's side was another time for him to attract the attention of thousands of people. Even though everyone was paying attention to the Emperor of Heaven, he was still excited. My God, the Emperor of Heaven is here. Heavenly Emperor, it's really Heavenly Emperor. Why is he here? It really is the Emperor of Heaven who has come. Mo Yentian's face was ugly. Get nervous at the same time. 5 million creatures suddenly became excited. Yu Qigong and the others came to Xuanhuan and paid their respects to Xuanhuan. Kaiyuan greets Master. Fire Yang pays homage to Master. Ba Xia pays homage to Master. Ba Xia next to Mo Yentian knelt down and bowed to Xuanhuan respectfully. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, frowning and looking at the huge city. Well, it really is the city of fate, and the breath inside seems to be more terrifying than Xuanhuan City. This city is definitely not easy. When Xuanhuan was looking at the city of life, the creatures below were all looking at Xuanhuan enthusiastically. Now almost all the skills and secret arts on the land of chaos come from Xuanhuan. Although the Emperor of Heaven does not participate in the battles on the earth, it still cannot change his sense of mystery in the eyes of living beings. Many legends made the Emperor of Heaven the god in their hearts. Let them be extremely admirable. Standing among thousands of creatures, Prison Emperor also looked at Xuanhuan enthusiastically. His cultivation in the late stage of the Holy Realm made him stand out among the surrounding creatures. His goal is to become the person next to the Emperor of Heaven. To this end, he is still working hard. Heavenly Emperor, are you here? Are you also interested in this city? Mo Yentian smiled. He had to come to say hello, because he had an unforgettable fear of Xuanhuan in his heart. Xuanhuan didn't look at him at all, and said coldly, "I want this city." Mo Yentian's face suddenly became ugly. The millions of creatures surrounding the city of life looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't expect that the Emperor of Heaven was also interested in the city of life, and he seemed to be unwilling to give up until he reached his goal. Heavenly Emperor, you are not giving me face like this. Mo Yentian said with a dry laugh. No matter what Mo Yentian, can be regarded as the master of this land, and Xuanhuan acquiesced in his rise. Why should he suppress him now? Give you face? Mo Yentian, don't you think highly of yourself? Xuanhuan's voice was cold, without any emotion. Mo Yentian's face changed suddenly in fright. It is already very reluctant for Mo Yentian to break through to the saint realm. Now that he has not made any progress in a million years, it is obvious that his aptitude has come to an end. So now, with his courage, he still dare not confront Xuanhuan. Emperor of Heaven, don't be shameless, my demons rule the land of chaos, see if you don't drive you away because of your face, otherwise. As soon as this sentence came out, Mo Yentian's face turned pale, and everyone looked at Mo Yentian's second son with sarcasm. Is this kid's head caught by the door? Snapped. Ba slapped Mo Yentian's son, flying away. Being disrespectful to his master and not killing him on the spot is already pretty good. Although Mo Yantian's second son is domineering, he is most afraid of being bullied because among the demons, he is the only one who dares to beat him, and Mo Yantian can't control him. Let's go quickly, Mo Yantian should cherish the rest of his life. Su Haoyan's voice was light and calm. Upon hearing this, Mo Yantian's expression changed. Does this mean that the time left for the demons is running out? Mo Yantian finally couldn't calm down. What other people said might be farting, and he would even kill them. But Su Haoyan's words he firmly believed, because Su Haoyan's words would come true every time. Your Majesty, don't tear down my platform. I don't want this city anymore. Please raise your hand high. Mo Yantian's face was cloudy and uncertain, and finally he had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Su Haoyan. I don't have that kind of idle time. Now the chaotic land is full of complaints. As the saying goes, things will turn when they are extreme, and you can't live without doing your own evil. Su Haoyan looked at Mo Yantian with a half-smile, with only pity in his eyes. Mo Yantian's complexion suddenly became ugly. So the Heavenly Emperor and his powers won't be involved, so are there other powers? His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, Yantian, never forgets. Mo Yantian put down a word inexplicably, and left with the people of the Mozu. The demon creatures were about to gear up for a fight, but their ancestor wanted to retreat. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare to disobey, and he ran away in the blink of an eye. The millions of creatures below exploded in an instant. The demon ancestor is so afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation has reached an incredible height? After Mo Yantian left, Su Haoyan looked at the creatures below and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" The creatures below did not dare to disobey Su Haoyan, and they all left as quickly as possible. But they didn't really leave. To them, Su Haoyan was a god, and being able to witness the majestic appearance of the god was also a kind of harvest. Seeing this, Su Haoyan slowly took out the primordial purple profound sword. The master is finally about to make a move. Kaiyuan looked at the Hongmeng Zishuan sword with a look of anticipation on his face. It's not just him, at this moment, everyone is looking forward to Su Haoyan breaking the city's restriction. Boom! A purple sword light fell from the sky and directly hit the City of Life. The ground shook violently in an instant. A sword slashed down, and the color of the sky changed. The flames of the cleansing industry were lingering, and they bombarded the City of Life together with the sword energy. This vast sword energy was directly blocked by the prohibition on the City of Life. But as the treasure of chaos, it will be blocked by a small restriction, and the Wanzhong sword energy will shatter the restriction of the City of Life. Like a broken bamboo, the sword energy collapsed suddenly, and the restriction of the City of Life was finally broken. This kind of result made all the creatures watching from a distance suddenly scream. My God, the Emperor of Heaven is too powerful. The Emperor of Heaven is the supreme existence, and a mere city is nothing to worry about. It seems that Master's cultivation is endless. Kaiyuan thought to himself. For a long time, Su Haoyan has used clones to teach his apprentices, but his own cultivation has never fallen behind. No wonder it's not strong. Su Haoyan stared at Mingchen closely, frowning tightly. The restriction was broken. He could clearly feel a breath in Mingchen that made his heart palpitate. You guys back off. Su Haoyan said to Qingling, Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, and Kaiyuan, standing behind him. Almost as soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, the whole city of life suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, all the doors and windows in the city burst open. A breath full of ancient times overflowed from it. This scene made all the creatures feel terrified and their scalps tingled. They all wondered in their hearts what was hidden in it. At this time an incomparably overbearing aura came out from the city of life, and instantly turned the creatures that were still staying nearby into fly ash, and the rest of the creatures were still in shock, and they saw mountain peaks annihilated by fly ash. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan quickly set up a barrier to protect Xuanhuan and others behind him. However, at this moment, the originally flat land began to crack. The huge cracks spread rapidly in all directions like a spider's web. What happened? Why? Xuanhuan frowned, even he couldn't see through this situation now. After thinking for a while, he spread his consciousness, and his face suddenly changed in the next second, because he found that the entire chaotic land was splitting. The lake flowed backwards, and the mountain peaks collapsed, just like the end of the world. Seeing this, everyone in Moyentian, who left not long ago, changed their expressions suddenly, and they didn't know what happened. Boom! The chaotic land finally couldn't hold on, and began to shatter and collapse. Your Majesty, what is going on here? Xuanhuan Xiaotian's face was terrified. He had witnessed all the creatures around him and the mountain collapse instantly. It made him stare blankly. Xuanhuan didn't say anything, because he didn't know either. There was no other way. Xuanhuan had no choice but to ask the system for help. System, do you know what happened? Because the host forcibly violated the prohibition of Mingqing, that is, indirectly violated the rules of the Dao. Since Mingqing upholds the will of the Dao, it will naturally be furious, so all the power broke out. It is now the end of the chaotic land, and a new era is coming. This new era is the era of the universe. Form the universe? Paralysis. Could it be that my unintentional actions have promoted the destruction of the chaotic land? Drive the course of history? Xuanhuan couldn't help being surprised. What he was worried about was changing history. However, just as his thoughts were turning, the system notification sounded. Again. Ding. Friendly reminder from the system, destiny will appear in physical form. For the first time, the host must seize the opportunity to control fate. Nima. Destiny actually manifested itself in physical form? It seems that if you want to control your destiny, this is all you need to do. At this time, Xuanhuan quickly made a decision to disperse his consciousness, and immediately found a will gradually awakening in the depths of the city of life. Hurry up and retreat, the next battle is not for you to participate in. Seeing this, Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan Xiaotian, and the Qingling female ancestor all backed away with worried faces. The worried look on the face of Qingling Nuzu made her farther and farther away from Xuanhuan, causing her to fall into an unprecedented panic. The Qingling female ancestor has practiced with Xuanhuan since she opened her spiritual wisdom, and has never left Xuanhuan. Now she has a feeling that she will never see Xuanhuan again. Don't worry, Master's strength is unmatched in the land of chaos, Xuanhuan said. Back with everyone. Soon it disappeared into the sky. At this time, the entire chaotic land was split into countless pieces, and nothingness was exposed between the land and the land, which made the creatures extremely frightened. Xuanhuan holds the Hongmeng Zishuan sword in his hand, ready to fight fate at all times. Soon, only Xuanhuan was around the city of life, and the rest of the creatures disappeared. Suddenly, countless auras surged out from the City of Life, and the incomparably pure aura instantly flooded the entire earth. Xuanhuan was amazed. The system said at this time, "This is the aura evolved from the Dao. The faster the universe is formed, the more aura the Dao will release." Hearing the system's explanation, Xuanhuan became more curious about Dao. He wanted to see what the avenue was. At this moment, the majestic gate of Mingqing was finally opened, and a stalwart figure stepped out from it. When Xuanhuan looked up, he froze instantly. "Emperor Yan? How is it possible? Why is Emperor Yan here? And is Emperor Yan the destiny?" I saw a tall and burly figure walking out of the City of Fate. This figure, Xuanhuan will never forget. This person is exactly the Emperor Yan whom he has been looking for so hard. Why it came out like this? Why is Emperor Yan the destiny? And his wheel of fortune was passed on to him by Emperor Yan. Could it be that all this has its own destiny? The more Xuanhuan thought about it, the more surprised he felt, and he was completely dumbfounded. At this time, Emperor Yan, also known as Fate, looked at Xuanhuan coldly. "You, why are you going against fate?" Yandi's voice was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan quickly calmed himself down, and then said, "You are Fate? What's your name?" Destiny is above all living beings, why do you have a name?" While speaking, Emperor Yan raised his hand, and there was a bright long knife in his hand. The knife of fate can cut everything in the world. "If that's the case, let's fight," Xuanhuan said calmly. He must overcome fate and control fate. If the fate is really related to Emperor Yan, he will definitely help Emperor Yan escape from the sea of suffering in the future. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan held the Hongmeng Zishuan sword to kill fate. They were so close to each other that they collided almost instantly. When Emperor Yan easily broke Xuanhuan's sword with the knife of fate. But Xuanhuan wasn't worried at all. He laughed and said, "I never thought you would reach the early stage of Dou Yu on Supreme Saint Realm as soon as you appeared. Your destiny is really powerful." Fate snorted coldly, raised his sword high, and fought with Xuanhuan. In this way, the two strongest men in the universe began an unprecedented battle. This coercion is too great. Is there a strong man fighting? This kind of coercion is much more intense than ordinary battles. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven is fighting? At this moment, the chaotic land has split into thousands of continents, and all creatures are watching the changes in the whole world in horror. If Mo Yentian realized something at this time, he seemed to have understood Xuanhuan's warning. Not only Mo Yentian was watching, and Xuanhuan's apprentices and subordinates such as Mencius and Kaiyuan were all watching Xuanhuan's battle with fate. Puff. Xuanhuan sent his fate, that is, Emperor Yan, flying away with his sword. But there was no blood spurt as imagined. Emperor Yan's body is like an illusion. This phenomenon made Xuanhuan frown. Could it be that Emperor Yan is just an empty shell? Relying on the Hongmeng Taishan robe, even if Emperor Yan's attack was severe, he could not hurt him a bit. I saw the void roaring and exploding continuously. Xuanhuan and Emperor Yan. The two were as fast as shadows, and ordinary people couldn't see them at all. At this time, the chaotic land was still splitting. Not only did not intend to stop, but it was getting faster and faster. Even if Mo Yentian, Kaiyuan, Liang, Baxia, and other saints worked together, they cannot close the continent. With the passage of time, the space shattered, and the endless wind howled. All living beings will no longer see the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and Fate. Hundreds of years later, Xuanhuan is still fighting with Fate. At the same time, the chaotic land has been split into millions of pieces. After the split, the continents are growing by themselves. The area of each continent has expanded many times, and the aura has become more intense. Let all living beings be shocked. After hundreds of years of fighting, the creatures have gradually calmed down. At this time, the creatures discovered that the chaotic land after the split was even more suitable for cultivation than before. Let more creatures start to adapt and fall in love with such a continent. Xuanhuan is still fighting with fate, and time is fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed, and sporadic meteorites and fragments of broken continents began to appear in the universe. After 50,000 years, very few meteorites evolved and began to transform into worlds and stars. Xuanhuan is still fighting with fate. They fought for 50,000 years, and no one could do anything to the other, which made the creatures sigh. In the past 50,000 years, Xuanhuan has gained a lot from the battle, and his cultivation has gradually reached the peak in the middle stage of Dou Yu. Supreme Saint Realm. Time goes on. In the blink of an eye, another 200,000 years have passed. The original chaotic land no longer exists, replaced by a big world, collectively called the universe of the heavens. The starry universe, which was originally nothingness, is now full of stars, covering countless worlds of all sizes. But Xuanhuan and his fate have already fought to the depths of the universe, and non-sages cannot sense it. At this time, at the center of the universe of the heavens, the world here is called the Great World of the Emperor of Heaven. The living beings here are the largest world in the universe, and it is also the place with the most living beings. After 200,000 years of development in the universe, although the demons rule all the worlds in name, they have already existed in name only. The 10 major races in the universe created by Xuanhuan, Liang, Wang Lin, and other disciples of the Heavenly Emperor have gradually become the masters of the world. Because he is Xuanhuan's apprentice, the demons dare not stop him, which makes the top 10 races in the universe continue to grow. Coupled with the deterrence of Xuanhuan and other saints, the universe of the heavens is more and more likely to be controlled by these 10 races. It is worth mentioning that in the universe, in addition to these 10 races, there is also the devouring resentment god race that also began to rise 100,000 years ago. Although devouring the god of resentment has become a semi-saint through hard work, it seems that he has reached his peak, and he has not been able to make an inch of progress for 100,000 years. In the end, Mo Yantian ordered the devouring resentment god to pass on the bloodline. So there is the phenomenon of devouring the god of resentment and wreaking havoc on the starry universe. However, compared with the other top 10 races, it is still much worse. Except for these 11 races, in the universe of the heavens for 200,000 years, various races have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The heavens and the universe finally have a situation where there are thousands of races again. On this day, in the depths of the universe, there was a loud noise. Let the heavens and the world tremble. My God, what's the matter? Is the sky going to collapse? It is said that the Emperor of Heaven is fighting with fate in the depths of the universe. Great power. The Emperor of Heaven is really powerful. After the loud noise sounded, the depths of the universe finally calmed down. Let everyone be puzzled. Could it be that the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and fate is over? At this moment, in the depths of the universe, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged. And there was still the shadow of fate. System, fate has been taken into the wheel of fortune by me, what should I do? Next? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. After 300,000 years of fighting, he finally defeated fate. Under the guidance of the system, put the illusory fate into the wheel of fortune. The system will assist the host to control the fate. The host please do as the system says. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan began to comprehend. The universe returned to calm. Xuanhuan and other disciples of the Emperor of Heaven who had been paying attention to this battle, although they were puzzled, did not rush to check. So another 100,000 years passed. In the depths of the universe, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged quietly in the starry universe. Ding. Complete the mandatory task. Become the master of destiny. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon the strong, a chance to peak the strong. The strong at the same time, the host will have a tighter grasp on the wheel of fortune. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, waking up Xuanhuan, who inherited the memory of fate. He opened his eyes and looked at the completely changed world. Suddenly, he felt something falling beside him and those distant planets. Immediately, he finally understood that it was the curve of fate. Only after he mastered his destiny did he realize that no matter living beings, stationary stars, or the world, they all have their own destiny. It operates according to certain rules. It's a very mysterious thing to master your destiny. Immediately, Xuanhuan completely sealed the fate that had recognized him as master in the wheel of fate. In this way, a battle that lasted for 400,000 years ended with Xuanhuan's complete victory. Ding. Complete the supreme task. Control your destiny. Get a chance to designate a super strong man, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of a strong man. The system prompt sounded, reminding Xuanhuan of the mission about fate that he triggered when he was in the Xianxian Great World. Let him sigh. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan was suddenly a little tired. The 300,000-year war and the 100,000-year inheritance, mastering his destiny, made him feel very tired both physically and mentally. He decided to take a good rest. At this moment, somewhere in the starry sky universe, Yu Qigong, Qin Qiong, Gong, and Yuan Chonghuan are all looking into the depths of the distant starry sky. It's been quiet for 100,000 years, why hasn't the Emperor of Heaven come back? What will happen to the Emperor of Heaven? How is it possible? The Emperor of Heaven is omnipotent, I think there must be something that has hindered His Majesty. Hey, look quickly, my God, that's the Emperor of Heaven. Shangguan Xiaotian, who was listening to the four people's discussion, suddenly saw a flash of light in the depths of the starry sky, followed by an extremely familiar figure. Let him suddenly exclaimed. This figure is Xuanhuan, who rushed back. It's really the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven has returned. Your Majesty, are you back? Yu Qigong couldn't believe it, tremblingly said. At this time everyone was fully awake, and excitedly stepped forward to pay respects. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, his whole breath returned to calm, like a mortal. At this time, he said with a smile, tell me about how far the world has developed now? Seeing this, everyone began to talk in a hurry. Even Xuanhuan, who knew the history, couldn't help but sigh. As they talked, Xuanhuan gradually outlined the distribution of worlds that appeared in the starry sky universe in his mind. Although the demon race still dominates the starry sky universe, it has existed in name only. The main reason is that Mo Yentian suddenly announced a retreat 100,000 years ago, ignoring the affairs of the demon clan. Immediately, while talking, everyone flew towards the great world of the Emperor of Heaven. While listening to the discussions of his subordinates, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart, start summoning the super strong. He now has 2 chances to summon superpowers, 1 designated call, and a total of 3 times. Summoning superpowers now may be the future overlord of the universe, so he cherishes the opportunity of summoning now. He is afraid that if the time is too long, the strong will be unable to bear the loneliness and choose to betray, so he needs to make more preparations. Ding. Start summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Wen Tianxiang. From Songshi. Will the host summon again? Wen Tianxiang? One of the 3 heroes in the late Song dynasty. A politician, writer, and famous official who resisted the Yuan dynasty in the late Song dynasty, he has a high historical reputation. Xuanhuan wanted to call again, but he hesitated the next second. Since ancient times, no one has died in life, so keep your loyal heart to reflect the history. There are countless loyal ministers in the history of China. But when Tianxiang's words are enough to show that he will not betray. Moreover, when Tianxiang's strategy is also very prominent. Perhaps after he left, Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong, etc., would still not be used by ambitious people under Wen Tianxiang's strategy. Just summon Wen Tianxiang, restore his past life memory, and call up his attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Wen Tianxiang, from Song history. Status, military strategist, advisor. Lucky level, Tianmen realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Puff. What the hell, isn't this cultivation level too low? Xuanhuan became depressed instantly. I said, system, this kind of cultivation will probably disappear immediately. In this period, Xuanhuan complained to the system. This strong man has his own luck, and the system will send him to the host. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xuanhuan stopped suddenly. It made the others stop too. At this time, a figure beside Xuanhuan changed from virtual to real, which scared Yu Qigong and other strong people into a sudden panic. What? Sneaky? I saw that this person was wearing a white robe and looked imposing, and he was looking at everyone with a face of horror. When Xuanhuan saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Can he be a strong man just like this? Xuanhuan was a little suspicious. See your majesty, Chen Wen Tianxiang. Wen Tianxiang hurriedly bowed to Xuanhuan, his whole body was like sifting chaff. Seeing this, Yu Qigong and the others had incomparably wonderful expressions on their faces. This person is almost like a mortal. Seeing this, Xuanhuan shook his head, waved his hands around Wen Tianxiang with mana and said, let's go back to the great world of the Emperor of Heaven. Soon, Xuanhuan and others flew into the great world of the Emperor of Heaven. As soon as he entered the big world, Xuanhuan found that the aura here was not so strong, and he could feel the breath of no less than 3 saints, and there were dozens of semi-saints at the same time. Among them, the Qingling female ancestor has been sanctified. Xuanhuan was extremely pleased. Okay, you shouldn't be in the Heavenly Emperor's great world, you should all go back to your respective homes. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Seeing this, Yu Qigong and others all bowed and left. The two partners Yuqi, Gong and Qin Qiong did not leave. For them, Tiandi Palace is their home. And Gong sits in the Xuanhuan Great World, which is second only to the Tiandi Palace. It is also one of the best existences in all worlds. As for Xuanhuan, he trained in the Yangue Great World next to the Tiandi Palace, and belonged exclusively to the Tiandi's guards. After the two disappeared, Su Haoyan took Wen Tianxiang, Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong back to Tiandi Palace, Heavenly Emperor Palace. The current Tiandi city is infinitely large, and the Qianglu Yu above it is like a city. As the Heavenly Emperor Great World is the most central existence of the universe, the Heavenly Emperor City is naturally the largest city in all the universes. Although the Tiandi city is extremely prosperous, the Tiandi Palace still maintains its original appearance. And in the mountains surrounding the Tiandi city, there are caves and pavilions everywhere, all built by the creatures who once prostrated themselves in front of the Tiandi Palace. Even though the Heavenly Emperor has been away for 400,000 years, they still haven't left, but more and more. Let the number of powerful people in the Emperor of Heaven be far ahead of other worlds. The Heavenly Emperor City is led by two saints, Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace is ruled by Qing Lingzhu. The entire Heavenly Emperor world has 3 saints. There are thousands of semi-sages, and those who are strong in the Holy Realm walk everywhere. And the 12 guards of Tiandi Palace have reached the peak of the semi-sacred realm. Let the Emperor of Heaven be famous in the universe. At this time, in the main hall of the Tiandi Palace, the Qingling female ancestor was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, her beautiful face solemn and holy. In the mid-stage of the saint realm, the cultivation level of the Qingling female ancestor was the highest among the creatures born when Su Haoyan first preached. Even the Kaiyuan emperor was far behind. At this time, Qingling Nuzu slowly opened her eyes, with a look of reminiscence in her eyes. When will His Majesty return? The voice of mumbling to himself echoed in the main hall of Tiandi Palace, appearing extremely lonely. Why, it's only been 400,000 years, and you miss me? At this time, a joking voice sounded, making Qingling Zhu excited instantly. Your Majesty, are you back? She still couldn't believe it, until Su Haoyan's figure appeared in the main hall of Tiandi Palace. She bowed excitedly and said, See your Majesty. Seeing the excited expression of the Qingling female ancestor, Su Haoyan said with warmth in his heart, Okay, why do you have to be polite? Immediately, Su Haoyan sat on the 9-dragon supreme chair and said softly, Qingling, sit by my side and tell me what happened in the past 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, the Qingling female ancestor gave a playful smile, obediently came to sit beside Su Haoyan, and spoke with her red lips lightly parted. Today's Qingling female ancestor has a more outstanding temperament. Although she is not as innocent as before, she is still as gentle as ever when treating Su Haoyan. Well, it's not bad. You're in the middle stage of Saint Realm, and your cultivation really impresses me. Su Haoyan stroked the hair of Qingling's female ancestor, and said with a smile, That's right, how can I disappoint His Majesty, and I have awakened the power of the bloodline. In the future, the cultivation will be faster. Su Haoyan fought with fate, and after losing the news, the ambitions of all parties in the universe began to swell. There were even many forces trying to attack the Tiandi Palace, but they were all repelled by the 12 guards and Xuanhuan. After several battles, all the races in the universe finally knew that the Heavenly Emperor Palace was still extremely powerful even without the Heavenly Emperor. Since then, no one has come to provoke him. After a while, the news of the emperor's return spread throughout the heavenly emperor's great world. Afterwards, Yuan Xuanhuan, Gong, Yu Qigong, Qin, Xiong, and Mencius, who was in the Confucian world, all came to the heavenly emperor's palace one after another. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was extremely relieved, and said with a smile, "It will be 400,000 years since I left, all of you are okay?" "Well, yes, they all have their own children, very good." Seeing this, everyone laughed and told their own experiences one by one. The words are excited, as if Xuanhuan is the parent and they are the children who have returned from the exam. "Since all of you are progressing so fast, I decided to send you a fortune. And I decided to preach again." Xuanhuan's majestic voice echoed in the main hall of Tianwu Palace, instantly making everyone excited. The Emperor of Heaven is back. This news was like a thunderbolt on the ground, which stirred up thousands of waves for a while, and made the world of the Emperor of Heaven boil instantly. 400,000 years have passed, countless creatures have been born in the great world of the heavenly emperor like mushrooms after rain, and the legendary heavenly emperor is even regarded as a god by them. Did I hear you right? The heavenly emperor is back? It is said that the Emperor of Heaven is going to preach outside the emperor's palace? I didn't say anything. I will definitely go to listen to the sermon when the time comes. For a moment, in the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, the faces of all creatures were filled with happy and excited smiles. 3 days later, Xuanhuan took Wen Tianxiang out of the Tianwu Palace. At this time, Wen Tianxiang passed Xuanhuan's peak as a strong man, and when Tianxiang became a monk in the real fairyland from an unknown person. Although this level of cultivation is still at the bottom in the heavenly emperor's great world where the strong are everywhere, it is already a great surprise for Wen Tianxiang. Afterwards, Wen Tianxiang was taken away by Xuanhuan, Xiaotian and settled properly. After they left, Xuanhuan slowly lifted into the air, covered in golden light, looking extremely solemn. Today I preach for all living beings, and those who are willing to listen can come and listen. Xuanhuan's voice instantly spread throughout the heavenly emperor's great world, and immediately caused the entire world to shake. Search, search, search. One after another, with strong breaths or novice cultivators, all flew towards Tianwu Palace with excited faces. Looking around, in the great world of the heavenly emperor, there are densely packed shadows of living beings everywhere. The 12 guards, Yuan Xuanhuan, Gong, Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, and other strong men around Xuanhuan were all present, and the 4 Yuan Xuanhuan sat cross-legged around Xuanhuan, acting as guardians. As time passed slowly, more and more creatures gathered in front of the heavenly emperor palace, beyond sight at a glance. Among them, the descendants of the chaotic creatures, those boys and girls, also had fanaticism on their faces. They were arranged by Qing Ling Zhu in a small courtyard in Tianwu Palace, and they sat quietly, waiting for Xuanhuan to preach. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. More than 10 million creatures had gathered here. They all quietly meditated in the wilderness, waiting for Xuanhuan to preach. As Xuanhuan's image in the minds of the chaotic creatures became more and more mysterious, making everyone talk about him at all times made his reputation value reach 30 trillion. Now, I'm starting to preach, how much all living beings can understand depends entirely on your chance. Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes, and then shouted loudly, "Gather spiritual energy." Following his loud shout, countless auras gathered from all directions. The great way of good fortune, chaotic beings, the manifestation of aura. Using the body as a medium. At this time, Xuanhuan's solemn voice sounded, and he began the prelude to his sermon after the chaos disappeared. Now Xuanhuan's cultivation base has reached the late stage of the Dou Yu Supreme Saint realm, and there is no problem even if he preaches to the saint realm. At this time, while he was preaching, he ordered in his heart, system, summon the super strong. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan was preaching step by step. He went from simple to deep and explained in great detail. Let all creatures instantly fall into chaos. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Su Xian from The Legend of the White Snake. Do you want to summon again? Su Xian? What, he also came to join in the fun, I really don't know what it means. Resummon. Xuanhuan made a decisive decision. With his preaching, more and more souls have had an epiphany and have entered a deep level of samadhi. At the same time, Mo Ling Luo, Mo Yantian's second son, was sitting in his bedroom enjoying himself in the Mozu Great World, not far away from the Heavenly Emperor Great World. During the battle between the Heavenly Emperor and Fate, when Mo Yantian and Baxia chose to retreat, he was in charge of the power of the demon clan. But the unambitious demon Luo does not think about making progress, and indulges in pleasure every day. Cannot extricate themselves. Master, according to reliable news, the Heavenly Emperor has returned. At this time, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared and said in horror. Mo. Ling Luo was taken aback for a moment, then stood up with a terrified expression, and asked tremblingly, is this news true? Absolutely true. And the first thing the Emperor of Heaven will do when he returns is to preach for all beings. This ghost-like figure had a horrified expression at this moment, but he knew the methods of the Emperor of Heaven best. In the chaotic period, he was the #1 person in the entire world. After 400,000 years of war, the strength of the Emperor of Heaven should be even more unfathomable. However, the demons now only have 2 saints. Compared with the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, it is nothing but a big witch. The demon Luo was stunned, sat down on the ground and muttered, this is over. The demons have provoked anger and resentment, and now that the Emperor returns, everything seems to indicate that the road of the demons has come to an end. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Ziwei. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Emperor Ziwei? Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole, one of the 4 royals, the Great Emperor Gaochen, and the Great Emperor of Longevity in the Antarctic, follow the example of the Earth Emperor deity as the 4 royals all day long. This is good. Summon him without restoring the memory of his previous life. Call up his attribute list. Emperor Ziwei of the Arctic, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 4 royals. Lucky level, late stage of the Holy Realm. Cultivation method, Ziwei. Supernatural powers, sprinkling beans into soldiers. Complete war puppet. Magic weapon, thousands of beans. Emperor Ziwei sword. Loyalty, 90/100. Very good. In the late stage of the Holy Realm, his status in the mythical world is second only to Sanqing, and ranks first among the 4 Imperials. His strength should be like this. Xuanhuan looked at Emperor Ziwei's attribute list and was very satisfied. System, summon Changliang, who is in the peak state for me. Restore the memory. of the previous life. Xuanhuan then ordered. Among the top 10 counselors in ancient myths and legends, Xuanhuan thought for a long time, but Zhang Liang was more reliable. Zhang Liang, together with Han Xian and Xiao He, are known as the three heroes of the early Han dynasty. His main achievement was to help Liu Bang establish the Han dynasty, and later helped Liu Ying become the crown prince and was canonized as Liu Ho. As one of the top 10 advisors, Zhang Liang has his own unique way of dealing with the world. It would be best for him to wei Wen Tianxiang. Xuanhuan has always been fully prepared and never left hidden dangers for himself. He felt that it was most appropriate to use Zhang Liang to contain Wen Tianxiang. The other two are both advisors, and maybe they will complement each other. After his return, let Haotian court control the entire universe and planted the strongest stroke. Ever since his return, Xuanhuan had a premonition that his return to the origin was coming. Call out Zhang Liang's attribute list. Zhang Liang, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, counselor in the early Han dynasty. Cultivation technique, heavenly Tao divine kung fu. Lucky level, early stage of true wonderland. Loyalty, 98/100. Hey, he has actually reached the level of a true immortal. It seems that Zhang Liang should be able to reach a higher level. And with my help, you will ascend to a higher level. So far, I have used up 2 summoning superpowers and 1 designated summoning. Although the strength is average, overall, it is quite good. However, when Tianxiang was wandering around in Tiandi City at this time, with his personality, whenever he went to a strange place, he would learn about the local customs and customs. This was when Tianxiang's habit. Soon half a day passed, and suddenly, when Tianxiang saw a middle-aged scribe wearing a long gown and holding a paper fan, strolling along the street with a curious expression on his face. Compared with the transformed and semi-transformed creatures all over the street, this middle-aged scribe seemed out of place, but enjoyed it. Sir, what is your identity? Why don't you go to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to listen to the sermon? When Tianxiang came to this person and asked, curiously. Hearing this, the middle-aged scribe looked at Wen Tianxiang and said, My name is Zhang Liang, and my name is Zifeng. I came here for the first time. And I just learned about the customs of this place. As soon as these words came out, Wen Tianxiang opened his mouth wide, with a look of shock on his face. This person is Zhang Liang? How is this possible? Zhang Liang was a famous counselor in the late Qin dynasty and early Han dynasty, and one of the 3 heroes in the early Han dynasty. How could he come here? Well, do you know where this is? When Tianxiang asked, tentatively. He had to find out first. Because Zhang Liang's reputation is too great. He couldn't help but act carelessly. This is the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, and I came here to pay homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Why, brother also came to pay homage to His Majesty? Zhang Liang looked interested. A sincere smile appeared on his face. My heart is full of slander. If you want to know my background, you seem to be a little immature. Since you have come to pay homage to His Majesty, you must advise His Majesty. Although this person is average, he is still very resourceful. If he is recruited to His Majesty's command, it should be very useful. Big. Before Zhang Liang voted to pay homage to Xuanhuan, he began to plan for Xuanhuan's future. If Xuanhuan knew about this, he would definitely be praised. That, you mean, you are worshipping His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Wen Tianxiang was shocked again. He didn't expect such counselors to come to worship Su Haoyan. For a while, Su Haoyan, the image of him grew infinitely taller in his heart. Immediately, the two began to chat enthusiastically. Time is fleeting, and in a blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. The news of the return of the Emperor of Heaven spread throughout the universe, and all living beings knew of the return of the Emperor of Heaven, and preached in the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Let more and more souls go to the great world of the Emperor of Heaven. Some of them are listening to the Tao, and some of them want to witness the demeanor of the Emperor of Heaven. Seeing such a scene, Su Haoyan magnified his real body infinitely, and his voice was raised accordingly, so that he could hear it clearly even in the universe. Although now the minds of the creatures have given birth to their own thoughts, and selfishness is spreading, Su Haoyan's actions may also cultivate enemies. But Su Haoyan didn't care about it at all. He was preaching according to his heart. He wants more souls to thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Now, with the Heavenly Emperor preaching again, more than 300 million souls have come to listen to the sermon. Let all the forces in the heavens and universe be worried and helpless. This preaching made the prestige of the Emperor of Heaven firmly established in the universe. Even if they all have to admire the mind of the Emperor of Heaven. Time moved forward, and 3,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the holy prestige came, and Kaiyuan Emperor and Liang Emperor came together. They landed in front of the Tiandi Palace, without hesitation on their knees. Just kneeling quietly like this. He looked at the infinitely tall Su Haoyan with excitement. Finally, with Su Haoyan's acquiescence, he sat cross-legged around Su Haoyan, with Yu Qigong and others, causing the figure of Saint Luzun to appear around Su Haoyan. In the starry sky, the prisoner emperor roared past, flying towards the great world of the Heavenly Emperor with a frenzied expression on his face. He has already reached the mid-stage of the Holy Realm, so when he goes to the great world of the Heavenly Emperor, he must become the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor. And Emperor Ziwei of Zhongtian North Pole also came 3,000 years ago, and listened to the sermon together with Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang. Emperor Ziwei has outstanding aptitude, and he successfully broke through the great perfection of the Holy Realm within 3,000 years after hearing about it. Zhang Liang and Wen Tianxiang were evenly matched, and they soared from the true fairyland to the early stage of the Tai Gold fairyland. At the same time, their loyalty has reached full value. Boom. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted in the starry sky, and the incomparable holy power descended, wreaking havoc on the entire Heavenly Emperor Great World. My God, someone actually became a saint? Wang Lin is sanctified. At this time, on an uninhabited planet, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in the center of the planet, and was going through a thunder disaster. Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, and said with great satisfaction, "It's really worthy of being the ancestor of the ancient demon god. The talent is just extraordinary." Kaiyuan and Su Haoyan's 4 apprentices, together with Yu Qigong and the other 4, a total of 8 saints coiled around Su Haoyan. The scene was incomparably spectacular. 10 years later, Wang Lin went out to join the ranks of Dharma protectors. Su Haoyan did not stop preaching. His majestic voice was still floating in the starry universe. 1,000 years later. Boom. Su Haoyan's 7th disciple, the demon ancestor of Regret Heaven, has achieved Saint Realm somewhere in the starry sky. It caused an uproar again. Worthy of being the apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven, his aptitude is just extraordinary. Their achievement of the Saint Realm depends on His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is really of great merit. 5,000 years passed in a blink of an eye, and Xuanhuan ended his sermon. During this period, apart from Wang Lin and the Heavenly Devil ancestor, Emperor Ziwei also successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Although the prison emperor did not achieve the Saint Realm, he has already reached the early stage of half-saint. Today, my sermon is over, everyone go away on their own. Xuanhuan's billion-dollar tall figure stood tall in the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, and everyone paid homage to Xuanhuan and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." With the sound of hundreds of millions of creatures, Xuanhuan's figure gradually became normal size. Boom. At this moment, the merit of the heavenly Tao arrived as expected, pushed away the clouds, and landed on Xuanhuan's body. In an instant, Xuanhuan's cultivation began to soar. An incomparably huge coercion suddenly came, and the faces of Xuanhuan's 9 disciples, including Kaiyuan, Liang, Baxia, and Tianwu, all changed. Although they are now the top powerhouses in this world, they are still like children in front of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, when they felt Xuanhuan's cultivation soared, they were all very happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through Daoyuan. Supreme Holy Realm Dzogchen. In the end, the merits of the great Tao dissipated, and Xuanhuan's cultivation stopped at Daoyuan to the holy land of Dzogchen. Outside the emperor's palace, the creatures did not want to disperse for a long time. However, as the golden light of merit disappeared, all the creatures left reluctantly after kowtowing to Xuanhuan. The big world of demons. Demon cubs, your end is here. Nailan Qing's voice suddenly sounded, which shocked the whole world in an instant. Immediately afterwards. Boom. A sword shadow that was billions of feet long pierced the sky, and descended on the demon world like a bamboo. In an instant, the whole big world was shaken. The shadow of the sword fell, and everything happened so suddenly that the creatures in the whole world were not prepared for it. Millions of demons were buried under the shadow of the sword, and mountain peaks were destroyed by the aftermath of the sword blade. The world was plunged into dire straits in an instant. The Underlord flew out of the demon hall, and the billowing demon energy made him look like a demon god. Although he became a saint, his cultivation was far behind Emperor Kaiyuan and Venerable Liang, which made him extremely unhappy. He was in a fit of rage, and was retreating, but was awakened by the constant drinking outside, and immediately became furious. Unexpectedly, his strength was not Nailan Qing's opponent at all, and he was thrown out directly. Facing Nailan Qing's tyrannical cultivation, Baxia felt his scalp tingle. A look of horror. Mo Yantian, come out quickly, today I will destroy your demon clan. Nailan Qing's voice roared in the demon world, shaking all the creatures in the demon world. In the Tiandi Palace, Xuanhuan was chatting with Qingling Nuzu. The current Qingling Nuzu has reached the late stage of Saint Realm, and the name of Qingling Nuzu has been known to all living beings in the starry sky universe. However, she is extremely strong in the eyes of outsiders, but in front of Xuanhuan, she is indeed like a good girl. At this moment, the voices of the two paused, and then they both frowned. Something happened to the demons. The two looked at Wang and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Nailan Qing. Xuanhuan said softly, he didn't expect Nailan Qing to find Mo Yantian so quickly. Late Saint Realm. The cultivation base of Qing Ling female ancestor is in the late stage of Saint Realm, so she sensed it immediately. Unexpectedly, this guy can practice so fast. Xuanhuan said easily. Although Nailan Qing practiced fast, compared with him, it was a world of difference. In this way, the catastrophe of the demon clan began, and the demon clan gradually rose. But compared with the top 10 races in the universe of the heavens, it is still quite inferior. On this day, when all the Saint Realm demon venerables of the demon clan, except Ba Xiao, were beheaded by Nailan Qing, at a critical moment, demon ancestor Mo Yantian was forced to leave the gate. Soon, the battle between Mozu and Nalanking kicked off. All of a sudden, countless big worlds were shaken by this war, and the battle. Report of Nalanking Yaoti was spread by spies from all sides every day. To the shock of all living beings, Mo Yantian was actually suppressed by Nailan Qing. The Yaozu took advantage of this opportunity to rise up. The era when the monster clan rules the heavens and the universe is coming. After Xuanhuan watched the battle in Tianwu Palace for a few days, he began to practice in seclusion. His current goal is to break through the Dou Yuan Supreme Sacred Realm Dzogchen, and become a strong Dao Dharma Supreme Realm. Time flies. 100 years have passed. The battle between Nailan Qing and Mo Yantian is still going on in the depths of the universe. Mo Yantian is already covered in blood, and has been suppressed and beaten by Nailan Qing since a few years ago. Boom! Nailan Qing broke through in the battle and became the first Saint Realm Dzogchen powerhouse. Of course, Xuanhuan was not included. After another 100 years, Mo Yantian broke through the difficulties, but it was still to no avail. Forget it, maybe this is fate, who made him the first batch of chaos creatures born on the Chaos Land? On this day, Xuanhuan, who had hesitated for a long time, disappeared in the Tianwu Palace while shaking his head. Xuanhuan wants to save Mo Yantian. This is something he hesitated for a long time before deciding. In the long river of history, although the demon race was replaced by the monster race in the end, they did not disappear in the universe, they just changed from light to darkness. And the reason why he wants to save Mo Yantian is not because of the demon clan, but because of him. Xuanhuan is very optimistic about Mo Yantian, because he is the first creature born on the chaotic land, and he regards him as his own child. Moreover, Mo Yantian has never done anything against him, and treats him and his disciples with respect. In addition, his personal qualifications are also very good. All the reasons above prompted him to save Mo Yantian. At this time, Mo Yantian had transformed into his initial state, with wings on his back, dark purple skin, and long bone spurs all over his body. Filled with demonic energy, he directly charged at Nailan Qing. And Nailan Qing's current state has also changed a lot. His whole body is surrounded by purple flames, and his whole body exudes a monstrous momentum. The two were fighting in full swing, but they didn't notice a translucent figure approaching in the distance. It was Xuanhuan, who came to rescue Mo Yantian. I saw him stepping on the cloud chaos boots, wearing the Hongming Taishan robe, with his hands behind his back, walking in the void, with a smile on his face. And his appearance was also seen by countless creatures in the distance. At this time, a creature at the early stage of Saint Realm shouted, "The Emperor of Heaven has come." As soon as this remark came out, all the creatures immediately went into an uproar. The Emperor of Heaven actually came? Are these two guys crazy? If this continues, the heavens and universe that finally appeared will be destroyed. Su Haoyan's eyes flickered, and there was already anger in his heart. Nailan Qing, who was fighting, suddenly felt something, turned his head to look, and his eyes suddenly became vigilant. Damn it, why did the Heavenly Emperor come? Nailan Qing suddenly became worried. Although he is confident of defeating Mo Yantian, he is not worried. But as soon as Su Haoyan came, he became worried. Su Haoyan's strength, he still hasn't figured it out yet. In short, he is stronger than himself. Mo Yantian has fallen into madness now, and he directly cut the black-smelling sword at Nailan Qing regardless. He was kicked by Nailan Qing and flew out. Emperor, you want to meddle in business? Nailan Qing's face was ashen. If Su Haoyan really wanted to intervene, he had no choice but to stop. Su Haoyan put his hands behind his back, and said calmly, I agree with you to destroy the demon clan, and I also support it very much, but I don't think Mo Yantian will have to die. Su Haoyan's words made Nailan Qing feel relieved at first, and then frowned. Heavenly Emperor, can you tell me why you are? Mo Yantian is the Mozu, and the Mozu is Moyanshan. As long as Moyanshan does not die, the Mozu will not be considered extinct. I won't talk about the specific reasons, but don't worry, Mo Yantian will no longer appear in the future, and the demon clan will also disappear among the thousands of clans. If your monster clan wants to rise, I will not interfere. Su Haoyan's words made Nailan Qing even more confused. The Emperor of Heaven promised not to interfere with the rise of the Yaozu, which meant that the Emperor of Heaven also supported their Yaozu, which made him heartbroken. You know, although the chaotic land disappears, the heavens and the universe descend. But the name of the Emperor of Heaven is still the supreme existence in the universe of the heavens. As long as Su Haoyan speaks out to prevent the rise of the monster clan, even if his Nailan Qing's methods are against the sky, it will be in vain. In the hands of the Emperor of Heaven, there are more than a dozen saints alone. In the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, the demons are a drop in the bucket. Unless he can defeat Su Haoyan. However, he has no confidence. They also dare not challenge the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven. At this time, Mo Yantian came back from killing from the depths of the universe. He has lost his mind now, and he knows how to kill. Seeing this, Su Haoyan stretched out his hand, and a shadow of a fist emerged. From his fist, Kunwu punched the sky. The shadow of the fist, with a monstrous momentum, burst out, directly piercing through Mo Yantian's abdomen, causing his demon body to shrivel up quickly. Su Haoyan's Kunwu-breaking heaven fist was unstoppable, even a saint could not be stopped. Mo Yantian passed out before he had time to react. Seeing this, Nailan Qing was shocked. There was already a huge wave in my heart. Mo Yantian, who he was unable to defeat with all his means, was like paper in front of Su Haoyan. Let him be hit hard. Su Haoyan dragged the unconscious Mo Yantian like a corpse. Such a scene caused an uproar among the creatures of all races in the distance. The Heavenly Emperor killed the demon ancestor in one move? How powerful is the Heavenly Emperor? Did a generation of strong people die like this? All the living beings talked about it, and the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven in their hearts was infinitely stalwart. Especially tyrannical Emperor Dijuan, the shock in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He always thought that Mo Yantian and his master were on the same starting line, but now it seems that it is not the same thing at all. The strength of the master is unbelievable. He only knows now that he has always underestimated his master. Thinking of Su Haoyan's apprentices, such as the Qingling female ancestor in the Tianwu Palace, Kaiyuan Emperor, etc., he felt that he was a wide-eyed wolf who had failed his master's enlightenment and training. At this moment, his eyes showed determination that he had never seen before. At this time, Su Haoyan dragged Mo Yantian with both hands and said to Nalan, "Qing, from now on, you can do anything to the Mozu. You can kill or cut it as you like, but Mo Yantian is already dead if you want to be, and he is not. Here. Appear. Ba Xia is my disciple, as long as he doesn't stop you, just pretend he doesn't exist." Instead of letting out a sigh of relief, Nalan Qing became even more puzzled. Doing this would not benefit Su Haoyan at all. Why would he do this? For a while, Su Haoyan became more and more unpredictable in his eyes. Possesses the ability to control everything, but he is indifferent to fame and fortune, and never strives for hegemony. Not only does he want to, but his disciples also hide from the world. The top 10 races in the universe have become transcendent existences. No force dares to interfere. I have my reasons. You can rest assured that I will acquiesce in your rise. The same as when I acquiesced to Mo Yantian. Times have changed, and you will be the next protagonist in the world. Congratulations, Nalan Qing. Su Haoyan smiled slightly, turned around and left with Mo Yantian. In this way, the Heavenly Emperor joined forces with Nalan Qing, and the news of the fall of a generation of hero Mo Yantian began to spread wildly in the starry sky universe. But some people also said that Emperor Tian couldn't bear the destruction of the starry sky universe by Nalan Qing and Mo Yantian, so he helped Nalan Qing kill Mo Yantian. All kinds of legends swarmed out, pushing Nalan Qing, a new powerhouse, to be the first master after chaos. Since then, the status of the demon clan has plummeted, and they have become street rats, and everyone shouts and beats them. On the contrary, more and more creatures scrambled to join the Yaozu, and the Yaozu began to gradually become the protagonist of the world. A new era is coming. In the depths of the Emperor's palace, Mo Yantian slowly woke up. At this moment, he still has the majesty of a generation of demon ancestors. Skinny, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Am I going to hell? The moment Mo Yantian's bloodshot eyes opened, he became confused. After sleeping for so long, you finally woke up. A voice sounded at this moment, causing his painful body to tremble suddenly. Mo Yantian felt his head booming, and a sharp pain hit him, making him hug his head and groan in pain. After a long time, he raised his head covered in sweat, and saw not far away Su Haoyan sitting on the Nine Dragons Supreme Chair, with several figures standing beside him. At that moment, he remembered everything. It was the Emperor's punch that made him lose everything. God, why are you doing this? The Heavenly Emperor snatched himself from Nalan Qing's hands, which showed that Nalan Qing was not the Heavenly Emperor's opponent at all. But what is the purpose of the Emperor of Heaven? I've been following you. You are the first chaotic creature in the era of chaos, and this is why I pay attention to you. Su Haoyan's words made Mo Yantian's eyes widen. Only then did he remember that Su Haoyan always treats him like an elder at any time. The Emperor of Heaven didn't seem to change his attitude. Mo Yantian, you should know that your battle with Nalan Qing has exhausted your luck, and the decline of the demon clan is a foregone conclusion. From now on, your demon clan will no longer exist in the universe. After Su Haoyan's words, Mo Yantian fell into silence. It took him a long Time to say with a complicated face, Emperor, what do you want to do? What do you need from me? From the protagonist of the world to a useless person, such ups and downs made him feel ashamed. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, now the entire universe thinks you are dead. Your Majesty, why do you want to save Mo Yantian? Qingling's patriarch had a cold face, and she couldn't get used to an ambitious person like Mo Yantian the most. I don't want him to die. As soon as the words fell, Mo Yantian cried with his head in his arms. It's like a child crying about his grievances in front of his parents. Humph, what are you crying for? Don't you have any masculinity? Qingling's female ancestor also felt something in her heart, and said coquettishly at this moment. Xuanhuan patted her little hand to comfort her. After a while, Mo Yantian stopped crying, knelt on the ground, lowered his head, thinking about something. Okay, let's start a new life. If you don't dislike it, you can worship me as your teacher. After a long time, Xuanhuan's voice sounded in the empty hall, causing Mo Yantian to suddenly raise his head, showing disbelief. The Qingling female ancestor showed a look of shock. Your Majesty, why is this happening? Qingling Nuzu said quickly. Mo Yantian, who reacted, was extremely surprised that the Emperor of Heaven wanted to accept himself as a disciple. Xuanhuan waved his hands and said with a smile, it's okay, I believe Mo Yantian will remember how good I was to him. Mo Yantian hurriedly kowtowed excitedly. Seeing this, Qingling Nuzu didn't speak. In this way, Mo Yantian became Xuanhuan's 10th disciple. So far, the era of demons has passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years are fleeting. The demons are completely extinct. Only by swallowing the god of resentment, the overlord escaped bad luck due to his status. And Nailan Qing, relying on his super cultivation, became the second most powerful person in the universe, second only to the Emperor of Heaven. But Ba Xiao returned to the Tiandi Palace alone after the demons perished, knelt in front of the Tiandi Palace for 500 years, had an epiphany, and entered the middle stage of the Saint Realm. From then on, he sat in front of the Tiandi Palace and practiced. He wants to use his eternal life to atone for his sins and protect the Tiandi Palace. Never leave. Another 10,000 years passed, and Venerable Liang advanced to the late stage of Saint Realm and went to challenge Nailan Qing, but failed twice. 90,000 years later, Xuanhuan went all the way to achieve the great perfection of the Saint Realm, and challenged Nailan Qing in the universe, but still ended in failure. After 300,000 years, the Yaozu finally completely unified the starry sky universe. Although the demon clan is powerful, they did not kill innocent people and enslave the living like the demon clan, but adopted a peaceful way to rule all clans. Time passed quickly in this peace. More and more powerful people appeared, thousands of races continued to grow stronger, and the top 10 races became another major force, besides the monster race. Under the protection of Emperor Ziwei and Xuanhuan, Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang assisted the 10 major races to develop their forces secretly. But the Tiandi Palace is still out of the picture, becoming a detached existence in the entire starry universe. 300 million years have passed like this. At this time, there were already 200 saints in the universe. The starry sky universe has entered the age of saints. Appearing to be a saint, half a saint is reduced to a second-rate powerhouse. On this day, the universe was suddenly illuminated by countless golden lights. In an instant, all the worlds began to expand infinitely, countless planets began to emerge in the starry sky universe, and treasures of various levels burst out from the darkness. The great world of the Emperor of Heaven, in the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan suddenly woke up from his trance. Heaven appears. The majestic voice rolled out in the Tianwu palace, echoing in the starry universe. Let countless sages and saints in the world hear it. Today Xuanhuan's cultivation has broken through the Dou Yu supreme sacred realm. But it is not the supreme realm of Taoism, but another realm that even he doesn't understand very well, called the supreme realm of chaos. So far, his cultivation is in the middle stage of chaos supreme realm. According to his understanding and analysis of the realm, all Taoism supreme realms will be swept away by him. Both the Dou Yu supreme sacred realm and the Dou Fa supreme realm are related to the Tao. One is equal to the Tao, and the other surpasses the Tao. It is even higher than the way of heaven. But the supreme state of chaos has nothing to do with the Tao and the Tao of heaven. It should be a transcendent realm. Really jump out of the three realms, not in the five elements. In other words, Xuanhuan will not be affected by the Tao of heaven. Even his words and deeds will affect the will of Tianwu. But now, with the appearance of the Tao of heaven, Xuanhuan will be the only one in the eternal state of chaos supreme realm. Of course, Nalan may have already broken through, but he believed that the other party should be in the Dou Yu holy realm. Or it is the supreme realm of Taoism, but it is definitely not the supreme realm of chaos. Because Xuanhuan is unique in the chaotic land, the Tao will not evolve a second chaotic supreme. Because only Xuanhuan controls the destiny. The way of heaven is manifested, that is to say, the sky will be the ruler of all things, and people cannot go against the sky. Otherwise, they will be punished. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. But he knows that he is the only person in this world who is not controlled by the sky. I can't help feeling a little bit emotional. 300 million years is an extremely long time. It is not only the sky that has changed, but also the myriad races in the starry universe. The Tao of heaven appeared, and Xuanhuan's voice echoed in the ears of all the saints, reminding them of the arrival of a new era. But at this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and his face turned pale, which shocked him immediately. The way of heaven is now, the era of chaos is over, and it is said that the creatures of chaos will usher in a catastrophe and basically perish. Could this be the reason for my sudden palpitations and discomfort? However, now there are not thousands of races in the starry sky universe, but hundreds of millions of races, and the number of real chaotic creatures has exceeded 5,000. Xuanhuan was walking back and forth in the Tianwu palace. On the one hand, he was a little surprised, and on the other hand, he became worried about his subordinates and apprentices. Now he very much hopes that the Great Tribulation will happen earlier, because he can do something for the children, at least he can protect them. Standing in the main hall, Xuanhuan looked up to the sky for a long time, and finally made a decision. Soon, Xuanhuan came to the bedroom of Qingling Nuzu. After countless years, only Xuanhuan and Qingling Nuzu still lived herein. The Tianwu Palace. At this time, the Qingling female ancestor was still practicing. But when Xuanhuan arrived, she had already woken up. No matter what time, as long as Xuanhuan leaves the customs, she will come to Xuanhuan's side and accompany him. Your Majesty, why are you here? A bright smile appeared on the beautiful face of the Qingling female ancestor. Seeing this, Xuanhuan still had a smile on his face, but his heart felt like being stabbed by a needle. After hundreds of millions of years, how could he fail to see Qingling's affection for him? However, he deliberately avoided it in the past, in order not to let Qingling live in endless years of waiting. If you leave by yourself, what about Qingling? Qingling's current cultivation base has reached the great perfection of the Saint realm and is the highest cultivation base of all living beings. Let Emperor Xuanhuan and others taste delicious. Walking into Qingling's bedroom, Xuanhuan gently stroked Qingling's beautiful hair, and said with great emotion, "Qingling, now that the Dao has appeared today, the world will usher in a catastrophe of destruction." Mzi Qingling was stunned for a moment, but immediately she didn't care. Because Xuanhuan was here, she didn't worry at all. Now the entire starry universe knows that the Heavenly Emperor is the strongest existence. I don't know what kind of catastrophe it is, but I am very worried about you. In my heart. Seeing Qingling's brilliant and innocent smile, Xuanhuan felt extremely uncomfortable. With you here, His Majesty, we are extremely safe. Why are you worried? Qingling had a puzzled look on his face. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and for no reason, she could not help but hold on to Xuanhuan tightly. A look of worry on his face. I will leave you one day in the future, Xuanhuan said seriously. Because the system has often reminded him in the past few days that the wheel of fortune is different, and he will leave soon. Back to the start. In the past, he always tried every means to get back to the original point. But now when he really wanted to leave, he felt a little bit reluctant. When Qingling heard this, her heart felt as if a knife had been twisted, and she had been living by Xuanhuan's side since beating him as long as he could. Remember. Your Majesty, take me with you. No matter where you go, I will follow you. Even if I lose my cultivation. As Xuanhuan's voice fell, she felt that the whole sky had collapsed. Xuanhuan stroked Qingling's cheek and said, "Why don't I want to bring you by my side, but I can't do it?" Qingling was completely dumbfounded. The whole person is like a fool, looking at Xuanhuan, who looks uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xuanhuan held her small face and said, "You must remember to live for me. One day when you hear a person named Emperor Xuanhuan appear, that is me. At that time you will not be separated from me." Emperor Xuanhuan. Qingling felt extremely uncomfortable, but she deeply remembered the name in her heart. Your Majesty, I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you to come back. Qingling said so. But she didn't know how long she would have to wait. Looking at Qingling's sad eyes, Xuanhuan felt extremely uncomfortable, so he asked in his heart, "Can the system delay the time to go back? I don't know." After hundreds of millions of years of analyzing the wheel of destiny, the system still doesn't fully understand what the wheel of destiny is. Although the host is fully able to control the wheel of destiny, the system cannot predict the future direction of the host. The system's answer was full of powerlessness. After hearing this, Xuanhuan felt even more sad. At this time, Qingling suddenly threw herself into his arms and wept softly. Is this the real reason why His Majesty refuses to be with me? Xuanhuan treats her extremely well, which is not comparable to Xuanhuan and Liang. Everyone in the starry universe believed that the Heavenly Emperor and Qingling were a couple of gods and immortals. In the past, she always blamed herself for thinking that she couldn't get into the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. But now she understands. This is because Xuanhuan couldn't bear to hurt her, so he didn't accept her. It made her very happy. Actually, I don't want you to spend it while waiting. It is an extremely long period of time. Time is a sharp weapon to erase everything, including your sincerity to me. You will be very painful. Qingling only knows that the longer the time, the more I will care about you. And the more I can't live without you. Qingling smiled. It was a kind of poignant smile. It made Xuanhuan even more uncomfortable. Qingling, before I leave, I want to tell you a secret. Whether in the future or now, I have never told anyone about this secret. And you will be the first and the last person to know this secret. Qingling wiped away her tears, blinked her big eyes and asked, "What secret do you have, Your Majesty?" "My name is Xuanhuan, I come from a planet called Earth, and I—" Xuanhuan began to talk about his life on Earth, which surprised Qingling. "So Your Majesty's name is Xuanhuan. I'm so happy. Everyone in the starry sky universe only knows that Your Majesty is the Emperor of Heaven, and only I know Your Majesty's name." Xuanhuan was able to tell her such a secret, which made her very excited and happy, because she was the only one in this world who knew the secret of the Emperor of Heaven, holy land of the monster race. Nalanqing stood in the Demon Emperor's palace, looked up at the sky, and murmured to himself for a long time, "The chaos disappears, the Tao retreats. And if the Tao appears today, is the catastrophe coming again? Could it be that the peaceful and prosperous age that has been peaceful for hundreds of millions of years is about to come? Shattered?" And the news about the appearance of the heavenly Tao also spread throughout the Yaozu land for a period of time after that, and everyone in the starry sky knew that there was a heavenly Tao that could restrict living beings. All sentient beings have expressed their opinions. Some people think that the prosperous age is coming, and some people think that the catastrophe is coming. 1,000,000 years have passed amid such disturbances. On this day, the Tao of Heaven was finally formally established. All living beings have something to hide, and there seems to be a pair of eyes overlooking all living beings in the sky. Let all beings dare not go beyond their original intentions. Ding. The host is about to return to the origin of the future. At this time, the system is resisting the change of the Wheel of Fortune for the host. The host still has 21 days to plan. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. Ever since she knew that Xuanhuan was going to leave, the Qingling Nuzu had never left his side. At this time, feeling that Xuanhuan had moved, she also opened her beautiful eyes immediately. "Your Majesty, are you leaving?" Qingling's eyes were filled with water mist as she spoke. "Yes, I can't let go of you, but I have to go back. Because there are still many existences like Kaiyuan waiting for me. I still have 21 days left. Qingling, you must be strong and protect the Heavenly Emperor Palace for me. For a long time in the future, you will guard the Heavenly Emperor Palace until I return." Even though Qingling's female ancestor was very reluctant to let go, but the fact was no matter what, she could only accept it with tears in her eyes. Before leaving, Xuanhuan had to make some arrangements. First, he called Xuanhu, who had come to seek refuge with him 10 million years ago, to Tianwu Palace. Then he handed over the clone of the Wheel of Fortune to Xuanhu, and let Xuanhu create human beings, and in the future, let human beings dominate the starry universe. On this day, Xuanhuan came to Nalanqing's Demon Emperor's palace, and Xuanhuan didn't know what he said to Nalanqing. When Xuanhuan left, Nalanqing was half kneeling. And it's a look of excitement. Su Haoyan summoned his 9 disciples and 7 subordinates together in the main hall of Tiandi Palace. He sat on the 9 dragons' supreme chair and looked at Kaiyuan, Liang, Baxia, and other disciples standing below him and said slowly, "I will leave, and I will develop my power in secret. When a young emperor, named Emperor Haoyan, appears in the starry universe, I will return. All living beings must surrender." As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, everyone standing in the hall knelt down together. "Master, where are you going, Your Majesty? Take us with you." Everyone was in tears. Although they knew the news that Su Haoyan was about to leave the day before, they still couldn't restrain their reluctance. Qinglingzu stood beside Su Haoyan, her eyes were red, and Xuanhuan Xiaotian even knelt at Su Haoyan's feet, kowtowing her head non-stop. Bumping. Ding. The Wheel of Fortune is activated, and the host will soon return to the original time point. At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan's heart no longer calm. "You must remember that in the Battle of Shantian, I will appear. Qingling, the Heavenly Emperor Palace will be handed over to you. You must take good care of it. Everyone, we will meet again." As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan's figure began to become in a daze, and Su Haoyan disappeared without a trace in the flickering of the strong light. The 12 guards wept bitterly when Tianxiang and Zhang Liang looked sad, and the 9 Kaiyuan disciples fell down on the ground. Only Qingling showed firmness on his face. Far away in the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, Nailan Qing was suspended in the starry sky, looking at the place where Su Haoyan disappeared and muttering to himself, "Emperor of Heaven, you go to pursue the road of the strong, and this emperor will defeat you one day." The starry sky universe, within the southern wilderness. At the edge of the prison area, suddenly, a golden light gate appeared, and then Su Haoyan stepped out of the light gate. Falling extremely fast, Su Haoyan landed steadily on the ground, Hongmeng Taishan robe fluttering in the wind. He raised his head suddenly, feeling the breath of Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian. Su Haoyan knew that he was finally back. In an instant, a familiar breath came over the surface, whether it was the suction force or the breath of the surrounding subordinates. Su Haoyan was very excited. "I'm back." Next, he was going to rescue Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian, and on the other side, the suction force, he instantly recognized that it was a strong man at the 6th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. He didn't have any fear at all, because he recognized the person's identity. The moment he landed, "Shangguan Xiaotian, you brat, get out of here quickly." The rolling sound suddenly came out of Su Haoyan's mouth, shaking the entire southern wilderness. "Hee, you. Didn't you disappear just now?" The voice of the strong man who took Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian away came from the depths of the prison. The words were full of doubts. "Hey, this temperament." The voice became excited in an instant, full of unspeakable shock and surprise. "And this mysterious strong man is none other than Shangguan Xiaotian, who followed Su Haoyan during the chaotic period. It's unbelievable that even when Su Haoyan was killed, Shangguan Xiaotian was in the depths of the prison." Immediately afterwards, a devastating wind blew out of thin air in the depths of the prison, and a black shadow appeared in front of Su Haoyan within a few flashes. The figure held Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian in both hands. At this moment, he threw the 2 of them away, and looked at Su Haoyan, who was standing there, smiling blankly. "Your Majesty, run away quickly, this guy is too scary." "Don't hurt my Majesty, there is something coming at me." Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian lay motionless on the ground, apparently under Restraint. The black figure that suddenly appeared began to tremble, and finally, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Xuanhuan. Emperor of Heaven, my Emperor of Heaven, you are finally back. I, Xuanhuan. Xiaotian did not wait in vain. The black shadow knelt on the ground and wept with joy. Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and the courtiers behind Xuanhuan were all petrified immediately. What's the situation? The one who wanted to fight and killed just now, why is he kneeling now? Isn't His Majesty's loud shout too terrifying? Humph, crying and crying, what are you still doing? You still haven't shown your true body. Xuanhuan was expressionless and suffocated in his heart. You have been with the guy and yourself for hundreds of millions of years, and you didn't recognize him. You are an idiot. After the transition of the chaotic period, Xuanhuan's whole person has completely changed. Whether it is temperament or cultivation, he has changed too much. Now Lei Zhenzi, who is the first level of Taoism's supreme realm, can't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation at all, and Xuanhuan's aura, quite eccentric, doesn't seem to belong to any realm at all. Why did His Majesty's breath change in just a few seconds? Could it be that His Majesty has been hiding something private? Following Xuanhuan's order, Xuanhuan Xiaotian showed his true colors after a flash of black light. Wearing a black shirt, with long gray hair, although his figure is tall and straight, he is full of a reckless and ancient atmosphere. His cloudy eyes looked up at Xuanhuan, full of excitement. Seeing Xuanhuan sighed, time makes people old, and the young man back then is also old now. Your Majesty, you miss me so much. Xuanhuan Xiaotian cried bitterly again. They kowtowed non-stop. Let everyone be dumbfounded. Why is this ridiculously strong guy like a child? Looking at Xuanhuan Xiaotian, who was so excited that he couldn't control himself, Xuanhuan had mixed feelings in his heart. For him, it was only a few seconds, but for Xuanhuan Xiaotian, it was as long as several epochs. Humph, it's been a long time, did you forget about me? Wasn't it very majestic just now? Xuanhuan pretended to be angry and shouted. Immediately, Xuanhuan Xiaotian's expression changed, and he kowtowed non-stop. Your Majesty, the little one is wrong, the little one is wrong. The previous Xuanhuan was only a man of the Holy Realm, but Xuanhuan Xiaotian had never seen Xuanhuan, who was in the Holy Realm, so he could be forgiven for not recognizing him. Of course, he was able to recognize Xuanhuan because Xuanhuan called out his name. This name has been called by no one for several epochs. Everyone opened their mouths and stared wide-eyed, looking at Xuanhuan Xiaotian and Xuanhuan, who were kneeling on the ground, feeling unreal. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and helped Xuanhuan Xiaotian up. Naturally, he could see that all of Xuanhuan Xiaotian's performances were completely real. Xiaotian, why are you in the prison? What kind of existence is the prison? Why was it separated from Nanhuang? Faced with Xuanhuan's three questions, Xuanhuan Xiaotian scratched his head and said, Your Majesty, the southern wilderness is the former great world of the Emperor of Heaven, and the prison domain is the original site of the Emperor's palace, which was transferred to the edge of the universe by that kid prison emperor. And the reason why I am here is to wait for you, the Emperor of Heaven. When the Emperor of Heaven returns, I will definitely be sad to see that no one is waiting. I have no worries, so I am here waiting for your return. Although what Xuanhuan Xiaotian said was light and calm, Xuanhuan, who had experienced the changes in the chaotic era, knew very well that Xuanhuan Xiaotian had gone through countless epochs alone and kept his promise. Su Haotian was deeply moved by this feeling. Ding. Complete the main task. Exploring the prison. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to draw. The inheritance of Taoism, a chance to designate a superpower, a chance to be loyal to the peak, a chance for the strong to peak, a chance for a copy of the strong. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Haotian only knew the true face of prison. You until now. Following Xuanhuan Xiaotian's description, Su Haotian appeared. In front of him an immature boy with fanaticism in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the kid in prison Yu moved the ruins of Tianwu Palace and moved to Xuanchu universe. Maybe this matter is related to Xuanchu. Where did they go? Where are they now? Upon hearing Su Haotian's question, Xuanhuan Xiaotian's face suddenly changed color, his face was cloudy and uncertain, and finally he sighed and said, "It's a long story, Your Majesty, come with me, let's find a place to discuss in detail." Su Haotian had no objection to this, and along with Wang Mabai, the overlord of the southern wilderness with a bewildered expression, flew into the prison with Xuanhuan Xiaotian. At this time, the prison area has completely changed, it is no longer covered by the thunder field, and the aura is extremely abundant, and Su Haotian actually felt a very familiar aura from it. "Son, what's going on here?" Wang Mabai didn't understand, so he asked. "Presumptuous, Your Majesty, is something you, a brat, can blaspheme?" "No, what did you call Your Majesty just now?" "Son?" "Xiaohuang, what's going on?" Xuanhuan Xiaotian, who was flying ahead, suddenly stopped shouting. His eyes flickered, and he looked at the overlord of the southern wilderness. "Uncle Hui Xiaotian, Mo Bai, is His Majesty's father in this life. His Majesty was reincarnated in this life, and only awakened the memory of the previous life." The overlord of the southern wilderness had always suspected that Su Haotian was the former heavenly emperor, and now it was finally confirmed. If they are not all in flight now, they will already be on their knees. After a while, everyone took their seats in a cave built in the mountain wall deep in the prison area, and Su Haotian naturally sat at the highest position. Plop, plop. The overlord of the southern wilderness, Xuanhuan Xiaotian, knelt down one after another. "Your Majesty, this is the descendant of your apprentice Wang Lin, named Wang Huanggu." Xuanhuan Xiaotian introduced. "Meet His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." Wang Huanggu respectfully kowtowed to Su Haotian, feeling extremely excited. Sitting on it was his ancestor's master, so it's no wonder he wasn't excited. "I just remembered, you are the descendant of that kid Qiankuan, the third level of Taoism's supreme realm, not bad." Xuanhuan Xiaotian didn't find it strange that Su Haotian could see Wang Huanggu's cultivation. "His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is the strongest on the land of chaos. Omnipotent. There is nothing God cannot do." Although Su Haotian's cultivation base is not high now, he knows that something must have happened to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Maybe in reincarnation. Ding. Xiangliang's inheritance of Dao Dharma is completed. Do you want to release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded in Su Haotian's mind. Su Haotian narrowed his eyes, and then said secretly, "Call out the list of Qiangliang's attributes." Qiangliang, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ancestral witch of thunder of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, 5th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural power, world-destroying thunderstorm. The ancestor of thunder. Zhu Wu transforms. Loyalty, 81/100. Taoism Supreme Realm 5th level. Worthy of being the ancestor witch of thunder, he directly ranks among the top. Combat power of Hao Tian Ting. At this time a golden light appeared between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, and then Chang Liang appeared in the cave from the golden light. The huge coercion overflowed, and Xuanhuan Xiaotian was so shocked that he teleported to appear in front of Chang Liang, and directly grabbed Chang Liang's neck. Stinky boy, stop, your own people. Su Hao was anxious and helpless, but more of a warm heart. Seeing this, Xuanhuan Xiaotian was slightly taken aback, and quickly let go of his hand. Chang Liang looked horrified, and the joy of his cultivation was drenched by a pot of cold water. Poor Chang Liang's heart, full of pride, suddenly wilted. Your Majesty's subordinates are too weak, aren't they? Xuanhuan Xiaotian muttered to himself, making Chang Liang, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi and other strong men almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. At the same time, all the strong men stared at Su Haoyan with wide eyes. Could it be that His Majesty is really the ancient emperor? And there are a group of powerful subordinates under him? Su Haoyan said angrily, what's the matter? The higher the cultivation level, the more courageous you are? When Xuanhuan Xiaotian saw this, his body trembled, and he quickly knelt on the ground, at a loss. In his billions of years, Su Haoyan was his sky, the strongest existence in the world. Although Su Haoyan is relatively weak now, he still respects Su Haoyan very much. This has become a habit of his. Stand up and tell me about the changes after I left. Su Haoyan said with a slight smile. By the way, you have a strong aura now, and it seems that you have reached the level of the supreme realm of Taoism, but you can talk about the specific realm. Su Haoyan asked after taking a sip of tea. The little one is now at the 6th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was a little proud. But it shocked everyone at the scene. Especially Lei Zhenzi and Chang Liang, because the two of them only have the 1st level of the supreme realm of Taoism and the 5th level of supreme realm of Taoism. Hey, I can't. His Majesty's apprentices Kai Yuan, Qingling Zhu, Liang. Venerable, they have already surpassed the supreme realm of Taoism. Everyone immediately petrified on the spot. How strong is it to surpass the supreme realm of Taoism? Cannot imagine. Come on, tell me, how are they doing now? Su Haoyan sighed in his heart, and said. Your Majesty's apprentices are all in the ancient sacred land, where are General Yuan, the 12 guards, Mencius, etc. Xuanhuan Xiaotian said. But then his face darkened and he continued. Unfortunately, Master Gong Gong and Master Qin Qiong died in battle, and their souls were suppressed in the void of chaos. As soon as these words came out, Chang Liang's eyes were about to crack, and Gong Gong's ancestor which also came, and unexpectedly fell. How could this be possible? Su Haoyan was also stunned by the news. He quickly said, what happened? Actually, before His Majesty left, he reminded us that a catastrophe was about to occur in the universe. This event finally happened 1,000,000 years after His Majesty left. On that day, the chaos shattered, and the universes of the heavens were split into independent universes. At this time, the Tao of Heaven was formally established to massacre the creatures of chaos. Under the strong intervention of this person, there were thousands of people who died and became extinct. However, in order to protect the Tiandi Palace, Lord Gong Gong and Lord Qin Qiong did not hesitate to explode their bodies and delay the killing, so that we escaped successfully, and the immortals of the 2 adults, but the baby was ruthlessly suppressed in the depths of the chaotic void, and has never been heard from since then. Xuanhuan Xiaotian said heavily. Lei Zhenzi and the others were shocked. Could it be that what Xuanhuan Xiaotian said was the real reason for the destruction of the ancient times? Is this person strong? Who is it? Su Haoyan's face was gloomy. In my heart, I have listed this person as the number 1 target to be killed. This person is called the Son of Heaven, and he is said to be the messenger of heaven. In order to create a new era, destroy chaos, destroy the universe, and bombard and kill the creatures of chaos. His strength is terrifying. At that time, the most powerful Emperor Kaiyuan, Venerable Liang, Emperor Baxia, Mo Yantian, and more than a dozen Daoyuan sages are no match for this person. When Xuanhuan Xiaotian said this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Son of Heaven? Su Haoyan was puzzled. This name rarely appeared in some ancient books of later generations, but every time it appeared, it was accompanied by killing and destruction. No one knows who he is, only that he upholds the will of heaven. Some people speculate that this person is the clone of Tiandao, while others say that he is the son of Tiandao. Very mysterious. Didn't Nailanqing make a move? Su Haoyan said. He was very surprised. With Nailanqing's strength, he should be able to easily defeat this talent. Could it be that Nailanqing ignored the agreement between the two? No wonder, Su Haoyan thought so. Before he left, in Nailanqing's demon Emperor's Hall, he took out the secret method of advancing Daoyuan to the Holy Realm in exchange for Nailanqing's protection of the Heavenly Emperor Great World. This condition should be very easy for Nailanqing. Your Majesty didn't know that Nailanqing had already left to follow in your footsteps. The Yaozu also fell into a slump after his departure. Xuanhuan Xiaotian shook his head and sighed. Then defeat all the powerful people in the heaven and earth world where the strongest people gathered at that time, and suppress the 2 adults, the Son of Heaven will begin to change the entire universe. Fortunately, he didn't continue to kill. I think the reason why he suppressed the 2 adults was to establish his prestige. After shattering the heavens and the universe, he disappeared and never appeared again, just like he didn't exist. After a long period of time, the universe broken by the Son of Heaven has become countless outer universes, and they surround the broken inner universe. And billions of years have passed in a blink of an eye. After hundreds of millions of years, the surviving chaotic creatures began to appear in various universes, and peace came. Because the inner universe was severely shattered, Kaiyuan emperors collectively migrated to the ancient sacred land, cultivating while waiting for His Majesty's return. And in order to prevent His Majesty from finding us when he comes back, all the top 10 races have left children to accompany me to wait for His Majesty. Your Excellency Yu Qigong didn't want to leave either, so he settled in the inner universe, and later established his own power. Afterwards, there was no news. I don't know what's going on now. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was talking to himself, but he didn't see Su Haoyan's strange expression. That kid Xuanchu didn't leave either. He developed in the fringe universe and founded the human race. With the help of Wen Tianxiang and Master Zhang Liang, the human race gradually became the protagonist of the world. After Xuanchu led the human race to the right path, he followed His Majesty's footsteps and went to the land of the ancient sages. Wang Lin also left Huanggu and other ancient demon gods behind to develop in the inner universe and other universes. While Xuanhuan was talking, a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Tian, you don't know, I have already met that guy Yuchi Gong. It is the residence of the Yuchi family, and it is also my old lair in the future. Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. It turns out that your majesty has already met Lord Yuchi? It's just that. It's very strange. Lord Yukigong has been living alone and has no heirs at all. How can there be a family? Tian said suspiciously. Xuanhuan also showed doubts. Could it be that Yuqigong was lying to him? Immediately, he called up Yuqigong's attribute list. Yuqigong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Race, human race. Identity, white tiger reincarnated. Magic weapon, iron double whip. Mount, Wuzhui horse. Cultivation method, heavenly profound kung fu. Lucky level, Dao Fa Emperor Xuanjing 5th heaven. Loyalty 100/100. Full loyalty? Dao Fa Emperor Xuanjing 5th layer heaven? Oh my god. Unexpectedly, just after returning, he had a super strong man. I think that guy Yuchi Gong must have his own difficulties. It's okay. We'll just ask him later. Go on. Xuanhuan is in a good mood, because Yuchi Gong is full of loyalty. He called up the attribute lists of Yuan Chonghuan, Wen Tianxiang, Zhang Liang, and Emperor Ziwei one after another, and found that their loyalty was above 80. Although some of them couldn't see the realm of cultivation, they didn't betray him. This made him very pleased. After His Majesty left, Emperor Nalanking became the strongest existence in the universe. But he retreated all the year round, ignoring worldly affairs. The heavens and the universe are honored by the 10 great disciples of His Majesty, such as Emperor Kaiyuan, Emperor Xuanhuan, General Yuan, Qingling, Mzu, Emperor Liang, Emperor Baxia, etc. After tens of thousands of years, Nalanqing broke through suddenly, and then left the universe, saying that he was looking for His Majesty, and he never appeared again. Probably hundreds of millions of years have passed, and countless Dao Yuan Supreme Saint Realm powerhouses have appeared in the world, and the heavens and universe have entered the era of power. After that, the Son of Heaven appeared, shattered the chaotic universe, and created 3,000 worlds. As a result, the chaotic creatures were destroyed. Among them, there were the most chaotic creatures in the Tiandi Palace, which led to the war between the Tiandi Palace and the Son of Heaven. Only then did the following things happen. In the following tens of millions of years, the Son of Heaven attacked the Tiandi Palace, but was blocked by the restriction of the Tiandi Palace. Finally, the Son of Heaven finally gave up killing the chaotic creatures in the Tiandi Palace and shattered the chaotic universe. Millions of years have passed, and the new order was established by the Sons of Heaven. The era of heaven has come, and the Yaozu has also been impacted. Coupled with Nalanqing's departure, the Yaozu has been devastated. Soon, the human race headed by Xuanchu, Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang took advantage of the situation, and thus, the human race stepped onto the stage of history and confronted the monster race for hundreds of millions of years. In the end, the power of the human race defeated the power of the monster race. Finally pushed the human race to the position of the protagonist of the world. And since the Tao of Heaven came to power, new creatures have been born in the universe, called the innate Tao body. Although the innate Tao body is not as good as the chaotic creatures in cultivation, it is closer to the heavenly Tao, and the cultivation speed is very fast. Hundreds of billions of years later, the chaotic creatures in the heavenly Emperor's palace finally broke through the Taoism supreme. In order to find the heavenly emperor, they opened the ancient Holy Land. After a long period of time, the two races of humans and monsters ruled the universe alternately, and a peerless powerhouse was born, and every time he was born, he would lead the human race to the peak. In a blink of an eye, time entered ancient times. That is, the ancient times. A generation of Tianwu was born out of nowhere, and with peerless resources. He killed all invincible opponents in the universe. He is the leader of the human race, Dou Yu Invincible. After Dou Yu Invincible became famous, he also followed in the footsteps of his predecessors to the land of the ancient sages, seeking a more powerful realm. And the Dou Yu family has also become the strongest family in the universe. The human ancestral hall was created by the Dou Yu family. Another 10 billion years have passed. Nangong Tutian, the illegitimate son of a declining family, got a great opportunity to awaken the supreme demon. Physique. Respectful as a teacher, a million years later, a blockbuster. It's hateful. After he became famous, his heart swelled up, and he asked Master Yuchi to hand over the treasure of the Emperor of Heaven. In order to keep the treasure of the Emperor of Heaven, Master Yuchi did not hesitate to sacrifice a clone. Since then disappeared. Yuchi Gong Yu Dao Fa Emperor Xuanjing 5th layer heaven is also Nangong Tutian's opponent? Nangong Tutian has a fierce reputation, so maybe he will come to participate in this battle of Shantian. In the previous Shantian battles, Dou Yu Invincible has always played the role of being invincible in the world, that is to say, Dou Yu Invincible is stronger than Nangong Tutian. And Yuchi Gong has already reached the 5th level of Taoism Supreme Realm. And even he is not Nangong Tutian's opponent. How strong must he be? How strong is Dou Yu Invincible? Could it be that he has already surpassed the realm of Dao Fa Emperor? What? Master Yuchi has already surpassed the supreme realm of Taoism? That's great, maybe he can defeat Nangong Tutian. Yang Jian, Chong Liang, and others stared wide-eyed. The Dao Fa Emperor, Xuanjing, literally analyzed, must be beyond the Dao Fa Supreme Venerable realm. Unexpectedly, just after being promoted, he was ruthlessly surpassed, which is really shocking. What kind of strong men did His Majesty cultivate in the past? For a moment, everyone looked at Xuanhuan full of awe. Haha, great Emperor Kaiyuan, Qingling Nuzu, and the others are still in the ancient Holy Land, but Xiao Tian and I have returned to His Majesty's side first. What a joy! With His Majesty's return, we can regain our glory. Xuanhuan Xiao Tian said proudly. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile, and then Xuanhuan Xiao Tian continued to narrate. I am afraid that there are 50 billion years from the ancient times to the present, right? It can be seen how far the chaotic period is from now. After listening to Xuanhuan Xiaotian's narration, Xuanhuan was curious and brought up Yuan Chonghuan's attribute list. Yuan Chonghuan, from Ming history. Identity, the #1 monkey in the world. Lucky level, unknown. Cultivation method, unknown. Avatar, unknown. Magic weapon, unknown. Loyalty 100/100. Grandma and Bear are unknown, but Yuan Chonghuan's loyalty is indeed full. Immediately, he checked the attribute lists of Wen Tianxiang, Gonggong, Qin Xiong, Zhongliang, and Mencius. Except that Qin Xiong was in the late stage of Dao Yuan Supreme Saint Realm, and Gonggong was in the first stage of Daofa Supreme Realm, the rest were unknown. What made Xuanhuan more gratified was that the loyalty of all the powerhouses was above 75. Ding. Trigger the main mission, rescue Qin Qiong and Gonggong from the void of chaos. Task details, because Qin Qiong and Gonggong, the hosts' subordinates, were suppressed by the Son of Heaven in the void of chaos in order to protect the safety of the Tiandi Palace and everyone. If the host rescues Qin Qiong and the Gonggong system, the host will be rewarded with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to designate a superpower to be summoned, and a chance to be blessed by the system. The system prompt sounded at this moment, which gave Xuanhuan a long-lost feeling. In the chaotic period, because he was always in an invincible state, he hadn't triggered any missions. He hadn't felt like doing missions for a long time. In fact, even if the task is not triggered, he still has to save Qin Qiong and Gonggong. He will not leave his subordinates to survive alone. This does not conform to the image of the emperor. Xiao Tian, don't stay here in the future, just go with me, it's still the same as before. Finally, Xuanhuan spoke. Let Xuanhuan Xiao Tian immediately kneel at Xuanhuan's feet. This is a super strong man at the 6th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. How could he not stay by his side? Great, Xiao Tian can serve by His Majesty's side again. The 12 guards will know about this matter. They must be envious of me. Xuanhuan Xiao Tian stood up and couldn't help but giggle. Ever since he became wise, his mind was full of the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven, and in his heart, the Emperor of Heaven was everything to him. Seeing such a strong man who can wipe them out with a wave of his hand, showing the appearance of a little girl in front of Xuanhuan, Yang Jian, and Lei Zhenzi were so shocked that they still couldn't recover. What a game of chess His Majesty played in ancient times. According to what they said, Xuanhuan seemed to have many more terrifying existences than Xuanhuan Xiao Tian. After talking about the past in the thatched cottage for a long time, everyone left. At this time, prison Taoist came to Xuanhuan and said, well, can I go to Haotian court? Get lost. You bastard, you've turned a good prison into a mess, and I haven't settled with you yet? Before Xuanhuan could speak, Xuanhuan Xiao Tian yelled first. Old senior, the kid doesn't know this is your old place? Prisoner Daoist looked depressed, but he didn't dare to attack. He is a mid-sage saint, and he is not enough for others to play with one finger. Who are you? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. A strong man like prison Taoist should be very famous. How could he be trapped to death in the prison? I am Tai Shinqin. Prisoner Daoist looked embarrassed. It is really unlucky that the dignified pioneer of the human race is living in the prison area without turning over. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan was stunned, and it took a long time for him to burst into foul language. You actually became the guardian of the prison domain? Xuanhuan shook his head and was speechless. Although he knew that Tai Shinqin was also a person with a story, but he didn't ask, just nodded to him and said, let's go, you can join Haotian court in the future. Regarding this, Tai Shinqin's face was full of joy, and when the prison domain and the southern desolation overlapped, it lost its former role. It would be the same with him or without him, so he became a loner. Xuanhuan's subordinates are still a good thing. In the following time, after Xuanhuan entrusted Wang Mabai to Wang Huanggu, he took everyone back to Yuqi's family fairy mountain. He still had many questions to ask Yukigong. System, assign me to summon Shantong, Shan Xiongxin, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the list of attributes. Wagong Flying General, Shan Xiongxin is in existence as famous as Qin Qiong. And Yu Qi Gong, maybe it is the reincarnation of some ancient strange beast. Even if not, he has nothing to lose. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shantong, Shan Xiongxin, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Shantong, from the Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, the first mysterious bee in the world. Magic weapon, cold bone white spear. Lucky level, Tai True Wonderland late stage. Cultivation method, Heaven and Earth Jew. Loyalty, 98/100. Special attribute, in the case of rage, the poisonous mist released can destroy a city. Strength will be doubled. The fierce beast Xianfeng? Sitting on the cloud controlled by Lei Zhenzi, Su Haoyan's eyes widened. The mysterious bee is the most poisonous bee in ancient times. It is said that it is an ancient creature, and it is also called an evil beast. Its ferocity is no less than that of the top 10 mythical beasts. Yes, another powerful subordinate was summoned. Su Haoyan was very happy and then ordered the system. System, extract the inheritance of Taoism for me. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the inheritance of the Raging Fire Taoism. Inheritance of fire? It seems that Zhu Rong should take off. Continue to extract the inheritance of Taoism. He now has 3 opportunities to draw the inheritance of Taoism, 2 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit, and there are many other rewards. It was enough for him to prepare before the Battle of Shantian. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Vajra Dao. Dharma inheritance. Vajra Wei? You have to think about who to send it to. Su Haoyan became even happier after extracting the Vajra Dao Dharma inheritance. Continue to draw. Now he draws out these inheritances first, and then chooses whom to give them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the inheritance of the Divine Arrow method. God Arrow? Hui can brag again. Su Haoyan was very happy about the inheritance of King Kong, Raging Flame, and Divine Arrow. Immediately afterwards, he instructed the system. Merge the peak of the strong and the copies of the strong 10 times. He is looking forward to what function these 10 opportunities can be integrated into. Ding. The system is merging functions for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging a chance to awaken beyond the limit. Awakening beyond limit? Well, it's not bad, it's not much better than the summoning function. Up to now, Su Haoyan has had 3 superlimit awakenings, 3 Taoist inheritances, 2 peak loyalties, and 2 system favors. It seems that in the next period of time, Haotian court will rise again. Soon, everyone return to the fairy mountain of Yuqi's family. At this time, earth-shaking changes had taken place here. Under the supervision of Kong Xian, Yuqi's family Xianshan is building anew. Haotian court, Su Haoyan wants to move the Haotian court to the inner universe before the Battle of Shantian and the teleportation array leading to the mysterious universe has also been built. A few days ago, a group led by Xing Tian also came to Yuqi's house, and Yuqi Tianlan had been torn to pieces by Xing Tian. So far, the Yuqi family has been wiped out. From Xuanhuan Xiaotian's mouth, I learned that Yuqi's family was actually not founded by Yukigong, but by a human being saved by Yukigong before. Later, this person, like Namgong Tutian, betrayed Yukigong. In anger, Yu Qigong killed this person, and changed that person's family to the Yuqi family, so that the Yuqi family is now on the same level as the ancestral hall of the human race. Xiao Tian pays homage to Lord Yuqi. When seeing Yu Qigong, Xuanhuan Xiao Tian sighed endlessly. Although neither of them went to the land of the ancient sages, they hadn't seen each other for tens of billions of years. This meeting will naturally have a vicissitudes of change. Everyone exchanged greetings. Yu Qigong led Su Haoyan, Xuanhuan Xiao Tian, and Su Haoyan's more than 20 subordinates to the depths of Yuqi's forbidden area. Your Majesty, since you have found Xiao Tian and brought him back to your side, then the veteran will also return to His Majesty's side to kill powerful enemies for His Majesty. Yu Qigong said excitedly. Su Haoyan smiled and patted Yu Qigong's shoulder, pretending to be angry, and said, "Why, don't you still plan to set up another family? How can it be? With His Majesty waiting for me, we will have the backbone, and we can rebuild the glory of the Heavenly Emperor's palace." In the conversation between the two, only Xuanhuan Xiao Tian took it for granted, while the people behind him looked bewildered. Who are these people? How could ruling the starry universe be as simple as eating? They naturally don't know that in the chaotic land, as long as the Emperor of Heaven wants to rule everything, it is only a matter of minutes. At that time, who dared to resist the will of the Emperor of Heaven, even if he was as strong as Mo Yin Tian, wouldn't he still kneel at His Majesty's feet and weep bitterly? Everyone was chatting and laughing, and soon came to a cave. Your Majesty, because of the simple life of the old minister, no palace was built, and you can only be condescended. Yu Qigong said embarrassedly. During the chaotic period, didn't I also live in a stone cave? After saying that, Su Haoyan walked into the cave with Yu Qigong. When everyone saw this, they all looked curious and followed into the cave. In the depths of the cave, at this moment, Su Haoyan stared blankly at a shining chair in front of him. Supreme Kowloon chair. Supreme Kowloon chair? Master Yuqi, why is this treasure here? Isn't it in the Tiandu palace? Xuanhuan Xiao Tian looked at this treasure representing the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor with a shocked face, feeling puzzled. Su Haoyan also looked at Yu Qigong, his eyes were full of inquiries. According to the development of history, the Supreme Nine-Dragon Chair should have disappeared together with Qingling Zhu. Why does it appear here? Did something happen to Qingling? For a while, Su Haoyan became a little worried. If he wanted to say who was the person he cared about the most when he left the ancient times, it would be the Qingling Zhu. It's a long story, Your Majesty, please sit down and let your subordinates tell you slowly. Afterwards, Yu Qigong told a secret that had been buried for many years. After you left, Emperor of Heaven, the catastrophe of heaven and earth came to the universe soon. On this day, taking advantage of the catastrophe before the great world of the Heavenly Emperor, Qingling Zhu, as the controller of the Heavenly Emperor's palace at that time, summoned the Kaiyuan Emperor and 10 disciples of the Heavenly Emperor, as well as several subordinates, to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Gong is going to study a countermeasure to protect Tiandi Palace. However, we are still one step too late. The Son of Heaven arrived at this moment. Emperor Kaiyuan and others fought brazenly in anger. Seeing this, the Qingling female patriarch finally made up her mind. She secretly gave me a holy medicine for healing that His Majesty had left for her, and gave me a secret order when I recovered from my injuries. The patriarch of Qingling asked the old minister to hide the Supreme Nine Dragon chair in the Sumeru ring. She was worried that the Tianwu palace would be broken and all the things left by His Majesty could not be destroyed. She asked me to hide this treasure. When will Your Majesty return? Only then can this treasure be returned to His Majesty. At that time, Emperor Xuanhuan and others went into battle in turn, and they were all injured to varying degrees. At this moment, I took advantage of the vibration caused by the Son of Heaven's attack on Tianwu Palace, and I did not hesitate to be seriously injured. I spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell into nothingness. In this way, the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the Supreme Kowloon Chair were separated. People in later generations do not know this secret. Now that I think about it, the female ancestor is really a strange woman with a clear mind. When I woke up, it was already 100 years later. I was rescued by a shape-shifting creature, and I was tossed back to the deserted great world of the Emperor of Heaven. In this way, I concealed my name and practiced here while waiting for the return of Qing Ling Nuzu and Your Majesty. But this is a few epochs. After listening to Yu Qigong's words, Xuanhuan Xiaotian looked resentful. And he said, my situation is basically the same as Lord Yuqi's. We also fell into a crack in space, and finally survived by chance. Yu Qigong shook his head and continued, later, we learned that Qin Qiong and Master Gonggong were missing through the only audio-transmitting jade slip, and that the female ancestors had opened up the ancient Holy Land at the end of the universe, but she didn't want us to go there. Because none of us know where His Majesty will be when He appears again, so I hibernate in the inner universe. Yu Qigong talked for several hours before he finished this section of the secret. It made Su Haoyan's heart skip a beat. It shocked Yang Jian, Xing Tian and others. Your Majesty, now, the old minister will redeliver the Supreme Nine Dragon chair to you. From then on, the old minister will never leave His Majesty's sight again. Don't even think about leaving us alone and slipping away. Yu Qigong said half-jokingly. Let everyone be moved. Su Haoyan patted Yu Qigong on the shoulder, and then sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair. This chair is a treasure of chaos, and it is not the same as the chair in Heoshanting. Yuka King's family, you have worked hard all these years, and from today onwards, the two of you will officially join the Haoyan court. For Su Haoyan, it took only a few days for him to sit on this chair again. But for Yu Qigong and Xuanhuan Xiaotian, it was a sea of vicissitudes. Seeing Su Haoyan sitting on the Supreme Kowloon chair again, the two were so excited that they burst into tears. Haoyan court. Your Majesty, what is this? Yu Qigong asked, curiously. Xuanhuan Xiaotian also had doubts on his face. Haha, that is the power I created. I want to rule the universe, and I want to be the emperor who is above all existence. Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair with a confident expression on his face. Seeing this, Yu Qigong and Xuanhuan Xiaotian immediately became excited. During the chaotic period, none of them understood why His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, dismissed the heavens and universes that were at his fingertips. But later they figured it out. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven had expected the day when he would leave. He did not do so in order not to leave hidden dangers for his apprentices and subordinates. But it's different now. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, it's time to take back the splendor and the world that belonged to him. Great, Xiaotian, in the future, we will be able to kill enemies for His Majesty again. Yu Qigong rubbed his hands and said with a blushing face. The ministers will definitely go through fire and water for His Majesty, and will not hesitate. Xing Tian, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian's hearts were surging, and they spoke with great vigor at this time. Xuanhuan Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, "Just you little bastards, let alone Lord Zhandi, even I can wipe you out with one finger." Emperor of War? Yuan Chonghuan. What cultivation level do my beloved generals have now? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. Hey, 10 of me are no match for them. How strong do you think they are, Your Majesty? Everyone was talking and laughing, and dispersed. Su Haoyan decided to live in Yukigong's cave for a while, and at the same time, he ordered Yang Jian to return to Haoyan court through the teleportation array, and brought the Bull Demon King, Zhu Rong, Sha Wujing, Zhao Yun, and Bai Qi. Afterwards, Su Haoyan left Yu Qigong alone in the cave. Yuka King's family, I want to thank you for your patience these years. That's why I decided to promote you. Yu Qigong was taken aback when he heard it, but was immediately shocked. He vaguely remembered that he and Qin Qiong had been promoted by Su Haoyan. Could it be that His Majesty wants to use that heaven-defying supernatural power for him? System, let Yu Qigong awaken beyond the limit. As Su Haoyan's order sounded in his mind, a black hole appeared on the top of his head, and Yu Qigong was sucked into it in an instant. In the cave, calm was restored. Not long after, Yang Jian returned to Yuqi Xianshan with the Bull Demon King and others. Thinking of the Bull Demon King, Sha Wujing, Zhao Yun, Bai Qi, Zhu Rong, who came outside, Su Haoyan thought for a while. Ask Xuanhuan Xiaotian to bring the Bull Demon King in. System, let the Bull Demon King awaken beyond the limit. The Bull Demon King has not yet awakened beyond the limit, and there is no Taoism inheritance suitable for him for the time being, so Su Haoyan plans to awaken the Bull Demon King beyond the limit. Immediately, the Bull Demon King was sucked in by the black hole that appeared above Su Haoyan's head. I hope this guy can bring me a surprise. Afterwards, Su Haoyan awakened Zhao Yun and Bai Qi beyond the limit. With the addition of the Bull Demon King, he will have 3 superpowers again. This is not counting the next inheritance, Taoism. Afterwards, Su Haoyan asked Sha Wujing to pass on the Vajra way. Let Zhu Rong inherit the flame Taoism. Let Hui inherit the magic arrow method. Su Haoyan exhausted all 3 times of superlimit awakening and 3 Taoism inheritances. The cave fell silent again. At noon that day, Shan Tong and Shan Xiongxin came to worship Su Haoyan, and were arranged by Xuanhuan Xiaotian to work on building Haoyan court. Shan Xiongxin readily agreed to this. Ding. After Zhu Rong has passed the Taoism, will the host be released? Ding. Sha Wujing has finished passing on the Taoism, will the host be released? Ding. After Hui has passed on the Taoism, will the host be released? After 2 days like this, the system prompts sounded one after another. Woke up Su Haoyan from his practice. Immediately, he called up the attribute list of the 3. Zhu Rong, the 5th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. Sha Wujing, the 6th level of the supreme realm of Taoism. Hui, the Dao Fa Emperor's exalted realm 3 heavens. Seeing the attribute lists of the 3 of them, Su Haoyan almost laughed wildly. Especially Hui, once again broke the new record of Hao Tian Ting. This is not counting Yu Qigong, who is awakening beyond the limit. Haotian court is about to fly, and it is still flying into the sky. Ding. Zhao Yun has successfully awakened beyond the limit. After a while, the system beep sounded again. Xuanhuan quickly called up Zhao Yun's attribute list. The Dou Fa Emperor's respectable realm is the seventh heaven. It's really going against the sky. Xuanhuan laughed from ear to ear. Zhao Yun has such a heaven-defying cultivation base, so how strong is Yu Qi Gong? For a while, Xuanhuan began to look forward to it. Half an hour later, Bai Qi and the Bull Demon King also awakened beyond the limit. Bai Qi, the Dou Fa Emperor's ninth level of prestige. Bull Demon King, the 12 heavens of the Dou Fa Emperor's prestige realm. So far, he already has 3 strong men in the Dou Fa Emperor's realm, and this is not counting Yu Qi Gong, who has not yet completed the inheritance. At the same time as the Battle of Shantian is approaching, the powerhouses from all walks of life are gearing up and preparing to flex their muscles. The Battle of Shantian is not impossible to participate in if the Supreme Tao body is not. Supreme Tao body, also known as Supreme Hegemony body, is a kind of physical training. Therefore, in the past Shantian battles, many strong men with special physiques will emerge. On the monster race wasteland, a group of palaces are located in it, which is the power center of the Yaozu. And the residents of the Murong family, the leader of the Yaozu. Now the Yaozu's rule is not as good as before, but it still occupies a very important position in the universe. Especially the new generation of demon emperors of the demon clan, whose strength can be ranked among the top 7 in the inner universe. At this time, in a luxurious courtyard, Murong Yunhai, the crown prince of the demon clan, was drinking alone. Although he seldom appears in the starry sky universe, the name of the demon Prince Murong Yunhai is known by many creatures. But facing the weakness of the Yaozu, he is now looking for a solution. His target is Emperor Haoyan. He is very accurate in judging people. He thinks that Emperor Haoyan will definitely be able to create a world in the inner universe, so he will go to this battle of Shantian with a high profile. At this moment, a monster girl with bright eyes and bright teeth, a pair of fluffy long ears, crept up behind Murong Yunhai, and immediately covered Murong Yunhai's eyes. The corners of Murong Yunhai's mouth curled up one by one, and he said helplessly, "Yeah, stop making trouble, it's the same every time, why can't we have something new?" This girl is the number 1 genius of the Murong family, Murong Mingyue. Murong Yunhai's younger sister, who is only 5,000 years old and has already reached the late stage of the Holy Realm. Talent is not an ordinary evildoer. But for the Yaozu, 5,000 years old is no different from a young child. Murong Mingyue put her arms around Murong Yunhai's neck and said with a smile, "Brother, do you know? Qiong Yaodi will also participate in this battle of Shantian." Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai's eyes widened immediately. A look of disbelief. It took a long time before he said, "You can't control yourself." The Central Universe, Yuqi Xianshan. At this time, a brand new Haoyan court is about to be completed. At this time, Su Haoyan, who was in the cave, heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Yu Qi Gong has successfully awakened beyond the limit. May I ask the host to release it? Call out his attribute list first. Yu Qi Gong has guarded countless epochs for him, and he deserves to repay. However, how high this kind of return will be depends on his own qualifications. Yu Qi Gong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Race, human race. Identity, white tiger reincarnated. Magic weapon, iron double whip. Mount, Wuzhui horse. Cultivation method, heavenly profound kung fu. Supernatural powers, the white tiger roars to the sky. Tiger King Mountain. Forest. Lucky level, early stage of Xuanhuan Wuji realm. Loyalty 100/100. Special attribute, King Tiger's dominance. During the battle, once it goes berserk, it will burst into the aura of a tiger king, making it the king of beasts to the fullest. Its strength will be doubled. Xuanhuan boundless realm. Could it be that behind the Dou Fa Emperor Xuanjing is the Xuanhuan Wuji realm? Xuanhuan immediately became excited. This time Nangong Tutian was having a hard time. Release. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, a black hole appeared above his head. And in the next second, Yu Qigong walked out of it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Qigong knelt directly in front of Xuanhuan, his face immediately showed excitement. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to have such supernatural powers after countless epochs, and it became more and more mysterious. It seems that His Majesty must have encountered some kind of change in these years. However, now that he is back, with him around, no one can hurt His Majesty. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Countless epochs have passed, how many subordinates can maintain full loyalty? Do my apprentices still remember me as a master? Will Yuan Xuanhuan and Wen Tianxiang come back to him? At this moment, Xuanhuan felt extremely emotional. Immediately after he flicked his wrist, a 2-foot-long black spear was held in his hand. Roar. The roar of the tiger rose suddenly and echoed in Yuchi Xianshan for a long time, making the creatures who were building the vast heaven feel the endless coercion. This spear is called the Supreme Tiger King Spear. It is a treasure of chaos, cast from the souls of countless tiger kings. Today, I will gift it to you. I hope you will take this spear and kill all enemies. Xuanhuan raised the Supreme Tiger King Spear aloft, and a gloomy light burst out through the stone wall, illuminating the entire Yuchi family fairy mountain. A firm look flashed on Yu Qigong's face, and he shouted loudly, "Respect, virtue, and lead the decree." As soon as Yu Qigong finished speaking, he took the spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Boom! In an instant, the gust of wind howled and swept past, making Xuanhuan's robes rattle violently. Who is Jingda? Could it be the mighty general of Haotian court? This aura is too terrifying, Haotian court can't mess with it. One shot pointed out that the starry sky changed color, and all the creatures walking in the starry sky looked at Yuchi Xianshan in horror, where it was already occupied by Hao Tian. They all fled away in horror. Well, the momentum is good, Jingda. Do you want to clean up the door? Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair and said with a smile. I wish I could tear that bastard Nangong Tutian apart. Yu Qigong held the Supreme Tiger King Spear in his hand, and said bitterly. Very good. From now on, you have to hide your strength. When the Battle of Shantian starts, when Nangong Tutian appears, and you make a move, I will leave this guy to you. In this way, the news of a super strong man appearing in Haotian court has not been revealed. Outsiders only know that Haotian court is terrifying, but they don't know how strong it is. On this day, Xuanhuan called Zhao Yun into the cave, and handed him a shiny silver spear. This spear is called the Supreme Dragonine Spear, and it is the treasure of chaos. I hope Zilong will take this spear and kill all powerful enemies for me. Zhao Zilong was very excited. He never expected that Xuanhuan not only promoted him, but also gave him the treasure of chaos, secretly decided in his heart to protect Haotian's court from generation to generation. In the following time, Xuanhuan spent 50 billion fame points in the lucky Maul, to exchange for a Chaos Supreme Treasure Tyrant God Bao, and gave it to Hou. So far, Su Haoyan's subordinates have 1 Hunyuan Wuji Realm, 5 Dou Yuan Supreme Saint Realm, 4 Dou Fa Supreme Venerable Realm, and 3 Dou Fa Emperor Venerable Realm. The number of saints has exceeded a dozen, and the rest are manifested saints, not to mention innumerable half-saints, but there are also many first-class forces beyond the starry sky universe. Haha, Nangong Tutian, are back. On this day, a domineering voice suddenly sounded in the inner starry sky and the universe. Even the strong people in Yuchi Xianshan were shocked to the ears, and the ropes, with low cultivation bases, even felt dizzy. This domineering voice, coupled with the maniacal laughter reverberating in the inner universe for a long time, caused countless creatures to be in an uproar. Nangong Tutian. Yu Qigong, who was drinking and chatting with Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, immediately stood up, with a ferocious expression on his face and murderous intent in his eyes. In his life, Yu Qigong hated this wolf-hearted thing the most. Even if the Son of Heaven destroyed the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, he never hated it so much. On the other side, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Sha Wujing, and other strong men gathered together. After hearing Nangong Tutian's voice, they all showed shock on their faces. At least above the 10th heaven of Dou Fa Emperor Xuanjing, Zhao Yun was in the 7th level of the Dou Fa Emperor's respect, and Hou, who was in the 3rd level of the Dou Fa Emperor's respect, showed a dignified look. In the cave, Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme 9-Dragon chair, meditating with his eyes closed. The moment Nangong Tutian's voice sounded, the system prompt also sounded. Ding. Trigger the side quest, repel Nangong Tutian. Mission details, because Nangong Tutian deceived his master and exterminated his ancestors, and wanted to snatch the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. If the host repels Nangong Tutian, the system will reward the host with an overlimit awakening. A chance for a copy of the strong, a chance for the peak of the strong, a chance for a designated summon, super strong. Ding. Trigger a side mission, clean up the door in front of the whole world. Mission details, because Nangong Tutian knew that Yu Qigong was not dead, he wanted to kill Yu Qigong in order to cover up his act of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. If the host kills Nangong Tutian, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to reach the peak of the strong, and a chance to copy the strong. Ding. Trigger the main mission, defeat the Emperor of the human race. Mission details, because Dugu Invincible, the powerful ruler of the human race, held the Battle of Shantian, the host's defeat of Dugu Invincible will become famous in the inner starry sky universe, which has a huge impact on the host's ultimate goal. Help. If the host defeats Dugu Invincible, the system will reward you with a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to summon a strong man. A chance to die loyal to the peak, a chance to be a strong man at the peak opportunity, a chance for a copy of the strong. The system released 3 tasks in a row, 2 side tasks, and 1 main task, which shocked Su Haoyan, because he saw the opportunity to awaken his loyalists. And still twice. This is the highest function of the system now, and he has been looking forward to it for a long time. The Battle of Shantian will definitely be the moment when I soar into the sky and dominate the inner universe. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed in a flash. The Haotian imperial palace on Yuqi Xianshan is drawing to a close. At that time, Su Haotian will return to the Haotian court in person and lead his subordinates to stand strong in the inner starry universe. On this day, the entire Yuqi Immortal Mountain was instantly shrouded in an extremely terrifying coercion, making it difficult for the strong men in Haotian court to breathe. Boom, boom. In an instant, 3 tyrannical auras erupted from Yuqi Xianshan, directly offsetting this terrifying coercion. There are actually 3 Dao Fa Emperor Xuanjing powerhouses? Emperor Haotian? Hurry up and hand over the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, or don't blame me, Nangong Tutian, for slaughtering your subordinates. Nangong Tutian's arrogant voice resounded, causing an uproar among all the creatures in the fairy mountain. What dares to harass Haotian court? Lei Zhenzi's roar suddenly resounded, shaking the entire starry sky. What are you? How dare you utter wild words? Hurry up and let Emperor Haotian come out. Isn't that old fellow Yu Qigong here? I, Nangong Tutian, will kill you two today. Nangong Tutian's unscrupulous voice came out coldly, making Yuqi stand up abruptly. Don't be impatient, tell me what is his current cultivation level? Su Haotian's voice sounded at this moment, making Yu Qigong calm down. Instantly. Dharma Emperor Zun Zogchen. You are a good apprentice, but it's a pity that you have grown infinitely. You shouldn't make a move in today's battle. I want you to kill this traitor. In front of the whole world in this Shantian battle. Su Haotian's voice echoed in Yu Qigong's ears, and Yu Qigong's expression gradually softened. Beast, let's let you live a little longer. Su Haotian sat in the cave, looking forward to it. He was rewarded again for defeating Nangong Tutian, and he might be able to train another super strong man. At this time, outside Yuqi's home universe, after the howling wind, Nangong Tutian's figure appeared. With his hands behind his back, he was wearing a golden robe with a blue background, his long blue hair was tied casually behind his head, and a pair of crystal-like eyes were filled with billowing magic energy. Let him be very strange at this time. Nangong Tutian once slaughtered the creatures of a big world with his own strength, and his demon power was so powerful that he angered Dugu Wudi, the great emperor of the human race, and he disappeared from sight. By chance, he accidentally learned of Yu Qigong's secret. In order to seize the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, he did not hesitate to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors, but Yu Qigong disappeared and never came out again. Today, even if he shatters the Yuqi universe, he wants to get the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. It is said that the throne of the Emperor of Heaven is a rare treasure of chaos, and this is his real purpose. At this time, several figures flew out of Yuqi Xianshan, Zhao Yun, Hou Yi, Lei Zhenzi, Sha Wujing, Chong Liang, Zhu Rong, Yang Jian, Xing Tian, Bull Demon King, Bai Qi. 9 figures appeared in Nangong Tutian in the blink of an eye. Opposite. Hou Yi slowly took out the Badian divine bow, Zhao Yun took out the supreme dragonine spear, and in the hands of the bull demon king was also the treasure of chaos that Su Haotian gave him. Lance. Immediately, a monstrous coercion burst out from these 10 people, which shocked Nangong Tutian on the opposite side. At this moment, he finally became much more solemn. But there was still a contemptuous smile on his face. Guys, let's fight together and beat him up. The bull demon king shook the starry sky with his voice, shocking all living beings. The powerhouses of Haotian court want to besiege Nangong Tutian? Oh my god, where does Haotian court have the guts to dare to fight Nangong Tu Tian? All of a sudden, all the forces in the starry universe sent spies to check out this peerless battle. The spies of various forces in the periphery felt a destructive aura suddenly spread, and before they could react, it was instantly wiped out, destroying millions of people in an instant. The powerhouses of the Haotian court are so powerful that they frighten the more distant spies. Why are the experts in Haotian court so powerful? It's not a fight yet, okay? I don't know if Nangong Tutian can withstand such power. For a moment, all the forces were taken aback. How powerful is Hao Tian Ting? Faced with this kind of power, Nangong Tutian's expression did not change. He slowly raised his fist and directly punched forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the starry sky with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles collapsed and shattered instantly, and countless space cracks appeared. Instantly, the world-destroying gale roared out from the crack in space, making the starry sky of this generation feel like the end of the world. The Bull Demon King, Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and the 10 superpowers only felt a monstrous force coming, and they flew everyone out in an instant. Hiss. This scene made those surviving creatures gasp. As expected of Nangong Tutian, he only used one move to repel 10 strong men. However, it was just repulsed, but not defeated. At the same time, no one was knocked out. It doesn't matter who is strong and who is weak in this battle. Before the Battle of Shantian started, Nangong Tutian fought with Haoshanting. This is a good show. As the battle continued, more and more forces came to watch, and the tens of billions of miles around Yuqi Xianshan were filled with creatures. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was still going on, and Nangong Tutian fought against Hao Tiantian's top combat power alone, without losing the wind, which really made all living beings look at each other with admiration. As expected of a genius who is rare in billions of years, this level of strength is enough to rank among the top 5 in the inner universe. Xuanhuan Xiaotian stood at the highest point of Yuqi Xianshan, and next to him was Yuqi Gong, who was like a mortal. Boom! The two sides separated again, and the entire starry sky fell into silence for an instant. They are really not as powerful as usual. It seems that they will return empty-handed again this time. We can't continue, otherwise there will be no hope for the Battle of Shantian and the battle with Duguwudi. Thinking of this, Nangong Tutian snorted heavily, turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. This move immediately stunned the creatures watching from afar. Nangong Tutian has escaped? This guy is actually scared, and Nangong Tutian is nothing more than that. Facing the mighty Haotian court, Nangong Tutian has to weigh it up. Just when everyone was discussing, there was a phantom floating away from the place where the two sides fought just now. What a Haotian court, it's really Crouching Dragon Hidden Tiger, not counting the 10 powerhouses in front of me. There is one even better. Emperor Haotian. Are you really the one in the legend? In Yuqi Xianshan, sweat oozed from Yuqi Gong's forehead. The sweep of the divine sense just now made him feel cold all over his body. Ding. Complete the side mission, repel Nangong Tutian. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to copy a strong man, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a chance to summon a super strong man. As the system prompt sounded, Su Haotian slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at Yuqi Gong with a dignified face, Su Haotian said slowly, "This person should be the emperor of the human race. Dou Yu is invincible." Su Haotian nodded slightly, but did not say a word, but secretly ordered the system, integrate all my rewards again. He wants to bet that after this fusion, he will get a loyal awakening or the inheritance of Taoism. Even if you can't get him, you will regret it. Now that Heoshanting's high-end combat power is against the sky, adding another Taoist emperor is just icing on the cake, and it can't solve the immediate predicament. However, if there is one more Xuanhuan Wuji realm expert, he will use the Shantian battle to make Heoshantian soar into the sky, and use his strong capital to rule the inner and outer universes. At that time it was time for him to go to the land of the old sages. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. The reward integration is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to inherit Taoism. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan was a little disappointed. The awakening of the loyalists he most wanted was still far away. However, it is already a blessing in misfortune to get a chance to inherit Taoism. Immediately. System, randomly select the inheritance of Taoism. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Ding. Extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting the inheritance of martial arts. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's eyes widen immediately. I'm talking about the system. Is there such a way as a martial saint among the 3,000 avenues? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. Of course there is. The 3,000 ways is just a general name, and there are many ways to express it, and the achievement of a martial saint is also a way. The system's answer made Xuanhuan narrow his eyes immediately. Xiao Tian, go and call Guan Yu to me. After a while, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. Guan Yu, second Master Guan, it's time for you to soar into the sky. The entire Haotian court is also suitable for Guan Yu to inherit this inheritance. Martial Saint Guan Yu is also an extremely powerful existence in the mythical world. Your Majesty, what are your orders for the minister to come? After a short while, Guan Yu walked in with the strides of dragons and tigers, and knelt down on one knee to pay respects to Dou. Guan Yu, I want to promote you. One sentence stunned Guan Yu. But get excited right away. He never expected that Xuanhuan would promote him. Let Guan Yu inherit the martial arts. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, a golden light suddenly shot out from the center of his eyebrows and instantly sucked Guan Yu in. Guan Yu, I hope you don't let me down. After mumbling to himself, the cave returned to calm again. In the starry universe. After Nangong Tutian failed to attack Haotian court's residence and left, the news was also passed on immediately. Immediately, the entire inner star universe was detonated. What, Nangong Tutian didn't succeed? Don't talk about it, Emperor Haotian can be that powerful? Although Nangong Tutian didn't enter Yuchi Immortal Mountain, he was not injured either. Obviously, the two sides fought to a tie, and Heoshanting still won by winning. According to the strength analysis, Nangong Tutian is still slightly better. TSK, the enmity between the two sides has already been forged, and Haotian court will suffer when the Battle of Shantian begins. In the inner universe, all the small universes are discussing this matter. Basically, everyone is not optimistic about Haotian court. After all, Nangong Tutian has been famous for a long time, and Haotian court is a new force with high or low strength. 2 days later, the new Haotian immortal city was completed in the small universe of Yuchi's family, and its size was more than 3 times the size of the Haotian immortal city in the Xuanhu universe. Tiandi Peak is extremely tall and majestic, and the whole fairy city is surrounded by fairy spirit. A piece of fairy style. At the same time, the mysterious universe outside Haotian Xiancheng. Haotian 7 gods, you guys hurry up and get out and die. Ouyang Jing roared again and again, before he became a saint, all the strong men in Haotian court could defeat him together. But now that he has been sanctified, he is no longer afraid, but feels a little pity for Haotian court, because Haotian court will soon be destroyed by him. However, although his shouts shook the sky, it did not cause chaos in the entire Haotian immortal city. It's just that no one is seen. Su Haotian, who just came out of the teleportation array, just heard this voice, and a strange look appeared on his face. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "Catch him, and I will interrogate him." After a few minutes, there were discussions in Haotian immortal city. What's the situation? Looking for the Haotian 7 gods? Who the hell is this? Has his head been pinched? How dare you come to challenge the power of the heavenly court? Don't you want to live? Hey, isn't that Ouyang Jing? Is he here for revenge? Ha ha ha, did this old boy lose his mind from training? There was no restraint in the discussion, and it was heard by Ouyang Jing, who was standing outside the city in an instant. It made him furious immediately. However, he still released his consciousness to scan Haotian immortal city. In the next second, his face suddenly became furious. In his consciousness, there are many auras in Haotian immortal city that make him feel incomparably terrifying, making him feel like facing a prehistoric giant beast. What happened? Why are there so many powerful people in Haotian court? Could it be that I have been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years? The incredible scene in front of him made Ouyang Jing feel unreal. He thought for a while, then turned around and was about to leave. At this time, "Hey, boy, what are you doing? Don't you want to single out the Haotian 7 gods? Why are you leaving?" Neza held a piece of grass in his mouth, and looked at Ouyang Jing with a half-smile. "Hey. The early stage of Saint Realm. It's okay. Come on, follow me to see His Majesty." As Neza said, he waved Ouyang Jing casually, and flew Ouyang Jing away, and then flew back to the area, and Ouyang Jing, who was flying upside down and spraying blood, was swept up by Neza and flew towards Tianwu Peak. The creatures watching the battle from a distance only felt a flash of strong light, and Ouyang Jing lost his trace, which frightened all the creatures. Immediately, the other side. Su Haotian, who was sitting in the imperial garden drinking tea, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! The inheritance of Guan Yu's Taoism is completed, whether to release it or not. Call out Guan Yu's attribute list first. Su Haotian ordered expectantly. Guan Yu, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Identity, Martial Saint. Magic weapon, Qinglong Yanhua knife. Cultivation technique, Heaven and Earth, Profound Kung Fu. Lucky level, Hunyuan Wuji Realm Dzogchen. Supernatural powers, Qinglong Yao Tian. Wuxing Shenwei. Special attribute, Martial Saint is angry. Once he goes berserk, he will activate the unparalleled combat power, and his strength will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. Hunyuan Wuji Realm Great Perfection. Su Haotian immediately became excited. Great Emperor of the human race, Dou Yu is invincible, I see how you can dance. This time, once the martial sage comes out, you, the Great Emperor, can do it. 2. System, release Martial Saint Guan Yu. As Su Haotian's voice sounded, a golden light flashed on his forehead, and Guan Yu was released by him. With a splash, Guan Yu knelt down in front of Xuanhuan without saying a word. Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you forever. Xuanhuan smiled and helped Guan Yu up. Tell him not to reveal any aura before the Battle of Shantian. But just now, an ordinary saint suddenly became a strong man that he couldn't see through. What has His Majesty experienced in these years? Xuanhuan, Xiaotian's 3 views are about to collapse. The current emperor is more domineering and unpredictable than the emperor in the chaotic period. At this time, Neza carried Ouyang Jing into the imperial garden, and was shocked instantly, with a look of ghost on his face. He is now in the late stage of Saint Realm, and facing Guan Yu is even more terrifying than facing prehistoric beasts, and he can't understand Guan Yu's realm at all. Ouyang Jing, who was thrown to the ground, was completely stunned. He felt that the people standing around him were not human beings, but giant mountains of tens of thousands of feet, which made his bones crunch and spewed out a big mouthful of blood. At this time, if there were creatures from the Xuanhu Great World who saw this scene, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Ouyang Jing, the majestic sword god, was so strong that he vomited blood because of the momentum. Do you want to be so weak? At this moment, Xuanhuan walked up to Guan Yu and took out a jet black long knife. This knife is 3.5 feet long, and the blade alone is 3 feet and 3 inches wide. On the back of the knife is wrapped around a silver dragon, which is ferocious and terrifying. This is the Wuji silver dragon knife, the top existence among the treasures of chaos. I bestow it on you, and I hope you can hold it to display your aura as a martial saint. Xuanhuan's voice was full of awe-inspiring momentum. This promised silver dragon saber cost him 3.7 trillion reputation points, but Xuanhuan put a lot of effort into it. However, he is extremely rich now, and now his fame is worth more than 3 billion yuan. Feel free to splurge. As soon as Guan Yu saw the Wuji silver dragon knife, his eyes burst into bright light, and he couldn't move away. Not only him, but others also had hot eyes. But Ouyang Jing didn't know what to say at this time, so he casually gave a piece of chaos supreme treasure to his subordinates. This is too extravagant for Emperor Haotian. If he knew that Xuanhuan's whole body, even the chair he was sitting on, was a treasure of chaos, he would definitely go crazy. Ouyang Jing, I just heard that you want to seek revenge from the Haotian 7 gods? Is there such a thing? Guan Yu took the Wuji silver dragon saber and stood behind Xuanhuan like an iron tower. Xuanhuan sat in front of the stone table, drinking tea to himself, and dismissed Ouyang Jing, who was half lying on the ground. Your cultivation base. At this time, Ouyang Jing suddenly realized that he couldn't see through Xuanhuan. At first, he thought that Xuanhuan used some kind of treasure to cover his breath, but after a closer look, it was not the case at all. This confused him. How long has it been? The little guy who used to be in the Great Luo realm turned out to be even more terrifying than himself. Could it be that he has really retreated for hundreds of millions of years? Your Majesty's cultivation is something that a self-righteous guy like you can see through. Xuanhuan Xiaotian spoke at this time. Whether in the chaotic period or now, everything His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor does is right and supreme, and all living beings must obey unconditionally. If you want to kill or cut, hurry up, don't humiliate me. Ouyang Jing had already given up all his strength, there was nothing to say about success and failure. Death might be a kind of relief for him now. Death? Are you willing to die just after becoming holy? Xuanhuan had a playful look on his face. Then what else do you want? Do you want to humiliate me? Ouyang Jing obviously has the will to die, and he is not afraid of offending. Xuanhuan. I want you to submit to my Haotian court. On the same day, Haotian court suddenly issued an announcement, 3 days later, Haotian court will move its capital to Inner Universe. And the Xuanchu universe will be changed into the companion capital of the Haotian court, that is to say, when the entire inner and outer universes are ruled by the Haotian court, the status of the Xuanchu universe in the starry sky will be second only to the inner universe. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately shocked the entire Xianqian universe, and the shock it caused was no less than that of the Haotian court ruling the Xianqian universe. What, Emperor Haotian entered the inner universe so soon? And from this posture, it seems that Emperor Haotian has already established himself in the inner universe? The inner starry universe is very lively this time. Wherever Haotian Ting goes, he must surrender. I heard that there are countless strong people in the inner universe. Is Emperor Haotian sure? Why do you care so much? The most important thing is to follow in the footsteps of Emperor Haotian. For a moment, the entire Xuanchu universe was discussing whether Haotian Ting could really stand firm in the inner universe. At this time, Xuanhuan Xiaotian was standing behind Xuanhuan on Tiandi Peak, with lowered eyebrows. He paid respectful respect to Bai Suzhen and Zixia. Tianwu, this person is my confidant. If there is anything I can order, I can completely trust her. Xuanhuan pointed to Xuanhuan Xiaotian and said. Then he said to Xuanhuan Xiaotian, these are my queen and concubine, and this kid is my son. Xuanhuan pointed to Bai Suzhen and the others, and Su Lingtian, who was standing in front of Ling Shanlan, and said with a smile, Brother, where is Yaoer? At this time Yuling Yaoer came over, and at this time Yuling of the southern region was already slim, like a big girl. In short, these are my relatives, you should treat them like you treat me. Xuanhuan had a warm smile on his face. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was in a trance. For a moment, as if he had returned to the chaotic period. Xuanhuan Xiaotian knelt on the ground with a plop and respectfully kowtowed to Bai Suzhen and the girls. Surprised the girls. This is a super strong man, how could he be so condescending and kowtow to them? Xuanhuan was fine, but Xuanhuan Xiaotian thought it was a normal thing. Xuanhuan Xiaotian has always positioned himself as the follower of the Emperor of Heaven. Passing news and running errands are his jobs, and fighting is the job of Yuan Chonghuan and others. Xiaotian, go down and tell Lu Boan and the others that a court meeting will be held in 3 hours. I want to select soldiers to go to the inner universe. Xuanhuan Xiaotian left in a hurry. Afterwards, Xuanhuan and his daughters-in-law got together. Now the empress Bai Suzhen, the concubine Shenzhener, and the concubine Fenghuang are all pregnant, and soon, he will have another heir. In the next few days, you all clean up. I will take you to collectively move the capital to the inner universe. The environment and aura there are extremely rich, which is very good for your body and cultivation. Everyone readily accepted Xuanhuan's arrangement. Especially the 2 children, Su Lingtian and Su Yao, are extremely looking forward to new and novel things. 3 hours later, Xuanhuan sat on the dragon chair of Haotian court. He smiled and looked at the more than 10,000 strong men of Haotian court below. And a great ambition was born spontaneously. In 1 month, I will participate in the Shantian battle held in the inner universe, and the power center of our Haotian court will also be moved to the inner universe in the next day. There, I have already established a new Haotian empire. Tianwu City. It is 3 times the size of this place. As soon as this remark came out, the hall immediately erupted. Your Majesty, as long as you give an order, the minister will go through fire and water, and he will do whatever he wants. Lu Bowen shouted loudly. In an instant, the blood of the officials boiled. The Haotian court has just unified the Xuanhuan universe, and everyone is worried that they have nothing to do, and it is time for everyone to flex their muscles to conquer the inner universe. Well, here I announce that Feng Guanyu and Yu Qigong are first-rank gods in the Haotian court. In addition, Zhao Yun, Bai Qi, Ho Yi, Bull Demon King, Yang Jian, Li Yuanba, Chong Liang, Lei Zhenzi, plus Yu Qigong, Guanyu will follow me to participate in the Battle of Shantian. Lu Bowen, Teibai Jinxing. In the time that followed, hundreds of elite soldiers were ordered in a row, and they moved to the inner universe with him. Of course, there will be a super strong man left here to guard the mysterious universe. This candidate, Su Haotian, has also been chosen, that is Jiuling Yuansheng. In this regard, Jiuling Yuansheng has no doubts. At the same time, he left the Tathagata Buddha, the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp, and several other saints in the Xuanhuan universe. When vigorously developing Buddhism, sit in the mysterious universe. In this way, after everything was ready, Su Haotian led by Suzhen and other concubines, and many strong men, into the portal leading to the inner universe. 3 days later. At the same time as the Battle of Shantian was approaching, all the creatures in the inner universe began to discuss. I heard that the demon emperor of the demon clan will also participate in the Battle of Shantian? This legend is true. The demon emperor will lead Murong Yunhai and other demon princes to participate in the Battle of Shantian. Emperor Haotian will also participate. Do you think he is looking for death? Nangong Tutian is waiting for him to throw himself into the trap. TSK Yaozu Yaodi, Human Race Great Emperor, Nangong Tutian, Haotian. Emperor, how do you feel that this Battle of Shantian will be against the rhythm of the sky? More and more voices of discussion filled the entire inner universe, making people feel depressed. As for the newly built Haotian immortal city, as more and more creatures migrated, it also became lively. Apart from cultivating every day, Su Haotian is accompanying his queen and concubines on Tiandi Peak. Such a month is fleeting. After more than a month of cultivation, Su Haotian has already raised his cultivation level to the great perfection of the primal chaos realm. On this day, Su Haotian took Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, Guanyu, Yu Qigong and more than 20 people, and left Xinhaitian immortal city in a mighty way. Go to the Human Ancestral Hall. The Human Ancestral Hall is on the other side of the inner universe, and it cannot be teleported away at all. However, the strong men around Su Haotian are all strong one by one. Even if they fly, it won't take too much time. It's about to usher in a big battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Kwafu stood behind Hui and said with emotion. In front of them is Chong Liang ancestor which, and now Hui's cultivation has surpassed Chong Liang. But Hui cannot surpass Chong Liang no matter where the relationship is. Chong Liang said with a smile, don't worry, perform well, and His Majesty will definitely appreciate you. In the prehistoric world, they were like father and son. Here they are Su Haotian's subordinates, so naturally, Su Haotian should be the main one. On the other side, Dong Huangtai said to Di Jun, "Brother, I don't care what relationship you had with His Majesty in the past, you have to perform well in this battle of Shantian, didn't you see? Your Majesty will not bury talents." Based on his understanding of Su Haoyan, he would not bring these useless people with him. There was even a kid from the Tai realm among them. The Shan Xiongxin he was talking about was standing behind Yu Qigong, tremblingly, not daring to move an inch. Di Jun took a deep breath and nodded. Now he has no hostility in his heart and has straightened his mind. Although they look down on Tai realm, they dare not look down on Shan Xiongxin. In order to build a good relationship, Huang Tianhua and Neza set up a mask to cover Shan Xiongxin. This made Shan Xiongxin and Yu Qigong smile knowingly on their faces. In this team, people like Huang Tianhua, Neza, Dong Huangtai, Di Jun, etc. are absolutely weak, anyone can crush them to death. The purpose of Su Haoyan bringing them is self-evident. At this time, Su Haoyan was sitting in the middle of the crowd. He seemed to be practicing with his eyes closed, but he was actually searching in the lucky mall. Shan Xiongxin is the first beat in the world. He must be a strong man who uses poison. He is looking for a treasure suitable for him. Any strong man who is reincarnated from an ancient beast or a fierce beast will perform well, which is particularly prominent in Yu Qigong. So he wanted to lay a solid foundation before promoting him. Sky Poison Beast Naiden. 170 million reputation points. At this time, Su Haoyan's gaze was set on an inner alchemy in the mall. After looking around, he realized that the origin of the poisonous beast is not small. Chaotic creatures are born with poisonous bodies, and this sky poison beast's inner alchemy is left by the first sky poison beast in the world. Naturally pure and incomparable. His cultivation base had already reached the Dzogchen realm during his lifetime. However, due to the extremely harsh living conditions of the sky poison beast, it was not able to survive the disintegration of chaos in the end, and it was a natural extinction. There is only this inner alchemy left in the world. It seems extremely cherished. Okay, it's him. Immediately, Su Haoyan exchanged it into his hand. Shan Xiongxin, this inner alchemy of the sky poison beast, you fuse it. After finishing speaking, he said to Yu Qigong again, Yu Qigong, you take him to find an uninhabited planet, and after he survives the catastrophe, come and join us. Seeing this, Yu Qigong agreed with excitement. He has been wondering why Su Haoyan brought his former brother with him. This guy's cultivation base is too weak, which makes his face dull. Now it seems that this is something His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven has long thought of. Immediately, Yu Qigong disappeared with a bewildered Shan Xiongxin. Seeing this, everyone showed envy on their faces. Don't be envious, as long as he behaves well, I will promote him. Su Haoyan's words proved Dong Huangtai's guess, and also strengthened Di Jun's determination. 3 hours later, on the cloud where everyone was, Yu Qigong appeared with an excited Shan Xiongxin. Poof. As soon as Shan Xiongxin appeared, he knelt down in front of Su Haoyan, and said excitedly, Thank you for your promotion, I am very grateful, and will definitely kill all powerful enemies for your Majesty. De Luoluan Wonderland Dzogchen. Well, yes, I didn't let me down, but if you want to kill all the powerful enemies for me, you can't do it with your current cultivation base. Just wait. Su Haoyan didn't open his eyes, he just scanned it with his divine sense, and he understood. Shan Xiongxin was a little embarrassed, but now he was completely devoted to Xuanhuan, and he was shocked to be able to rise to several great realms with just one inner alchemy. Then he obediently stood aside. Although the rest of the people saw it, a big Luo Luanqian really didn't arouse their interest. Hee, the little guy is good. How long has it been? TSK, your cultivation level is very strange. On this day, a frivolous voice reached everyone's ears, and Xuanhuan even woke up from deep meditation. He Fengxing dares to harass my majesty's cultivation, get out quickly. Yu Qigong's voice rolled out, shaking the entire starry universe in an instant. At the same time, a white-bearded old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone, with a huge silver gourd on his back, and a huge extraterrestrial meteorite under his feet. At this time, the old man was looking at Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the cloud with a smile on his face. In an instant, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. The scene in front of him was too familiar to him. Ding! Complete the side mission, find the mysterious strong man. The system rewards the host with a chance to reach the peak of the strong man. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to pass on skills. Everyone looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of them with puzzled faces. But Yu Qigong and Dou Yu were already stunned. Because they can't see through the old man's cultivation. This made the two of them tense immediately. Two dolls from the Wuji realm, yes, I didn't expect you to develop so fast. The old man took off the big gourd on his back, took a mouthful of liquid, and then said, Xuanhuan is very familiar with this action. Coupled with the system prompt sounding in his head, if he doesn't know who the other party is, he will become a pig's head. The junior, Xuanhuan, pays homage to the senior. The boy received the kindness of the senior to pass on the art back then, and he will remember it in his heart. At this time, Xuanhuan stood up, and respectfully greeted the old man. As soon as this remark came out, all the strong men standing on the cloud were stunned on the spot. Master of His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven? What's the situation? Could it be that His Majesty existed before the era of chaos? Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, and Yu Qigong couldn't change their minds. The fact that the Emperor of Heaven had a master made them unacceptable for a while. But Dou Yu and other powerhouses were extremely shocked. Did Your Majesty learn from this old man? Don't dare not, don't salute me, the old man can't bear it, I just gave pointers back then. It's not a kindness to teach art at all, if those guys know that I treat you like this, maybe how to arrange it and me. The old man poured liquid into his mouth and spoke. In an instant, Xuanhuan was confused. According to the old man's words, he actually knew him, and seemed very familiar. What's the matter again? This phenomenon has appeared in the mouth of that boy Wang Huanggu before, and it has also happened in the mouth of the prison emperor. What's going on? Could it be that this old man has something to do with me? For a moment, Xuanhuan was confused. Haha, the old Zaiaozi. Tao can be Tao, very Tao, name can be named, very famous. The old man suddenly laughed and walked away on the meteorite, muttering in his mouth, making people puzzled. Hearing the voice floating in the starry sky, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He sat back on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, closed his eyes, and the old man's voice kept echoing in his ears, and he entered a deep samadhi in the blink of an eye. This old man is too strange. TSK, I didn't expect this old man to point out His Majesty, and I don't know where he came from. I can't see through this person. Guan Yu said word by word. Let everyone be shocked. Guan Yu and Yu Qigong are the existences with the highest cultivation bases. Among the crowd, existences that even they can't see through, how high should this old man's cultivation base be? At this time, Xuanhuan had already entered into a mystical environment. The old man's inexplicable words just now rumbled in his mind like thunder. At the same time, the world in his body has expanded, and it has become a small universe, with stars in it, and it is still increasing crazily, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tree of the world is also constantly growing, blooming with bright light. At the same time, the aura of the yin and yang twin babies is constantly increasing. Boom. While everyone was stunned, Xuanhuan was immediately enveloped in purple gold luster. The aura of the whole person is rising steadily. Let's go, find an uninhabited planet. His Majesty's cultivation is about to break through. A look of shock appeared in Guan Yu's eyes. With his cultivation base, it can be seen at a glance that Xuanhuan's cultivation base is about to break through. With just a few words, Xuanhuan had an epiphany, and he had never seen a promotion in his cultivation. Your Majesty is truly an eternal genius. There was no thunder disaster, no strong wind. Xuanhuan stood quietly on the planet, surrounded by Yu Qigong, Guan Yu, and other strong men. Your Majesty, is this a breakthrough? Yang Jian asked suspiciously. Xuanhuan, who is billions of feet tall, gives people an absolute sense of oppression. It made him feel terrified. The breakthrough has not yet been completed, and the cultivation base is still being promoted, but His Majesty's realm is different from ours, and I don't know why. I always feel that His Majesty's breakthrough, even I can't see through it. Guan Yu looked at Xuanhuan and said. It shocked the powerhouses in the vast sky court all around. Even martial saints can't see through, so how strong is His Majesty? Boom. Suddenly, Xuanhuan, who was standing quietly, suddenly released a huge coercion, blasting away in all directions. Yang Jian and Li Yuanba were immediately blown away by Xuanhuan's breath, because they were the closest. Seeing this, Guan Yu and Yu Qigong hurriedly set up a barrier to prevent Xuanhuan's breath from being released. This breath lasted for half a day, and it was not declared over until the planet had become fragmented. One day later, in the starry sky, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, meditating with his eyes closed. The purple flame pattern between his brows was still wriggling violently. His breath was ancient, obviously, he hadn't recovered from his promotion. The middle stage of Chaos Emperor Prestige Realm. Unexpectedly, my cultivation base has not come out of the chaotic period, but now he can clearly see Guan Yu's realm. Instead of using the system, he can see it only with divine sense. Could it be that I have surpassed the primordial limitless realm? Xuanhuan asked the system in his heart. According to the direction of the system's development, the host has vigorously promoted the development of the chaotic period and strengthened the ancient period. This world has exceeded the system's expectations. Therefore, the host's merit is immeasurable, and the system has specially set up two realms for the host, the Chaos Supreme Realm and the Chaos Emperor Prestige Realm. These two realms surpass the normal realm and three major realms. And it is also the realm of facing thunder. The system's answer instantly brightened Xuanhuan's face. According to the system, his current realm can sweep the normal Dao Fa Supreme, Dao Fa Emperor Venerable Realm, and Hunyuan Wuji Realm. A realm. That is to say, I am now in the middle stage of Xuanhuan Wuji realm? Xuanhuan asked again. Correct. The system's answer was very simple, which made Xuanhuan excited instantly. Your Majesty, have you really entered the Xuanhuan Wuji realm? Guan Yu asked, with a shocked face at this time. He would never have thought that His Majesty was almost catching up with him. As soon as Guan Yu's words came out, everyone was instantly attracted. They all stared at them. Well, almost, a little better than Yu Qigong. What Xuanhuan said was a little conservative, but Guan Yu laughed and said, Your Majesty, you are too modest. Now that we are fighting, at most we can draw. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Compared to Xuanhuan's cultivation speed, they were nothing at all. No matter how strong I am, I still need you to fight for Heoshanting. Don't try to be lazy. Xuanhuan said half-jokingly. Make everyone laugh out loud. Everyone looked in awe, and only Yu Qigong had a natural look. A joke, the supreme existence in the era of chaos, can it be just talking about it? Only now did he fully believe that Xuanhuan was really rebuilding. Ding. Trigger the side mission waiting for the Yaozu. Mission details. The Prince of the Yaozu, Morong Yunhai, knows that the host is the rebirth of the ancient emperor. Because Nalanking, the great power of the Yaozu, has an old relationship with the host, Morong Yunhai wants to let him the host helps find Nalanqing. If the host chooses to agree, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to be a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, a chance to summon a strong man, and trigger a supreme level task. No matter, this mission came too inexplicably, so wait for a while. In this way, while Xuanhuan shook his head and continued to practice, the team continued to move forward. In the vast and bright starry sky, the supreme existence of the ancestral hall of the human race, the starry sky tower is quietly suspended in the starry sky universe. At this time, countless Dharma ships and flying Dharma weapons flew from all directions, passing across the starry sky like stars. On the Jushan mountain where the human ancestral hall is located, there is a huge tower that soars to the sky. This pagoda covers an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, and the entire pagoda is shining with golden light. In front of it, all the palaces are like grains of sand. It is said that this tower is a treasure left by Xuanhu, the great power of the human race, and a symbol of the spirit of the human race. Hey, is it possible that this year's Shantian battle will be held on the Shantian God Tower? Shantian God Tower, is there any connection between the two in the Battle of Shantian? Nonsense, the Battle of Shantian is a battle set by the ancestor Xuanhu. It used to be held in the secret realm of the human race. Could it be that the battle this time will be held in the Shantian God Tower? Everyone was flying in the starry sky, and there were constant exclamations and discussions from the French boat passing by. The giant golden tower that draws everyone's attention to the front. That kid Xuanhu's Shantian Divine Pagoda has stood on the fairy mountain of the human ancestral hall for countless years, and it is still so majestic. Yu Qigong and Xuanhuan Xiaotian looked at the giant golden tower in amazement. Where did that kid Xuanhu get the primal chaos treasure? Xuanhuan was awakened by the surrounding discussions, looked up, and saw the giant golden tower shooting up into the sky in front of him, with a strange expression on his face. After the Great Tribulation, Xuanhu suffered a serious injury, and he spent tens of millions of years in seclusion before recovering from his injury, but at that time, his cultivation had already been left behind by everyone, and Even some juniors surpassed him. Xuanhu is an extremely strong guy. In order to catch up with everyone, he broke into the chaotic abyss alone. The chaotic abyss is a place between the mustard space created by chance after the Son of Heaven destroyed the chaotic land. Although there are countless treasures and opportunities everywhere, the degree of danger is rare in the world. I don't know what kind of shit luck this kid has. Thousands of years later, he was created from the abyss of chaos. He doesn't know how to improve his cultivation. The existence of the top 10. The most surprising thing to everyone is that the giant golden tower he obtained in the abyss of chaos actually has its own world. It can create scenes according to personal cultivation and environment. Later, Xuanhu followed Emperor Xuanhuan and the others to escape to the ancient sage's land, and left the giant golden tower in the inner universe alone, and set up the Battle of Tianxin, and the giant golden tower was also renamed Shantian God Tower. Shangguan, Xiaotian and Yu Qigong told each other a not-so-secret ancient secret, which made Xuanhuan sigh. After listening to the narration of the two people in a fog, they couldn't help admiring this pioneer of the human race. By the way, Your Majesty, that guy Xuanhu heard that he left a clone in the Shantian God Tower, but he doesn't know if it's true or not. The scene was chaotic at that time, so even now we don't know what the emperors are doing now. Furthermore, Xuanhu left the divine pagoda and created the Battle of Shantian just because of what His Majesty once said. Shangguan Xiaotian shook his head. He didn't really believe the claim that Xuanhu left a clone. The Battle of Shantian begins. I will return, and all sentient beings must surrender. The Shantian divine pagoda has stood here for countless epochs and has not been moved at all, which is enough to explain everything. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Let Shangguan, Xiaotian and Yuqi nod respectfully. The rest of the powerhouses also looked up at this treasure left by the great power of the human race, and couldn't help feeling admiration in their hearts. At the same time, I was also very strange in my heart. Could it be that His Majesty promoted the Battle of Shantian? Xuanhuan also complained secretly in his heart. Unexpectedly, the Battle of Shantian, which is regarded as the stage of the strong by the strong in the inner space universe, was established by a single word of his own. It can be seen that Xuanhu is paying attention. In a blink of an eye, everyone boarded the fairy island where the human ancestral hall was located. At this time, Xiandao was crowded with people. Among them were many disciples from the human ancestral hall, maintaining order. Immortal Island, which used to be unattainable and sacred, suddenly became noisy. All living beings who dare to board the fairy island have at least the cultivation level of the Holy Realm, or they are all core figures of a certain force. And those creatures who want to watch the excitement are not eligible to board the Immortal Island before the Battle of Shantian really starts. They all live temporarily on the planets and islands around the fairy island. Every Shantian battle will attract the attention of the entire universe, and countless powerful people and forces will send spies to come. Even if they can't participate in this kind of battle, they will come to the scene in person to feel the atmosphere here. In fact, it is mainly to look at the influential figures. Hey, isn't that Qian Datong, one of the 9 sacred patriarchs? It is said that this son has surpassed the realm of a saint. Beyond the saint realm? What realm is that? TSK, there are quite a few strong people here, and I don't know when Long Tian will come. Didn't he say that he wants to kill Emperor Haotian? Where is Dou Yu invincible? This time I must pay my respects to this leader of the human race. On the fairy island of the human ancestral hall, there are voices of opinions everywhere. Since the start of the Battle of Shantian, all kinds of discussions have never stopped. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and a bright light flashed across the distant starry sky. Then, the light shrank, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a golden brocade robe. He is tall, with his hands behind his back, and his face is majestic. Standing in the starry sky, he is extremely majestic. Look, that's hiss. In an instant, the visitor immediately attracted everyone's attention. The entire fairy mountain of the human race suddenly boiled. Tua Long Tian, the number 19 sacred patriarch, is he really here? Who can tell his cultivation? I don't know, I'm afraid Dou Yu Invincible can compete with it? All kinds of discussions came one after another, making the human race Xiandao focus on Tua Long Tian at this time. Tua Long Tian's face was indifferent, he just likes challenges, and he has challenged all the top-ranked players in the starry sky. This time, there are only two people he wants to challenge, one is Emperor Hao Tian who has risen recently, and the other is Dou Yu Wudi, the leader of the human race. Next, a strong man who could be named in the starry sky came one after another. Second, Su Haoyan led his subordinates to climb up the fairy mountain not long after. Su Haoyan's team was not comparable to those who fought alone. Instead, it came in a mighty way. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone on Xianshan. At the same time, Guan Yu was whispering with Su Haoyan. There are 3 breaths on the island, one belongs to the human race, the other belongs to the monster race, and the other should be Nangong Tutian, who was chased away by Zhao Yun and his group. The other aura of the monster race seems to be very strong, comparable to mine. Guan Yu said it very easily, although the aura of the monster clan was the same as his, but he still didn't take it to heart. Hearing this, Su Haoyan felt relieved. At the same time, Su Haoyan and his party also attracted the attention of the creatures on Xiandao. Who is that guy? He's sitting on a chair, looking like a fart. Hush, why don't you die? That's Emperor Haoyan. My God, Emperor Haoyan is really so young? With the arrival of the crowd, it immediately caused a shock. Su Haoyan's degree of attention is not weaker than Dou Yu Invincible, Nangong Tutian, and Tua Long Tian is already weaker than Su Haoyan in popularity. Let's go, sign up first. Su Haoyan was still sitting on the Supreme 9 Dragon chair, at this moment. He said relaxedly. This battle of Shantian has been completely controlled by him. It is no problem for him to sweep the entire Shantian battle in the middle stage of Hunyuan Wuji realm, Yu Qi Gong, and early stage, Guan Yu, and Dzogchen. At this time, Su Haoyan opened here to complete the task, and then to see his subordinates, apprentices, how many still remember the original agreement, and how many can come to see him? Your order. All the strong men who were positioned to participate in the Battle of Shantian began to cheer up. Only Yu Qi Gong had a calm expression on his face. He came here for only one purpose, to kill Nangong Tutian. Soon, Su Haoyan and his group arrived at the registration place for the Shantian battle amidst the discussions among the crowd. At this time, there was already a long queue here, and Su Haoyan and others did not bully the weak. After taking back the Supreme 9 Dragon chair, they stood quietly by the side, waiting for registration. At this time, a group of people flew out of a human ancestral hall. These people's cultivation bases were not weak, and the lowest of them all had cultivation bases in the mid-stage of the holy manifestation realm. The leader was a mid-stage saint realm, and they went straight to Xuanhuan and landed. The elder of the foreign affairs of the ancestral hall of the human race, Zhao Bufei, pays homage to His Majesty Emperor Haoyan. This person was extremely respectful when facing Xuanhuan. How can I say that Xuanhuan is also the emperor of the human race? Every word and deed is the representative of the human race. If this person is a monster, that's another matter. Well, Elder Zhao is being polite. Xuanhuan said lightly. His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, please come with me and enter the VIP building, specially prepared for you to rest. As for the registration, just give me the list later. Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded, and led his subordinates to walk with Zhao Bufei. In this way, Xuanhuan and his party quickly walked into a rather magnificent pavilion. His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, there are two types of Shantian battles that will enter the final one-on-one battle. The first is to break into the tower. The Shantian God Tower has 9 floors. As long as there is a force to break through from the first floor to the highest floor, it will directly enter the final battle. The second method is to participate in the knockout round, but this method will last for a year. Only the winner can enter the final round. I'm too old to be talented. I recommend Emperor Haoyan to choose to break into the tower. Zhao Bufei was very talkative and took the initiative to introduce Xuanhuan. Along the way, the factions that appear because of participating in the tower breakthrough will be quite high in the rankings. Once they enter the top 3, they will have the right to choose a match. It is worth a try. That is to say, Emperor Haoyan can choose his opponent at will. Only the top 3 have this right. Including our host, there are 4 places in total. Elder Zhao said with a smile. If these words were changed to other forces, he would definitely not do this. Zhu Wenjia, the first hall master of the human ancestral hall, specially ordered not to offend Emperor Haoyan, although he thought that Emperor Haoyan's coming to participate in the Battle of Shantian might be more or less ominous. But the etiquette that should be there is still indispensable. The ancestors of human beings told them that it is the foundation of being a human being to leave a line and leave enough retreat for oneself. Xuanhuan nodded, not to mention anything else, as long as he can choose his own opponent, it is enough to attract countless strong people to enter the tower. Of course, in addition to encountering countless ferocious beasts in the tower, those who enter the tower will also face dangers brought by other forces. Therefore, whether to enter the tower or not, please His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, please carefully consider it. After Zhao Bufei finished speaking, he took the list in Xuanhuan's hand and left. Ding. Trigger the side quest, to break through the tower strongly, and take control of the Battle of Shantian as the number 1 mission details, because breaking through the Tower of Shantian God will be of great help to the host to dominate the inner universe. If the host breaks through the Shantian God Tower, reaches the top of the tower as the first, and then controls the entire Shantian battle, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a super strong, and a copy of the strong, a chance to reach the pinnacle of the strong, a chance to enter the powerful dojo. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to smile slightly. This is not because I insist on fighting for your Dugawudi's deal, but because I can't let the task go without completing it. After Zhao Bufei left, Su Haoyan and others came to an exquisite attic under the leadership of a disciple of the human ancestral hall. His Majesty Emperor Haoyan, you and your subordinates will live here during the Battle of Shantian. After Elder Zhao completes the registration, each of you will be issued a Shantian order. Shantian token is your pass token to participate in the Shantian battle. It is also the certificate for you to receive rewards. After this person finished speaking, he gave a deep salute to Su Haoyan and left. At the same time, the news that Emperor Haoyan led his subordinates into the human ancestral hall spread extremely fast. At this moment, Su Haoyan was sitting in the attic, and Xuanhuan Xiaotian was standing behind him, serving him carefully. For Xuanhuan Xiaotian, being able to stand behind the Emperor of Heaven and serve him is his greatest pleasure. At this time, in front of them, Shan Xiongxin was kneeling there with a bewildered expression on his face. As soon as he settled down, Su Haoyan recruited him, and he didn't know why. Although he has crossed several great realms now, he is still at the bottom of the crowd. System, give Shan Xiongxin the peak. Today's peak powerhouse is of no use to him, except for fusion, he doesn't take it seriously at all. But if it is used on Shan Xiongxin, there should be no problem. Ding. The system has started the peak of the strong against Shan Xiongxin. As the system prompt sounded, a black hole suddenly appeared above Su Haoyan's head, sucking Shan Xiongxin, who had no mental preparation, into it. System, let's start summoning superpowers. Meeting the old man who once taught him again not only allowed him to complete a task, but also gave him the opportunity to summon a super strong man. And under the guidance of the old man again, his cultivation level successfully broke through. It can be said that this mysterious old man has created him twice, and from that point of view, it seems I care about me very much. Who is he? Su Haoyan was full of doubts. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded, but Su Haoyan was very calm. Now he is summoning the super strong just to pass the time. So it won't cause even the slightest thought fluctuation in him. Of course, if the system summons a powerful or heaven-defying existence, it will be another scene. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Yan Yuhuan. From Tangsher, does the host choose to summon again? Choose to resummon. What the hell? No trouble. Ding. The system is resummoning the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Qin Shi Huang. From ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Emperor Qin Shi Huang? What? The chief culprit who burned books and deceived Confucians also wanted to. And many more. It is said that Qin Shi Huang was the reincarnation of an ancient mythical beast? I don't know if it's true or not. After thinking about it, Su Haoyan decided to summon him. Summon Qin Shi Huang and restore the memory of the previous life. Call up the attribute list. Qin Shi Huang, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the ancestor of the dragon, the first dragon in the prehistoric era. Lucky level, mid-stage of the Holy Realm. Cultivation method, the first Emperor's Sutra. Supernatural powers, Zulong transforms. The color of the mountains and rivers has changed. Magic weapon, subduing dragon sword. Loyalty, 68/100. How could Qin Shi Huang be so strong with the cultivation base of the mid-stage of Xiansheng? However, if it is really the reincarnation of Zulong, it will be a different matter. Ding. Shan Xiongxin has reached his peak, Should he be released? At this time, the system prompt sounded, attracting Su Haoyan's attention. Now with the improvement of Su Haoyan's cultivation base, the time for the system to shape the strong has also been greatly shortened. He did not bring up Shan Xiongxin's attribute list, but directly chose to release it. Immediately, a black shadow stepped out from the black hole above Su Haoyan's head. Well, that's right, the middle stage of the Holy Realm. You didn't disappoint me. Su Haoyan smiled again and again. He really deserved to be the reincarnation of an ancient strange species, and the speed of this improvement was extraordinary. Shan Xiongxin didn't know how to be happy anymore. Not long after he came to this world, he made 2 leaps in a row, making him feel like he was in a dream. However, he knew that Su Haoyan gave him all of this, and he could not forget his roots. Only by hugging Su Haoyan's thighs could he grow taller. In the following time, Su Haoyan didn't go anywhere, but rested in the attic. The other strong men couldn't bear the loneliness and went out to play. On this day, Xuanhuan Xiaotian walked into Su Haoyan's residence and said, "Your Majesty, there is a kid named Morong Yunhai who wants to see you." When Su Haoyan, who was drinking, heard it, his eyes showed playfulness. Morong Yunhai, the prince of the monster clan, is very famous among the monster clan. After that side mission was released, he asked someone to inquire about Morong Yunhai, and only then did he know Morong Yunhai's name. "Let him in. The mission sender is here, how can I not see you?" Soon, Xuanhuan Xiaotian walked in with Morong Yunhai and his younger sister, Morong Mingyue. "See His Majesty Emperor Haoyan." Morong Yunhai bowed to meet Dou. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he realized that he couldn't see through Su Haoyan's cultivation. Morong Mingyue, behind him, was also looking at Su Haoyan, curiously. "Morong Yunhai, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the monster race, what do you want from me?" Su Haoyan asked the question knowingly. However, he is the only one who knows the world except Morong Yun. After the two sat down, Su Haoyan asked, casually. Morong Yunhai quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, and said with a smile. "At this time, the thing is like this, it is said that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven knew Patriarch Nailan Qing, so I don't know if it is true or not. So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? Prince of the monster race, what are you going to do?" Su Haoyan asked indifferently. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven was joking, and opened the skylight to speak frankly. "I, Morong Yunhai, came to find His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven this time to ask you to help our monster clan find the whereabouts of our ancestor, Nailan Qing. If your Majesty can help, I will lead the entire demon clan to support you in recreating the divine power of the Heavenly Emperor after the matter is completed." Morong Yunhai was clearly prepared, and he was not afraid of Su Haoyan's disapproval when he said it at this time. After all, if Su Haoyan wanted to rule the entire inner universe, he would definitely not be able to do it without the support of their monster clan. Moreover, even if Su Haoyan uses force, it is impossible. "Do you have the final say?" Su Haoyan asked non-committal. "Of course, after this Shantian battle, I, Morong Yunhai, will succeed His Majesty the Demon Emperor and take charge of the entire demon clan. At that time, the first thing I will do is form an alliance with Emperor Haoyan. Morong Yunhai has already shown absolute sincerity. Su Haoyan had planned it long ago. Just like what Morong Yunhai said, without the support of the Yaozu, it is obvious that with his current strength, he cannot unify the inner universe in A short time. If he wants to speed up the unification process, he has to take a shortcut, and the Yaozu is the shortcut. As for whether the Yaozu will turn back later, he is not worried, because by that time, he will already have full wings. Okay, I agree to help you. However, I need to finish the inner universe before I can go to the land of the old sage. It will take a long time. It doesn't matter, because our monster clan has split into dozens of branches. We can't unite together in a short time. So it's not impossible to wait for a while. Morong Yenhai said happily. Ding. Complete the side mission, the waiting of the monster clan. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to be a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, a chance to summon a strong man, and trigger a supreme level task. Ding. Trigger the supreme mission, find Nalan Qing. Mission details: if the host helps the demon prince find Nalan Qing, and can successfully let Nalan Qing regain control of the demon tribe, the system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to awaken loyalists, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 2 chances to superlimit awakening, 1 chance to summon a strong man, 1 chance to be favored by the system, 2 chances to be loyal to the peak, 5 chances the second chance to be the peak of the strong, and the 5 chances to copy the strong. Friendly reminder from the system: if the host wants to complete this task, Nalanqing and Yaozu will become a stumbling block for the host to unify the starry universe. Su Haoyan was really stunned when 2 consecutive system prompts sounded. Watching Morong Yenhai and Morong Mingyue leave, Su Haoyan rubbed his nose, feeling as if he was lifting a rock to shoot himself in the foot. Not only did he want to find Nalan Qing, but he also wanted to persuade him to regain control of the Yaozu, and then fight against himself. What the hell, isn't this just making things up for yourself when you're full and have nothing to do? After so many years, Nalan Qing must be very powerful, and must have far surpassed the Xuanhuan Wuji realm. How could he allow himself to rise? I'm idle and have nothing to do. Am I looking for enemies for myself? He suddenly felt a little tired. But the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Hey, I'm just a hard worker. Su Haoyan sighed. Shangguan Xiaotian, who was standing behind him, was stunned for a moment, but immediately laughed. He now has a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a superpower. Other rewards don't matter. Who should the awakening beyond limit be given to? Su Haoyan shook his head and decided to keep it. The system summoned superpowers for me. Summon this kind of opportunity, use it when you have it, and don't feel bad at all. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. When the system prompt sounded, Su Haoyan also sat cross-legged on the chair and closed his eyes. At the same time, more and more creatures came to the fairy island of the human ancestral hall. Some of them participated in the Battle of Shantian, and some came to watch the excitement. As for Morong Yunhai's visit to Su Haoyan, because it was done very secretly, it was not discovered by other creatures, so it didn't cause much disturbance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Tianwu from the legend of unofficial history. Does the host choose to call again? Tianwu. Although this guy is not bad, but he already has Guan Yu, so it is obviously not very good to ask for him. And he estimates that Tianwu does not have much room for development. Resummon. Ding. The system is resummoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Huatsubing from unofficial legends. Will the host summon again? What's you being? I rely on. Isn't this a famous general in history? Seal the wolf and live in Su, the general of the Hussars. That's right, it's him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Call up the attribute list. What's you being? From unofficial legends. Identity, Gochin reincarnated. Cultivation level, Xuanhuan in the middle stage of Wonderland. Cultivation method, Heaven and Earth Circle Sutra. Supernatural powers, Tianwu supernatural powers. God proud 9 days. Magic weapon, single hook gun. Loyalty, 96/100. Gochin the Great? What the hell? No wonder Huatsubing is so powerful, it turned out to be the reincarnation of an ancient mythical beast. Then why did he die at the age of 23? Could there be something hidden in it? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. When Huatsubing was alive, he didn't awaken his bloodline. Therefore, he was killed. In fact, he never awakened his bloodline, which made Gauchin unable to show his majesty in front of the world. The systematic answer made Xuanhuan very satisfied. As the reincarnation of Emperor Gauchin, Huatsubing's potential can be said to be very huge. In this way, Xuanhuan summoned another strong man in the early stage of the battle. As for Yingjing Qin Shi, he has already arrived. As weak people, they were almost at the bottom of the Xintian battle. However, Xuanhuan won't worry about these, he has super limit awakening and will train them. Time is passing fast. The human ancestral hall became more and more lively, and the strong men around Xuanhuan went out for a walk in groups of 3 or 5 every day. The Battle of Xintian is getting closer and closer, and there are more and more powerful people participating in the battle. And most people choose to break into the tower. There are still 3 days before the start of the Battle of Xintian, and the number of people on the fairy mountain of the human ancestral hall has reached 1 million. Moreover, the atmosphere was dignified, without the hustle and bustle of the past. On this day, Xuanhuan led his subordinates and flew towards the Xintian tower under the leadership of the disciples of the human race ancestral hall. At this time, under the Xintian God Tower, many people had already come. Crowded and bustling, but there was no noise. Xuanhuan and his group came to the bottom of the tower and stood still, looking around. Because Emperor Huayan had already become a hot figure in the inner star universe, the arrival of Xuanhuan and others caused quite a commotion. A few days ago, Xuanhuan and others had obtained their respective tokens. It is the serial number in the top 100. With the passage of time, the serial numbers of the top 1000 have all arrived. Regardless of the crowds of people below the Xintian God Tower, the real competitors are almost all in the top 1000. Xuanhuan's group is number 81, which is a serial number within 100. Which is not bad. The rule of entering the tower is that there are no rules. There are 9 passages to enter the tower. Whoever grabs the first will enter. Therefore, the initial ranking is that the top 9 are the first echelon. In the end, the top 3 winners, together with the Terran Ancestral Hall, have the right to choose their opponents. For these 3 places, millions of creatures will fight to the death. After a full 2 hours, the top 10 Hall Masters of the Human Ancestral Hall, led by the first Hall Master Xia Yutian, finally came to the Xintian Tower. Immediately afterward, a figure came walking in the void. This person was extremely tall and straight, wearing a deep blue robe with long fluttering hair and an indifferent face. In the instant he saw it, except for a few People, the rest of the creatures lowered their heads and did not dare to talk to him. Look at each other. This person is none other than Dou Yu, the leader of the human race. And Xuanhuan is one of the few creatures who can look at Dou Yu. The others are the demon emperor of the demon clan, Nangong Tutian, and a mysterious strong man who is more than 3 feet tall. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. With the appearance of Dou Yu, the world was silent. Million pairs of eyes fell on Dou Yu at this moment. Dou Yu walked very slowly, walking in the void, but stood above everyone in the blink of an eye. At this time, the masters of the human ancestral hall headed by Xia Yutian all knelt down and kowtowed to Dou Yu. Is he alone and invincible? Although Dou Yu Invincible is known as the leader of the human race and the strongest person in the inner starry universe, he has no pretensions, but he is even more majestic. Over there, Nangong Tushan, the demon emperor and the mysterious strong man, were all staring at Dou Yu. Among them, Nangong Tutian's breathing gradually became rapid. Nangong Tutian's goal is to defeat Dou Yu, then kill Emperor Haoyan and dominate the inner universe. Dou Yu did not look at Nangong Tutian at all, even if the demon emperor was not in his line of sight. Since he appeared, his eyes never left Xuanhuan. He seemed to be examining, but at the same time he seemed to be wondering. Xuanhuan gave him a very strange feeling, and his breath was also very strange. So he couldn't understand it. Emperor Haoyan, I can't see through. Shaking his head, he didn't pay attention to it. In his mind, Xuanhuan should be a treasure that conceals his aura, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see through it with his cultivation. Late stage of primordial promise realm. Dou Yu sent a voice transmission to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Instantly. The late stage of Xuanhuan promise realm. Dou Yu Invincible, just wait for me to step on you. Within the same realm, Xuanhuan is an invincible existence. Today, the Battle of Shantian started, and everyone should understand the rules. Although there are some changes in this Battle of Shantian, the later stage is still the same as before. Now, this year's Shantian battle is about to start, and all the strong will start to break into the tower now. As soon as Dou Yu's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. All the forces used their strength and speed to rush towards the gate of the Shantian God Tower. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair and walked against the sky. Both sides were front and back, the strong men of Haoyan court. Right in front of them was a pylon gate. Yuanba, Chongliang, open the way, I want to enter the tower first. Xuanhuan ordered calmly. As soon as his words fell, 2 black shadows rushed out from both sides of him, like 2 giant dragons, roaring past, leaving behind a bloody storm. If someone looked from below, they would be shocked to see that there are 9 long dragons rushing towards the tower under the billions of meters tall Shantian God Tower. As for Xuanhuan's journey, after Li Yuanba and Chong Liang rushed out, it became chaotic in an instant. The two were like bulldozers, sweeping away all the creatures within a radius of 10 miles, crushing them all the way, and no one could stop them for a moment. The scene is extremely spectacular. Standing above the tower, Dou Yu's eyes shrank suddenly. One was in the supreme realm of Taoism, and the other was in the late stage of supreme realm of Taoism. When did Emperor Haoyan actually have such a strong man? Because his attention was on Li Yuanba and the two of them, he didn't pay attention to Dou Yu and Yu Qigong behind him at all. Emperor Haoyan really kept his secrets hidden. Just when he was in a daze, Xuanhuan was the first to advance into the Shantian God Tower with absolute strength all the way. The Shantian Divine Pagoda looks huge from the outside, but once inside it is a different scene. Even creatures entering the same tower gate will not meet each other, and will have their own tests. As Haotian Court was the first to enter, Nangong Tutian, the mysterious powerhouse, the demon emperor of the Yaozu, also entered the Shantian Divine Tower. Xuanhuan felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then all the powerful people in Haotian Court appeared in a world of fire. At the same time, a scorching breath came to everyone, making everyone feel like they were in a furnace. It is rumored that the Shantian God Tower has magical effects, and the level of illusions inside will be created according to the level of cultivation of the living beings. Now it seems that this is the fire domain, and it is still beyond the strength of the third level of Taoism Supreme. Xuanhuan Shaotian said solemnly. Although he is not afraid of flames of this level, once they stay here for a long time, they will definitely lose the qualification to compete for the first place. Zhu Rong, it's up to you here. Xuanhuan sat relaxed on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, and said lightly. The fire domain of Taoism Supreme level is just suitable for Zhu Rong to show his ability. Your order. Zhu Rong agreed, then turned around with excitement on his face, and after a loud shout, he transformed into the real body of Zhu Wu in an instant. The avatar of the 1,000-foot ancestral which was surrounded by red flames. Zhu Rong's eyes were fixed and his mouth was wide open. A monstrous suction force protruded from his mouth, stirring up the endless world of flames with roars and explosions. Immediately afterwards, the flame world of the whole world turned into a giant flame dragon, which was directly sucked into the mouth by Zhu Rong. In an instant, the flame disappeared, and the whole world became much cleaner. Everyone's eyes widened. Even though Guan Yu possessed the Hunyuan Wuji realm, Yu Qigong couldn't help but look at Zhu Rong a few more times. Worthy of being the ancestral witch of fire, this supernatural ability to control fire is extraordinary. I am not as good as the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head and smiled wryly. Di Jun said. Nothing. Although they are three-legged golden crows, they are naturally much worse than Zhu Rong, who is in the supreme realm of Taoism. It's just a trivial skill, it's not worth mentioning. Zhu Rong restored the real body of Zhu Wu and said modestly. Okay, find the entrance to the next floor. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Soon, Yang Jian found a black hole under a pitch-black peak. This black hole reveals spatial fluctuations, and it is obviously the passage to the next layer. This time, Zhao Yun wanted to go in first, but was stopped by Bai Qi. Immediately, everyone got into the black hole one by one. After a flash of black light, Xuanhuan opened his eyes and found that he had appeared in a huge, bright hall. As shown in the information before entering the tower, this is the rest hall between the first floor and the second floor. In the very center of this hall, there is a huge stone tablet, and a thick layer of flame surrounds the surface of the stone tablet. There are some small holes in the flame, and many jade boxes are placed in the holes. Zhu Rong was not condescending, holding the token in his hand, he waved it at the steel. Bang! The flames outside a small hole disappear, revealing the box inside. It was a long strip box with a fiery red surface, half a meter wide. Zhu Rong held it in his hand, without hesitation, he handed it to Xuanhuan. Directly. Your Majesty, our first reward. Zhu Rong said loudly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Xuanhuan said casually. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Rong was obviously very happy. During the period of breaking into the tower, the treasures of the towers that break through will belong to whoever they are, regardless of their rank. In other words, if you are lucky enough to get the treasure of chaos, it will belong to you. But if you get an ordinary magic weapon, you have to stand up for me. Su Haoyan said half-jokingly. Let everyone laugh. Zhu Rong, open it quickly, let us satisfy our hunger. Dong Huangtai said with his shoulders crossed. Although they were enemies in the previous life, they are indeed colleagues and friends now. Nature has no scruples. Zhu Rong also simply opened the 1-foot-long box. A pitch-black long knife lay quietly in the box, with runes wrapped around the knife, full of mysterious atmosphere. At the same time, a surging, pure devilish energy overflowed from the knife, which surprised everyone. Chaos Spirit Treasure? Hiss. As Guan Yu's words sounded, everyone gasped. Unexpectedly, the first treasure is the Chaos Spirit Treasure? This surprised everyone a little. Xing Tian, I will give you this magic knife. Although the Chaos Spirit Treasure is very precious, the ancestor witches generally don't use weapons, only their junior great witches use weapons. This magic knife has a violent breath, which is suitable for the god of war. Xing Tian. He happily took the treasure from Zhu Rong, and Xing Tian couldn't put it down to play with it. Immediately, without stopping, everyone boarded the teleportation array to enter the next level. The second level is the world of ice and snow. Bai Qi showed great power and passed the second level in only half a stick of incense. Chang Liang passed through the third layer of minefield in just a few breaths. On the first day of entering the tower, it was almost sunset. Xianshan, the ancestral hall of the entire human race, was still crowded with people, bursting out from time to time with surging shouts. At this time, everyone looked up at the translucent wall of light above the Shantian Tower. All tower-breaking forces and personal progress rankings are listed on it. And now, the force in the first position is Haotian Court. And still far ahead. There are as many as 3 floors ahead of the second place. Wow, the advance speed of Haotian Court is too fast, isn't it? Are they playing? I thought the second place would be Nangong Tutian, but I didn't expect it to be the Demon Emperor. However, there is only one level difference between Nangong Tutian and Yaodi. Basically the same level. And the mysterious person named Eternal Supreme ranked 4th, closely behind. Emperor Haotian has gone up another floor? Oh my god, on the 6th floor, Emperor Haotian is visiting the mountains and rivers? For a moment, in the eyes of everyone, there was no second-place demon Emperor, Nangong Tutian, only the first place, the radiant Emperor Haotian. Du Wudi stared at the name of the number 1, and his heart was already in a turbulent state. Why are they so fast? He is the one who is most aware of the restrictions inside, and the minimum requirement is Dou Yuan to reach the Holy Realm to complete the highest level of non-Tao Dharma Supreme Realm Dzogchen practice is not allowed to pass. But the speed of Haoshanting's group told him that this restriction was a piece of cake for them. Emperor Haotian, something interesting. Du Wudi looked at the 3 golden names of Emperor Haotian and muttered to himself. For the first time in words, he looked at Emperor Haotian squarely. There are 13 floors in the Shantian Divine Tower, and the experts from Haotian Court passed through 10 floors in one day. Overwhelm the crowd and dominate the universe alone. The day passed by in a hurry, and when the morning glow came, the last floor of the Shantian Tower finally lit up with lights. It's bright, look, the top floor is bright. I don't know who yelled. TSK, TSK, in a few hours, the first place in the Shantian God Tower will appear. I don't know which faction won the first place. Because at the last minute the top layer was lit together. It is impossible to tell which force arrived at the top first. The 10 Hall Masters of the Human Race Ancestral Hall and Dou Yu Invincible are also paying attention at this time, because this number 1 will be on an equal footing with Dou Yu Invincible. I feel that Emperor Haoyan can win the number 1 position. I think it's enough. Nangong Tutian is second only to Dou Yu Invincible. That mysterious Eternal Supreme is a dark horse. On the top floor of the Shantian God Tower, Yu Qigong shot out, smashing a black demon bear in the Dzogchen realm of the Daofa Emperor in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a glittering golden teleportation array appeared on the rock in front. Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme 9 Dragon chair and led everyone to float onto the teleportation array. Search. With a flash of light, outside the Shantian God Tower, Su Haoyan and the others suddenly appeared in a flash of light. And on the light curtain above, a name appeared, Emperor Haoyan. Wow. When the figures of Su Haoyan's people appeared, and the name on the light curtain was fixed on the word Haoyan Emperor, many monks standing outside the tower suddenly burst into an uproar. It turned out to be Emperor Haoyan. It really is him. This Emperor Haoyan has a deep background. Following the discussions among the crowd, the golden light flickered again. And again, and 3 figures appeared one after another. Ranked in order, Nangong Tutian, Demon Emperor, and Eternal Supreme. And the forces behind them. Except for the Demon Emperor, the other 2 came here alone. So far, the top 4 of this year's Shantian battle have been settled. The 3 strong men saw the expressions on the faces of Hao Tianting, who was ranked first. Nangong Tutian had a look of resentment and sternness, and the Demon Emperor was expressionless, as if this result had no effect on him. As for the Eternal Supreme, he also looked calm. Okay, now that the top 4 have appeared, this emperor announces that the Battle of Shantian has officially begun. All powerhouses are invited to enter the Shantian Hall at the top of the Shantian Divine Tower. As soon as Dou Wudi's voice fell, all the teams that passed through the Shantian Divine Tower immediately flew to the main hall on the top floor of the Shantian Divine Tower. Su Haoyan and the others were not in a hurry, because their positions had already been determined. This Shantian Great Hall is so vast that it can accommodate millions of people. It is distributed in a ladder shape. The higher you go, the narrower it gets, leaving only 4 places at the top. At this time, all the positions below have been occupied by strong men from all walks of life. Only the top 4 positions did not come. But no one dared to grab that position, because those 4 positions were reserved for the top 4. After a while, Su Haoyan led the powerful men of Haoyan Court, Dou Yu Invincible, Nangong Tutian, and Eternal Supreme to the top position, slowly.